Chapter 051. The sudden appearance of the Foundation Establishment Pill. Wow. As soon as the words Foundation Establishment Pill were spoken, the entire venue erupted into an uproar, instantly boiling over. The Foundation Establishment Pill, it really exists. I didn't expect the finale of this auction to be the Foundation Establishment Pill. I've lived for more than half my life and reached the late stage of chi refinement. Yet this is the first time I've seen a Foundation Establishment Pill, and it will likely be the only time. Is this the Foundation Establishment Pill? Indeed, the fragrance of the medicine is overwhelming. The pill patterns are naturally formed. Perfect. Too perfect. The Foundation Establishment Pill is a second-tier pill, definitely not something produced in our island seas. Even the formula for pill making is hard to collect in the entire island sea. I've also heard that to refine the Foundation Establishment Pill, one must at least be a mid-tier second-grade alchemist. Such a master alchemist hasn't appeared in our island seas for over 100 years. When Li Qingyuan saw the Foundation Establishment Pill, he couldn't help but feel his eyes burning with excitement, his breathing quickening. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, looked around, and saw that all the cultivators present were in a frenzy, all fixated on the Foundation Establishment Pill. He thought, who can keep this Foundation Establishment Pill without a Foundation Establishment cultivator? This isn't the path to Foundation Establishment, it's a bloody storm. In the VIP room, the woman in the purple dress smiled charmingly, her bright eyes showing no sign of temptation from the Foundation Establishment Pill. She chuckled, the bait has finally appeared. Xiaolan, let's go. The maid Xiaolan respectfully bowed and said, yes. Mississippi. The two of them exited the VIP room and quietly left as everyone else was caught up in their frenzy, all staring at the Foundation Establishment Pill while they departed from Liuha City. On the empty street, cultivators were scattered in threes and fours, already not many left. Maid Xiaolan asked, Miss, are we leaving now? Don't we want to see who gets the Foundation Establishment Pill? The woman in the purple dress, wise and discerning, smiled enigmatically and said, we have more important matters to attend to. This show is coming to an end. The woman in purple instructed, tell Uncle Air, also send a message to Zhou Kuei and Baihong Island. Inform them that the opportunity to fish in troubled waters has arrived. Xiaolan respectfully replied, yes, once we leave Liuha City, I will immediately contact Second Master using the sound transmission jade talisman. Li Qingyuan's eyelids twitched wildly, thinking, should I leave now? Staying here is too dangerous. But I have an exchange for the illusory god-eye technique. Li Qingyuan pondered, forget it. After the auction ends, I'll persuade Grandpa Patriarch to stick with me in Liuha City, draw talismans, sell talismans, and just lay low for a month or two. A mere auction in Tsushan has seen the appearance of robbers. This time, with the Foundation Establishment Pill appearing, there will definitely be robbers. That's why staying in Liuha Island was the safest. Lu Yunming said loudly, dear friends, as everyone knows, a low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill can enhance the probability of Foundation Establishment by 20%. A genuine Foundation Establishment Pill can enhance it by 40%, and the legendary high-quality Foundation Establishment Pill can enhance it by 60%. Why does the Foundation Establishment Pill drive people crazy? Because its effects are powerful, greatly increasing the probability of Foundation Establishment. Also, after taking it, even if one fails, the Foundation Establishment Pill protects the heart pulse, preventing the spiritual pulse from being destroyed and falling into madness, thus preserving life and cultivation. Lu Yunming announced, this is a low-grade Foundation Establishment Pill, which can enhance the probability of Foundation Establishment by 20%. All Qi Refinement Stage 10 cultivators gasped, enhanced by 20%. At that moment, Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li were also moved. Zhou Li exclaimed, Father, I can't believe there's actually a Foundation Establishment Pill at this auction. Zhou Kuei sneered, the 5 major Foundation Establishment immortal clans are colluding, intermarrying, and sharing interests. Internally, they join forces to suppress all major factions, Qi refinement families, and talented loose cultivators, supporting robbers and thieves to act in the dark, seizing most of the spiritual veins on the islands. Externally, the 5 families jointly control the only teleportation array, blocking other forces from entering the Xiangua cultivation world beneath the 5 major Foundation Establishment immortal clans. The 5 families control the teleportation array but can send cultivators to Xiangua to exchange for Foundation Establishment Pills and then return. It's not surprising that they possess Foundation Establishment Pills. Zhou Li said, Father, I I remember you said that this teleportation array is singular once you leave. You can only risk crossing the Tianyin mountain range to return. Zhou Kuei nodded. That's right. This is what Mr. Imo told me. Precisely because crossing the Tianyin mountain range is a life-and-death situation, strong cultivators in the Xiangua cultivation world rarely risk coming to our island seas. And because it is extremely difficult to bring back Foundation establishment pills, almost a life-and-death situation, Foundation establishment cultivators from the 5 major immortal clans are indeed scarce. Zhou Li understood. So that's how it is. Zhou Kuei instructed, since we are here, you should also bid during the auction. Remember, once the price reaches 10,000 spirit stones, do not continue bidding. Since we are here, let's put on a full show. Zhou Li nodded. Son understands. Lu Yunming announced loudly. The low-grade Foundation establishment pill starts at 8,000 spirit stones, with each bid not lower than 100. Dear friends, please place your bids. Li Qingyuan clicked his tongue. 8,000 spirit stones. That's so expensive. Truly worthy of the Foundation establishment pill. With this price, how many loose cultivators, how many factions, and Qi refinement families could only retreat? However, even with a starting bid of 8,000 spirit stones, someone immediately called out a bid. 8,000 spirit stones, 8,100 spirit stones, 8,500 spirit stones. Soon, someone shouted, I bid 9,000 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan thought, is that voice Zhao Tu? This old man, selling various talisman drawing methods and his lifetime's research into Quasa's second-tier talisman inheritance jade slips, was indeed risking it all to seize the Foundation establishment pill and push for Foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan was momentarily stunned as the bidding price for the Foundation establishment pill continued to soar. Zhao Tu's voice grew somewhat frantic as he said, I bid 11,000 spirit stones. Hiss. With this price, many first-rate families, first-rate factions, and first-rate merchant associations had to stop helplessly. Of course, there were still a few factions that stubbornly clung on, continuously bidding at this point. The remaining few were unwilling to give up. That a family head gritted his teeth and said, 11,500 spirit stones. A merchant association leader bid 12,000 spirit stones. The family head took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and snorted, You guys are ruthless. I withdraw. The other 2 or 3 hesitated for a moment and reluctantly said, All right, I withdraw too. I'm out of the bidding as well. In the VIP room, Zhao Tu's eyes were bloodshot, feeling the heat rising in him, and shouted, 13,000 spirit stones. Directly raising the bid by 1,000 spirit stones. After he shouted, his body softened, leaning back on the bench, thinking, 13,000 spirit stones. I've sold all my properties, sold the talisman inheritance, and used all the spirit stones I've accumulated over the years, all in this. For the Foundation establishment pill, I even sold my only first-tier top-quality talisman brush. If I still fail, I can only accept my fate. With this price announced, the venue fell silent. Lu Yunming announced, Dear friends, is there anyone else who wishes to bid? 13,000 spirit stones for the first time, 13,000 spirit stones for the second time. 13,000 spirit stones for the third time. Ding. Lu Yunming struck the bronze gong and announced loudly, Congratulations to Taoist Zhao Tu for winning the Foundation establishment pill. The Lu family of Luha Island wishes Taoist friend eternal prosperity in the immortal path and a successful Foundation establishment. Zhao Tu suddenly stood up, overwhelmed with joy. Ha! I've won it. I've won it. The Foundation establishment pill is mine. Li Qingyuan twitched his mouth. This Lu Yunming is indeed not a good person, specifically mentioning Zhao Tu's name and congratulating him on his eternal prosperity in the immortal path and successful Foundation establishment. Isn't this cursing him to die a terrible death? Lu Yunming said loudly, Friends who have won items, please come to the back to trade spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan slowly stood up and headed to the back. In the back, several latest-stage Qi refining cultivators were receiving guests, exchanging money for goods. Lu Yunming personally dealt with Zhao Tu, receiving 13,000 spirit stones and handing the Foundation establishment pill to Zhao Tuesday. The one dealing with Li Qingyuan was a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator. He handed over 3,000 spirit stones and received the incomplete book on the eye technique, illusory divine eye technique. Zhao Tu spoke up, Taoist Lu, may I ask if I can rent a spiritual vein cave in Luha City to stay for a while? Lu Yunming decisively refused. Taoist Zhao, You should know that attempting to establish a foundation requires a large amount of spiritual energy, which can damage the spiritual vein, especially a first-tier spiritual vein, which is of insufficient grade. If you attempt to establish a foundation here, it will cause our Lu He's underground first-tier superior spiritual vein to drop in grade. This kind of loss is almost equivalent to a low-grade foundation establishment pill. Zhao Tu hurriedly said, Taoist Lu, I will definitely offer over 10,000 spirit stones as compensation another day. Is that acceptable? Lu Yunming refused. Taoist Zhao, my Lu family has a rule that no one is allowed to attempt to establish a foundation in Luha City or affect the spiritual vein. This is an ironclad rule established by the ancestors. Please do not make it difficult for me. Zhao Tu was about to speak. Lu Yunming waved his hand. Please leave, Taoist Zhao. Alas. Zhao Tu sighed deeply and left the auction helplessly. Lu Yunming watched Zhao Tu walk away, a cold smile appearing in his eyes, as if looking at a dead man. After Li Qingyuan exchanged for the illusory divine secret method, he turned and left. Upon exiting the auction, Li Qingyuan took several twists and turns, removed his disguise, and then returned to the the guest room. Li Qingyuan looked out the window at Luha City and thought to himself, it seems calm and peaceful, but in reality, dark currents are surging. The slaughter has begun. Chapter 52. The robbers have already exposed themselves. A quarter of an hour later, Li Guangao also returned to the inn. Qingyuan, how many talismans did you sell? Li Qingyuan shook his head. I only made about 30 spirit stones. Most cultivators above mid-stage qi refining went to the auction, and only a few early-stage qi refining cultivators are wandering the streets. Li Guangao smiled. Haha, there's no need to be discouraged. Although the exchange meeting and auction have ended, let's not rush to go home. That it's rare to come to Luha City. Let's take a good stroll, draw more talismans to sell, and earn some spirit stones. Li Guangao sighed lightly. In order to buy the pure yang sword talisman drawing method, both the family stock and the spirit stones I've saved over the years have been exhausted. And Li Guangao's expression changed as he said, after the auction ended, various groups hurriedly left, and many latest-stage qi refining masters departed in succession. I feel a deep sense of unease. It seems that without Li Qingyuan bringing it up, the clan leader also sensed the crisis. Indeed, the old are still the shrewdest. Li Qingyuan nodded. The clan leader is right. We should lie low and draw talismans to sell, earning spirit stones. So, the grandfather and grandson went out to buy more talisman drawing materials and closed themselves off in the inn to draw talismans. Luha City, the city lord's mansion. In the hall, the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans gathered 10 latest-stage qi refining experts. Among the 10 was Lu Yunming from the Lu family. Lu Yunming smiled and said, Friends, it's still the old rule. Take this opportunity to resolve the issues of each family's islands, as well as the nearby small islands with latest-stage qi refining cultivators and talented cultivators who are qualified to attempt foundation establishment. That a representative of the Xuanqi Island Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan smiled slightly and said, Brother Lu, I don't understand your words. Isn't their death all due to the vicious robbers? What does that have to do with us? Lu Yunming was taken aback, then laughed and said, Haha, indeed, the robbers have already exposed themselves. Everyone exchanged glances and laughed heartily. In the next second, the representatives of the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans, along with the 10 latest-stage qi refining experts, all changed their appearances. Lu Yunming spoke, action, whoosh, whoosh. Lu Yunming and another latest-stage qi refining expert shot out, flying with swords as fast as lightning, out of Luha City. As soon as they reached outside the city, 2 9th-layer qi refining and 2 8th-layer qi refining cultivators appeared, pointing in a certain direction and saying, Zhao Tu has gone this way. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li have returned to the Zhou family. After changing his appearance, Lu Yunming transformed into a 50-year-old man and ordered, Do not pay attention to Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li. They will have their own robbers to deal with. Our target is Zhao Tuesday. Kill Zhao Tu and retrieve the foundation establishment pill. This foundation establishment pill belongs to my Lu family. No one can take it away. Everyone responded in unison, understood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of 6, 2 latest-stage qi refining, 2 9th-layer, and 2 8th-layer. Such a lineup is enough to kill Zhao Tu, making them invincible below foundation establishment. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li, 1 fully realized latest-stage qi refining and 1 8th-layer, were flying on the family's only flying artifact, consuming spirit stones to fly. Whoosh! Suddenly, a cold light shot through the air, arriving in an instant. Zhou Kuei pinched a sword formula, and the flying sword of the artifact whistled out, repelling the incoming person's artifact with a clang, saying calmly, "Black Mountain Bandit, G. I, Zhou Kuei, have been waiting for you for a long time. Hee hee, Zhou Kuei, today a year from now will be the death anniversary for you and your son." The incoming person was burly, dressed in a black robe, with a black gold eagle tattooed on him. 3 members of the Black Mountain Bandits appeared, 1 latest stage chi refining and 2 8th-layer chi refining. The leader of the Black Mountain Bandits, fully realized latest stage chi refining, was not weaker than Zhou Kuei. This person was named Ji Yu, looking over 50, with bulging muscles, a fierce appearance, and a cold smile as he said, "After you killed Zhou Li, you came to assist me." Upon hearing this, the two nodded. "Yes, Chief." Ji Yu shouted, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Yu charged out first, his tooth-shaped artifact resembling a saber, bursting forth, unleashing his full latest stage chi refining power, directly attacking Zhou Kuei. Zhou Kuei activated his cultivation, and the flying sword of his artifact rushed out, hitting Ji Yu's artifact. The two engaged in a battle, exchanging various spells and talismans. On Zhou Li's side, he was being attacked by 2 8th-layer chi refining cultivators from both sides, fighting while retreating, slowly distancing himself from the area. Ji Yu coldly laughed. "Zhou Kuei, your son is doomed. I'm going to take over your Zhou family's spiritual vein." Zhou Kuei stood on the flying artifact, controlling the sword with both hands, the sword light whistling, blocking Ji Yu's various killing moves, calmly saying, "Ji Yu, do you really think that your Ji family has served the Liu family for generations and can change your fate? No, you're wrong. Either your descendants will be completely wiped out, or the Liu family will hold you accountable." Zhou Kuei said, "No, you have no chance left. From now on, the Black Mountain Bandits will be completely eradicated." From the nearby mountains and forests, 2 screams echoed. Someone cried out in despair, "Demon cultivator, demon cultivator. Is it a demon cultivator? Don't kill me, please." Ji Yu's expression changed. Old 8, old 9. The Black Mountain Bandits had a total of 12 leaders, all latest stage chi refining experts, gathered with numerous bandit cultivators, notorious for their murders and thefts. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of light flew in. One was Zhou Li, and the other was a cultivator wearing a dark red mask, dressed in red, exuding a bloody aura. The red-clad demon cultivator waved his hands, throwing 2 latest stage chi refining cultivators to the ground, sealing their spiritual power with sealing talismans, heavily injured. But not killed. Ji Yu looked at the red-clad demon cultivator and saw the hands of the other party, his pupils constricting. The newcomer had dark red hands, flowing silver patterns, and a pervasive blood aura, fierce, dangerous, and filled with killing intent. Ji Yu exclaimed in disbelief, "It's you, the Bloodhand Butcher." The Bloodhand Butcher, one of the notorious demon cultivators in the Island Sea, was as infamous and powerful as Ji Yu, the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Kuei, Zhou Li, and the Bloodhand Butcher blocked Ji Yu's path, surrounding him from 3 sides. Ji Yu's expression changed drastically. "Bloodhand Butcher, I am working for the Liu family. Can you spare me and not interfere in this matter?" The Bloodhand Butcher's voice was cold behind the mask. "The Liu family, huh? Using the name of the Foundation Establishment Celestial Clan to pressure me. Ji Yu, you won't escape death today." Zhou Kuei declared loudly. "Form the formation." Boom, boom, boom. Zhou Kuei, the Bloodhand Butcher, and Zhou Li simultaneously circulated their spiritual power, executing a certain combined attack formation, working together seamlessly. Their combat power multiplied several times. Kill. Zhou Kuei and Zhou Li flew out on their swords to attack. The Bloodhand Butcher used his Demon Cultivator's blood technique, engaging in close combat with his refined body, his hands comparable to high-grade first-tier artifacts. The silver patterns flowing on his dark red hands like blades. Extremely dangerous. Yu was furious, counterattacking with all his strength, wanting to break through the formation. Unfortunately, Zhou Kuei alone, as the head of the Zhou family, was not weaker than him at all, with the Bloodhand Butcher, a 10th-layer refined body expert, and a demon cultivator with cunning means, and Zhou Li providing support, the 3 of them executing the combined attack formation were unmatched except by Foundation Establishment cultivators. Thus, Ji Yu's defeat was inevitable. After 7 or 8 exchanges, Ji who was pierced in the left leg by the Bloodhand Butcher's blood hands, heavily injured in his heart meridian by Zhou Kuei, and had a ceiling. Talisman stuck to him by Zhou Li. Ji whose expression changed. What are you? What are you going to do? Not just him. Even his 2 brothers were captured but not killed. Ji who looked at the Bloodhand Butcher, his expression changing. You, a demon cultivator, why are you cooperating with Zhou Kuei, and why is your combined attack formation so seamless? Could it be that you are from the Zhou family? Haha, Zhou Kuei laughed. Congratulations, Ji Dazangjia, you guessed correctly. The prize is to turn you into nourishment to nourish the Zhou family's spiritual veins. Zhou Kuei waved his hand, and spiritual power enveloped Jihu, old 8, and old 9, drawing them onto a flying artifact, then looked at the Bloodhand Butcher and said, Second. Brother, the spiritual veins advancement is at a critical moment. The more cultivators, the better, especially latest-stage chi refining ones. The Bloodhand Butcher cupped his hands and said, Eldest brother, don't worry, there will definitely be cultivators sent later. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the Bloodhand Butcher turned and left. Zhou Kuei took out a blanket from his storage bag, covering Ji Hu and his brothers, then threw dozens of spirit stones into the flying artifact, and the father and son rushed back to their family at full speed. Zhou Kuei stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze deep. The 5 major foundation establishment celestial clans, I must thank you for orchestrating this chaos, allowing my Zhou family to take this opportunity to accelerate the advancement of our spiritual veins. Hehe. Chapter 053. Cultivating the illusory God Eye Technique. Completing the technique. After the auction, the entire island sea had turned into chaos, with cultivators fighting everywhere. Robbers, demon cultivators, the 5 major foundation establishment celestial clans, various bandit cultivators, first-rate forces, and loose cultivators. Cultivators continued to battle and kill each other. Among these battles, Zhao Tu was the most brutal. Zhao Tu was practically a walking foundation establishment pill. Wherever he went, fighting ensued. Old Zhao, hand over the foundation establishment pill, and I will spare your life. Hand over the foundation establishment pill, hand over the talisman inheritance. Kill. Zhao Tu fought his way through, completely going mad, his white hair cascading down, his gray robe tattered, revealing a set of soft inner armor, which emitted spiritual light. Defending against attacks from various cultivators and blocking their artifacts, Zhao Tu, aged in his 80s or 90s, had a fierce look, his eyes bloodshot, holding talismans in both hands, bombarding his way through, shouting to the sky, those who block me will die. Pure Yang Sword Talisman. Bang bang bang. The Pure Yang Sword Talisman, a top-grade first-tier talisman, activated 7 or 8 pieces, transforming into several dozen-foot-long sword chi soaring across the sky, each strike equivalent to a full-force attack from a 10th-layer chi refining cultivator. Quick dodge. This old guy has gone crazy. Damn it, this old guy is even wearing a set of top-grade first-tier inner armor, making it hard for even 10th-layer chi refining cultivators to break through. No wonder he's one of the 3 major quasi-second-tier talisman masters in the island. See, this Pure Yang Sword Talisman is indeed formidable. Zhao Tu activated his inner armor for defense, waved his hands, and threw various top-grade first-tier talismans, bombarding wildly, carving out a bloody path, flying away on his sword. The cultivators behind him were fiercely chasing after him. Chase, stay on him, don't let him escape. No matter how many talismans he has, they will eventually run out. Even with top-grade first-tier inner armor, if we all swarm him, we can still heavily injure Zhao Tu's day. Everyone chased after Zhao Tu, quickly disappearing. Soon, 6 figures appeared, led by Lu Yunming, who was disguised and using a face-changing technique. Lu Yunming frowned. This old guy is really hard to kill. One person echoed, yeah, with a top-grade first-tier inner armor, even 10th-layer chi refining experts find it hard to break through. Not to mention, first-tier low-grade and mid-grade talismans are practically worthless. He can casually throw dozens or hundreds of them, and their explosive power is considerable. Especially with so many top-grade first-tier talismans, they can severely injure us. Lu Yunming pondered. This old guy could even draw second-tier low-grade runes, but since he hasn't cultivated his divine sense, he can't complete the final step, which is why he is stuck here. However, the foundation of a top-grade first-tier talisman master is still astonishing. Cousin, what should we do? One person asked. Lu Yunming's expression was calm. He chuckled and made a hand sign, an artifact swirling around him, its sharpness piercing to the bone, the spiritual pressure making people feel alarmed. Everyone was shocked. Isn't this one of the two major artifacts of the family head? Haha, with this second-tier artifact, breaking through a top-grade first-tier inner armor is a piece of cake. Lu Yunming instructed, follow the other cultivators. Let them first exhaust Zhao Tu's talismans, and we will just reap the benefits. Everyone nodded, yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group flew out on their swords, maintaining distance while pursuing. In the depths of the dense forest, 3 cultivators revealed their figures. 2 people, 1 man and 1 woman, an old couple, both appearing to be over 50, floated in the air. With swords in hand, the leading figure, without the aid of any magical artifacts, directly used spiritual energy to fly in the air. Flying in the air is a skill possessed only by those at the Foundation establishment stage. The mysterious middle-aged man at Foundation establishment chuckled. Heh, since the Lu family wants to act as the mantis catching cicadas, we shall be the yellow sparrow. The old man respectfully said, Senior, your wisdom is unmatched. The Lu family has oppressed us for a long time. Their cultivators should become nourishment for our spiritual veins. TSK, 2 at the 10th level of Qi refinement, 2 at the 9th level, and 2 at the 8th level. Draining their spiritual energy will be a huge boost for the spiritual veins. Whoosh! A paper crane flew in and landed in the hand of the mysterious middle-aged man at Foundation establishment. His expression changed slightly, meowie. Seeing this, the middle-aged couple respectfully asked, Senior, what has happened? The middle-aged man at Foundation establishment regained his composure and said, No worries, I will be going out for a while. Zhao Tu and the cultivators of the Lu family will be left to you too. Is that all right? The couple nodded. Of course, please rest assured, Senior. Good. The middle-aged man at Foundation establishment floated in the air, suddenly accelerating and disappearing like a streak of light. The female cultivator frowned and said, Husband, can we manage with just the 2 of us? The male cultivator replied calmly, Don't worry. I have already sent a message to my second sister. She will arrive within a month. Moreover, the target is in the open while we are in the dark. When they have both suffered, we can reap the benefits and strike decisively. Illusory Divine Eye Technique. At the Guanshan Lake Inn, a small independent courtyard. This is where Li Qingyuan and the others temporarily reside. In the evening, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a jade slip to his forehead, infusing it with spiritual consciousness, and began to comprehend the eye technique. The illusory divine eye has 3 levels. Cultivation requirement. Must have developed spiritual consciousness, with a minimum cultivation level of 4th level Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan had already met this requirement. The first level, once achieved, increases eyesight 10-fold, making a 1,000-meter distance clear at a glance. The second level, once achieved, can break illusions and illusionary techniques. It can dispel illusions and techniques below the first-tier premium level, unaffected by falsehoods. The third level, once achieved, can condense spiritual consciousness with Qi refinement cultivation, possessing Foundation establishment level spiritual consciousness. After half an hour of comprehending the cultivation method, Li Qingyuan put away the jade slip and said, It's still too early to condense spiritual consciousness. The priority is to achieve the first level and enhance my eyesight. The cultivation method for the first level of the illusory divine eye is as follows. The liver opens to the eyes. The liver receives blood and can see. Use one's own spiritual energy to nourish the liver and gallbladder, allowing the energies of the liver and gallbladder to circulate in the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian and foot Jian liver meridian, and let the energies flow to the eyes, nourishing them to enhance eyesight. Li Qingyuan exclaimed. So that's how it is. The cultivation method for the first level perfectly aligns with traditional Chinese medicine. After saying this, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, operating the De Chun Gong internally, causing the spiritual energy in his dantian to flow, infusing it into the liver and gallbladder to strengthen their energies. Then, the spiritual energy slowly guided the energies of the liver and gallbladder to circulate in the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian and foot Jian liver meridian, converging in his eyes, using these energies to nourish them. While nourishing the eyes, he needed to use spiritual consciousness as a guide, internally observing his own meridians and the fine meridians and blood vessels in his eyeballs, ensuring precision to avoid harming himself. This is why the cultivation requirement is to develop spiritual consciousness, allowing for internal observation of the meridians without harming the eyes. The difficulty of cultivating the first level of the illusory eye technique is not high. In just one night, Li Qingyuan entered the first level and learned the basics. Buzz buzz. In the mysterious space of Xianpin, a shadow reappeared, and the shining points of the meridians within the shadow's body, as well as the points in the eyes, emerged one by one. The revealed diagram of meridian operation not only contained the methods for the first and second levels, but also the missing cultivation heart method and key points for the third level. Li Qingyuan carefully observed and memorized the meridian operation diagram. The first level is not difficult to complete, but for the second level, it requires the use of first-tier upper-grade would attribute spiritual herbs as assistance. There should be some for sale in Liu's city. I can buy some. Li Qingyuan showed excitement. The third level is truly difficult, but the rewards are substantial. To condensed spiritual consciousness with qi refinement cultivation not only enhances combat power, but also increases the success rate of foundation establishment. Chapter 054. The Pure Yang Sword Rune is completed, a first-class top-grade rune master. Time flies, and a month has passed in the blink of an eye. Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan have spent an entire month in Liu's city drawing runes, selling runes, and cultivating, waiting for the outside world to calm down. One day, in their independent courtyard, Li Qingyuan is drawing runes. With a first-class top-grade rune brush, first-class top-grade rune ink, and first-class top-grade rune paper materials, Li Qingyuan picks up the brush and begins to draw. The rune paper is about 1 foot long and 3 inches wide, and he must not pause for even a moment. It needs to be completed in one breath. Mysterious runes are drawn out, leaping onto the paper, continuously absorbing the spiritual power from within Li Qingyuan's body, while the runes also swallow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, enhancing their spiritual might. When the final stroke is completed, the runes hum, drawing the spiritual power of heaven and earth to converge and sealing it within the rune paper. At this moment, Li Guangao, who is watching from the side, has his eyes shining and joyfully exclaims, "The high-quality turtle shell rune is done. Qingyuan, your talent in rune path is truly extraordinary." Li Qingyuan smiles. For an entire month, he has been researching new rune paper. For first-class top-grade turtle shell runes, he studies for 1 hour, 2 hours, each day. For first-class top-grade pure yang sword runes, he studies for 2 hours, 4 hours, each day. Li Guangao sighs alas. It seems that the patriarch's talent for drawing runes is indeed quite average. A month has passed, and not a single turtle shell rune has been successfully drawn. As for the first-class top-grade pure yang sword rune, I fear I will never be able to master it in this lifetime. Li Qingyuan chuckles. Here, patriarch grandfather. This turtle shell rune is a gift for your protection. Hearing this, Li Guangao squints his eyes and smiles. Really? This is a high-quality turtle shell rune? It can withstand a full-force strike from a 9th-level qi refining expert. Li Qingyuan replies, "This is my filial gift to you. Please accept it." Li Guangao takes the rune paper and feels greatly comforted. Not bad, not bad. Good child, I haven't spoiled you for nothing these years. Since that's the case, I will accept it. Li Guangao happily puts away the turtle shell rune. High-quality rune paper is quite hard to come by. In fact, besides one high-quality turtle shell rune, Li Guangao also has a few genuine quality turtle shell runes gifted by Li Qingyuan. In the 7th level of qi refining, this little old man is already invincible. Against an 8th level qi refining cultivator, he can still fight back with the rune paper for several rounds. Li Qingyuan takes out first-class top-grade rune ink, first-class top-grade rune paper materials, and holds the first-class top-grade rune brush. He takes a deep breath to adjust himself and starts to draw runes. Li Guangao stands by watching and thinks to himself. Over the past month, Qingyuan has consumed 5 or 6 sheets of materials daily, studying for more than 2 hours each day. However, first-class top-grade rune paper is truly a chasm for rune masters, a qualitative change. First-class top-grade rune paper is incredibly difficult to draw. At this rune master exchange meeting, the 5 major islands of the sea and 36 island rune masters gathered, with industry elites present, yet there are only 7 or 8 first-class top-grade rune masters. Among these 7 or 8, there are also 3 quasi-second-class rune masters, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zheng. Through this exchange, Li Guangao realizes that being able to become a first-class top-grade rune master is quite a feat for him, who has come from a wild path and explored on his own. However, after a month of exploration and study, he feels that, given his talent, he is hopelessly unable to draw first-class top-grade rune paper in this lifetime. Li Guangao looks at Li Qingyuan drawing runes and thinks, however, with Qingyuan's talent, give him a few years, and he might be able to draw the pure Yang sword rune. After he fails, I will comfort him. I can't let him lose confidence in drawing runes. Alas, my grandson's talent is too strong, which is also a kind of trouble. This kid has never faced failure or experienced setbacks since he started learning to draw runes. Buzz. The next moment, the flow of spiritual energy from heaven and earth awakens Li Guangao. From all directions, within a radius of several zhang, the spiritual power of heaven and earth flows, and the pure yang energy from the great sun gathers around the independent courtyard, infusing into the rune paper. Boom! The rune paper's spiritual energy vibrates, and the power of the runes manifests, forcibly sealing the pure yang energy. A domineering and scorching sword energy is sealed within the rune paper, making the runes full of spirituality. Li Guangao is dumbfounded. It worked! It worked! This is it. As soon as Li Qingyuan completes the stroke, the rune paper is successfully created. In the mysterious space, a shadow draws the rune paper. It is indeed the pure yang sword rune. Each stroke and each line perfectly executed, as if drawn by a master of the rune path himself. Every stroke, every step, every rune, every twist of the brush is just right, exquisite to the extreme, making Li Qingyuan mesmerized and gaining immense benefits. If Zhao Tu's guidance is full of craftsmanship, following a script, and very methodical, then the guidance in the mysterious space is like the original creator of the rune paper itself drawing it. It is ethereal and simple at the same time. Li Qingyuan thinks, it was a stroke of luck to succeed once. If there were no guidance from the mysterious space, I don't know how long it would take to succeed next time. With guidance from the mysterious space, my rune drawing skills will soon enter a phase of rapid improvement. Mastering the pure yang sword rune is just a matter of time. Li Guangao laughs heartily. Haha, Qingyuan, you did it. You did it. Li Qingyuan excitedly nods and says, yes, patriarch grandfather, from now on, our Li clan will have its own first-class top-grade rune master. Li Qingyuan continues, patriarch grandfather. It's getting late today, let us rest for the night and return home early tomorrow morning. Li Guangao nods. All right, during this time, we have earned over 100 spirit stones and gained the methods for drawing the turtle shell rune and the pure yang sword rune. This trip was indeed worthwhile. It has been a month since the auction ended, and the islands and the sea must have calmed down by now. Tomorrow morning, we'll set off for home. Li Guangao says, Qingyuan, you should rest early. Li Qingyuan shakes his head and says, no, I still want to draw a few more runes. After saying this, Li Qingyuan picks up the brush and continues to draw the pure yang sword rune. While observing the drawing method in the mysterious space, he draws the runes of the pure yang sword. Bang! The rune paper self-destructs. It turns out that the last success was indeed a stroke of luck. This time, following the guidance from the mysterious space, he also failed. Huff. Li Qingyuan exhales a long breath and takes out a few spirit stones to sit down and refine them, restoring his spiritual power and spiritual consciousness. After 15 minutes, Li Qingyuan continues to draw runes. Bang! Failure. Buzz. Success. The pure yang sword rune, first-class top-grade rune paper, consumes a great deal of spiritual consciousness and spiritual power. He can only draw 2 or 3 times each time before needing to sit down and recover. With his mid-chi refining cultivation, drawing first-class top-grade rune paper is indeed a shortcoming. Bang! Failure. Bang! Failure. Buzz. Success. Bang! Failure. Soon, it is late at night. After 10 attempts, he has succeeded in drawing 2 runes, a success rate of barely 20%, including the first successful one. Li Qingyuan now has a total of 3 pure yang sword runes. Li Guangao joyfully exclaims, Qingyuan, you've just started, and your success rate is already 20%. In a year or so, the success rate will surely break 50%. With first-class top-grade rune paper by our side, our Li clan will no longer fear even second-rate chi refining families. As long as we remain low-key for 20 or 30 years and develop quietly, in 30 years, with you at the helm, our Li clan will surely become a first-rate chi refining family. Li Qingyuan nods. Yes, we will develop cautiously for 30 years and then amaze everyone. Li Guangao. Here, patriarch grandfather, I present you with a pure yang sword rune. Li Guangao laughs broadly. Oh, you, this child, you are just too filial. Haha, the clan leader has taken it. Chapter 055. Zhao Tu on the run from pursuers. Zhao Tu, you old turtle, everyone has underestimated you. Lu Yunming was furious, covered in dirt, his whole body emanating black energy, his skin charred black. Lu Yunming scolded, "You old bastard. Not only do you possess a first-tier top-grade inner armor, but you also master talisman array techniques. You broke out of a deadly situation and even killed 2 of my subordinates." Zhao Tu's chest heaved, breathing heavily, his hair disheveled, looking very disheveled. With his cheek cut by a flying sword, and the inner armor on his body slashed open, blood flowing profusely. Zhao Tu's eyes burned with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Yunming, what a fine Lu family, a hypocritical foundational cultivation immortal clan. You actually disguised yourself as a bandit to hunt me down, trying to take back the foundational cultivation pill. If this matter is exposed, countless cultivators in the sea region could drown your Lu family with a single spit each." Lu Yunming was caught off guard by the talisman array technique and was injured. His disguise technique was broken, revealing his true appearance. Lu Yunming sneered, "Old bastard Zhao Tu, you have no chance left. Kill him." As soon as Lu Yunming finished speaking, the other 3 immediately summoned their magical artifacts, preparing to join forces to kill Zhao Tuesday, including Lu Yunming. There were 2 at the 10th level of Qi refinement, 1 at the 9th level, and 1 at the 8th level. Originally, there were 6 people, but Zhao Tu had counterattacked using the talisman array technique, instantly killing 2, while the other 4 were either heavily or lightly injured. Zhao Tu pressed his hand against his chest. His first-tier top-grade inner armor was damaged. With a crack from the slash, the sword wound almost injuring his heart vein, and his ribs were broken. He stared fiercely at the magical artifact in Lu Yunming's hand, filled with resentment. Second-tier magical artifact. If it weren't for the second-tier magical artifact in Lu Yunming's hand, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Lu Yunming activated the magical artifact and said harshly, "Zhao Tu, die." Clang. The second-tier magical artifact was activated, and the flying sword pierced through the sky. The incredibly sharp sword energy could break any late-stage Qi refinement cultivator's killing move, turning into a streak of light aimed directly at Zhao Tuesday. At the same time, the other 3 moved simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 streaks of light shot out from the nearby dense forest, launching a surprise attack on Lu Yunming and another 10th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Lu Yunming's expression changed. Enemy attack. Buzz. A first-tier top-grade defense talisman paper activated on Lu Yunming's body, blocking the enemy's attack. The second-tier magical artifact was summoned back, hovering in front of him as he shouted, "Who is it?" The other 10th-level Qi refinement cultivator did the same, activating his defense talisman paper, a first-tier top-grade talisman protecting his body, deflecting the flying sword that attacked from the opponent. 2 figures flew out, waving their hands, launching a barrage of 10 to 20 first-tier top-grade talismans, attacking Lu Yunming and his 3 companions. Lu Yunming was furious, seeking death, breaking spirit sword technique. Boom. The Lu family's clan spell was unleashed, infused into the second-tier magical artifact, sweeping across with 10 zhong of sword energy, shattering and annihilating the talismans. A man and a woman, both over 50, chuckled. Lu Yunming of the Lu family, TSK, colluding with the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, disguising as a bandit to ambush old Zhao. If this matter is known by the Sea region cultivators, it would provoke public outrage, and even your Lu family, as a foundational cultivation immortal clan, wouldn't be able to bear it. Beside Lu Yunming, another 10th-level Qi refinement cultivator was the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, a sworn brother of the bandit leader Jiyihu. Gao Chong and Su Hong, how could you be here? Lu Yunming frowned, sensing the situation was tricky. Baihong Island, one of the 36 islands, is among the more powerful islands, possessing several first-tier spiritual veins. One of them, of top-grade quality, is controlled by the Gao family. Gao Chong and Su Hong are the heads of the Gao family, the family head and his wife, as well as the island master and island mistress of Baihong Island. Both masters who have stepped into the 10th level of Qi refinement for many years. The Gao family of Baihong Island is a top existence among first-rate Qi refinement families. It is said that when they join forces, they are nearly invincible below foundational cultivation. The second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits said softly, "Lu brother, this is troublesome." The 2 of them had consumed more than half of their spiritual power, and the other 9th level and 8th level Qi refinement cultivators were also severely injured. Their combat power greatly diminished. In contrast, Gao Chong and Su Hong were in peak condition, ready to fight. Zhao Tu quickly said, Daoist Gao, Daoist Su. I am willing to offer a foundational cultivation pill in exchange for you to uphold justice for me and the Sea region cultivators. To kill that despicable and shameless Lu Yunming. Gao Chong chuckled and said, rest assured, Zhao Daoist, Lu Yunming colluded with bandits to ambush righteous cultivators. He deserves to be punished. Please wait by the side while my wife and I take the lead. Kill. Gao Chong and Su Hong joined forces, using talisman papers to clear a path, then attacking with their magical artifacts and flying swords towards Lu Yunming and his companions. Lu Yunming's group was injured, with more than half of their spiritual power consumed, naturally being suppressed by Gao Chong and Su Hong, falling to the disadvantage. Lu Yunming gritted his teeth and said, Gao Chong, provoking me will come at a price. After saying that, Lu Yunming took out a bottle of spiritual liquid and swallowed it in one gulp, then threw it to the second-in-command of the Black Mountain Bandits, saying, Ji Bao, catch. Ji Bao took the medicine bottle and looked at it, delighted. 100 years spiritual milk? 100 years spiritual milk, Yuling fruit, is the main ingredient for refining the first-tier, top-grade Yuling pill. Just 1 drop of 100-year spiritual milk can quickly restore a Qi refinement cultivator to peak condition. Therefore, just 1 drop is worth over 100 spirit stones. And it is priceless. Ji Bao laughed heartily. Haha, good stuff. Taking advantage of Lu Yunming holding off 2 opponents, Ji Bao drank a drop of 100-year spiritual milk, his spiritual power surging, rapidly recovering his cultivation. Here, you all drink too. This item can not only restore spiritual power, but also heal all external injuries. With 2 drops left, the 2 cultivators each consumed 1 drop, quickly recovering their cultivation. Lu Yunming's heart bled. If he hadn't been forced into a desperate situation, he wouldn't have been willing to give such good stuff to the other 3. Gao Chong and Su Hong, it's all your fault. Clang. Lu Yunming once again unleashed the breaking spirit sword technique, Tin Zhong of sword energy shattering the void, attacking Gao Chong and Su Hong. Facing Lu Yunming's full power with the second-tier low-grade magical artifact, the couple naturally had to join forces to resist in order to contend. Su Hong waved her hand, launching various talismans, first-tier top-grade and first-tier premium talismans, throwing them out as if they were free, bombarding and once again suppressing Lu Yunming. Lu Yunming was exasperated. How does your Gao family have so many talismans? Your family doesn't have any first-tier premium talisman masters. Gao Chong sneered. You don't need to know. Whoosh. Gao Chong scattered a handful of talisman papers, concealing a deadly scheme. As a certain talisman paper approached Lu Yunming, it suddenly exploded, directly summoning the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to manifest a fire python. Zhao Tu was shocked. Talisman turned fire python. Such spirituality, such power. Is this a second-tier talisman? Lu Yunming's face changed in horror. Second-tier talisman. 3-foot sword barrier. Boom. The second-tier talisman transformed into a fire python, swooping down, unleashing a full-force attack at the early stage of foundational cultivation, shattering the 3-foot sword barrier and hitting Lu Yunming. Puffed. Lu Yunming spat blood, flying backward Tenjiang, crashing into and breaking several large trees, severely injured. He struggled to get up, unable to believe. Second-tier talisman? Besides my Lu family, how could there be second-tier talismans in the Sea region islands? In the Sea region islands, the highest-level talisman masters are only 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters. Without foundational cultivation and foundational spiritual consciousness, they cannot draw second-tier talismans. Gao Chong chuckled and said, Wife, go capture Lu Yunming alive. Leave the other 3 to me. As he spoke, Gao Chong swooped down, unleashing a top-tier flying sword artifact, and various talismans flew out, using his single strength to suppress Ji Bao and his 3 companions. Ji Bao fought while retreating, feeling a desire to withdraw. Su Hong took action, easily overpowering the heavily injured Lu Yunming. If it weren't for the help of a second-tier artifact, Lu Yunming would have already been killed by her. However, given the situation, it was only a matter of time before Lu Yunming was defeated and captured. Zhao Tu noticed this and thought, not good. The situation has reversed in an instant. Whether it's Lu Yunming or Gao Chong, neither side would let me go. However, a cold light flashed in Zhao Tu's eyes. But the reason I escaped here was naturally to have a backup plan. In the next moment, Zhao Tu waved his hand, and an array flag flew out from his storage bag. 8 array flags flew out and were inserted in different directions, and a formation plate broke through the ground from deep below. An array was instantly formed. Everyone was shocked. Not good. There's an array. Zhao Tu flew back Tenjiang, forming hand seals, and laughed loudly. Haha, everyone, taste the might of this killing array of mine. Fire Crow Killing Array, activate. Crack. The formation operated, and a Tenjiang Fire Crow was formed, exuding a terrifying aura not weaker than that of a perfected Qi refinement level 10 cultivator, spewing flames and charging towards Gao Chang and his group. I'll take my leave first. Zhao Tu activated the formation, swallowed a recovery pill, forcibly restored a bit of spiritual power, and immediately flew away on his sword. Gao Chang cursed angrily. Old bastard. Actually set up a formation plate here in advance as a backup. As a first-tier loose cultivator, he could even forsake a first-tier top-tier formation to save his life. Chapter 056. Grandfather and Grandson's Cooperation to Slay Zhao Tu. Gao Chang's expression changed slightly. The power of this formation has already reached the top-tier level, enough to threaten Qi refinement level 10 cultivators. Su Hong gritted her teeth and said, "Husband, we absolutely cannot let Lu Yunming and the others escape. Otherwise, the anger of the Foundation Establishment Immortal clan will be something the Gao family cannot bear." Gao Chang nodded. Fortunately, the Qin family's predecessor provided us with a lot of top-tier talismans. No matter the cost, we must kill those four. Brother, little sister is here to help you. A beautiful middle-aged woman in her 40s rushed in, entering the killing array. Behind her were two burly cultivators, both at Qi refinement level 8. Dad, Mom, we're here. Two middle-aged men, who looked similar, both at Qi refinement level 8, were the twin sons of Gao Chang and Su Hong. Gao Chang laughed heartily. Haha, good timing. Capture Lu Yunming and the others alive. Gao Chang's sister used a top-tier talisman to battle the Fire Crow in the killing array, holding off the formation. Su Hong, single-handedly defeating Lu Yunming, knocked away the second-tier artifact in his hand and used a top-tier binding spirit net to capture Lu Yunming alive. To be safe, she also used a sealing talisman to seal the spiritual power in him. A second-tier artifact, a good treasure. Su Hong was exhilarated as she seized the second-tier artifact. On the other side, Gao Chang unleashed his perfected Qi refinement level 10 power, suppressing Ji Bao, and with the combination of various talismans, struck him heavily, capturing him alive. Soon, the last two cultivators, one at Qi refinement level 9 and one at Qi refinement level 8, were also captured. In the end, Gao Chang held the second-tier artifact, infused it with spiritual power, and unleashed a powerful sword aura that shattered the Fire Crow and broke the formation. Gao Chang collected the formation plate, gathered the 8 array flags, and laughed. The era belonging to my Gao family is about to begin. A second-tier artifact, a top-tier killing array, and 2 Qi refinement level 10 cultivators. This trip was not in vain. The elderly Su Hong said, "Husband, capturing Zhao Tu will make this trip truly complete." Gao Chang nodded and said, "Second sister, Huer, Yinner, use sacks to wrap up Lu Yunming and the others, and immediately return to Baihong Island to hand them over to Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu, named Qinyu, has been secretly helping the Gao family to advance their spiritual veins over the years." Gao Chang's sister nodded. "Yes, elder brother." The second sister of the Gao family and the 2 sons nodded, using sacks to wrap Lu Yunming and the others, and drove their flying swords away from Lu Ho Island, returning to Baihong Island. "Madam Chase," Gao Chang said coldly, "we will scour Lu Ha Island to catch up with Zhao Tu and seize the Foundation Establishment pills and second-tier talisman inheritance." Gao Chang and Su Hong flew out on their swords, using tracking spells to capture traces along the way. During the time they captured Lu Yunming and the others and broke through the Fire Crow killing array, Zhao Tu had already fled desperately, not caring about his consumption, flying dozens of miles away. Therefore, tracking the traces along the way became somewhat laborious and time-consuming. On the other side, Zhao Tu fled desperately, flying low on his sword, constantly coughing up blood and taking pills to replenish his spiritual power. "Lu Yunming, once I step into the Foundation Establishment stage, I will make your Lu family pay blood for blood." Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Tu coughed blood, forcibly circulating his energy, flying on his sword. "The Fire Crow killing array won't hold them for long. I must escape quickly," Zhao Tu thought. Now, a month has passed. The surroundings of Lu Ha City should have calmed down, and various forces and robbers should have moved far away. Yes, returning to Lu Ha City is the safest option. Within Lu Ha City, whether it's Lu Yunming or Gao Chang and his wife, they would never dare to act against me in broad daylight. 3 days later, Li Guangyao and his grandson, Li Qingyuan, riding a unicorn-striped horse, had galloped through the mountains and forests for 1,000 miles, having completed a third of their journey home. That morning, while urinating in the mountains, Li Qingyuan uncovered his clothes and casually stuck a turtle shell talisman below his navel. Li Guangao asked in confusion, "What are you doing, kid? Why do you stick a turtle shell talisman every time after you urinate?" Li Qingyuan said, "Clan leader grandpa, this is the Qi point of the Dantian. The turtle shell talisman is hidden against the skin here, and in times of crisis, the spiritual power in my body can explode instantly, flowing from the Qi point, the Stone Gate point, and the Guanyuan point into the talisman simultaneously, instantly activating the turtle shell talisman to initiate its defensive function. This is much faster than sensing danger, retrieving the talisman from the storage bag, and then activating it. Li Guangao, you kid, clearly only in your teens, yet more stable than this old man of 80. I'll take one too." Li Guangao took out a high-quality turtle shell talisman, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Qi refinement level 9 expert. Li Qingyuan, the old and the young, finished urinating, adjusted their pants, exchanged smiles, and said, "Let us go home." However, just as the grandfather and grandson mounted their horses, a figure suddenly fell from the sky with a swoosh. Who? Li Guangao looked alert, holding a talisman in hand, ready to activate and throw it at any moment. Li Qingyuan did the same, ready to activate his Qi turtle shell talisman, with a bunch of talismans in hand, including a top-tier pure yang sword talisman. "It's you, old Zhao." Li Qingyuan focused his gaze and saw Zhao Tu, looking disheveled and exhausted of spiritual power. Cough cough. Zhao Tu warily looked at Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan, calmly saying, "So it's Taoist Li and young friend Qingyuan. Someone is chasing me. You two should leave quickly to avoid being implicated." Li Guangao was taken aback and said, "Taoist Zhao, who was chasing you? How did you end up so badly injured?" Zhao Tu said, "For Qi refinement level 10 cultivators and a group of late Qi refinement cultivators." Li Guangao was shocked to hear this. Li Qingyuan's heart also jumped. My goodness, so many experts? Zhao Tu stood up, taking recovery pills, nourishing pills, and cultivating pills, constantly using medicine to restore his spiritual power as quickly as possible, urging, "You two hurry and leave, to avoid being implicated and killed by robbers." Li Qingyuan, a 16-year-old boy, seemed frightened and hurriedly mounted his horse, saying, "Clan leader grandpa, let us hurry." Li Guangao also looked frightened and quickly said, "All right, hurry, hurry." The grandfather and grandson rode a horse, galloping wildly and brushing past Zhao Tu on the left and right. At that moment, a hint of malice flashed in Zhao Tu's eyes. He swung his hands left and right, unleashing 2 first-tier high-grade talismans, harboring killing intent. "Don't blame me. Blame your bad luck. I cannot let you leave and reveal my whereabouts." One was at the 7th level of Qi refining, and the other at the 3rd level, with 2 first-tier high-grade talismans, both top quality, a surprise attack sufficient to annihilate someone at the 8th level of Qi refining. However, it seemed a bit excessive to deal with them. Yet, the next second, Zhao Tu's expression changed drastically. As the grandfather and grandson rode past him, they almost simultaneously attacked, activating the 2 talismans to strike. The talismans emitted scorching pure yang sword energy, sharp and infused with domineering flames, possessing the power to severely injure someone at the 10th level of Qi refining. What shocked Zhao Tu even more was that he was very familiar with these talismans, to the point of extreme familiarity. Pure yang sword talisman. How could this be possible? In the entire archipelago, among 7 or 8 first-tier top-grade talisman masters, only 3 or 5 could draw the pure yang sword talisman. This brat, Li Qingyuan, has only learned for a few days? He couldn't possibly control it. Clang, clang. The 2 pure yang sword talismans surged forth, transforming into 2 strands of pure yang sword energy, each a yard long, instantly shattering the first-tier high-grade talisman Zhao Tu had cast, striking him. Boom, boom. Zhao Tu was hit by the 2 pure yang sword talismans, letting out a scream. Spewing blood continuously, his internal spiritual power went into turmoil, and his body convulsed. However, due to the defensive effect of the first-tier top-grade inner armor, although Zhao Tu's injuries worsened, he did not die immediately. Clang. Li Qingyuan summoned a first-tier mid-grade magic weapon, the Red Iron Sword. And Li Guangao also summoned a first-tier mid-grade magic weapon. The grandfather and grandson struck at Zhao Tu's eyes, penetrating through his skull. Zhao Tu let out a scream and died on the spot. Thus, Zhao Tu fell to the ground, lifeless. After killing Zhao Tu, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan exchanged glances, feeling a bit awkward, yet somewhat sympathetic towards each other. Chapter 057. The family leader, Zhao Tu. Coughing, Li Guangao said solemnly, "This old guy is no good. He is worried about exposing his whereabouts and will definitely kill us to silence us." Li Qingyuan nodded. Yes, if we really believed his words. It would be bad luck. No, it would be us who got killed. It's not safe to stay here. We should leave quickly. Li Guangao stored Zhao Tu's magic weapon in storage bag. Li Qingyuan cooperated perfectly, waving his hand to unleash a surge of spiritual power, which infused into the first-tier top-grade inner armor. The inner armor buzzed and flew out from Zhao Tu's body, stored into his storage bag. Li Guangao then cast the fireball technique, burning Zhao Tu's corpse to destroy the evidence. Li Qingyuan patted the two unicorn zebras and said softly, "I'm sorry." Whoosh, whoosh. Chi blade technique gathered energy into blades, cutting through gold and jade. The spiritual power transformed into energy blades, instantly slaying the two unicorn zebras. Afterwards, Li Qingyuan quickly stored the zebra corpses into his storage bag, saying, "If we had spirit beast bags, you wouldn't have to die." After saying that, Li Qingyuan cast another fireball technique, evaporating the blood on the ground. Li Guangao stroked his beard and said, "Indeed, when to cut, one must cut." Riding the unicorn zebras would leave obvious traces and slow them down. They would eventually be caught by those pursuing Zhao Tuesday. Li Guangao had already made a decision in his heart, but he still asked, "Qingyuan, where do you think we should go next?" Li Qingyuan immediately replied, "Liuhua City." Li Guangao stroked his beard with a smile. "This child can be taught." Whoosh, whoosh. The grandfather and grandson each activated a lightness talisman, summoning their flying swords to fly at full speed. For safety, they continuously used lightness talismans to increase their speed along the way. Zhao Tu knew that Liuhua City was safe. Naturally, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan also knew that Liuhua City was safe. At this point, returning to the Li family could be dangerous. What if they encountered those pursuing Zhao Tu? After 15 minutes, Gao Chong and Su Hong, an elderly couple, arrived at the scene. They landed and said, "According to the tracking technique, it should be in this direction. A battle has occurred here." Gao Chong looked thoughtful. The pure yang sword talismans had launched an attack, and with two of them, their powerful effects would naturally impact the ground and vegetation, leaving traces of battle. Gao Chong looked ahead and said, "Zhao Tu has been following this direction. Continuing forward leads to Liuhua City." Su Hong's expression changed slightly. "Once we reach Liuhua City, we cannot continue to attack. After all, the vicious dogs raised by the Liu family, the Black Mountain Bandits, would not dare to act openly in Liuhua City. Liuhua City needs order, and with order, the Liu family can profit greatly." Gao Chong unwillingly said, "Chase." Zhao Tu is already at the end of his rope. Only hanging on by a thread, he can't run far. This place is still over 1,000 miles from Liuhua City. We will definitely arrive before him. Su Hong nodded. Good. Oh no. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan suddenly realized and said, "Clan leader Grandpa, we are not going to Liuhua City anymore." "Oh, why not?" Li Guangao stopped and asked. Li Qingyuan said, "Zhao Tu knows that Liuhua City is safe, and those pursuing Zhao Tu will likely follow his trail. They can probably guess that Zhao Tu is heading to Liuhua City. The ones chasing Zhao Tu are not simple. If they pursue at full speed, their speed will definitely be faster than ours." Li Qingyuan suggested, "Let us change our route to the east, circle around Liuhua Island, and then return." Li Guangao, upon hearing this, suddenly understood. Right? How could I not think of that? When everyone thought Liuhua City was safe, it was no longer safe. Changing course to the east. Whoosh, whoosh. The grandfather and grandson flew through the mountains and forests on their swords, changing course to the east. They had only been gone for a little over 10 minutes when two streaks of light whizzed by, heading straight for Liuhua City. By nightfall, in a small town in the northeast region of Liuhua Island, the grandfather and grandson had finished dinner and were preparing to rest. The small town inn was sparsely populated, with cultivators being a rare sight. Late at night, the grandfather and grandson finally found an opportunity to open Zhao Tu's storage bag. The moment the storage bag was opened, their eyes lit up. Wow, so many high-level resources. Zhao Tu is indeed one of the 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters. This first-tier top-grade magic weapon is worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. There are only a little over 300 spirit stones left. He must have used them all to buy foundation-building pills. The The storage bag is also nice, first tier high grade, not low in value. Li Qingyuan took out the inner armor and said, this first tier top grade inner armor, although damaged with a sword mark, is still quite valuable, exceeding the price of a comparable magic weapon. Inner armor is harder to forge than magic weapons of the same level, requiring more materials and complex craftsmanship. Hence it is 2 to 3 times more expensive. Li Guangao organized for a moment and said, there isn't even a single top-grade talisman. It seems Zhao Tu was indeed pushed to the brink by the cultivators, exhausting nearly all his talismans. Even the first-tier high-grade talismans are down to just 3. The various pills for the qi refining stage, like recovery pills, cultivation pills, and blood-stopping pills, are also mostly used up. The remaining ones are probably worth only 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan looked at the jade box, his heart racing. Clan leader Grandpa, this should be a foundation-building pill, right? Li Guangao took a deep breath, slowly injected his spiritual power, opened the jade box, his old eyes shining, breathing rapidly. Yes, it is a foundation-building pill. Whoosh, the grandfather and grandson exchanged glances, feeling an extreme sense of unreality. Unexpectedly, after a long journey, the foundation establishment pill purchased for 13,000 spirit stones ended up in the hands of the two of them by coincidence. Li Guangao was overjoyed to the point of tears. Heaven bless the Li family. Heaven bless the Li family. Qingyuan, with your talent and this foundation establishment pill, you could have over a 50% chance of success in the future. At this moment, Li Guangao felt his blood boiling. He seemed to see the Li family becoming a foundation establishment immortal clan, soaring across the islands of the sea, with hundreds or thousands of practitioners in the family. A third-rate qi refining family has fewer than 100 practitioners. A second-rate qi refining family has over 100 practitioners. A first-rate qi refining family has hundreds of practitioners. A foundation establishment immortal clan has over 1,000 family practitioners, already becoming a gigantic force, intimidating within thousands of miles. Oh, there are also 2 jade slips. Li Qingyuan picked up 1 jade slip, pressed it to his forehead, and read it with his spiritual sense. The next moment, Li Qingyuan was filled with wild joy. It turned out to be the jade slip of the talisman paper inheritance that Zhao Tu had researched his whole life. That old fellow had printed 2 copies, one for auction and the other for personal use. Li Qingyuan calmed himself to comprehend it. This is a complete inheritance of quasi-second-tier talisman paper. 12 types of low-grade first-tier talisman paper, 6 types of middle-grade first-tier talisman paper, 4 types of upper-grade first-tier talisman paper, 2 types of top-grade first-tier talisman paper. The 2 types of top-grade first-tier talisman paper, one for attack and one for defense. The pure yang sword talisman belongs to the attack category. The mixed element bowl talisman belongs to the defense category. Lastly, there is a type of low-grade second-tier talisman paper. However, the drawing of the low-grade second-tier talisman paper requires the aid of spiritual consciousness to truly succeed. After reading, Li Qingyuan handed it to the clan leader, Grandpa. After reading it, Li Guangao was extremely excited. With this set of quasi-second-tier talisman paper as inheritance, the foundation of our Li clan is no weaker than that of a first-rate qi refining family. Given time, you honor, you will surely succeed in foundation establishment and also become a true second-tier talisman master. Li Qingyuan sighed. Zhao Tu, old Zhao, is truly a good person. He is the big brother of our Li clan. Finally, Li Qingyuan picked up the second jade slip, which was also the last jade slip, infused his spiritual consciousness to read the information. This is, Li Qingyuan exclaimed, talisman array technique? How wonderful! Talisman paper can actually be used like this. Chapter 058, 2 Foundation Establishment Pills. Li Qingyuan suddenly felt his horizons broaden. Talisman array technique, 5-element talisman array. The so-called 5-element talisman array utilizes the principle of mutual generation of the 5 elements. Wood attribute talisman paper, fire attribute talisman paper, earth attribute talisman paper, metal attribute talisman paper, and water attribute talisman paper. By using a special method to activate these 5 different attribute talismans, the power of the 5 talismans can be greatly increased, multiplying their effectiveness several times. 5 upper-grade first-tier talismans, when activated using the 5-element talisman array technique, can cause a qualitative change in lethality, exceeding the effectiveness of using upper-grade first-tier talismans individually by several times. This kind of power is stronger than ordinary top-grade first-tier talismans. If 5 top-grade first-tier talismans are used simultaneously, Their power is not weaker than that of a true low-grade second-tier talisman paper, which can pose a threat to early-stage foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan was astonished. What is this talisman array technique? I want to take a look too. Li Qingyuan handed it to Grandpa the clan leader. After a moment, Li Qingyuan exclaimed, "This Zhao Tu truly has great fortune to possess such advanced talisman array techniques. This person must have gained a lot of opportunities in the talisman path when he was young." Li Qingyuan said, "In the Island Sea region, there are 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters. Daoist Gong is a servant of a foundation establishment immortal clan, and Daoist Zheng directly comes from one of the 5 foundation establishment immortal clans. Only Zhao Tu is a loose cultivator. Yet he possesses today's level of talisman mastery and is at the peak of the 10th layer of qi refining." After thinking, Li Qingyuan began to divide the spoils, saying, "Qingyuan, keep this foundation establishment pill. With your talent, you will surely use it in 20 or 30 years. However, you must keep it well hidden, and absolutely do not let a third person know, and it's best not to even tell your father." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Grandpa the clan leader, rest assured. I will definitely keep the foundation establishment pill safe. The foundation establishment pill is of great importance, and I will keep it a secret from my father as well. It's not about distrust, but about protecting him." Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "As for these 2 inheritance jade slips, they should stay with you. You comprehend them first, and once you understand them, you can guide me. As for the more than 300 spirit stones, I plan to deposit them into the family treasury to increase the resources for the family's immortal seedlings, allowing the family's immortal seedlings to be stronger generation after generation, not dragging the family back." Li Qingyuan agreed. Grandpa the clan leader is far-sighted. The future of the family ultimately lies with the younger generation. In the past, we were too poor and lacked spirit stones. Now, our family has late-stage qi refining practitioners, and even 2 upper-grade first-tier talisman masters. In the future, spirit stones will become more abundant, providing more resources to nurture immortal seedlings. Not only that, but after the great elder's cultivation improves, there will be even more spiritual plants cultivated. Li Dingzhou's strength has increased, not weaker than the second elder, and with various talismans at their disposal, they can occasionally hunt late-stage monster beasts comparable to the 7th layer of qi refining. The income from the hunting team has increased several times. Correspondingly, there is also more monster blood, which, after irrigating hundreds of acres of spiritual fields, enhances the spiritual energy of the fields. And the family's spiritual rice yield is also increasing. The family's profits are surpassing each year. And for the sake of a 100-year plan and improving the overall strength of the family, increasing resources to nurture immortal seedlings is imperative." Li Qingyuan said, "The upper-grade first-tier storage bag, the top-grade first-tier magic weapon, and 3 upper-grade first-tier talismans all belong to me. The remaining qi-nourishing pills, foundation pills, recovery pills, bleeding stop pills, and other auxiliary pills belong to you. Additionally, you should wear this set of top-grade first-tier inner armor. Your safety is more important than anything else. How do you feel about this distribution?" Li Qingyuan asked. Li Qingyuan was moved. "Thank you, Grandpa the clan leader. I will not disappoint your expectations, nor the family's expectations. I will definitely succeed in foundation establishment and allow our Li clan to become a foundation establishment immortal clan, replacing the Lu clan. In front of the foundation establishment pill, any top-grade first-tier magic weapon, upper-grade first-tier storage bag, or 300 spirit stones are secondary. Moreover, Grandpa the clan leader even gave him the top-grade first-tier inner armor, which is even more precious than a top-grade first-tier magic weapon. Even though it is already damaged, it is sufficient to withstand attacks from the 10th layer of qi refining." Zhao Tu, heavily injured, was hit by 2 pure yang sword talismans and did not die immediately, precisely because the top-grade first-tier inner armor blocked most of the damage. Zhao Tu's storage bag contained these items. There were no spiritual plants or spiritual mines. It is estimated that those scraps were all sold for spirit stones just to bid for the foundation establishment pill. Unfortunately, the old Zhao Tu died with his eyes closed, bitterly lamenting year after year, working for others' benefit. All his efforts instead benefited Li Qingyuan and the Li clan. Soon, the grandfather and grandson finished dividing the spoils. Li Qingyuan obtained the quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance, the 5-element talisman array technique, auxiliary pills worth over 100 spirit stones in the qi refining stage, and a somewhat damaged set of top-grade first-tier inner armor. Of course, the most precious item was still the foundation establishment pill. Although it was only a low-grade foundation establishment pill, it was a priceless treasure in the Island Sea region, worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. After the division of spoils, the grandfather and grandson each took a guest room to rest, separated by a wall, ready to assist each other at any time. After seeing Grandpa the clan leader leave, Li Qingyuan immediately took out the foundation establishment pill and stored it in the Shimpin space. Buzz, buzz, in the Shimpin space. The foundation establishment pill bathed in the light of creation, splitting into two, perfectly replicating. Two low-grade foundation establishment pills. Li Qingyuan's breath became heated, and he was extremely excited. A foundation establishment pill that is hard to come by for tens of thousands of spirit stones had turned from one into two, with a total value of 20,000 or more spirit stones. Moreover, taking two foundation establishment pills consecutively could increase the success rate of foundation establishment even further. Subsequently, Li Qingyuan also copied an auxiliary elixir worth hundreds of spirit stones and two sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor. Li Qingyuan sighed lightly, alas. The flaw is that the light of creation can only copy and does not have repair functions. As for the second-tier inheritance and the 5 elements talisman array inheritance, these two jade slips can be copied at any time or can be copied using the Shining space. The next morning, the grandfather and grandson continued on their detour. They spent half a month returning to Yunxia town and back to Yunxia mountain. Upon seeing Li Guangao, Li Qingyuan's return brought a sense of relief to the elders, including the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Li Dingzhou, who had been anxious. Li Qingyuan understood their concerns well. During this period, battles frequently broke out in the Island Sea. Many high-ranking members of first-class qi refining families and forces were either assassinated or mysteriously disappeared, making the Island Sea a place of panic. The Grand Elder, still feeling uneasy, said, "I heard that Zhou Kuei, the head of the Zhou family from Fubo Mountain, and his son Zhou Li were also targeted by the Black Mountain bandits. And they barely escaped." He continued, "The nearest first-class qi refining family to us, the Wang family, has had a rough time." Li Qingyuan was curious. "Oh, how so?" "The Wang family controls the Chu Mountain market, where our Li family often sells talisman paper, spirit rice, and materials from demon beasts." The Grand Elder said that the head of the Wang family was severely injured, and the family's Grand Elder, the only first-tier top-grade alchemist, was captured by evil cultivators, and his life or death is unknown. Everyone sighed. Alas, a first-tier top-grade alchemist is a treasure for the family to earn spirit stones. They are rare even in foundation-building families. The Wang family has suffered heavy casualties this time. Li Qingyuan blinked, thinking, "This time, perhaps someone will profit. But my Li family will never lose. Next, I should enter closed-door cultivation to comprehensively improve my strength, mastering the inheritance of talismans, practicing the illusion god-eye technique, and enhancing my qi refining cultivation." Chapter 059, Perfecting Qi Refining Layer 6. "Brother Qingyuan, are you looking for me?" Li Qingqing, with her hands behind her back and a lively step, appeared in a green dress, standing gracefully. At 16, she was blossoming, with an oval face, willow leaf brows, cherry lips, a delicate face, snow-like skin, and a graceful figure. Li Qingyuan looked at Li Qingqing as if she were his own sister and smiled. "Qingqing, not bad. You've already perfected the second layer of qi refining, and you can step into the third layer at any time." Li Qingqing giggled and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Qingyuan's guidance and the family's cultivation." Li Qingyuan asked, "I heard from Grand Elder that you have a good grasp of the spirit rain technique. And when combined with the water element technique, you have become quite skilled at planting spirit rice." "Yes." Li Qingqing smiled sweetly, lively, and adorable. "Planting spirit rice is so fun. In the future, I want to be a spirit planter like Grand Elder." Li Qingyuan said, "To become a spirit planter, you need to work hard to improve your cultivation and enhance your spirit rain technique." He waved his hand and handed her a first-tier low-grade storage bag. Li Qingqing took the storage bag, and upon sensing the soul force within, her face instantly showed surprise. "Brother Qingyuan, this is too precious, I can't accept it." She wanted to refuse and return the storage bag and cultivation resources. Li Qingyuan's expression turned serious. "Qingqing, you and I have been family since childhood, in my eyes. You are my sister. Are you going to refuse your brother's good intentions?" Hearing this, Li Qingqing said, "But, Brother Qingyuan, this is too much. Your cultivation also needs resources." Inside the first-tier low-grade storage bag were cultivation resources such as nourishing qi pills, blood qi pills, and supporting pills like recovery pills and hemostatic pills, worth 2 to 300 spirit stones. Additionally, there was a small spirit-nourishing pill that could help her break through to the third layer of qi refining and reach the fourth layer. There was also a first-tier low-grade flying sword, the green bamboo sword. All the pills were genuine quality, none were of low quality. Li Qingyuan planned to sell all low-quality pills in the future and not let his family use them. Only quality genuine pills were considered qualified, with less pill poison and sufficient spiritual power. Li Qingyuan smiled. What are these resources? I'm now a first-tier top-grade talisman master. A middle-tier talisman master can earn 2 to 300 spirit stones a year with a success rate of 60 to 70. Earning 1,000 to 1,800 spirit stones a year with first-tier top-grade talisman paper is just basic. The reality is that he is a first-tier supreme talisman master. Ching. These resources are enough for you to cultivate to the fourth layer of qi refining. Work hard. Li Qingyuan patted his sister's head and encouraged her. Hurry up and improve your cultivation. In the near future, I will need your help. Li Qingqing held the storage bag, clenched her delicate fist, and said firmly, Don't worry, brother, I will definitely work hard. Li Qingyuan nodded and said, I need to enter closed-door cultivation for a while. We will see each other again after we both finish. After saying this, Li Qingyuan turned and left. Li Qingqing held the storage bag, watching Li Qingyuan walk further away. Her beautiful eyes resolutely said, Brother, I will not disappoint you. Cultivating Li Qingqing is Li Qingyuan's plan. In the future, after he establishes his foundation, he will inevitably leave the island sea to seek opportunities and resources in various states and countries on the continent for the pursuit of a higher path. However, the family needs strong guardians. Li Qingqing, with 4 spiritual roots and excellent comprehension, has a good temperament. As long as she is properly cultivated, she can surely support the family's foundation in the future. Of course, most importantly, Li Qingyuan genuinely regards Qingqing as his sister, so he takes extra care of her. Besides cultivating Li Qingyuan also hoped his father would succeed. Upon returning home, Li Qingyuan gave his father, Li Dingzhou, plenty of elixirs such as nourishing qi pills, blood qi pills, spirit-nurturing pills, and tiger strength pills, which are all genuine quality, with even a few being premium. These elixirs were secretly purchased by him in Liuhe City and were worth hundreds of spirit stones. As a father, Li Dingzhou naturally knew better than anyone that his son was now a formidable talisman master, not lacking spirit stones, so he graciously accepted his son's filial offerings. Li Dingzhou received the elixirs with confidence, saying, In 3 to 5 years, I will definitely step into the 6th layer of qi refining. Great. Then I will prepare a spirit-nourishing pill for you, Li Qingyuan replied. He had a total of 2 spirit-nourishing pills. He had given one to the clan leader to help him break through to the 7th layer of qi refining. This one, of course, was reserved for his father. As for Li Qingyuan himself, he set a rule for himself. During the qi refining period, he would try not to use elixirs, relying entirely on his own spiritual power accumulation to build a perfect foundation. If he really needed to use elixirs, only premium quality would do. Even genuine quality pills were not acceptable. He did not want to just establish a foundation or form a dan in the future because he aimed to reach the nascent soul stage, achieve the transformation stage, and even aspire to become immortal, living as long as the heavens. Thus, after giving Li Qingqing and Li Dingzhou their cultivation resources, Li Qingyuan began his closed-door cultivation. His daily training schedule was packed. The main focus was on meditation and qi refining to improve his cultivation. Then, he would spend an hour each day drawing talismans, 2 hours practicing the illusion god eye technique, and some spare time practicing the 6 first-tier family spells. Moreover, to fully devote himself to closed-door cultivation and have more time for training, after reporting to the clan leader arranged for his mother, Qin Shiyun, to no longer handle family affairs, only needing to take care of her son's daily needs. In the words of the clan leader, Li Guangao, Shiyun, take good care of your son, let him devote himself to cultivation, and that is the greatest contribution to the family. Taking care of her son was naturally something Chun Shiyun enjoyed, as she could see him every day and was therefore happy. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. 2 years ago, Li Qingyuan, who had just entered the 6th level of qi refining, had after 2 years of accumulation reached the perfection of the 6th level of qi refining. Li Qingyuan pondered. If he took a first-tier high-grade spirit-nourishing pill, he could probably advance to the 7th level of qi refining about half a year earlier, reaching the late stage of qi refining. Unfortunately, he lacked high-quality spirit-nourishing pills. To build a perfect foundation for his qi refining stage, he thought it better to slowly refine his spiritual power while he was still young, allowing for a natural breakthrough. Thus, he chose to continue his closed-door training, striving for the 7th level of qi refining. During Li Qingyuan's closed-door training, deep in the Tianin mountain range, 2 bloodthirsty centipedes, each over 30 feet long, flew through the air, their 1,000 legs swaying, with massive mouths and venomous fangs, releasing a terrifying aura of second-tier great demons. Squeak! Squeak! The bloodthirsty centipedes roared as they battled against a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The Foundation Establishment cultivator fought valiantly against the 2 second-tier great demons, struggling to make headway. And even using second-tier magical tools and talismans, it still resulted in a stalemate. 1,000 meters away, Qin Miaoi, dressed in a purple skirt, exuded elegance and beauty, her half-transparent purple veil accentuating her ethereal charm. Under her feet, a beast resembling a bloodthirsty centipede broke through the ground, over 8 feet long, emanating the aura of a late-stage first-tier demon beast. This centipede was dark red, with blood patterns on its surface, 3 colorful stripes glowing brilliantly on its forehead, and a pair of wing bones extending from its back, as if they were about to become wings and allow it to soar into the sky. It looked anxiously at the 2 second-tier bloodthirsty centipedes. Qin Miaoi gently rubbed the centipede's head and softly said, "Little Kai, don't rush, don't rush. I will definitely let you eat them and advance to the 2nd tier. Just give Uncle a little more time." Boom. Suddenly, one of the bloodthirsty centipedes sprayed out spiritual energy, infusing it into a formation plate, which quickly lit up as the killing formation activated, unleashing an astonishing power. The killing formation erupted with terrifying force, pushing back the Foundation Establishment cultivator. The cultivator, shocked, was forced back, looking helpless. "Uncle," Qin Miaoi asked, "is it still not working?" Qin family's second uncle shook his head and said, "It's one thing for these 2 beasts not to leave the formation's range, but they even know how to activate the killing formation. Clearly, they were taught by the master of this cave dwelling before. This killing formation is enough to deal with mid-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, and with 2 second-tier great demons guarding it." Qin family's second uncle said helplessly, "Only true late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators can break it. Or perhaps several early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators can work together to break it." Qin Miaoi frowned and said, "Our Qin family cannot expose our strength. Why don't we?" Qin Miaoi's beautiful eyes brightened as she said, "Why not drive away the wolves and swallow the tigers, watch from the other side of the river, and then fish in troubled waters?" Hearing this, Qin family's second uncle chuckled and said, "A cave dwelling suspected to belong to a late-stage Foundation Establishment great cultivator is enough to make the 5 major Foundation Establishment immortal clans and the island cultivators in the sea erupt with excitement and constant disputes. The more chaotic the sea and the islands, the better." Chapter 060, Late-Stage Foundation Establishment, Cave Dwelling Ruins. Qin Miaoi's delicate brows furrowed, her tone tinged with regret as she said, "But in doing so, the inheritance of this cave dwelling will benefit the 5 major Foundation Establishment immortal clans." Her niece had secretly investigated and discovered that the owner of this cave dwelling was very likely the renowned Foundation Establishment loose cultivator, Sanquan, from 200 years ago, known in the sea and islands. The term Shangren refers to a Foundation Establishment master. Only those who reach the Foundation Establishment stage are qualified to be called Shangren. At the Qi refining stage, one still could not transcend the mortal realm. Only by stepping into Foundation Establishment could one be extraordinary and become a master. Qin family's second uncle raised an eyebrow and asked, "Sanquan, what do you mean?" Qin Miaoi replied, "This Sanquan not only successfully established his foundation as a loose cultivator, but he is also skilled in beast taming, alchemy, and formation techniques. According to the information passed down among cultivators, this Sanquan's self-crafted Foundation Establishment pills, breaking free from the constraints and suppression of the 5 major Foundation Establishment clans, successfully establishing his foundation. Moreover, he is adept at beast taming and formations. Even when the Foundation Establishment clans joined forces and sent 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators to hunt him down, he successfully escaped." Qin family's second uncle raised his eyebrows in surprise and said, "A first-tier loose cultivator, exploring on his own, not only gathered the materials to refine Foundation Establishment pills, but also successfully refined them?" If that's true, this Sanquan not only has incredible luck, but also a rare talent for alchemy. Without good fortune, how could one gather the materials to refine foundation establishment pills in this small sea and island? Without extraordinary talent, how could a first-tier loose cultivator, without a renowned teacher's guidance, successfully refine foundation establishment pills? Qin family's second uncle looked at the foundation establishment cave dwelling 100 feet away. In front of the cave dwelling, the formation fluctuated, with two bloodthirsty centipedes wandering back and forth, emanating the aura of second-tier great demons. He sighed softly. These two bloodthirsty centipedes, one is mid-stage second-tier, the other is early-stage second-tier, comparable to mid-stage and early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Even with a second-tier magical tool in hand and second-tier talismans to assist, it's still difficult to achieve victory. Perhaps before this Sanquan died, his cultivation really had reached the late stage of foundation establishment. His inheritance in formations, alchemy, and beast taming would surely tempt even the fake Dan masters and the real Dan masters. Qin family's second uncle said helplessly, "Unfortunately, over the past 2 years, I have made several attempts, yet I still cannot kill these two beasts. Especially since they even have a basic understanding of formations, using the second-tier formation to unleash attacks, which is almost equivalent to 3 second-tier great demons attacking simultaneously." Qin Miaoi nodded and said, "To take down this foundation establishment cave dwelling, at least 3 or more foundation establishment cultivators need to cooperate. But our Qin family's current strength is already less than 1/10 of its peak, and there is only you, uncle, as a foundation establishment cultivator. To swallow this foundation establishment cave dwelling alone, we can only wait until Zhou Kuei, Gao Chong, and Su Hong succeed in their foundation establishment." Qin family's second uncle shook his head and said, "Zhou Kuei's talent is decent. He has about a 50% chance of establishing his foundation. Gao Chong and Su Hong, although they look to be in their 50s, are actually over 60 years old. In a few years, they will be 70, and their chances of establishing their foundation are not high. Even if they are given low-grade foundation establishment pills to help them advance to the second-tier spiritual veins, their chances of establishing their foundation may only be around 30 to 40%. Qin Miaoi said, "Currently, the Zhou family's spiritual veins and the Gao family's spiritual veins on Baihong Island have already reached the threshold of second-tier spiritual veins and are about to become true second-tier spiritual veins. 2 years ago, during the auction in Lioha City, cultivators from various parties gathered, with hundreds or thousands in the late stage of qi refining and thousands or tens of thousands in the mid-stage of qi refining. During that time, the Zhou family and Gao family secretly made their move, especially with our Qin family's covert assistance, capturing many cultivators in the late and mid-stages of qi refining, even including 7 or 8 from the 10th level of qi refining, such as Lu Yunming, the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits, the second in command, and heads of some first-rate forces and families. By extracting the lifelong cultivation of those late and mid-stage qi refining cultivators and infusing it into the spiritual veins. After 2 years of nurturing, 2 first-tier high-grade spiritual veins finally achieved promotion and became quasi-second-tier spiritual veins." Qin family's second uncle said, "Although the inheritance of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator's cave dwelling is good, it ultimately cannot compare with the foundation of our Qin family. Our Qin family's primary goal is to cultivate foundation establishment cultivators to occupy Luhua Island, and then use this as a foundation to unify the 5 major immortal islands and 36 islands. Finally, we will gather all second-tier spiritual veins, merge them into one, create a third-tier spiritual vein, and restore the glory of a Dan formation family, killing back to the 9 provinces continent, exterminating enemies, and reclaiming our ancestral land." Hearing this, Qin Miaoi's beautiful eyes filled with hatred, and she clenched her jade fist and said, "Uncle is right. The grudge for grandfather's fall, the grudge for father's death, and the grudge for the family's foundation must not go unavenged. There's no need to use this foundation-building late-stage cultivator's cave as bait. Let out the news to lure the 5 major foundation-building immortal clans here, gathering experts from all sides, leaving the surrounding islands unattended. If the sea area and islands are chaotic once more, our Qin family can assist the Zhou family and the Gao family to completely complete the spiritual vein advancement, cultivating 1 or 2 foundation-building cultivators." Uncle Qin nodded and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, Miaoi, you can set aside small profits for the greater good, which makes me very pleased. Although you have a 3 spiritual root aptitude, you possess a special spiritual body, and your cultivation foundation is comparable to that of a heavenly spiritual root. You are the future of the Qin family. Uncle Qin continued. Therefore, when the Zhou family and Gao family advance their spiritual veins to the 2nd tier, it will also be the day you break through to foundation building. In 3 years at the shortest or 5 years at the longest, you must reach the perfection of the 10th layer of qi refining. Qin Miaoi confidently replied, Uncle, don't worry. I feel that I've refined the 9th layer of qi refining to the extreme, and I will definitely break through in a year or half a year. Within 3 years, I will reach the perfection of the 10th layer of qi refining. Uncle Qin stroked his beard and smiled. With you in the Qin family, that's great. Whether the Qin family can take revenge, reclaim our ancestral land, and regain glory all depends on you. Qin Miaoi respectfully bowed and said, Uncle, I will return to seclusion. She planned to return to Baihong Island to once again enter seclusion and strive for the perfection of the 10th layer of qi refining. Whoosh! Qin Miaoi flew away on her sword, leaving the Tianyin mountain range. In her spirit beast pouch, the little centipede made dissatisfied sounds, bumping against the storage pouch to vent its frustration. Qin Miaoi comforted. All right, little Kai? I promise that the essence and flesh of these 2 blood-devouring centipedes will definitely be yours, okay? I also hope you can consume them and become a 2nd-tier foundation-building great demon to assist me. In the spirit beast pouch, the 3-colored centipede calmed down upon hearing this. The foundation-building immortal clan of Luhua Island, the Lu family. The head of the Lu family is the strongest foundation-building cultivator in the Sea Area Islands, stronger than the heads of the 4 major foundation-building immortal clans. Grandfather, Longfeng seeks an audience. Outside the cave, a young male cultivator requested to see him. Inside the cave, in the stone chamber, a man in his 40s was meditating with his eyes closed and slowly said, Come in. Boom. The stone door slowly opened, and a young man about 30 years old walked into the stone chamber, respectfully bowing. Grandson pays respects to grandfather. Fenger, have you found your 2nd granduncle and the foundation-building pills? The head of the Lu family had a restrained aura, his face calm as still water, sitting cross-legged like a deep pool. Lu Changfeng helplessly replied, Report to grandfather. It has been 2 years. The family has been searching with all its might, but we still haven't found any trace of 2nd granduncle, as if he has evaporated from the world. Furthermore, the Black Mountain bandit Ji Hu, who acted with 2nd granduncle, has also gone missing. Other Black Mountain bandits, like the 2nd-in-command Ji Bao, have also disappeared. All late-stage and mid-stage qi refining cultivators on Black Mountain have been abducted and are missing. Upon hearing this, the Lu family head's expression darkened. Who did this? Over the past 10 years, cultivators from various factions in the sea area have been ambushed and gone missing one after another. Alive, there are no traces, and dead, there are no corpses. This energy is unsettling. The Lu family head frowned. What do they want to do? Without the cover of foundation-building cultivators, it would be impossible to achieve perfect concealment. Who exactly is it? Is it the heads of the other 4 foundation-building families? Or is it an outside force? Lu Changfeng said, Grandson believes we can rule out outside forces. The Tianyin mountain range stretches 30,000 miles long and over 10,000 miles wide. It extends along the coast to the south and north, hiding countless 2nd-tier great demons, and there are quite a few 3rd-tier great demons as well. Unless they are top-tier golden core cultivators, outsiders would not be able to cross the Tianyin mountain range. Golden core cultivators would look down on this barren land of the sea area. As for false golden core cultivators and those below them, crossing the Tianyin mountain range is a death-defying endeavor. Why would they easily cross the Tianyin mountain range just to come to our barren land? The Lu family head nodded. Send the order down to continue searching for your 2nd granduncle. We must see him alive or find his corpse. Additionally, the whereabouts of Zhao Tu and the foundation-building pills must also be found. The Lu family head said, That is our Lu family's foundation-building pill. It must not fall into the hands of outsiders. Lu Changfeng nodded. Yes, grandfather. The Lu family head looked at his direct grandson, a satisfied look appearing in his eyes. Fenger, you are a dual spiritual root that appears only once in several hundred years for the family, and you have now reached the 10th layer of qi refining. But you still need to work hard to quickly reach the perfection of the 10th layer of qi refining and strive for foundation building. The Lu family head helplessly said, I reached foundation building at 60, and over 30 years have passed, and I have barely reached the mid-stage of foundation building. The golden core is still far away. At 100 years old, barely at the mid-stage of foundation building, to reach the late stage of foundation building. I fear it may take 50 years or more, even if I am lucky enough to reach it. The gap between the late stage of foundation building and golden core cultivators is the real chasm, hard to cross. Fenger, if you can succeed in foundation building before 40, you will surely be able to strive for golden core and lead the Lu family to swallow the other 4 major foundation building immortal clans, controlling the entire sea area. Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng was also stirred, clasping his fists. Grandson understands. I will not disappoint grandfather's expectations. Within 5 years, I will reach the perfection of the 10th layer of qi refining and strive for foundation building. Chapter 061. The 5 Immortal Clans. The competition begins. Not long after, in the Tianyin mountain range, a certain mercenary group, while hunting for demon beasts, ventured 5,000 miles deep into the Tianyin mountain range in pursuit of a severely injured demon beast. By chance, this mercenary group discovered a foundation-building cave. Outside this foundation-building cave, there were not only second-tier illusion formations, second-tier confinement formations, and second-tier killing formations, but also 2 second-tier great demons, blood-devouring centipedes. One of the 2 second-tier great demons was at the mid-stage, and the other at the early stage. Even more terrifying, the 2 second-tier great demons could roughly use formations to activate them for combat, killing wave after wave of cultivators. At first, the mercenary group wanted to hide and prepare to monopolize the treasures of the foundation-building cave. However, after a simple test, the mercenary group suffered heavy casualties. If it weren't for the blood-devouring centipedes not easily leaving the cave, they would have been completely annihilated. After the survivors returned, they secretly contacted trusted friends and relatives, making a second attempt to invade the foundation-building cave. However, it was to no avail. Even after gathering 3 to 5 cultivators at the 10th layer of qi refining and over 10 late-stage qi refining cultivators, they still suffered heavy casualties and fled in panic. Ultimately, in desperation, the survivors negotiated and decided to report to the foundation-building immortal clans, selling information about the foundation-building cave in exchange for cultivation resources. Moreover, they were quite cunning, selling the same piece of information multiple times. Top-tier forces, top-tier families, and then the foundation-building immortal clans, all simultaneously, in different locations, selling dozens of copies. Thus, in just 2 to 3 months, news of the foundation-building cave spread like wildfire, sweeping across the 5 major immortal islands and 36 islands, attracting countless cultivators to explore. In less than 3 months, foundation-building families also took action, and even foundation-building cultivators went to investigate the cave. Liuha Island, Lu family. The family head Lu Yunlong sat cross-legged in the cave, listening to his son Lu Qingjiao report the information. Lu Qingjiao, one of the family head Lu's several sons, had an ordinary 4 spiritual root aptitude, with mediocre comprehension, yet he could become the young family head. This was because Lu Qingjiao had a good son, Lu Changfeng, a dual spiritual root cultivator who reached the 10th layer of qi refining at 33 and is expected to reach foundation building before 40. Because of his son Lu Changfeng, Lu Qingjiao, who had mediocre aptitude and did not love cultivation but preferred to expand the family, was promoted to young family head with a 7th layer qi refining cultivation, temporarily taking on the role of clan leader. Lu Qingjiao reported, "Father, I have confirmed that the matter of the foundation-building cave is indeed true. Moreover, the owner of that foundation-building cave is very likely the genius Lu's cultivator who was famous in the sea area 200 years ago, proficient in alchemy, beast taming, and formations, known as the 3 Completeness Master." The master of the Lu family, Lu Yunlong, changed his expression slightly upon hearing this. It turned out to be him, the 3 Unity Master. In the qi refining stage, one has a lifespan of 2 decades, living up to 120 years. Once entering the foundation establishment stage, the lifespan extends to 200 years. In the later stages of foundation establishment, the maximum lifespan of a cultivator approaches 250 years. The lifespan in the early and late stages of foundation establishment differs due to the varying levels of magical power. There is no such thing as having the same lifespan in the early stage of foundation establishment as in the late stage. If one reaches the core formation stage, the maximum lifespan is 500 years. Legendary nascent soul true monarchs can live for 1,000 years, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties and the changes of the world. Lu Yunlong appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, but in reality, he was 60 when he established his foundation and now was over 90 years old. Thus, he was quite familiar with the name of the Three-Unity Master. The Three-Unity Master established his foundation 200 years ago, was skilled in beast taming, formations, and alchemy, and was adept in combat, being invincible among his peers. After the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans attempted to assassinate him multiple times without success, they could only grudgingly acknowledge his existence. The Three-Unity Master, who established his foundation 200 years ago, did so at around 40 years of age. Thus, he had been active for over 100 years. About 80 years ago, he left the island chain, reportedly intending to cross the Tianyin mountain range to reach the nearest country, Yu, on the mainland of Jiuzhou. Lu Yunlong recalled, 80 years ago, the Three-Unity Master intended to use the teleportation array to leave this place and seek breakthrough opportunities in the Yu country. However, how could we 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans agree? In his anger, the Three-Unity Master killed several high-ranking members of the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans. It was only when the 5 foundation establishment cultivators collectively acted that they managed to defeat the Three-Unity Master, forcing him back and pursuing him deep into the Tianyin mountain range. Lu Yunlong said, looking back now, the Three-Unity Master must have fallen in the Tianyin mountain range. Send word to gather 1 cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refining, 3 at the 9th level, 5 at the 8th level, and 10 at the 7th level from the family to follow me to the Tianyin mountain range to investigate. Lu Yingjiao respectfully replied, yes, father. Soon, Lu Yingjiao withdrew. Lu Yunlong pressed the switch of the stone chamber, entered the secret passage, and after walking for 1,000 zhang, stopped outside a hidden chamber, bowed respectfully, and said, Father, the ruins of the Three-Unity Master's cave have appeared, and I wish to investigate. Inside the hidden chamber, an aged figure responded in surprise. Oh, the Three-Unity Master? Sigh, what a distant and familiar name. The Three-Unity Master not only had outstanding spiritual roots and exceptional comprehension, but his fortune was also astonishing. The second-tier formation inheritance, second-tier alchemy inheritance, and beast-taming techniques he possessed were something even I covet greatly. Back then, the 5 major foundation establishment masters joined forces to attempt to kill this person and seize his opportunities. Unfortunately, his escape techniques were remarkable, and his combat strength was formidable. He managed to escape time and again. Go ahead, if necessary, shatter the jade slip. Even in my dying moments, I can still burn for the family one last time. Lu Yunlong respectfully said. The child obeys. After saying this, Lu Yunlong turned and left. Whoosh. Above the Lu family, Lu Yunlong unleashed the pressure of a foundation establishment master, followed by family experts, including over a dozen cultivators at the 10th, 9th, 8th, and 7th levels of Qi refining, riding spiritual cranes, soaring into the sky. 2 days later, 5,000 miles deep in the Tianyin mountain range, amidst towering peaks, Caw, the spiritual crane beasts cried out. And the Lu family's foundation establishment masters and Qi refining experts arrived at this location, exuding an extraordinary aura, their spiritual pressure rippling and causing the surrounding space's spiritual energy to fluctuate. Roar. A blazing lion roared, carrying a burly man on its back. An old man around 50 years old with a square face, a prominent nose, and thick eyebrows and big eyes. The old man was bare-chested, his body like ancient bronze. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a chest like a discus, a tiger's back, a bear's waist, and a full beard, with rugged features and bulging muscles. Behind him, a group of sturdy men and strong female cultivators rode the blazing lion, forming a torrent of steel, their spiritual pressure soaring to the sky. The leading old man laughed skyward. Hee, Lu old brother, you're not slow to arrive. Lu Yunlong slightly furrowed his brow and said calmly, Brother Tai, why aren't you forging iron properly and instead come here? Caw. A flock of fire crows flapped their wings and flew through the flames. A female cultivator, exuding the pressure of a foundation establishment master, a beautiful woman in her 40s, smiled sweetly and said, Hee, Lu old brother, Tai old brother. It's been a long time. I've missed you all. Nay. A group of beast horses galloped over, each at the late stage of the first tier, with the leading horse king comparable to a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refining. Roar. Snow leopards roared, the cold winds of snow howling, as a group of snow leopards raced through the mountains, carrying numerous cultivators to this place. with the leading leopard king also comparable to a cultivator at the 10th level of qi refining. The iron-named old man said, "The Lu family, Tai family, Yin family, Ma family, and Shui family, the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans have all gathered. How should we divide the inheritance of the 3 Unity Master-S cave?" The 5 exchanged glances, each alert. Lu Yunlong unleashed his cultivation and said loudly, "Naturally, it will be for those capable." Boom. The expressions of the other 4 changed. Mid-foundation establishment. Lu family master, I didn't expect you to reach this step. In a certain part of the mountains. The second uncle of the Qin family chuckled, harboring ill intentions. Interesting, all the heads of the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans have come. Let me add some fuel to the fire. The inheritance can be given to you, but it cannot be so easily obtained. In his hand, an incense stick was lit, emitting a colorless and odorless fragrance that humans could not smell, but the beast could sense it acutely. Soon, in the depths of the Tianyin mountain range, within a radius of dozens of miles, hundreds of miles, and several hundred miles, second-tier demon beasts began to riot, sweeping their underlings from all directions. The second uncle of the Qin family looked at the slowly burning incense with pain. This is the last stick of beast frenzy incense made from the demon cores of third-tier beasts.
The only one left in the family. Roar, caw, moo. In less than a quarter of an hour, the demon beasts from all directions went into a frenzy, collectively rioting,
running and flying towards the scent of the incense, arriving at the foundation establishment cave. At the same time, the mounts of the 5 major families also went berserk, disobeying orders, their internal spiritual power erupting, their eyes turning crimson as they lost their reason and turned against their masters. Caw, caw. In the foundation establishment cave, 2 giant blood-sucking centipedes burst out, their eyes crimson, with giant fangs spewing poisonous mist, charging towards the cultivators of the 5 major families. Lu Yunlong and the others turned pale. Damn it, why have the demon beasts suddenly gone berserk? Boom. The 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans immediately took action, suppressing their mounts, battling the blood-sucking centipedes, and fending off the onslaught of second-tier great demons that kept coming. The scene descended into chaos. The 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans and the cultivators from the sea area were besieged by the tide of beasts, fighting while retreating, forced to choose to temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack. The second uncle of the Qin family saw this and chuckled, concealing his presence while observing from a distance. Fight, fight. The more chaotic, the better. It's best to keep all 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans tied up here. Chapter 062. Late Qi Refining. 7th level of Qi Refining. In the Tianyin mountain range, the second-tier demon beasts stirred up a tide of chaos, causing the mounts of the 5 families to go berserk, leading to the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans suffering losses in their first battle and reluctantly retreating 1,000 miles. In the following months, the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans launched several fierce attacks, calling on the top forces from various islands to gather, sweeping away the beast tide and continuously advancing towards the foundation establishment cave. Moreover, there was a rumor that drove the 5 major islands and the cultivators of the 36 islands into a frenzy. The cave of the 3 Unity Master not only contained second-tier formation inheritance, second-tier alchemy inheritance, and second-tier beast taming techniques, but also had prepared and unused foundation establishment pills in the storage bag. This rumor was very credible. Sanquan Shangren once personally refined foundation building pills and successfully reached the foundation building stage as a loose cultivator through these pills. Therefore, it is completely credible that his storage bag contains foundation building pills. The inheritance and resources left by Sanquan Shangren have attracted immense interest even from the 5 major foundation building immortal clans, prompting the heads of these clans to take collective action. Thus, this inheritance is a deadly poison for the cultivators of the island regions, driving them mad. However, the beast tide riots have led to consecutive retreats of the island region cultivators, resulting in a stalemate between both sides. The army of demon beasts and the army of cultivators are now locked in a fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingyuan has been in seclusion for another year. 2 years ago, he achieved the complete mastery of the 6th layer of Qi refining, and after a year of honing, the opportunity to break through the bottleneck has finally arrived. Li Qingyuan operates the Dachuan Gong, scattering hundreds of spirit stones around him and fully refining them. The spiritual energy from the veins, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the energy from the spirit stones gather around him, penetrating his skin and entering his meridians, circulating through his body and eventually transforming into his own power. He has been in deep meditation for 3 days. Outside the small courtyard, Chen Xiuyan looks at the house with a smile on her face. I didn't expect that Yuaner could reach the late stage of qi refining before turning 20. In the future, my Yuaner will surely succeed in foundation building and lead the Li clan to become a foundation-building immortal clan, renowned for thousands of miles around the island regions. Chen Xiuyan expresses her longing. I really hope to see Yuaner foundation build in my lifetime. Boom. Inside the small house, the sky above rumbles, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surges within a radius of several meters. 100 meters away, the elder of the medicinal field management family flies in on a sword, landing gracefully with an excited expression. Good boy, without relying on pills. You've managed to reach the 7th layer of qi refining before turning 20. Ha ha. Ancestors above, our Li clan is about to rise. The elder, now at the complete mastery of the 6th layer of qi refining, has begun accumulating spirit stones to purchase spirit nurturing pills, planning to gather half himself and half from the clan's support. In 2 or 3 years, he will surely be able to buy the spirit nurturing pills. Having been surpassed by Li Qingyuan, he feels no jealousy, but is instead filled with excitement. The clan is flourishing. The clan is flourishing. Another quarter of an hour passes, and Li Qingyuan has completely broken through, advancing to the 7th layer of qi refining. The late stage of qi refining. Here I come. He exhales a breath of turbid air, and his spiritual sense detects the elder's arrival. He rises and walks out, smiling. Grandpa Elder. He looks at Chen Xiuyan, grinning like a child. Mother. Elder Li Guangyao laughs. Qingyuan, I congratulate you. Reaching the 7th layer of qi refining is one step closer to foundation building. Li Qingyuan replies with a smile. Thank you, Grandpa Elder. Li Guangyao strokes his beard, chuckling. You and your father are really interesting. Even your breakthroughs are so coincidentally close together. 5 years ago, both you and your father nearly entered the 5th layer of qi refining at the same time. Today, you've stepped into the 7th layer. And 10 days ago, your father broke through to the complete mastery of the 5th layer of qi refining, entering the 6th layer. His cultivation level now on par with mine. Speaking of this, the elder is very happy, his old face beaming with joy. Now, their Li family has become increasingly powerful. The clan's cultivators, including seedlings, have exceeded 80 people, approaching 100. In the 7th layer of qi refining, there are a total of 2 people, Li Guangyao and Li Qingyuan. In the 6th layer, there are 3 people, the elder, the 2nd elder, and Li Dingzhou. Yes, a year ago, the 2nd elder also broke through to the complete mastery of the 5th layer, reaching the 6th layer. In the 5th layer of qi refining, there are a total of 5 people, Li Dingyan, Li Dingfang, Li Dingqian, and Li Dingxue. In the 4th layer, there are more than 10 people, more than double compared to a decade ago. Among the younger generation, around 20 years old, there are even 2 who have reached the 3rd layer of qi refining, Li Qingqing and the clan leader's nephew, Li Qinglei. Elder Li Guangyao strokes his beard. At this rate of development, in just 10 years, our Li family can be promoted to a 2nd-tier qi refining family. A 2nd-tier qi refining family means having at least 3 people above the 7th layer of qi refining, with at least 1 at the 8th layer, and over 100 cultivators in the family, thus qualifying as a 2nd-tier qi refining family. By that time, the family can report to the Liu family and continue to expand their industry and territory, enjoying more mines, and can extend 30 to 40 miles outwards from Yunxia town. However, the Li family will not do this. They choose to continue lying low, waiting for Li Qingyuan to soar to great heights. Li Qingyuan and the elder chatted for a while, hearing about many recent events in the family. Li Qingyuan asked, Grandpa Elder, where are Grandpa Clan Leader, Grandpa 2nd Elder, and my father? Elder Li Guangyao sighed. More than half a year ago, a cave dwelling left by a late-stage foundation-building cultivator was discovered deep in the Tianin mountain range. A late-stage foundation-building cultivator? Li Qingyuan was astonished. It is known that the Sea region islands span thousands of miles, and only the 5 major families who control the 5 major islands possess foundation-building cultivators, and they are only at the initial stage of foundation building. Now, discovering a cave dwelling of a late-stage foundation-building cultivator is truly astonishing. After Elder Li Guangyao briefly explained the owner of the foundation-building cave dwelling, Li Qingyuan was even more surprised. A genius loose cultivator broke the monopoly and suppression of the foundation-building immortal clans, successfully reaching the foundation-building stage by refining foundation-building pills through his own comprehension, and he was also proficient in formations, alchemy, and beast taming. He is known as Sanquan Shangren. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, wow, he sounds like a protagonist template. After hearing this information, Li Qingyuan was also tempted. Later, the elder left to continue caring for the medicinal fields while also taking on the task of overseeing the family. With Li Qingyuan's breakthrough, there was naturally no need for his mother to continue looking after him. Next, he planned to go into seclusion for a while longer to stabilize his realm. Half a month later, after absorbing dozens of spirit stones to stabilize his cultivation level, he left a note and quietly departed, heading straight for the Tianyin mountain range. Whoosh! Outside Yunxia town, amidst the mountains and forests, Li Qingyuan activated his movement technique, the moon shadow technique, transforming into a fleeting shadow, moving like light and wind, darting through the woods with incredible speed. Each leap allows him to easily cover dozens of meters. In just a few blinks, he was already hundreds of meters away, moving at nearly half the speed of sound. Tianyin mountain range, here I come. This trip to the Tianyin mountain range was unavoidable for Li Qingyuan. First of all, after 3 years of seclusion to reach the 7th layer of qi refining, he had nearly exhausted all his spirit stones. Without spirit stones, he naturally could not continue to cultivate in seclusion with peace of mind. Secondly, in just 3 short years, he has trained the illusory god eye technique to the complete mastery of the 2nd layer, able to break any illusion formation or illusion below the 1st grade premium level. Li Qingyuan moved swiftly, flying like a swallow, his eyes glowing purple as he activated the eye technique, clearly seeing every blade of grass and tree within a kilometer. Perhaps it was due to his strong innate divine soul that he had reached the complete mastery of the 2nd layer of the illusory god eye technique without much effort. Next, to achieve the 3rd layer of the illusory god eye technique and cultivate his divine sense, he needs to collect 3 types of 1st grade premium spiritual plants to concoct a potion for cultivation. These 3 types of 1st grade premium spiritual plants are quite special and not commonly found in the markets. Even after asking for a long time in Liu City, Li Qingyuan could not purchase them. The shopkeeper mentioned that they might be found in the Tianyin mountain range. Li Qingyuan pondered. Only by cultivating a divine sense can I draw the true 2nd grade talisman paper and possess foundation-building combat power. Over these 3 years, he primarily focused on qi refining, but he also practiced the eye technique and drew talismans. The 2nd grade talisman inheritance from the old man, Zhao Tu, has been thoroughly studied by Li Qingyuan, and in just 3 years, his talisman skills have greatly improved. He now possesses many 1st grade superior talismans and 1st grade premium talismans. And with a solid foundation at the 7th layer of qi refining, he can easily eliminate those at the 8th layer of qi refining. Facing a qi refining 9th layer cultivator, one can slay them with a large number of talismans, coupled with a top-tier inner armor of the 1st rank. He wore 2 layers of it, allowing him to contend even with a qi refining 10th layer cultivator. It was because of this that Li Qingyuan had the courage to venture alone into the Tianyin mountain range to search for 1st-rank top-tier spiritual herbs to cultivate his eye technique. His goal was never the cave dwellings of late Foundation establishment great cultivators, nor would he do something as foolish as snatching food from the mouths of Foundation establishment cultivators. Cultivating immortality requires steadiness. Chapter 063. First battle after exiting seclusion, not weaker than qi refining 8th layer. The Tianyin mountain range stretches over 13,000 miles, with a midpoint as a boundary that extends 6,000 to 7,000 miles on either side. The mountain range can be divided into 3 layers: the core area, the middle area, and the outer area. Below 2,000 miles is the outer area, mainly consisting of early to mid 1st-rank demonic beasts, with occasional late 1st-rank beasts. From 2,000 to 5,000 miles is the middle area, where early, mid, and late 1st-rank demonic beasts are predominant, and the number of peak 1st-rank beasts increases significantly, with an occasional appearance of a 2nd-rank great beast. From 5,000 to 7,000 miles is the core area, where every few dozen to 100 miles, a 2nd-rank great beast resides, and Foundation establishment cultivators do not dare to intrude. The 7,000-mile central area is known as the death zone of the Tianyin mountain range. It is said that there are multiple 3rd-rank great beasts within this zone, comparable to human core formation true beings. Therefore, Even core formation cultivators do not dare to recklessly cross the Tianyin mountain range for fear of attracting a multi-headed third-rank great beast ambush. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan arrived at the outer area of the Tianyin mountain range, delving directly 2,000 miles in. This 2,000-mile area is the boundary between the outer and middle areas. Late first-rank demonic beasts, comparable to human late qi refining cultivators, frequently appear in this zone. Roar. In the depths of the mountains, an iron-armored rhinoceros snorted smoke from its nostrils, its horn sharp as a knife, charging forward with terrifying power, crushing down trees with its hooves. This iron-armored rhinoceros was a late first-rank demonic beast, its strength comparable to a qi-refining 8th-layer cultivator. Li Qingyuan stood still, not dodging, as he activated the Great Chuan technique within him, channeling spiritual power into his arms. The first-rank spell Iron Arm technique was instantly activated, making his arms indestructible with the strength of 10,000 pounds. Comparable to a qi-refining 8th layer? Just right for me to test the perfected Iron Arm technique. Boom. The 2-zhang tall, 3-zhang long iron-armored rhinoceros charged like a giant elephant, shaking the ground within a 10-zhang radius as its hooves sank into the earth. Its horn was as sharp as a knife, and its body was covered in thick skin. With a sudden thrust, it charged at Li Qingyuan with all its might. Li Qingyuan's arms turned to iron, meeting it head-on, gripping the rhinoceros's horn and opting for a hard collision to block the full force of the iron-armored rhinoceros. Boom. As the man and beast collided, Li Qingyuan grasped the horn, competing in strength against the massive body of the iron-armored rhinoceros. 2 streams of spiritual power clashed, creating a whirlwind. The fierce wind swept around, uprooting nearby plants. Li Qingyuan's expression changed as he was pushed back, sliding over a dozen zhang on the ground due to the force of the iron-armored rhinoceros. Stay still, Li Qingyuan shouted, unleashing all his spiritual power, pushing the Iron Arm technique to its limits. He stomped his feet on the ground, drawing strength from the earth to block the rhinoceros's overwhelming force, successfully stopping it. Huff. Li Qingyuan gasped for breath. Huff. The iron-armored rhinoceros snorted smoke. The two, one man and one beast, engaged in a battle of strength. Li Qingyuan thought, good beast. No wonder the iron-armored rhinoceros is famous for its strength among first-rank demonic beasts. If it weren't for my profound spiritual power and solid foundation, along with the perfected Iron Arm technique, I wouldn't be able to withstand this strike head-on. With Li Qingyuan's advancement to Qi refining 7th layer, the first-rank Iron Arm technique finally reached the perfected realm. Moon Shadow technique. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan activated the Moon Shadow technique, abruptly retreating and leaping back over 10 zhang, moving like a shadow, disappearing in an instant. The iron-armored rhinoceros, in the midst of charging, did not expect Li Qingyuan to suddenly withdraw his strength, causing it to lose balance and slide several zhang away. Qi blade technique. With a Qi refining 7th layer cultivation, he gathered Qi into a blade, reaching the perfected realm, creating a 7-foot Qi blade. With a swish, the 7-foot Qi blade sliced through the iron-armored rhinoceros's thick skin and flesh, splattering blood. Roar. The iron-armored rhinoceros howled in pain, its eyes turning red as it charged again. Li Qingyuan's Moon Shadow technique allowed him to move like a ghost, easily dodging the rhinoceros's repeated attacks. He struck with 7-foot Qi blades, focusing on the same spot, deepening the wounds and causing blood to flow continuously. With a swish, after the 5th Qi blade struck, it directly severed the iron-armored rhinoceros's neck, decapitating it. The massive body of the iron-armored rhinoceros crashed to the ground. Li Qingyuan said with satisfaction, not bad, although I am only a Qi refining 7th layer. But with a perfected first-rank spell, a full-force strike is not weaker than a quality first-rank upper-grade talisman. A quality first-rank upper-grade talisman's power is comparable to a full-force strike from a Qi refining 8th layer cultivator. This means that Li Qingyuan, relying solely on his own spiritual power and the perfected realm of a first-rank spell, could be no weaker than a Qi refining 8th layer cultivator. Li Qingyuan pondered. It seems that not relying on pills and solely depending on the spiritual power gained from my own cultivation indeed surpasses that of ordinary cultivators. With pure spiritual power quality, entering Qi refining 7th layer, I can slay demonic beasts comparable to Qi refining 8th layer cultivators. Among cultivators of the same rank in the archipelago, Li Qingyuan can be considered a leader. Moreover, this was achieved without using talismans, inner armor, talisman arrays, or magical artifacts. In this trip out of seclusion, besides searching for spiritual plants, he also aimed to engage more with demonic beasts to refine his own spiritual power through battle. Additionally, the materials harvested from hunting demonic beasts could be exchanged for spirit stones for cultivation. While speaking, Li Qingyuan cut off the thick skin of the iron-armored rhinoceros, its horn, as well as its tail and treasures. These items were either materials for weapon crafting or excellent treasures for brewing potent tonics. Finally, Li Qingyuan selected evenly sized front leg meat, cutting off 20 to 30 pounds for use as food, then used a fireball technique to incinerate the beast's body. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan leaped over 100 meters, his figure darting through the forest, heading towards the middle area. In the following days, he hunted demonic beasts while gathering information about the spiritual plants he needed. Several days later, in the middle area of the Tianyin mountain range, he ventured about 4,000 miles deep. In this area, late first-rank demonic beasts were everywhere, and the number of peak first-rank demonic beasts noticeably increased. Even Qi refining 10th layer cultivators had to be cautious here. Bang bang bang. In the depths of the forest, a man and a tiger were engaged in battle. Li Qingyuan raised his eyebrows. After cultivating the illusory god-eye technique, his sixth senses became sharper, and his spiritual sense was comparable to that of a Qi refining 10th layer cultivator, detecting movement 100 meters away. Someone was approaching. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan activated the conceal breath technique, lowering his Qi refining 7th layer cultivation to Qi refining 6th layer, then to Qi refining 5th layer, finally stabilizing at Qi refining 5th layer. Beast die? Li Qingyuan deliberately shouted, waving his hands, throwing out a large number of first-rank upper-grade talismans, unleashing a barrage. In Zhao Tu's talisman inheritance, there were 4 types of first-rank upper-grade talismans: Gold Spear Talisman, Fire Talisman, Spirit Movement Talisman, and Binding Spirit Talisman. Except for the Spirit Movement Talisman, which is supportive, the other 3 are all offensive types. 10 binding spirit talismans transformed into spiritual ropes that wrapped around the late first-rank demonic beast, the black-striped spirit tiger, binding its movements and preventing its counterattack. Following that, the Gold Spear Talisman, Fire Talisman, and Ice Flame Talisman transformed into golden spears, fiery long knives, and ghostly blue weapons, launching a fierce assault to slay the black-striped spirit tiger. After the dust settled, the black-striped spirit tiger lay dead, a pitiful sight, reduced to a pile of rotten flesh. Some parts turned to ice shards, others to black charcoal. 100 meters away, several people exchanged glances, their lips twitching. One of them said with great sorrow, "What a waste, what a waste. So many first-tier high-quality talismans, worth around 1 or 200 spirit stones, just to kill a late-stage first-tier black-striped spirit tiger." Yes, the black-striped spirit tiger had no skin armor, no sharp claws, only its fangs held some value. But even that was worth just a dozen spirit stones at most. Who is this young master who sneaked out of his family? Is this how talismans are used? Among the 5 people, the leader was a man who glanced at a voluptuous and sexy beauty beside him, giving her a look. The female cultivator understood and stepped forward, smiling warmly. "Little brother, why are you hunting demonic beasts all alone?" Li Qingyuan concealed his cultivation level, currently only at the 5th layer of Qi refining, and arrogantly said, while pulling out a tiger's tooth, "None of your business." The female cultivator's eyes flashed with anger, but she quickly masked it and continued to ask, "Are you here to hunt demonic beasts and hone your skills? Why not join us for some safety?" She added, "Recently, the demonic beasts in the Tianyin mountain range have been restless, and cultivators are gathering, a mix of dragons and snakes, with robbers lurking. It's easy for a lone cultivator like you to attract their attention." Li Qingyuan put away the tiger's tooth, clapped his hands, and said proudly, "No need. Mere robbers can be dealt with a snap of my fingers." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Robbers, aren't you just robbers? Even if you're not robbers, seeing a rich young master out alone, using talismans like throwing paper money, how can you resist the urge to rob?" Li Qingyuan thought to himself, come at me quickly, so I can counterattack you." Yes, this old six also wanted to fish for law enforcement, pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. Among the 5, the highest was only at the 9th layer of Qi refining, not worth mentioning. "Haha, little brother," the leading man chuckled and said, "I noticed when you activated the talismans. Your spiritual energy was rich and verdant. Are you practicing the Great Chuan technique?" The Great Chuan technique is a method practiced by any qi refining family or force, and many cultivators are familiar with it, which is not surprising. Li Qingyuan replied indifferently. Oh, and so what? The leading man continued. To be honest, I also practice the Great Chuan technique. I don't care what technique you practice. I'm not interested, Li Qingyuan said without turning back as he walked away. However, the leading man said, Little brother, we found a Qingmu chrysanthemum. Would you be interested? Qingmu chrysanthemum? Li Qingyuan was taken aback and turned to look at the group. Is it really? Chapter 064, Qingmu chrysanthemum, by Lin Giant Python. Li Qingyuan asked, Is it really the Qingmu chrysanthemum? The leading man nodded. Indeed. It is a first-tier top-grade spirit herb, the Qingmu chrysanthemum. The Qingmu chrysanthemum, a first-tier top-grade spirit herb, possesses highly pure, wood attribute spiritual energy, making it a great supplement for those practicing wood attribute techniques. For Li Qingyuan, it is also one of the 3 first-tier top-grade spirit herbs needed to cultivate the divine consciousness. The 3 spirit herbs, Qingmu chrysanthemum, blood jade grass, and illusory divine mushroom, can be concocted into a potion to practice the 3rd layer of the illusory divine eye technique and develop the divine consciousness. These 3 spirit herbs were Li Qingyuan's goal for entering the Tianyin mountain range. Li Qingyuan showed no pretense and expressed great interest, asking, Where is the Qingmu chrysanthemum? The beautiful female cultivator swayed her voluptuous figure and said sweetly, Little brother, that Qingmu chrysanthemum is not far, only about 50 miles from here. However, a large snake is lurking around it, and that snake is not easy to deal with. Li Qingyuan dismissed her concern. What large snake? Let me show you how I slay it, and take the Qingmu chrysanthemum. The male cultivator's expression changed, and he said, Little brother, I've had my eye on that Qingmu chrysanthemum for a long time. How about we join forces to slay that large snake and share the Qingmu chrysanthemum? Li Qingyuan replied, Joining forces is fine, but the Qingmu chrysanthemum must belong to me. I can compensate you with spirit stones for the other half at the market price. The leading male cultivator showed hesitation. Li Qingyuan said, The reason you haven't obtained the Qingmu chrysanthemum proves that the large snake is formidable. I have plenty of talismans. Although I can't guarantee I can kill the snake directly, I can at least restrain it for you to have time to pick the Qingmu chrysanthemum. After some discussion, the leading male cultivator and the female cultivator exchanged glances, looking at the miserable state of the black-striped spirit tiger. The black-striped spirit tiger, a late-stage first-tier beast, comparable to a human at the 9th layer of qi refining, was killed by so many talismans. No wonder this young man was so fearless. The male cultivator sneered inwardly. Foolish boy. When you die in the mouth of that large snake, I'll be sure to collect your storage bag. The male cultivator appeared troubled, but after a moment's hesitation, he said, All right, the Qingmu chrysanthemum will belong to you, and my share can be converted into spirit stones. Li Qingyuan smiled in satisfaction. Very well. Let's go. The male cultivator said, Little brother, this way. Among the 5, the male cultivator was at the 9th layer of qi refining, the female cultivator at the 7th layer, and the other 3 middle-aged men were all at the 6th layer of qi refining. The strength of this group was not weak. Li Qingyuan activated a speed talisman, a first-tier high-quality talisman, and his speed instantly surged, rivaling that of a cultivator at the 8th layer of qi refining. The male cultivator's eyelids twitched. He thought, This kid really is extravagant. Clearly only at the 5th layer of qi refining, yet he uses high-quality first-tier talismans without restraint. While others use talismans to escape, he uses them to travel. An ordinary 5th layer qi refining cultivator, whether a loose cultivator or from a small family, would certainly not have many high-quality first-tier talismans, as they are saved for critical moments. But this kid, at only the 5th layer of qi refining, has boldly entered a 4,000-mile area of the Tianyin mountain range, throwing talismans around and killing late-stage first-tier demonic beasts. The male cultivator smiled and asked, May I ask which family you come from, little brother? At such a young age to be at the 5th layer of qi refining and have various first-tier talismans with you, you must come from an extraordinary background. Li Qingyuan smirked, saying arrogantly, I come from an ordinary family. The male cultivator's mouth twitched. Damn, do you think I'm as foolish as you? The beautiful female cultivator smiled sweetly and asked, Little brother, is it possible that your elder is a talisman master? Li Qingyuan's mouth curled up, proudly saying, Indeed. My grandfather is a talisman master, and a first-tier top-grade one at that. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. A first-tier top-grade talisman master? This. Li Qingyuan shook his head and sighed. Alas, it's a pity that first-tier top-grade talismans are too difficult to draw. Even my grandfather rarely succeeds. The male cultivator's eyelids jumped slightly, deliberately probing. Oh, may I ask if you have any first-tier top-grade talismans on you? After all, that large snake is quite tough to deal with. Even I at the 9th layer of Qi refining have faced defeat multiple times. Li Qingyuan, upon hearing this, felt invigorated and said, My grandfather has always favored me since childhood. Although it's very difficult to draw first-tier top-grade talismans, I do have one or two with me. Upon hearing this, the male cultivator visibly sighed in relief, the tension in his heart eased. He knew that reaching the 9th layer of Qi refining meant understanding the difficulty of drawing first-tier top-grade talismans, and whether they succeed or not is a gamble. He had also heard that first-tier top-grade talismans have no categories of low-grade, standard, or high-grade. Either they succeed or fail, with a high degree of difficulty. As far as he knew, there were only 7 or 8 first-tier top-grade talisman masters in the entire archipelago. Among the 7 or 8 people, aside from the 3 major quasi-second-tier talisman masters, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zheng, the rest of the first-tier top talisman masters mostly barely reached this level, with a lot of room for doubt. Having just 1 or 2 talismans as a backup would be great. The male cultivator was overjoyed in his heart. Let this kid distract the demon beast and consume the first-tier top talisman paper. Then I'll snatch his storage bag. Within a distance of 50 miles, everyone used spells to speed up their journey and quickly arrived. We're here, the male cultivator said. The canyon ahead is it. Li Qingyuan followed the group into the canyon, and after traversing through the hidden canyon for 100 feet, they suddenly entered an open area filled with bamboo, where the vegetation was lush and green bamboo stretched like a sea. A gentle breeze blew through the valley, rustling the bamboo, creating a sound reminiscent of waves. Following the direction pointed out by the male cultivator, Li Qingyuan saw a small clearing in the center of the bamboo grove, where a 3-foot-tall spiritual plant, the greenwood chrysanthemum, stood lush and vibrant. The 3-foot-tall blue chrysanthemum, with its green branches and leaves, bloomed with a blue flower, exuding a faint and rich fragrance that spread throughout the bamboo forest. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy. It really is a first-tier top-grade spiritual medicine. The greenwood chrysanthemum. Hiss, hiss. A venomous snake flicked its tongue. A giant anaconda hung from the green bamboo, its body over 10 feet long and as thick as a bowl, bending the bamboo down. The several-meter-long anaconda, entirely green, had scales shimmering with a green light and an enormous head, with its green tongue flicking, making a hissing sound. Around the giant anaconda, near the several-foot-tall bamboo, were several smaller green snakes of various sizes, exuding the aura of first-tier demon beasts, estimated to be 20 or 30 in number. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. A first-tier peak demon beast, the green-scaled giant anaconda. A first-tier peak demon beast is comparable to a human expert at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan showed fear and shook his head. I don't want the greenwood chrysanthemum anymore. The first-tier peak demon beast is extremely terrifying. Even my grandfather wouldn't have a sure victory against it. The male cultivator said, Little brother, you don't need to fight it. You just need to use the talisman paper to anger it, draw its attention away, and buy us time to obtain the greenwood chrysanthemum. But how long will that take? Li Qingyuan's face showed difficulty. The male cultivator replied, 30 breaths will be enough. Little brother, don't you want to obtain the greenwood chrysanthemum and quickly break through to the 5th level of Qi refinement, reaching the 6th level, or even the 7th level, so that your family elders will look at you with new eyes? If you step into the 7th level of Qi refinement, the fairy you admire will definitely favor you. The young man, a rich young master, naturally loved being recognized and admired by the fairy he liked. Li Qingyuan hesitated for a moment, steeling himself. Fine, 30 breaths. If you still can't get the greenwood chrysanthemum after 30 breaths, I'll leave. After saying this, Li Qingyuan gritted his teeth, activated the moon shadow technique, and rushed forward. He waved his hands, sending out a dozen first-tier top-grade talisman papers. Bang, bang, bang. The tranquility of the bamboo forest was shattered as the green-scaled giant anaconda was suddenly attacked by the first-tier top-grade talisman paper, falling from the 10-foot-high bamboo, while many nearby snakes were killed by the talisman paper. Roar! The green-scaled giant anaconda was enraged, letting out a furious roar that shook the bamboo forest. its demonic power sweeping over a radius of several dozen feet. Damn it! Li Qingyuan shouted and turned to run. He stuck a tortoise-shell talisman and a swift movement talisman, suddenly increasing his speed while tossing out talisman paper. The green-scaled giant anaconda's eyes turned blood red. Its massive body darting through the bamboo forest, moving almost as if it were flying close to the ground, quickly chasing after Li Qingyuan. A person and a snake left the bamboo forest. The male cultivator said, "Quick, act now." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5-person team instantly activated their magical tools and used all the talisman papers they had accumulated, launching a lightning-fast assault to seize the greenwood chrysanthemum. Surrounding the greenwood chrysanthemum, the green-scaled anacondas roared, launching a counterattack with their demonic powers. Among the 20 to 30 green-scaled anacondas, several were at the late stage of the first tier, while most were at the mid and early stages. The male and female cultivators teamed up, directly engaging the late-stage demon beasts with thunderous force, cutting down one green-scaled anaconda after another. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. The 30 breaths passed quickly. We got it. The male cultivator's eyes brightened as he grabbed the 3-foot greenwood chrysanthemum, uprooted it, and put it into his storage bag, shouting, "Retreat." The 5 quickly retreated towards the valley exit. Roar. The greenwood chrysanthemum was stolen, and the green-scaled giant anaconda seemed to sense it. Letting out a roar and going completely berserk, Li Qingyuan stuck on a tortoise-shell talisman and a swift movement talisman, running while screaming, "Zhang Quan, Lu Yun, help, help. This giant snake wants to eat me." While shouting, Li Qingyuan ran towards Zhang Quan and the others, tossing out a flurry of talisman papers, barely managing to hold back the giant snake. Zhang Quan said, "Little brother, quickly use the first-tier top-grade talisman paper. Only the first-tier top-grade talisman paper can hurt a first-tier peak demon beast." Li Qingyuan, hearing this, looked reluctant, but the first-tier top-grade talisman paper is too precious. "My grandfather said it should not be used unless in a life-or-death situation." Zhang Quan urged anxiously, "Little brother, this moment is a life-or-death situation. Hurry up and act. Otherwise, you might lose your life." Don't worry, folks, the good stuff is in the next chapter. Chapter 065. Playing the pig to eat the tiger, killing and stealing. I'm done for. Li Qingyuan gritted his teeth and took out a pure yang sword talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. Whoosh. The 1-foot talisman paper flew through the air, instantly approaching the green-scaled giant anaconda. Clang. The talisman's spiritual power ignited, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming into a pure yang sword energy, sharp and dazzling, with a burning flame. Roar. The green-scaled giant anaconda sensed the threat and immediately roared in anger, gathering its spiritual power in its mouth and spitting it out. Boom. The 1-foot sword energy slashed down, shattering the spiritual light and striking the green-scaled giant anaconda's head, causing its huge head to crack open, blood gushing out, and its massive body rolled. Roar. The green-scaled giant anaconda became furious, its eyes blood red, malevolence spilling out, gathering its demonic power in its mouth, preparing to unleash its most powerful strike. The greenwood chrysanthemum was stolen, and it had been injured by humans. It wanted to swallow these people whole. Li Qingyuan screamed and ran for his life, shouting, "Zhang Quan, Lu Yun, hurry and save me." Zhang Quan said, "Little brother, what an impressive first-tier top-grade talisman paper. Do you have any left? Hurry and interrupt the green-scaled giant anaconda's build-up once it finishes charging. Even a 10th-level Qi refinement expert will have to avoid its edge." Li Qingyuan was close to tears. "Zhang Quan, I don't have any left. I only have one. Hurry and save me." Seeing this, Zhang Quan exchanged glances with Lu Yun, both showing a hint of a smile. "Don't worry, good brother. I'm coming to save you." Whoosh. With his 9th-level Qi refinement cultivation, Zhang Quan flew on his sword, quickly approaching Li Qingyuan. He rubbed his hands together, gathering spiritual energy into a massive fireball and launching it. However, his target was not the green-scaled giant anaconda, but Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan's eyes widened, finally realizing what was happening, and he angrily shouted, "Zhang Quan, you dare to kill me? My grandfather won't let you off." Zhang Quan chuckled, "Kid, the one who will kill you is the green-scaled giant anaconda. Even if your grandfather finds this place, he won't know we tampered with it. Die." Zhang Quan flew in on his sword, closing in on Li Qingyuan within 10 meters, launching the fireball technique. With his 9th level Qi refinement cultivation, he was capable of inflicting serious injury, even to an 8th level. This strike aimed to heavily injure Li Qingyuan, then quickly snatch his storage bag, allowing Li Qingyuan to be devoured by the pursuing green-scaled giant anaconda, buying time. Boom. The fireball technique hit Li Qingyuan head-on, engulfing him in flames. Kid, I'll gladly take your storage bag. Zhang Quan revealed a smug smile. As Zhang Quan's words fell, he had already approached Li Qingyuan, reaching out to grab the storage bag. However, in the next second, Zhang Quan felt his wrist firmly grasped by someone. How is this possible? Zhang Quan's eyes widened in shock. Buzz. Li Qingyuan's blue shirt was torn, and his clothes were burning. But a set of close-fitting inner armor isolated the spiritual power and damage, perfectly defending against the fireball technique. Not only that, but a defensive talisman was also activated, resembling a turtle shell, providing full-body protection, including his head, blocking the attack from the fireball technique. The corner of Zhang Quan's eye twitched as he exclaimed, "A high-quality first-tier defense talisman, plus 2 layers of first-tier top-grade inner armor?" At that moment, Zhang Quan felt a deep malice from the heavens. This kid was ridiculously wealthy. Perhaps even a top master at the 10th level of Qi refining wouldn't have such wealth. Kid, are you messing with me? Zhang Quan was furious and simultaneously flustered. Li Qingyuan activated his iron arm technique, fully unleashing his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining, firmly holding onto Zhang Quan's wrist, and suddenly spun his body to throw him towards the Bai Lin giant python. Behind him, the Bai Lin giant python, over 10 meters long, had already caught up, and with its power fully charged, it roared to the sky, spewing out a green spiritual light that spanned the sky. Zhang Quan was careless and, caught off guard by Li Qingyuan's throw, became a meat shield to block the Bai Lin giant python's attack, taking the hit squarely. No! Zhang Quan screamed. Boom! The Bai Lin giant python, a peak first-tier demon beast, unleashed a powerful strike. And even a master at the 10th level of Qi refining would have to avoid its edge and exert all their strength to counterattack. Zhang Quan, however, was hit directly. Zhang Quan let out a miserable cry as his legs were struck by the spiritual light, shattering into mush, with half of his body crashing to the ground. Li Qingyuan chuckled. Since you are a bandit, I don't need to pretend to be a gentleman. With a flick of his right hand, he drew in spiritual power from several meters away, retrieving Zhang Quan's storage bag and the first-tier top-grade flying sword that had fallen from him. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan, at the 7th level of Qi refining, activated the flying artifact, the breaking spirit blood wheel, and charged towards the beautiful female cultivator Lu Yun, also applying a top-quality movement talisman. In an instant, Li Qingyuan's speed in flying with the sword was not inferior to that of a master at the 9th level of Qi refining. Lu Yun screamed, "You don't come near. What a vicious kid. Quick, retreat." Lu Yun and her companions scattered in all directions. Li Qingyuan took out another breaking spirit blood wheel, infused it with spiritual power, and threw it out to attack. The breaking spirit blood wheel, a looted item from defeated bandits, was replicated by Li Qingyuan, resulting in 2 of them with the breaking spirit effect and incredibly sharp edges. This first-tier top-grade artifact had long been refined by him, and he had secretly mastered the technique, making it easy to use now. Whoosh! Several dozen meters away, the breaking spirit blood wheel whizzed past, drawing a semicircle as it consecutively killed 1, 2, and then 3 cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refining, cleaving them in half. Finally, Li Qingyuan used his spiritual sense to control the breaking spirit blood wheel and directed it towards Lu Yun. Hearing the screams of her 3 companions, Lu Yun's mind became chaotic. Feeling the sharp blade rushing towards her from behind, she immediately turned to block, throwing out talismans to intercept. Bang! 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 The breaking spirit blood wheel broke through several first-tier top-grade talismans' defenses and struck Lu Yun. With a tearing sound, Lu Yun dodged to the side, avoiding a fatal blow. But her right arm was cleanly severed, letting out a piercing scream as her breath became unsteady. Flying with her sword, she fell from midair, rolling upon landing. Li Qingyuan flew out, a flying sword rushing through the air, striking Lu Yun's heart vein with precision. With a piercing sound, the first-tier mid-grade red iron sword penetrated Lu Yun's body, spinning around before returning to Li Qingyuan's hand, the tip dripping with blood. Li Qingyuan zoomed past, collecting Lu Yun's storage bag and artifact, cursing, "So poor, and yet she is at the 7th level of Qi refining, but doesn't he even have a first-tier top-grade artifact?" He forgot that even the patriarch of their Li clan didn't have spare money to buy a first-tier top-grade artifact, as the family needed to develop. And he had to cultivate himself. Roar! The Bai Lin giant python relentlessly pursued. During the time it took Li Qingyuan to kill Lu Yun and her companions, it flew close to the ground, creating a howling wind as it charged at him. Li Qingyuan cackled, "You little beast, it's your turn." The Bai Lin giant python's venomous fangs, snake skin, and snake gallbladder could be worth quite a few spirit stones. Swish! The next second, Li Qingyuan waved his hands, each fingertip holding 5 pure yang sword talismans. In an instant, 10 pure yang sword talismans were unleashed simultaneously, comparable to 10 masters at the 10th level of chi refining striking at once. Buzz! 10 swords of spiritual energy, burning with flames, howled through the sky, striking at the Bai Lin giant python. The Bai Lin giant python trembled in fear, turning to flee. However, it had no chance. The 10 pure yang sword talismans descended, severely wounding the Bai Lin giant python, severing its tail and slicing through its body, blood splattering everywhere. It let out a wail, on the brink of death, its body charred and emitting a meaty aroma. Li Qingyuan used his spiritual sense to control the breaking spirit blood wheel as it whizzed past, severing the snake's head, sending it on its way. Li Qingyuan collected various materials and then unleashed a fireball technique to burn the Bai Lin giant python. Next, he replicated the process, burning Lu Yun, Zhang Quan, and the other 3 cultivators at the 6th level of chi refining, erasing all traces while naturally not forgetting to take the storage bags of the other 3 cultivators. Li Qingyuan grinned widely. So this is the thrill of pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. He had obtained the Qingmu chrysanthemum, the materials from the Bai Lin giant python, the wealth of a 9th level chi refining cultivator, the wealth of a 7th level chi refining cultivator, and the wealth of 3 6th level chi refining cultivators, all in his possession. Li Qingyuan activated the breath-holding technique, transforming back to the 5th level of chi refining, and calmly walked out of the valley to find a secluded place to tally his gains. He would then double his resources. Chapter 066, Striking it Rich. In a remote mountain cliff surrounded by towering peaks, the cliff face was sheer, with dense vines intertwined, nearly blocking out the light. Beneath the layers of vines, Li Qingyuan simply dug a stone cave to begin counting his harvest. Holding 2 Qingmu chrysanthemums, Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "One will be used to cultivate the illusion god eye technique. The other will be used to practice the Great Chun technique, enhancing my own cultivation." The Qingmu chrysanthemum, a top-grade first-tier spiritual herb, is a naturally grown spiritual plant containing pure, wood attribute spiritual energy, making it a great supplement for Li Qingyuan, who practices wood attribute techniques. Not only beneficial for him, even for cultivators at the 9th level of chi refining, it could save them 1 or 2 years of hard cultivation. In the market, Qingmu chrysanthemum is extremely rare, and only with great luck can one purchase it. For cultivators practicing wood attribute techniques, a first-tier top-grade Qingmu chrysanthemum, even at 1,000 spirit stones each, would be sought after. Li Qingyuan calculated, when I reach the peak of the 7th level of chi refining, I can use the pure wood attribute spiritual energy contained in the Qingmu chrysanthemum to break through to the 8th level of chi refining, potentially shortening 1 or 2 years of hard cultivation. He stored the 2 Qingmu chrysanthemums in a jade box, sealing them with a technique to prevent the loss of spiritual energy. Next, Li Qingyuan took out the head, gallbladder, reverse scale pieces, and other materials from the Bai Lin giant python, placing them into the Xin pin space, and doubled them. The Bai Lin giant python, a peak first-tier demon beast, provided 5 types of materials: fangs, skull, scales, reverse scales, and gallbladder, all replicated. These materials, once doubled, would be worth at least 300 spirit stones, bringing in a nice profit. Li Qingyuan rubbed his hands, saying, "Next, let's open the blind boxes." He opened 5 storage bags one by one, ranked from high to low. Now, with his cultivation at the 7th level of chi refining, he had reached the later stage of chi refining, making the allure of ordinary 6th level chi refining cultivator storage bags not very significant to him anymore. Soon, the storage bags, magical tools, elixirs, talismans, and all resources, including spirit stones, from 3 chi refining stage 6 cultivators totaled approximately 200 spirit stones. 3 poor devils, and together they only had over 1,000 spirit stones. After duplication, it amounted to about 400 spirit stones. The Qi refining stage 7 female cultivator Li Qingyuan had a mid-grade first-tier storage bag and magical tools, along with some Qi refining period elixirs and a few talismans worth tens of spirit stones, totaling close to 400 spirit stones. Her wealth, after calculations, added up to around 800 or so spirit stones, and after duplication, it would not be less than 700 spirit stones. Calculating all this, Li Qingyuan had now harvested 100 spirit stones. The last storage bag belonged to Zhang Quan, a Qi refining stage 9 cultivator. Li Qingyuan looked forward to this. Aside from Zhao Tu, this was the highest level cultivator storage bag he had obtained so far. As soon as his spiritual sense penetrated the bag, Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Just the number of spirit stones exceeded 800. No wonder he was a Qi refining stage 9 bandit. He must have committed numerous robberies and murders. Additionally, there were first-tier supreme quality ores and first-tier upper-grade or materials. This person likely gathered these to collect spirit stones and materials to hire a first-tier supreme quality artifact craftsman to forge a first-tier supreme quality magical tool for him. The quality of the storage bag was upper-grade first-tier, storing a large number of mid-stage and late-stage first-tier beast materials, a significant quantity. These materials must have been collected by their team over a long time and stored on Zhang Quan. There were also some upper-grade and mid-grade first-tier spiritual plants. He had elixirs worth 200 to 300 spirit stones, including recovery elixirs, Qi-raising elixirs, essence-boosting elixirs, blood Qi elixirs, bleeding-stopping elixirs, warming elixirs, etc. Zhang Quan's wealth, calculated, was about 3,000 spirit stones. After duplication, it amounted to approximately 6,000 spirit stones. He had struck it rich, really rich. Li Qingyuan's eyes burned with excitement. It was truly a night of sudden wealth. No, a windfall. All resources, when converted at market prices, were close to 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, this was the market price, not the buyback price. Various merchant associations also needed to make a profit, deducting costs for operation, storefronts, employees, etc. The market price of selling something for 10 spirit stones likely meant their purchase price was around 8 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan was satisfied. Selling everything could yield 8,000 spirit stones, enough for me to cultivate for a long time. Before reaching Qi refining stage 9, I wouldn't lack for spirit stones. However, without the Shinpin Space's duplication ability, selling off all of Zhang Quan's Group S wealth would probably only yield about 4,000 spirit stones. The Shinpin Space was truly my greatest cheat. Li Qingyuan took out the spirit stones and refined them using the Great Chun Gong. After half an hour, many spirit stones turned into powder, and his cultivation level also recovered to its peak. The Qingmu chrysanthemum was in hand, and he continued to search for the other 2 spiritual herbs. As days passed, Li Qingyuan fought several times each day, specifically targeting late-stage first-tier beasts to hone his skills. He continuously engaged in battles, consuming and recovering, and avoided using talismans whenever possible, focusing on honing his swordsmanship and the techniques of operating magical tools, as well as his family's first-tier spells. 2 months flew by, and Li Qingyuan still had not found the blood jade mushroom or the illusory god mushroom. During this time, he encountered some mercenary groups and adventurers, whether in teams or solo cultivators, leading to both conflicts and collaborations. The only thing missing was bandits like Zhang Quan, which made it difficult for him to implement his fishing strategy. After searching for 2 months, Li Qingyuan chose to head to a city. Yes, a small city. Deep in the Tianyin mountain range, due to the beast army, human cultivators gradually formed a logistics supply city in a standoff. The allure of foundation building period cultivators caves and the command from the foundation building celestial clan to mobilize various vassal powers to hunt beasts here contributed to this. Over time, it evolved into a town dominated by human forces, with thousands to tens of thousands of cultivators maintaining it, bustling with various shops. Elixirs, magical tools, talismans, artifact crafting, formations, spiritual plants, and spiritual rice from various merchant branches and individual cultivators converged here, forming a prosperous town with a population of 10,000 cultivators. Continuing several hundred miles deeper into this city was the front line where the beast army clashed with human cultivators. The demon hunting town had arrived. Li Qingyuan stood at the town's entrance. With a population of over 10,000, although they were all cultivators, the scale was indeed small, just a little town. Li Qingyuan calculated, I will secretly sell various cultivation resources in batches to exchange for spirit stones. Additionally, I will gather information about the blood jade mushroom and the illusory god mushroom. The demon hunting town gathered 10,000 cultivators, including many late-stage qi refining cultivators from the 5 major islands and 36 archipelagos. Qi refining stage 10 experts were not uncommon, providing Li Qingyuan with a bit more confidence. Qi refining stage 10 cultivators, with the help of talismans, magical tools, formations, and elixirs, could suppress late-stage first-tier beasts and could even slay them with a bit of cost. Moreover, cultivators could cooperate, hunting beasts with multiple against one. Li Qingyuan thought, perhaps there are first-tier supreme quality spiritual plants in this demon hunting town. In the following days, Li Qingyuan sometimes donned a black robe and mask to conceal his true identity, selling various materials. At other times, he used a human skin mask for disguise, changing his appearance, adopting different identities to sell materials. His cultivation level also varied. Sometimes he was at qi refining stage 5, sometimes at stage 6, sometimes at stage 7, selling resources for spirit stones under different names and in different places. After more than 2 months of fighting, Li Qingyuan had also obtained many late-stage first-tier beast materials and mid-grade and upper-grade first-tier spiritual plants, which were quite valuable, nearing 1,000 spirit stones. After doubling the value of the 1,000 spirit stones in resources, it amounted to 2,000 spirit stones. While selling materials in the town, Li Qingyuan occasionally attracted attention. Given the situation, he chose to flee, changing his aura and cultivation level to escape pursuit. Once, he was targeted by a qi refining stage 10 expert and had to expend considerable effort, repeatedly changing his identity to successfully escape. Finally, after a month, Li Qingyuan had sold off all the materials in his possession. He packaged the leftover scraps and sold them to various merchant associations. In the end, he obtained only 500 spirit stones because the beast materials had depreciated. The influx of cultivators drawn by the foundation building caves and the gathering of the 5 celestial clans to hunt beasts led to an oversupply of beast materials in this area. Not only here, but the archipelagos also channeled many beast materials through the demon hunting town, causing depreciation on all major islands. Nevertheless, even so, 500 spirit stones were still a considerable fortune. The drop in beast material prices also meant that magical tools made from beast materials had decreased in price. This was great news for loose cultivators, as the prices of magical tools of the same grade were down by 15 to even 20 compared to previous years. After selling various materials, Li Qingyuan waited for another month. Finally, one day, he received news about the blood jade mushroom. At the spiritual herb pavilion, Li Qingyuan arrived as promised. He disguised himself with a human skin mask, transforming into a lean man in his 30s, revealing a complete qi refining stage 6 cultivation level. Manager Wan, I have arrived. The spiritual herb pavilion was one of the places where Li Qingyuan sold spiritual plants, herbs, and even resold elixirs, and he was somewhat familiar with Manager Wan. Li Qingyuan informed Manager Wan that if the blood jade mushroom or illusory god mushroom appeared, he would be willing to pay a premium for it, and even if there were no goods, he would buy related information, not only at Wan Zhonggui's place. Li Qingyuan left contact methods with different identities in various guilds and among different loose cultivators, waiting for news. Wan Zhonggui, with an 8th layer of qi refining cultivation, was broad-minded and plump, over 50 years old, with some resemblance to a Buddha. This person came from a foundational immortal clan, managed the spirit medicine pavilion, had considerable wealth, and was well connected in this demon hunting town, with a wide network of information. Wan Zhonggui clasped his hands and said, Friend Gong, the blood jade mushroom you wanted is in stock. Here, Li Qingyuan's surname is Gong, and his name is Xian. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and he asked, Really? Please, Wan Zhonggui, quickly take it out so I can have a look. Chapter 67. The first-class top-grade spiritual plant, the blood jade mushroom, is in hand. Wan Zhonggui opened a jade box and smiled. Friend Gong Xian, please take a look. Li Qingyuan focused his gaze. Inside the rectangular jade box lay a 3-foot-long, 1-leaf spiritual mushroom, quietly resting, crystal clear like jade, yet as red as blood, as if sculpted from blood-red jade. This blood jade mushroom emitted a rich fragrance. Just a whiff could invigorate one's blood and energy. Li Qingyuan was satisfied and said, Indeed, it is a first-class top-grade spiritual plant, the blood jade mushroom. The quality is intact, and the spiritual energy is abundant. Wan Zhonggui, shall we proceed with the transaction as per our previous agreement? The blood jade mushroom strengthens blood, opens meridians, replenishes essence and marrow, and regulates the yin and yang energies in the human body, greatly benefiting qi refining stage cultivators and being a rare body tempering spiritual medicine for body cultivators. The blood jade mushroom is one of the two main materials needed to refine the first-class top-grade pill, the dragon blood pill, which can help a 9th layer body cultivator advance to the 10th layer of qi refining. The dragon blood pill is comparable to the jade spirit pill. Wan Zhonggui smiled and said, Friend Gongxian, you must know that recently the prices of beast materials in these island seas have dropped, but the prices of talismans and pills have risen somewhat. According to market prices, this blood jade mushroom is estimated to be no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan nodded, took out 1,100 spirit stones, and said, Wan Zhonggui, as per our previous agreement, I will pay a 10% premium to trade for this blood jade mushroom. Is that all right? Wan Zhonggui stroked his beard and smiled. Good. Friend Gongxian is straightforward. The two exchanged the goods for spirit stones, completing the transaction. Li Qingyuan accepted the blood jade mushroom, feeling a hint of joy in his heart. The greenwood chrysanthemum and blood jade mushroom are already in hand. Next, he only needs the phantom god mushroom. Li Qingyuan clasped his hands in salute and said, Wan Zhonggui, I take my leave. Hold on, Gongxian, Wan Zhonggui called out to him, saying, I have heard some news about the phantom god mushroom from a friend. Li Qingyuan was taken aback and quickly asked, Oh, where can I find the phantom god mushroom? Wan Zhonggui showed hesitation. Li Qingyuan smiled, took out 100 spirit stones, and handed them over, saying, Please let me know, Wan Zhonggui. Having searched for 2 to 3 months without any clues, if 100 spirit stones could buy information about the phantom god mushroom, it would be worth it for him. Wan Zhonggui accepted the spirit stones and chuckled. Friend Gongxian is straightforward. After saying that, Wan Zhonggui leaned in and whispered, My friend said that the Spicy Charm mercenary group has information about the phantom god mushroom. Li Qingyuan was stunned and asked, Spicy Charm mercenary group, is it spicy as in hot and charm as in allure? Wan Zhonggui explained, Yes, it's spicy as in hot, and charm as in allure. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, So that's it. Spicy Charm mercenary group. What a strange name. Wan Zhonggui said, The Spicy Charm mercenary group is quite well known in this demon hunting town. You can easily find them with a little inquiry. Thank you. Li Qingyuan cupped his fists in gratitude and said, I take my leave. Li Qingyuan quickly left the spirit medicine pavilion and walked into a nearby street, where he found an inn and requested a room. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qingyuan disguised himself as a 40-year-old man with a particularly strong middle-aged charm and directly left the inn. At the same time, he stopped operating the breath-concealing technique and directly revealed his qi-refining 7th layer cultivation. Only having qi-refining 7th layer cultivation was enough to gain attention and more easily join various mercenary groups or temporarily team up with other cultivators. After inquiring along the way, Li Qingyuan arrived at the west gate of Demon Hunting Town, where various mercenary groups gathered. And it was also a place for loose cultivators to recruit allies and form teams. Ironwool Mercenary Group invites friends. All friends with an Ironwool are welcome to join. Freestone Mercenary Group. We the 3 brothers of the Sher family hope to invite a pill refiner to join us. Dragon Tiger Mercenary Group invites talisman masters to join. All friends please. Li Qingyuan moved between various mercenary groups, with his qi refining 7th layer cultivation, stepping into the later stage of qi refining. Many mercenary groups actively invited him to join, but he declined their invitations. Soon, Li Qingyuan found the Spicy Charm mercenary group he was looking for. The founders of the Spicy Charm mercenary group were 2 sisters, both stunning women in their 40s, dressed in fiery red dresses that revealed ample curves and long, elegant legs. Li Qingyuan learned that they were sisters. The elder sister was called Spicy Lady, and the younger sister was called Charming Lady. Spicy Lady called out loudly. The Spicy Charm mercenary group invites friends to team up for hunting beasts, requiring a cultivation level of qi refining 7th layer or higher. Talisman masters, pill refiners, artifact refiners, and array masters are preferred. Li Qingyuan stepped forward, cupped his hands in salute, and said, I am Zhen Yud, with qi refining 7th layer cultivation. A first-class upper-grade talisman master. May I join the Spicy Charm mercenary group? Upon hearing this, Spicy Lady looked at Li Qingyuan with her watery peach blossom eyes and smiled. A first-class upper-grade talisman master? I am Spicy Lady. Welcome, friend Jun, to join us. From the first glance, Spicy Lady had a good impression of Jinyud. At 40 years old, he had a great temperament and the steady charm of a mature man, dressed in a long green robe, and had a robust figure. Chi refining 7th layer cultivation and being a first-class upper-grade talisman master made him a good teammate. Charming Lady also approached, looking somewhat similar to her sister, with a body just as curvaceous and enticing, giving off a mature woman's allure in her gestures. Charming Lady smiled and said, I am Charming Lady. Welcome, friend Jun, to join us. Li Qingyuan cupped his hands in greeting. No wonder the Spicy Charm mercenary group was quite famous. These sisters not only had looks and figures that appealed to all ages, but also possessed formidable strength. Spicy Lady was at Chi refining 9th layer, while Charming Lady was at Chi refining 8th layer. There were 3 other teammates, 1 male and 2 females, all at Chi refining 7th layer. Now, with Li Qingyuan joining them, he was also a Chi refining 7th layer cultivator and a first-class upper-grade talisman master. Is the Spicy Charm mercenary group still recruiting? At this moment, a middle-aged female cultivator approached, also at Chi refining 7th layer cultivation. Her figure and face were quite ordinary. The plain-looking middle-aged female cultivator said, I am Qin Ping, Ping as in water lily, with Chi refining 7th layer cultivation and a first-class upper-grade pill refiner. After saying this, Qin Ping raised her hand to showcase several pills, including the Peiyuan pill, Blood Qi pill, and a first-class upper-grade Yunsol pill, all of good quality. A first-class upper-grade pill refiner? Li Qingyuan was slightly taken aback, showing surprise. Upon careful thought, this was actually the first time he encountered a first-class upper-grade pill refiner. It should be noted that even first-rate Qi refining families rarely manage to cultivate a first-class upper-grade pill refiner, as it requires immense talent and resources. If cultivating a talisman master only requires an investment of 1,000 spirit stones, then cultivating a pill refiner would need at least several thousand spirit stones in investment. With no guarantee of a return, only first-rate powers can afford such cultivation. Charming Lady exclaimed joyfully, a first-class upper-grade pill refiner? Good, very good. Spicy Lady asked. May I ask, friend Qin, what brings you to join our Spicy Charm mercenary group? A first-class upper-grade pill refiner would even attract the attention of powerful cultivators in the 10th layer of Qi refining, and they would be eager to recruit her. This unremarkable Taoist Qin Ping could become a guest of honor in any first-rate power. Qin Ping said, I heard that the Spicy Charm mercenary group often ventures deep into the Tianin mountain range, up to 5,000 miles, to hunt first-tier peak demon beasts. Coincidentally, I need first-tier top-grade spiritual plants to refine pills and strive to become a first-tier top-grade alchemist. However, first-tier top-grade spiritual plants are very hard to come by, even in the markets of the 5 major islands. Recently, I heard that the demon hunting town occasionally has first-tier top-grade spiritual plants appearing, and many mercenary groups are collecting them, which is why I came here. The Spicy Lady and the Charming Lady exchanged glances and nodded slightly. This explanation made sense. First-tier top-grade spiritual plants are rare even for first-rate powers. They wouldn't simply allow Qin Ping to use them for alchemy and skill improvement to become a first-tier top-grade alchemist. Such consumption is enormous, and even first-rate powers cannot bear it, unless it is for their own family members, who would receive full support for cultivation. Outside elders are just workers. Refining a first-tier top-grade pill can cost at least 700 to 800 spirit stones, and at most 1,000 to 2,000 spirit stones. The Spicy Lady smiled and said, Good, very good. With Taoist Jun and Taoist Qin joining, our Spicy Charm mercenary group can set off. Chapter 068. Li Qingyuan, Qin Miaoi. 2 old sixes. The members of the Spicy Charm mercenary group are as follows. Captain Spicy Lady, Qi refining level 9. Vice Captain Charming Lady, Qi refining level 8. Li Qingyuan, Zhen Yud, Qi refining level 7. First tier upper grade talisman master. Qin Ping, Qi refining level 7. First tier upper grade alchemist. The other 3 members, 1 male and 2 females, are all at Qi refining level 7. The average level of the team members is late stage Qi refining. The overall strength of the Spicy Charm mercenary group is extremely strong, comparable to a master at Qi refining level 10, making it difficult for them to be ambushed. Of course, the most to be wary of has always been teammates. The Spicy Lady said, Everyone, if there are no objections, we will set off immediately. Naturally, everyone had no objections upon hearing this. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. All team members activated their flying artifacts. Everyone is at Qi refining level 7, capable of flying tens or hundreds of miles without issue, stopping for a moment to rest every few dozen miles before setting off again. The demon hunting town has a population of 10,000 cultivators, with the most being at mid-stage Qi refining. Hence it is built about 3,500 miles into the Tianyin mountain range. Therefore, Li Qingyuan and the others need to fly over 1,000 miles to hunt first-tier peak demon beasts deep 5,000 miles into the mountain, and gather first-tier upper-grade and first-tier top-grade spiritual plants. During the flight, Qin Ping was different. She was wealthy and used the flying artifact wind spirit boat. Flying artifacts are a special existence among artifacts, requiring the construction of spirit stone conversion laws to automatically absorb spirit stones and convert them into power for flying the artifact. They are a product of the combination of refining and formations. Therefore, flying artifacts are extremely expensive and rare. Li Qingyuan flew at the back of the group, enviously eyeing the wind spirit boat, thinking, I wonder when I can have a flying artifact. Besides consuming spirit stones, flying artifacts have no side effects and almost do not require the consumption of mana, unless you inject mana for acceleration. Not only Li Qingyuan was envious, other cultivators were also envious. The spicy lady smiled and said, Daoist Qin is indeed a first-tier upper-grade alchemist. She is truly affluent to possess a flying artifact, making us all quite envious. Qin Ping smiled slightly and said, Daoist Hua is overpraising me. With your talent, stepping into Qi refining level 10 is just a matter of time, and you even have a chance to succeed in foundation establishment. The spicy lady and charming lady are sisters with the surname Hua, but their names have not been revealed. By then, flying artifacts would be easily attainable for them. As for me, I spent all my wealth to obtain this wind spirit boat by sheer luck. Li Qingyuan flew at the back, listening to their mutual flattery and probing words. Qin Ping's expression was calm, and her spiritual sense permeated the space between her eyebrows, instantly sweeping over everyone, uncovering all disguises and any hidden aspects. Foundation establishment spiritual sense is superior to spiritual sense. It is formless and intangible, and Qi refining period cultivators cannot detect the probing of spiritual sense at all. Li Qingyuan frowned, thinking, what is going on? I suddenly feel like I'm being watched. Qin Ping was startled. Is it him? That kid with the surname Li? He comes to my talisman shop every year or so to sell a bunch of talisman paper. Qin Ping. Oh no, her name is Qin Miaoyi. After Qin Miaoyi advanced to Qi refining level 10, she took her family's concentration pill, and upon entering Qi refining level 10, she was able to condense her spiritual sense and possess foundation establishment spiritual sense. Originally in seclusion, upon hearing that the Tianyin mountain range had a purple fire spirit ape, she gave up her plan to cultivate to Qi refining level 10 perfection and chose to leave seclusion. She has a spiritual body, known as the purple fire spiritual body. If she could absorb the essence of the purple fire spirit ape and extract the pure purple fire spiritual energy within, it would help her quickly reach Qi refining level 10 perfection. This method of cultivation is unique to her and cannot be replicated by others. Qin Miaoyi had been in the demon hunting town for several days, and after secretly inquiring and selecting various options, she finally chose to join the Spicy Charm mercenary group to utilize their sister's information channels to investigate the purple fire spirit ape. However, she truly did not expect that in the team, besides herself, there was actually another old six. Under her spiritual sense, the age, cultivation level, and everything about Qi refining period cultivators were laid bare. 19 years old, Qi refining level 7. This kid is indeed a cultivation genius. Qin Miaoyi is 21 this year. At Qi refining level 10, looking down on her peers. But she knows herself. On the surface, she has 3 spiritual roots: fire, earth, and gold. But in reality, she is a natural spiritual body, the purple fire spiritual body. The cultivation speed of a natural spiritual body is comparable to that of a heavenly root, and her family has regarded her as a key cultivation seed for Yuan Ying since childhood. Even though the family has fallen on hard times, with strength and resources less than 1/10 of their peak, her cultivation resources have never been lacking. With her powerful talent, ample resources, guidance from foundation establishment cultivators, and her own strong comprehension, she was able to reach Qi refining level 10 by the age of 21. With her qualifications, establishing a foundation before 30 is almost guaranteed. Qin Miaoyi was quite surprised, thinking, This kid is 19 years old and has already reached Qi refining level 7. In the island seas, only the most talented direct descendants of the 5 foundation establishment families can possess such strength at this age. An interesting kid. Li Qingyuan seemed to sense something and looked at Qin Ping, smiling at her. Qin Ping smiled back and then withdrew her gaze. Soon, everyone arrived at a mountain peak and began to rest. The spicy lady stepped forward, her bosom swaying, her long legs and fiery figure alluring. She smiled and said, Daoist Qin, Daoist Jun. To fully utilize our team's sustained combat capability and enhance our survival ability, could you please sell some pills and talisman papers to everyone for combat assistance? The spicy lady was very generous, pulling out several hundred spirit stones and saying, I can advance you some spirit stones first. After the hunt, when we distribute the spoils, I will make up for any lacking spirit stones. What do both Taoists think? Qin Ping nodded, sure. Furthermore, we are all teammates, and this is also a chance encounter. I will sell to you at the internal price of the Merchant Association, which is only 80% of the market price. Hearing this, Li Qingyuan agreed. Not bad, we are all fellow Taoists. And I will also sell to everyone at 80% of the market price. As he spoke, Li Qingyuan waved his hand, and 121st tier upper grade talisman papers flew out. The first tier upper grade talisman papers included 6 types: Turtle Shell Talisman, Flame Ice Talisman, Golden Spear Talisman, Fierce Fire Talisman, Divine Movement Talisman, and Binding Spirit Talisman, with 20 of each type, totaling 120. Of course, Li Qingyuan had some reservations. Most of the talisman papers were of low quality, with only a few being genuine, and there wasn't a single piece of premium talisman paper. Alright, Li Qingyuan held back a lot. As a first-tier top-grade talisman master, he would never expose his identity. There were 2 types of first-tier top-grade talismans: the pure Yang Sword Talisman and the Mixed Element Bowl Talisman, one for offense and one for defense, with dozens of each. Capable of engaging in direct combat with cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refining. Moreover, he also had a set of first-tier top-grade inner armor, with 2 full layers, providing maximum defense. As soon as Li Qingyuan revealed these 120 talisman papers, everyone's eyes lit up. The spicy lady and the charming lady exclaimed with delight. So many first-tier upper-grade talismans. It seems that Daoist Jun's talisman skills are extraordinary. The group divided the talismans, with each person receiving 20, including 3 or 4 talismans for attack, defense, and binding, significantly increasing their combat capabilities. Qin Miaoi looked at the 20 talisman papers in her hand and recognized the Flame Ice Severing Talisman, which she was very familiar with as the Spirit Talisman Tower had stocked up on them. This guy is really cautious. The Spirit Talisman Tower has bought a lot of his premium Flame Ice talismans, but he didn't bring out a single one today. Fellow Taoists, these are elixirs. After putting away the talisman papers, Qin Miaoi waved her hand, and various Qi recovery pills, hemostasis pills, Qi nourishing pills, and cultivation pills flew out into the hands of everyone. After distributing the elixirs, the spicy lady began to showcase her talents. She pinched her fingers and blew, producing a loud whistle that echoed through the sky. After a dozen breaths, a blue spirit eagle cried out, circling twice before flying in a certain direction. Fellow Taoists, the hunt begins. Chapter 069, The White Jade Monkey-Faced Spider. The spicy lady proudly introduced, this spirit pet, the blue spirit eagle, has been carefully raised for over 10 years and is now a late-stage first-tier demon beast. This eagle's eyesight is far superior to that of cultivators, able to clearly see prey 2 miles away. Li Qingyuan marveled. This eagle is truly essential for scouting enemy positions, exploring the path ahead, and hunting demon beasts. The charming lady smiled. Every time we enter the Tianyin mountain range, my sister and I rely on this eagle to find our way. It not only helps us avoid powerful demon beasts, but also leads us to many rare spirit plants. Qin Ping also praised. Indeed, it's a fine hunting eagle. Caw. The blue spirit eagle circled in the air, cried out, and then glided down toward a valley. The spicy lady said, It seems the blue spirit eagle has found a target. Fellow Taoists, follow me. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The group flew on their swords, turning into streaks of light, closely following the blue spirit eagle into the depths of the valley. Deep in the valley, the vegetation was lush, and webs hung between the trees. Caw. The blue spirit eagle flapped its wings, sending out wind blades. The wind blades sliced through large trees and cut through the webs. Squeak. A spider suddenly sprang out. measuring 10 feet in size, pure white like jade, with bristles standing up like needles. It had 2 pitch-black eyes, and on each side, it had 8 spider legs, with tips as sharp as knives. The most bizarre thing was that the spider had a face resembling that of a monkey. Li Qingyuan raised his eyebrows and said, "The white jade monkey-faced spider." It seemed that there was one male and one female of this demon beast, appearing in pairs. Phew, phew. 2 beams of white light shot out, flying dozens of meters before suddenly expanding into webs that enveloped their prey. Fortunately, the blue spirit eagle was sharp-eared and quick, skillfully dodging the 2 web traps and retreating to a safe distance. The charming lady exclaimed, "Sister, these are 2 late-stage first-tier demon beasts, the white jade monkey-faced spiders. The webs they spit out can only be broken by upper-tier first-grade magical tools, and once the webs ensnare their prey, they release paralyzing toxins and also have the effect of sealing spiritual energy. Anyone below the late stage of chi refining would just have to wait to die if caught." The spicy lady smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, shall we work together to capture these white jade monkey-faced spiders?" Everyone nodded. "That's only right. If we can capture them alive, their webs alone will provide a steady and considerable income of spirit stones. Let's go." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group sprang into action. Li Qingyuan's reaction was slightly delayed, and he fell behind. Squeak, squeak. The 2 10-foot white jade monkey-faced spiders sensed the threat and emitted piercing sound waves, gathering spiritual energy in their mouths to shoot out webs and attack the group. The spicy lady and the charming lady, with their deep spiritual energy, activated upper-tier first-grade magical tools to slash through the webs and actively attacked one of them. The spicy lady instructed, "Fellow Taoists, just hold back the other white jade monkey-faced spider. Once my sister and I capture this one, we will come to assist you immediately." Li Qingyuan activated a fire talisman, striking a web that exploded and caught fire. He, Qin Ping, and 3 others at the 7th level of chi refining attacked one of the white jade monkey-faced spiders together, easily suppressing it and preventing it from escaping. Qin Ping said, "The strength of these 2 white jade monkey-faced spiders is comparable to that of cultivators at the 8th level of chi refining. They have great value for domestication. If there is a first-tier upper-grade artifact refiner, using their webs as the main material along with other materials, they could definitely refine a web magical tool that would be extremely challenging for even late-stage chi refiners." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan nodded. It seems that the value of these white jade monkey-faced spiders exceeds that of ordinary first-tier peak demon beasts. While they were speaking, the spicy lady struck the white jade monkey-faced spider, and a silk artifact flew out from her waist, binding its movements, quickly applying a sealing talisman to subdue it. The spicy lady formed a seal with her fingers, and the white jade monkey-faced spider quickly shrank, being stored in her spirit beast bag. After capturing 1 white jade monkey-faced spider, the spicy lady and the charming lady flew back on their swords and, with the cooperation of everyone, soon captured the second one. Qin Ping, a first-tier upper-grade alchemist, fully utilized her interests and hobbies. She leapt forward, flying toward the spider's cave. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan and the others also flew over. The spider cave resembled a rocky cavern, large enough for the 10-foot white jade monkey-faced spiders to pass through, so they had no obstacles reaching the spider's nest. Qin Ping smiled and said, "The white jade earth loquat is indeed here." Li Qingyuan looked at the white jade earth loquat with curiosity, as it was his first time seeing this spirit plant. Qin Ping explained, "This white jade earth loquat has already reached the upper-tier first-grade level and can be used to refine the upper-tier first-grade elixir, the white jade loquat pill." Li Qingyuan asked curiously, "What is the special effect of this pill?" The charming lady's beautiful eyes lit up as she asked, "The white jade loquat pill can nourish in, replenish chi, beautify the skin, and remove scars and spots. This pill is sold in the market for over 100 spirit stones per bottle and is highly sought after by many female cultivators." Taoist Qin, "Can you refine this pill?" The other 4 female cultivators in the group looked at her eagerly. Qin Ping, with her ordinary appearance, said something that ignited the enthusiasm of the women, nodding, "I just happen to be able to refine this pill." The spicy lady smiled and said, "Great. After this hunt, I hope Taoist Qin can refine 2 batches of white jade loquat pills. We are willing to buy them at market price. Let's keep the white jade earth loquat with Taoist Qin for now." Qin Ping picked the white jade earth loquat and stored it carefully, saying, "Fellow Taoists, our gathering is fate. As usual, I will sell it at an 8% discount from the market price." Upon hearing this, several female cultivators expressed their gratitude. For a moment, Qin Ping and the other women became close. The spicy lady said, "Fellow Taoists, our first battle has been successful, and we've gained quite a bit. Next, I hope everyone will work together to hunt more demon beasts and look for spirit plants." Everyone nodded, of course. Following that, for more than 10 consecutive days, a group of people rushed deep into the Tianyin mountain range, using the Qingling eagle as a scout, hunting late-stage first-order monsters and gathering high-quality first-order spiritual herbs, obtaining quite a lot of loot. During this time, Li Qingyuan drew talismans on-site twice to supply the group. Drawing talismans on-site could prove that his stock of ready-made talisman paper was running low, but in reality, he had an alarming amount of talisman paper in his storage bag. Qin Ping also refined several batches of pills, mostly Qi recovery pills and Qi nourishing pills, to restore spiritual power during battles, allowing everyone to sustain their combat capabilities. After half a month, this team had gained a better understanding of each other through combat training. On one day, Li Qingyuan approached the spicy lady and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "Fire friend, you sisters have been traveling the Tianyin mountain range for many years. Have you ever heard of the illusory divine mushroom?" The illusory divine mushroom? The spicy lady was taken aback and then realized. It seems that Taoist Jun has entered the Tianyin mountain range for the purpose of obtaining the first-order top-quality spiritual plant. The illusory divine mushroom. Li Qingyuan, Zhen Yud, nodded and said, "Indeed, the illusory divine mushroom has the effect of nourishing the soul and strengthening spiritual awareness. As a talisman master, I have high requirements for spiritual awareness when drawing talismans. Strengthening spiritual awareness will help improve the success rate of drawing talismans and enhance talisman skills." This explanation was perfect, and no one doubted it, except for Qin Ping. Qin Ping thought to herself, "This person named Li is probably not telling the whole truth. Under my spiritual perception, this person's spiritual awareness is no weaker than that of an ordinary Qi refining 9th-layer cultivator. What does he want the illusory divine mushroom for?" At this moment, the spicy lady spoke. "To be honest, Taoist Jun, I do know of a place where the illusory divine mushroom exists." Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. "Oh, really? May I ask where the illusory divine mushroom is located, fire friend?" Chapter 070. News of the illusory divine mushroom. The spicy lady pondered for a moment and said, 5,000 miles south from here, approximately between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. The Tianyin mountain range stretches over 30,000 miles in length and 15,000 miles in width. In terms of length, it is divided into northern, middle, and southern sections. In terms of width, it is divided into core, middle, and outer regions. Li Qingyuan was slightly taken aback, 5,000 miles south. Between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. Could it be that Fire Friend and her sisters are cultivators from Ice Fire Island? The Tianyin mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of miles along the coastline, with 5 major islands distributed from north to south along the eastern coast: Liuhe Island, Xuanqi Island, and Ice Fire Island. Among these 5 islands, Ice Fire Island is located right between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin mountain range. The spicy lady nodded. "Indeed, we sisters are cultivators from Ice Fire Island. We heard that a late-stage foundation-building cultivator's cave dwelling has appeared here, and we plan to come and try our luck." The charming lady scoffed. "I didn't expect that the cave dwelling of the late-stage foundation-building cultivator has already been targeted by the 5 major foundation-building immortal clans. Other forces simply cannot approach. The 5 major foundation-building immortal clans have always been domineering. Whenever good things appear in the island sea area, they ultimately end up in their pockets." Qin Ping looked sympathetic and complained. "Yes, us small forces and scattered cultivators from small families find the path of cultivation extremely difficult. Resources for cultivation, including island spiritual veins, spiritual plants, pills, magical tools, and spirit stones, are all monopolized by the 5 major foundation-building immortal clans." Qin Ping indignantly said, "As scattered cultivators, we either become vassals of the foundation-building immortal clans, working like oxen and horses for them, only to exchange hard work for a little resource after a year, or we enter the Tianyin mountain range to hunt monsters, living a life on the edge, not knowing when we might fall victim to the beasts." Sai Qin Ping showed a sorrowful expression. "My father could not bear the oppression of the foundation-building immortal clans and led our clan to migrate to a small island to live. Our family's income relies entirely on hunting monsters. When I was very young, my father died at the hands of a monster, making our family's survival extremely difficult. If it weren't for fortuitous opportunities, it would be hard for me to become an alchemist now. Qin Ping expressed her heartfelt feelings, sharing her difficulties and cultivation environment, garnering sympathy and recognition from the group. The charming lady coldly stated, "Indeed, the 5 major foundation-building immortal clans are the biggest parasites in the Island Sea area." Another male cultivator in the group, an old man in his 50s, at the 7th layer of Qi refining, showed a sad expression and said, "Sigh. This scar on my face was also given to me by a foundation-building immortal clan cultivator." Old Wang appeared to be over 50, but was actually over 60 years old, with a grotesque scar on his face. The other 2 female cultivators also spoke up, filled with righteous indignation, angrily denouncing the oppression from the foundation-building immortal clans. Li Qingyuan glanced at Qin Ping and thought, "This woman has managed to unite everyone against a common enemy with just a few words. Is it unintentional or deliberate?" Li Qingyuan cleared his throat and said, "Fire friend, could you please elaborate on the illusory divine mushroom? What kind of monsters are lurking around it?" The spicy lady replied, 3 years ago, my sister and I went into the mountains to hunt. By chance, the Qingling eagle discovered the illusory divine mushroom and led us there. When we saw the illusory divine mushroom, there was a shaoran lurking nearby." Qin Ping's expression changed slightly. "It's actually a shaoran? That's an extremely rare type of humanoid monster, skilled in illusionary attacks, with an elusive body that can kill without a trace." The spicy lady nodded. "Indeed, when we sisters saw the shaoran for the first time, without saying a word, we turned and left." The charming lady, still having lingering fears, said, "That shaoran is not simple. Its aura is very close to that of a peak first-order monster. It should not be provoked by cultivators below the 10th layer of Qi refining." Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and cupped his fists in salute, saying, "Fire friend, fellow friends, could you assist me in harvesting the illusory divine mushroom? In return, all the materials from the monsters we have hunted and the spiritual plants we have gathered over the past half-month will be yours, free of charge." In the past half-month, everyone had hunted monsters and gathered spiritual plants, accumulating quite a lot of loot, estimated to be close to 3,000 spirit stones. Even if they started distributing now, Li Qingyuan would still receive several hundred spirit stones. Of course, the illusory divine mushroom is worth over 1,000 spirit stones. So, Li Qingyuan added, the journey south is 5,000 miles. All the monsters hunted and spiritual plants gathered will also belong to you, fellow friends. Additionally, I will gift each of you 30 pieces of first-order top-quality talisman paper afterward. What do you think? This offer was already worth over 1,000 spirit stones. The spicy lady and the charming lady both showed signs of interest. Old Wang frowned and said, "Daoist Jun, the shaoran's movements are unpredictable and skilled in illusions. Once caught, one's spiritual awareness will be blinded, and life and death will be at its mercy. Your promise is indeed generous, but life is even more precious." The 2 female cultivators nodded in agreement. The charming lady said, "To be honest, my sister and I are also tempted by the illusory divine mushroom. The shaoran's wings, sharp fangs, claws, and spine are also top-notch materials for refining weapons. But no matter how good the treasures of heaven and earth are, they cannot compare to life." The spicy lady nodded, "Exactly. In fact, there are more than just one type of first-order top-quality spiritual herbs within a few hundred miles of that area. There is also the first-order top-quality spiritual wine, purple flame nectar." The spicy lady and the charming lady were drooling at the thought, licking their sensual and plump lips, and said, "Purple flame nectar, a first-order top-quality spiritual wine, is brewed by the purple fire spirit monkey from various spiritual plants, herbs, and fruits using special secret techniques. It is a great tonic for cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques, and it can even help late-stage Qi refining cultivators break through a small realm and enhance their strength." The charming lady said, "If I can obtain the purple flame nectar and devote myself to hard cultivation for 3 to 5 years, I will definitely be able to break through to the 8th layer of Qi refining and step into the 9th layer." Qin Ping's eyes flashed with joy, though she hid it well, and asked tentatively, "Purple flame nectar? That's a spirit wine that only the purple fire spirit monkey can brew. Have you seen the purple fire spirit monkey?" The spicy lady nodded. "Indeed, there are as many as 2 purple fire spirit monkey kings in that monkey group, both reaching the level of peak first-order monsters. So, with the strength of our sisters, we can only sigh in vain, feeling helpless." Qin Ping appeared to be moved and said, I have been cultivating fire attribute techniques, and my cultivation has been stagnant at the 7th level of Qi refinement for several years. I urgently need the purple flame essence to help me break through, she said. Fire friends, fellow Taoists, please assist me in obtaining the purple flame essence. Like Taoist Jun, I will not take any materials from demon beasts or spiritual plants. Furthermore, if this succeeds, I will give out the Baiyu Loquat pill for free. Everyone was taken aback. This is truly an enticing benefit. A talisman master and a pill master, willing to forego all the profits from hunting demon beasts, and afterward, even offering talisman papers and pills for free. Considering the demon beasts hunted and the spiritual plants picked along the way for 5,000 miles south, they could each gain an additional 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones, plus free first-grade superior talisman papers and first-grade superior pills. Old Wang said, I also cultivate fire attribute techniques and would like to share in some of the purple flame essence. The spicy woman and the charming woman naturally had no objections, as they also practiced fire attribute techniques. Li Qingyuan said, Fire friend, we don't need to engage directly with the Shaoran or the purple fire spirit ape king. We just need to distract or lure them away, then send someone to quickly obtain the spiritual plants and spiritual wine. Jinping said, I will only take 1/4 of the purple flame essence, and the remaining 3/4 can be evenly divided among all fellow Taoists. She thought to herself, for me, the essence of the purple fire spirit ape is more useful. The purple flame essence is secondary. The spicy woman pondered for a moment, feeling quite tempted, and agreed. Taoist Jun is right. We need not engage directly. We can simply lure the tiger away from the mountain and steal it in secret. Moreover, if everyone puts in their best effort, even cultivators at the 10th level of Qi refinement can fight. If that's the case, then let's head south. The Fire family sisters agreed, Old Wang agreed, and the other 2 female cultivators were very tempted by the beautifying Baiyu Loquat pill. Thus, everyone unanimously agreed to head south. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan felt secretly pleased. No matter what, I must obtain the illusion god mushroom. It can help me cultivate my spiritual sense and draw 2nd-grade talisman papers. This damned fear of insufficient firepower has already reached its later stages. Meanwhile, Qin Miaoyi, felt secretly pleased. I didn't expect to really find the purple fire spirit ape. Refining the essence of 2 purple fire spirit ape kings will surely allow me to quickly reach the perfection of the 7th level of Qi refinement, gaining several years of cultivation and a faster breakthrough to foundation establishment. Chapter 071, Shaoran, Illusion. After the discussion, the spicy and charming mercenary group of 7 turned south. Along the way, the spicy woman used the Qingling eagle as a scout, targeting late-stage first-grade demon beasts, specifically those with fixed territories. Generally speaking, late-stage first-grade demon beasts with fixed territories possess strength comparable to 8th or 9th level Qi refinement cultivators. Moreover, such demon beasts often indicate the presence of first-grade superior spiritual plants, at the very least first-grade medium spiritual plants. The group hunted demon beasts and gathered spiritual plants as they traveled south. Except for rest periods, they fought all the way, covering more than 300 miles each day. After more than 10 days, they traveled 5,000 miles south and reached the boundary area between the middle and southern sections of the Tianyin Mountains. The spicy woman said, The valley 10 miles ahead is our destination. Everyone sat down to rest and immediately prepared to act after restoring their spiritual power. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a spirit stone, operating the Dazhuan technique to refine the spirit stone and restore his spiritual power as quickly as possible. After 3/4 of an hour, half an hour, Li Qingyuan had refined the spirit stone, and his spiritual power was basically restored. He said, I wonder if the illusion god mushroom is still there after 2 years. The charming woman came over, and as she sat down, her ample bosom trembled enticingly. A sight to behold. She was a beautiful woman in her 40s, still charming and graceful. Her waist was slender, and her hips were round and large, resembling a grinding disc. The charming woman smiled sweetly. Taoist Jun can rest assured, over the past year, cultivators from various islands in the sea have been rushing to the cave left behind by Sanquan Shou. Moreover, the Shaoran's lair is very hidden, making it difficult for people to discover. And the Shaoran's methods are tricky, their movements are elusive, and they are proficient in illusions. Even a single master at the 10th level of Qi refinement would find it hard to capture them. Our success or failure this time is hard to say. Li Qingyuan clasped his fists in salute and said, Regardless of success or failure, my previous promise still stands. The charming woman looked at Li Qingyuan, whose mature and charming uncle's face and calm demeanor made her curious. May I ask, Daoist Jun, do you have a partner or a family? Li Qingyuan casually replied. I am a first-grade loose cultivator, of mortal origin, and have no cultivation family. As for a partner, everything is left to fate. Oh, the charming woman smiled sweetly. What a coincidence, my sister and I are also single cultivators, without partners. Li Qingyuan merely smiled slightly and did not continue the conversation. Soon, everyone gradually restored their spiritual power. The spicy woman's expression became serious as she said, fellow Taoists, once we arrive at the valley, we must not act separately to avoid falling into the Sharon's illusions. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yes. Swish, swish, swish. The 7 of them activated their magical tools to fly out, with Li Qingyuan stepping on a first-grade superior magical tool, the breaking spirit blood wheel, flying swiftly, almost as fast as sword flight. The 10-mile distance is only 5,000 meters, 5 kilometers, and everyone quickly arrived at the valley entrance. The spicy woman took a deep breath, secretly operating her 9th-level Qi refinement cultivation, her magical tool sword flowing around her fiery curves as she said, fellow Taoists. Be careful. Li Qingyuan adjusted his breathing rhythm. At the position of the dantian below the navel, a mixed yuan bowl talisman was already prepared. This was a first-grade top-tier defensive talisman capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a master at the 10th level of Qi refinement. Additionally, he layered 2 sets of first-grade top-tier inner armor, which, once activated, would also be difficult to break through even by someone at the 10th level of Qi refinement. As long as no foundation establishment masters appear, Li Qingyuan would be almost invincible. The group of 7 circulated their spiritual power, and the magical tools hummed as they slowly entered the valley in A formation. The valley entrance was a narrow path between 2 mountain ranges. After passing through the concealed path of 100 feet, they could enter the valley. Li Qingyuan focused his gaze and saw that the valley was shrouded in mist. With vapor rising, locust trees were growing in the valley, forming a shaded locust tree forest valley. The 7 walked slowly through the locust tree valley, spreading their spiritual sense to catch any movements in the wind and grass. Qin Miaoyi, quietly expanded her foundation establishment spiritual sense, covering a radius of 10 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet, and even reaching 100 feet, all within her detection range. Li Qingyuan activated the illusion god eye technique, rendering illusions below first-grade top-tier ineffective against him, enhancing his vision tenfold, allowing him to see clearly even 2 or 3 miles away. His eye technique instantly pierced through the mist and vapor, allowing him to see almost the entire locust tree forest. Here they come, the Sharon are coming. Li Qingyuan's eyelids twitched. In the mist, a ghostly figure leaped from one large locust tree to another, with blood-red eyes and bat-like wings that allowed it to glide down from the valley. Halfway up the mountain, the Sharon glided down 1,000 meters to the valley floor. Weaving through the dense mist, its elusive movements difficult to capture, quickly approaching the group. 500 feet, 300 feet, 200 feet, 100 feet. The Sharon hid within the mist, moving between the locust trees with agility, making no sound as it silently approached the 7. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Qingyuan saw the Sharon operating its demonic power, exhaling a mist. The mist perfectly blended into the cloud and vapor, invisible and colorless, merging seamlessly with the fog. Slowly drifting towards the group, Li Qingyuan held his breath, casting a sidelong glance at the spicy lady and the enchanting ladies, thinking, it seems they haven't noticed that the Shao people have already approached and attacked. Finally, Li Qingyuan's gaze froze as he looked at Qin Ping. Coincidentally, Qin Ping happened to look over, and after exchanging a smile, they discreetly averted their eyes. Qin Ping held her breath, thinking, the illusion mushroom is one of the main materials for refining the concentration pill. Once they all fall under the illusion and lose their sanity, I'll strike to kill the Shao people, take the illusion mushroom, and then rescue them, finding some excuse to cover it up. Soon, the spicy lady and the others unknowingly inhaled the mist exhaled by the Shao people, falling into the illusion and experiencing hallucinations, their eyes gradually becoming hollow. Old Wang began to undress, revealing a lecherous smile, picking up a locust tree and starting to rub against it, chuckling. Mo, don't go. Your partner is out today. Why don't we take this opportunity to have some fun? Qin Ping, Li Qingyuan, good fellow, That's the old Wang next door. On the other side, two female cultivators fell under the illusion, their eyes fervent, frantically digging the ground with their magic tools, laughing madly. Ha! Spirit stones, so many spirit stones. We're getting rich, getting rich. The enchanting lady, being at the 8th level of chi refining, naturally couldn't resist the mist exhaled by the first-tier pinnacle monster. The Xiao people. She rubbed her thighs, tore open her chest, and began to breathe heavily, hugging a locust tree, saying something shocking. Zhen Daoyu, brother Zhen. Why not submit to me and become partners with me, enjoying life together? And I can bring my sister along too. Li Qingyuan twitched the corner of his mouth. The spicy lady has also fallen for it, sitting cross-legged, practicing her cultivation method, her spiritual energy overflowing, laughing madly. Ha! I made it. Foundation establishment stage, I made it. Li Qingyuan thought. Good fellow, this is the Tao of sitting forgetting, right? It seems that the illusion of the Xiao people evokes the most instinctual desires and obsessions in humans, even bringing out inner demons. No wonder it is said that the Xiao people are extremely special and rare monsters. Even the top cultivators at the 10th level of chi refining do not have a guaranteed win. This kind of illusion technique is indeed hard to guard against. The mist blends into the air, colorless and tasteless, and if one does not perceive it beforehand, it is almost impossible to avoid. Hey, wait, there's still one person. Li Qingyuan instinctively looked towards Qin Ping. Qin Ping also withdrew her gaze from the spicy lady and looked at Li Qingyuan. Their eyes collided again. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The next moment, Li Qingyuan pulled out a talisman paper and laughed towards the sky. Ha! Second-tier talisman. I've made it. Almost at the same time. Qin Ping also took out a pill, laughing excitedly. Ha! Foundation establishment pill. I've refined it. Li Qingyuan, Qin Ping, as the two were showing off. A sharp claw whistled towards them. Shoo! A sharp claw cut through the air, fast as lightning, aimed straight at Li Qingyuan's throat. If hit, it would surely result in a ruptured throat and instant death. The next second, the frenzied Li Qingyuan activated the talisman paper in his hand, attacking the Xiao people. Following closely, guided by spiritual awareness and using spiritual power, he drove the magic tool to turn the broken spirit blood wheel into a light wheel, slicing through the air. The edge of the blood wheel extremely sharp, attacking the Xiao people. Chapter 072. The two old sixes joined forces to slay the Xiao people. Bang! The fire talisman ignited, and a blazing flame rushed towards the Xiao people, startling it. It had not anticipated that this human would not fall under the illusion, but instead activated the talisman to attack. However, the Xiao people did not panic. With a swipe of its claws, it tore through the flames. As a first-tier pinnacle monster, its cultivation was comparable to a 10th-level chi refining cultivator. A mere first-tier upper-grade talisman could be easily broken. However, at the moment it tore through the flames, its crimson eyes suddenly narrowed. As a blood red will pierced through the air, cutting horizontally towards it. The Xiao people's expression changed dramatically, its spiritual power surged, and with a swipe of its claws, it knocked the blood red wheel away. With a clang, sparks flew, and the broken spirit blood wheel was sent flying several zhang before being pulled back to Li Qingyuan's hand by his spiritual awareness. Li Qingyuan said, Qin Daoyu, stop pretending. Let us work together to take down this Xiao people. Qin Ping still maintained a frenzied laughter, excitedly shouting, Foundation establishment pill, I refined it. I refined it. The Xiao people bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs, burning with rage. It looked at its palm, where a scar had appeared, blood seeping out. Clearly, it was enraged by Li Qingyuan's sneak attack. Whoosh! The Xiao people moved like a ghost, as if merging with the clouds and mist, leaving behind trails of afterimages. Its crimson eyes hiding within the fog. Illusion God Eye technique. Li Qingyuan's eyes glowed faintly, piercing through the Xiao people's movements, discerning its true form. Shoo! The Xiao people leaped over 10 zhang, pouncing towards him. Moon Shadow technique. Li Qingyuan, at the 7th level of chi refining, activated the first-tier spell Moon Shadow technique. Achieving great mastery of the spell, instantly speeding up to avoid the Xiao people's attack. In a few dodges, Li Qingyuan arrived behind Qin Ping. Qin Ping, Qin Miaoli. I remember you. Shoo! The Xiao people's claws, sharp as knives, could clash with a first-tier upper-grade magical tool, instantly tearing through the air straight for Qin Ping, intending to rip her apart before turning to Li Qingyuan. The next second, Qin Ping shouted, Chirp! Buzzing the sound wave buzzed, the sound strike technique. combined with her foundation establishment spiritual awareness, suddenly launched, directly impacting the Shao people's spirit. The Shao people let out a piercing scream like a human baby. Its body plummeting from midair, head pounding, facial features distorted. It held its head with both hands, blood flowing from its 7 orifices, rolling on the ground. Li Qingyuan instantly jumped out. Damn beast, die? Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. 5 talisman papers flew out simultaneously, all genuine first-tier upper-grade talismans, merging into a 5-element talisman array, trapping the Shao people, and exploding instantly. Boom. This strike's power was even stronger than an ordinary 9th-level Qi refining cultivator, very close to the 10th level. Plus, the Shao people had its defenses broken and could not activate its spiritual power in time for defense. The talisman array exploded, causing the Shao people to scream in agony, its flesh and blood mangled, on the verge of death. Broken spirit, blood wheel. At the moment of the explosion of the talisman array, Li Qingyuan drove the magic tool to slash out, the sharp blood wheel flying by, cleanly and decisively beheading the Shao people, killing it in one strike. Qin Ping exclaimed, "Talisman array technique? You actually understand talisman array technique?" Li Qingyuan called back the magic tool, looking at Qin Ping, and said, "As a pill refiner, you understand the sound strike technique. Isn't it reasonable for me, as a talisman master, to understand talisman array technique?" Li Qingyuan asked. "Moreover, I'm curious, the Shao people are proficient in illusion techniques, and their spirit is strong. Even the spiritual awareness of a 10th-level Qi refining cultivator finds it hard to attack its spirit. Why was your sound strike technique effective and directly injured its spirit?" Qin Ping sneered. "You used me as a shield to block the Shao people's attack, and I haven't settled the score with you yet." Boom. Qin Ping's spiritual power surged out from her body, infusing the magic tool, a killing intent chilling the air. Whoosh. A beam of sword light whistled towards Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan's expression changed drastically. 10th level of Qi refining? First tier premium magical tool? At that moment, Li Qingyuan cursed inwardly. Damn, can't tolerate it. How can there be someone more cautious than me? A dignified 10th level Qi refining cultivator disguised as a 7th level Qi refining cultivator. Li Qingyuan activated his spiritual power. The spiritual energy in his dantian surged, and the hidden Hunyuan bowl talisman was instantly activated. Buzz. The mixed element golden bowl instantly blossomed, covering Li Qingyuan within a Wenzhong bowl, blocking a strike from the first-tier top-grade magical weapon driven by Qin Ping's 10th layer of Qi refining cultivation. Qin Ping struck again, her flying sword magical weapon launching a second assault. Li Qingyuan operated his spiritual energy, infusing it into his inner armor, causing 2 sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor to glow, enveloping him in a defensive light that blocked the attack from the first-tier top-grade magical weapon once more. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Ping controlled the sword with her spiritual sense, moving at incredible speed, continuously darting in and out, striking at Li Qingyuan's body surface, causing his inner armor to hum and tremble under the pressure. The force you exert through the magical weapon is definitely not just spiritual sense. It even makes the first-tier top-grade inner armor unable to bear it. Li Qingyuan's expression changed, and he quickly activated several high-quality turtle shell talismans and mixed-element bowl talismans to assist in defense, barely managing to hold on. Qin Ping's mouth twitched. 2 sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor, a first-tier top-grade defensive talisman, an uncountable number of first-tier superior defensive talismans. Qin Ping glared. Just how afraid of death are you? Li Qingyuan took out 5 talismans, all first-tier superior quality, all of exquisite quality. The 5 talismans interconnected to form a talisman array exuding power comparable to a full-force strike from the 10th layer of Qi refining. Qin Ping's expression slightly changed. 5 first-tier superior talismans, all of exquisite quality? Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Hee, Taoist friend Qin, shall we continue? I have plenty of such talisman arrays. Each one can deliver a full-force strike from the 10th layer of Qi refining." Qin Ping coldly smiled. "No matter how strong your talisman array is, can it compare to a second-tier talisman?" As she spoke, a second-tier inferior talisman appeared in Qin Ping's hand, its powerful spiritual pressure overflowing. Li Qingyuan's expression changed drastically. A second-tier inferior talisman? A second-tier inferior talisman is comparable to a full-force strike from the early stage of foundation establishment. Generally, the early stage of foundation establishment has an absolute advantage over the 10th layer of Qi refining, making the outcome a foregone conclusion. Even with 2 layers of first-tier top-grade inner armor, it would be difficult to withstand a second-tier inferior talisman. Li Qingyuan's expression twitched, and he said with a smile, "Taoist friend Qin, please listen to my words." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan produced many more talismans in his hands, including mixed element bowl talismans, pure yang sword talismans, and various talismans numbering in the hundreds or thousands. So many talismans? Qin Ping's eyes twitched. Li Qingyuan said, "Taoist friend Qin, second-tier talismans are rare in these island seas. Every one counts. I have 2 sets of first-tier top-grade inner armor, along with first-tier top-grade talismans, and countless first-tier superior talismans. Your second-tier talisman may not necessarily be able to kill me." That being said, Li Qingyuan already felt a pang of pain at heart. After 3 years of closed-door cultivation and 3 years of talisman drawing, accumulating for 3 years, it truly hurt to use so many talismans today to save his life. "Taoist friend Qin, we have no enmity. Why not turn hostility into friendship?" Li Qingyuan continued to persuade. Qin Ping showed a contemplative expression and asked, "Are these first-tier top-grade talismans drawn by you?" Li Qingyuan nodded. "Yes, to be honest. I am not a first-tier superior talisman master, but a first-tier top-grade one. The reason I concealed my identity to join the Lame mercenary group is that I learned they possessed information about the illusory god mushroom." Qin Ping said, "Taoist friendly. I have always liked to recruit talented individuals. If you join the Qin family, today's matter can be considered over." "Taoist friendly?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback and pretended to be confused. "What does Taoist friend Qin mean? My surname is Zhan." "Hee, still pretending." Qin Ping sneered coldly. Boom. Spiritual light burst forth from Qin Ping's body. Her black dress was torn apart, revealing a purple dress and a graceful figure, with a face as exquisite as jade, flawless, and a pair of beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. Buzz. The Foundation establishment's spiritual sense spread out. Qin Miaoi said lightly, "Taoist friendly, under my spiritual sense. All your disguises are laid bare. So, are you still going to pretend?" It's Li Qingyuan's expression changed. Chu Mountain Fengshe, the owner of the Spirit Talisman Tower. "Taoist friend Qin?" Chapter 073, Coercion and Lure, Qin Family Guest. "It's actually you?" Li Qingyuan truly did not expect that the owner of the Spirit Talisman Tower in Chu Mountain Fengshe was actually a 10th layer of Qi refining cultivator. Moreover, this woman looked only a few years older than him, yet her cultivation was at the 10th layer of Qi refining. Could she be a dual spiritual root? Or even a single heavenly spiritual root? Li Qingyuan's heart was filled with wariness, but he did not show it on his face. He clasped his fists in greeting and said, "So it's Taoist friend Qin, I salute you. Speaking of which, most of the talismans I drew were sold to Taoist friend Qin's Spirit Talisman Tower, so we can be considered old acquaintances and commercial partners." Li Qingyuan began to build connections, smiling. "Today is truly a misunderstanding. Allow me to formally introduce myself," Li Qingyuan said. "My surname is Li, and my name is Qingyuan. May I ask how to address you, Taoist fairy Qin?" Qin Miaoi said lightly. "Qin Miaoi. Miaoi, what a lovely name." Li Qingyuan smiled. "After cooperating for several years, I finally learned the name of Taoist fairy Qin today. It is indeed a stroke of luck." Qin Miaoi said lightly. "We cannot be considered old acquaintances, nor commercial partners. I remember well that you used me to block the enmity of the Shao people." Li Qingyuan smiled wryly. "This matter was my fault. I am willing to offer a first-tier top-grade talisman as compensation. Not having the strength of others, one must yield when necessary." Previously, when the Shao people attacked, he had intended to test Qin Ping, but did not expect her to be so formidable at the 10th layer of Qi refining. Having even cultivated spiritual sense and possessing a second-tier inferior talisman, more stable, more cautious, and more talented than himself, this woman must have a significant background. "It's best not to be enemies." Qin Miaoi said, "I do not want your talismans. I might as well tell you that the Qin family is currently recruiting talents from all walks of life. Your cultivation talent is extraordinary, and your talent in talismans is exceptionally rare in 100 years. As long as you join the Qin family, we will be one family. Once we are family, minor conflicts are nothing." Li Qingyuan's expression froze, and he said, "Taoist fairy Qin, you jest. I am of mediocre talent, and compared to you, I am even more ordinary. Furthermore, your Qin family has a second-tier talisman master stationed. What is a small first-tier talisman master like me worth?" Li Qingyuan thought. The Qin family's ambitions must be substantial. It will surely lead to a storm of blood and wind. To cultivate a peerless genius like Qin Miaoi, her background must at least be a Foundation Establishment celestial clan. The conflicts of Foundation Establishment celestial clans are not something I can get involved in. Moreover, I am not alone. I have parents and clansmen, and I must act more cautiously. Qin Miaoi, with a heart for talent, spoke patiently, Taoist friendly. The 5 major Foundation Establishment celestial clans control the island seas, enjoying the resources of the seas, with legacies spanning thousands of years. Under their rule, aside from the 3 complete immortals, no 6th Foundation Establishment family has appeared in the island seas for 1,000 years. Many geniuses, many leaders of first-rate families and powers, mysteriously fall before they can break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. Qin Miaoi continued. Because of this, the existence of the 3 complete immortals becomes quite special, and their cave relics attract the greed of all cultivators in the island seas. As long as you inquire a bit, you will know that before and after the Foundation Establishment of the 3 complete immortals, they often faced joint attacks from the Foundation Establishment celestial clans. Qin Miaoi chuckled and said, "At 19 years old, you are at the 7th layer of qi refining. If I am not mistaken, in such a small place as the island seas, being able to advance to the late stage of qi refining before 20, you must be a dual spiritual root talent. If I were to spread your identity, your strength, and your talent, do you think the 5 major Foundation Establishment celestial clans would spare you and your family?" Li Qingyuan's heart sank. Qin Miaoi continued, "Moreover, with your talent, you will surely need to leave the island seas in the future. And there are only 2 ways to leave the island seas. The first is to leave through a teleportation array. The second is to cross the Tianyin mountain range." Li Qingyuan frowned. Both methods were not feasible. Qin Miaoi smiled and said, "The 5 major foundational immortal clans have teamed up to control the teleportation array, allowing only their members to use it, and 100 miles around is designated as a forbidden zone. Anyone approaching within that radius will be killed by the cultivators of the 5 major foundational immortal clans. Furthermore, crossing the Tianyin mountain range to connect with the Dan realms carries a risk of falling. Even if you manage to establish a foundation, crossing safely is impossible." Li Qingyuan understood that her words were the truth. He asked, "Does your Qin family intend to replace the Liu family of Liu Dao and become one of the new 5 major foundational clans?" Upon hearing this, Qin Miaoi shook her head and said no. "Our Qin family will replace all foundational immortal clans, integrating the 5 major islands of the sea and the 36 islands into the only Jiedan immortal clan." Hiss! Li Qingyuan was taken aback, gasping, "The Jiedan immortal clan? That's impossible." He shook his head and said, "Without a 3rd-tier spiritual vein, without Jiedan spiritual items or 3rd-tier pills, it's almost impossible to give birth to a Jiedan real person." Qin Miaoi was very confident and replied, "Time will give you the answer to this. So, have you made your decision? Will you join the Qin family and serve, or will you die at the hands of the 5 major foundational immortal clans' assassins?" Li Qingyuan asked, "What do I need to give to join the Qin family? And what will I get in return?" Qin Miaoi pondered for a moment and said, "To join our Qin family as a guest elder, you will need to draw talismans for our Qin family for 30 years. 30 years. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. Qin Miaoi continued, "Of course, our Qin family will not shortchange you on spiritual stone resources. We can even assist you in establishing your foundation. Moreover, after serving the Qin family for 30 years, you will receive a teleportation quota to leave the Sea Islands for a broader cultivation world." Li Qingyuan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Assist me in establishing my foundation? Does your Qin family have foundational pills? Foundation pills are so precious. Are you willing to give them to me?" Qin Miaoi replied, "Of course, but this also comes with conditions. It depends on how much contribution you make to our Qin family." Li Qingyuan thought for a moment and said, "All right, I agree to join the Qin family. At this point, I can only agree for now to placate her. Moreover, the 5 major foundational immortal clans have controlled the Sea Islands for 1,000 years, forming a monopoly situation. If the Qin family can instigate a war among the foundational immortal clans, it would actually be beneficial for me. Especially after establishing my foundation in the future, the only way to leave the Sea Islands will be through the teleportation array." Qin Miaoi nodded in satisfaction, waved her jade hand, and a token flew out. The dark black token was inscribed with a large crimson character Qin, shining brightly. "Is this a 1st-tier premium magical artifact?" Li Qingyuan held the token, glancing at it in surprise. A mere token has been crafted into a first-tier premium magical artifact, Qingyuan said. This is a unique token of our Qin family. Currently, only a few people possess it, and everyone else is at the 10th level of Qi refining, while you alone are at the 7th level of Qi refining. Li Qingyuan's heart moved. He put away the token and clasped his fists in salute, saying, Li Qingyuan pays his respects to the young lady. A first-tier premium magical artifact is priceless. Many top-level Qi refining experts might not even be able to afford it. And even if they could, they might not be able to find one. Joining the Qin family seems quite good, if only it didn't require 30 years of service. Qingyuan thought for a moment and tossed out a jade slip, saying, This is the method to draw a second-tier low-grade talisman. Study it diligently, as it will help you improve your talisman skills. Fellow Taoist Li, I have high hopes for your talisman talent. Please do not disappoint me. Li Qingyuan took the jade slip, his expression brightening, and clasped his fists in salute, saying, Please rest assured, young lady. I will do my utmost to improve my talisman skills and become a second-tier talisman master as soon as possible. How generous. A jade slip for second-tier talisman drawing passed out so casually. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Qingyuan continued to tempt him, saying, In our Qin family, there is also a second-tier pill called the spirit gathering pill. As long as a cultivator reaches the 9th or 10th level of Qi refining, they can take the spirit gathering pill to refine their spiritual consciousness in advance, greatly increasing their success rate in establishing a foundation. Fellow Taoist Li, whether you can obtain the spirit gathering pill will depend on your performance. Li Qingyuan clasped his fists in salute and said, Understood. Qingyuan smiled and said, Very well. Fellow Taoist Qingyuan, from today on, you are a guest elder of our Qin family. You need not call me young lady. We can refer to each other as fellow Taoists. Whom the spicy lady and the charming lady began to moan, their consciousness gradually reviving. Li Qingyuan said, Taoist Qin. They are waking up soon. Qingyuan used her technique to manipulate her spiritual consciousness, instantly transforming into a female cultivator in her 40s, with an ordinary appearance and figure, and said lightly, Don't worry, leave the next matters to me. You go and pick the illusionary spirit mushroom. This item is also yours. Chapter 074, Illusionary Spirit Mushroom Obtained. Qingyuan said, The illusionary spirit mushroom belongs to you. The refining materials on the Shaoran belong to me. Are you satisfied with this distribution? Li Qingyuan nodded and said, Of course, my purpose for this trip is the illusionary spirit mushroom. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan performed the moon shadow technique, speeding through the locust tree forest. The illusionary spirit eye technique operated, allowing his eyes to see through all the mist and water vapor, and he quickly arrived at a crevice in a cliff. In the crevice, a mushroom about 2 feet long had a round cap. The umbrella of the mushroom was over a foot in diameter, completely dark black like ink, emanating wisps of spiritual mist. The last spiritual plant, the illusionary spirit mushroom, was complete. Li Qingyuan immediately approached to pick it. Unintentionally, he inhaled a breath of the spiritual mist emitted from the surface of the illusionary spirit mushroom and immediately felt dizzy, vaguely seeing little people dancing. Hiss! Li Qingyuan gasped and hurriedly used the illusionary spirit eye technique to quickly dispel the drug effect. The drug effect was too strong. Just inhaling a breath caused hallucinations. If he were to swallow it directly, wouldn't even a 10th level Qi refining master end up unconscious? After picking the illusionary spirit mushroom, Li Qingyuan contentedly placed it in a jade box, sealed it with a sealing talisman, and stored it in his storage bag. After finishing the picking, Li Qingyuan activated his breaking spirit blood wheel to fly back and soon returned. As soon as he returned, he saw such a scene. Qingyuan, Qin Ping, revealed her 10th level Qi refining cultivation and gave a person a bottle of white jade loquat pills, making the spicy lady and the charming lady and the other 5 feel both awe and gratitude towards her. Qingyuan coughed lightly, taking on a high-spirited demeanor, and said, Fellow Taoist Hua, go to the place where the purple fire spirit monkey king resides. The spicy lady sisters respectfully nodded, saying, Yes, please lead the way, Taoist Qin. A 10th level Qi refining master has the qualification to break through to foundation establishment. Facing Qingyuan, they did not dare to be careless. Qingyuan nodded, All right. Lead the way. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The group of 7 flew on their magical tools. 2 hours later, they stopped at the foot of a cliff. The spicy lady pointed to the cliff and said, Taoist Qin, please look. This is where the group of purple fire spirit monkeys resides. Oh, the monkeys howled, echoing across the mountain tops for miles. Huge monkeys leaped among the mountains and fields, holding spiritual fruits and strange flowers in one hand while climbing the sheer cliffs and swinging on vines, occasionally dropping spiritual fruits and strange flowers from above. Li Qingyuan used the illusionary spirit eye technique and clearly saw that the number of purple fire spirit monkeys on the cliff was no less than 100. Among them, the majority were early stage and mid-stage first tier, with more than a dozen reaching the late stage of the first tier demon beast level. At the top of the cliff, there was a cave. Outside the cave stood 2 giant monkeys with purple fur all over, their long purple hair swaying in the wind like purple flames burning. The monkeys had dark faces and red eyes, waving stone tools to crush strange flowers and fruits, as if brewing alcohol. The 2 giant apes stood over 3 zhang tall, estimated to be no less than 10 meters, sitting cross-legged like 2 artificial mountains, looking quite intimidating. The spicy woman's expression changed slightly as she said, "Qin Dao Yu. Those 2 purple fire spirit ape kings have both reached the peak of the first stage of demon beasts. The purple fire spirit apes are social creatures, and their movements can actually be easily detected by human cultivators. However, among our Ice Fire Island cultivators, there were 3 Qi refining 10th layer cultivators who teamed up to enter this place with the intention of seizing the purple flame essence. But they were all defeated by the 2 purple fire spirit ape kings leading the ape horde." The spicy woman continued, "I suspect these 2 purple fire spirit ape kings are definitely not ordinary first stage peak demon beasts." Qin Miaoi, instead of being worried, was pleased. "That's exactly what we want. The stronger, the better. You 5 just need to follow the plan and hold back the other mid to late first stage demon beast groups." Old Wang looked at the giant apes all over the mountains, incredulous, and said, "Ah, are we 5 supposed to hold back dozens or even hundreds of purple fire spirit apes? This. Old Wang's legs went weak as he said, "Qin Dao Yu, we can't do that." Qin Miaoi looked at Li Qingyuan and said, "Zhen Dao Yu, where are your talismans? With your talismans to assist, they can hold back the ape horde." Li Qingyuan, with a reluctant expression, asked, "How many?" Qin Miaoi blurted out a number, 100 per person? "Ah," Li Qingyuan exclaimed. The spicy woman and the others were equally surprised. "Ah, 100 per person? Did Qin Dao Yu mean 10 per person instead?" Qin Miaoi quietly looked at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Forget it. Just consider it as buying a first-grade top-quality magic tool and a method for drawing second-grade low-quality talismans." The method for drawing second-grade talismans is a rare find in the Island Sea area. He could not expect to encounter another Zhao Tu again. Li Qingyuan felt a pang in his heart as he waved his hand, sending out 500 talismans, all of which were first-grade high quality. Of course, they were all low quality. The genuine high-quality ones could only withstand attacks from 7th or 8th layer Qi refining cultivators. The high-quality talismans were all in his possession. Qin Miaoi couldn't help but twitch her mouth, thinking, "Cunning little brat. So many talismans? To take out 500 at once. As if he didn't care about spirit stones at all. This was too extravagant." The spicy woman and her group were amazed. The charming woman's heart trembled, and she said sweetly, "I didn't expect Zhen Dao Yu to be so wealthy. Hundreds of first-grade high-quality talismans could be sold for thousands of spirit stones in the market. Zhen Dao Yu is definitely not an ordinary talisman master." Li Qingyuan moved a bit away from the charming woman and walked behind Qin Miaoi. The look in this woman's eyes was as if she wanted to swallow her whole. The main thing was that earlier, when he fell for the illusion of the Shaoran, the charming woman was undressing while calling his name. Fortunately, he was now Zhen Yud, not Li Qingyuan. "Cough." Qin Miaoi said, "Zhen Dao Yu. Later you will hold off one of the purple fire spirit ape kings for me." Li Qingyuan pointed at himself. "Me?" Qin Miaoi said, "I know you can do it." Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched. This woman really knew how to use him. But Li Qingyuan wanted to say something more. Qin Miaoi said, "You just need to hold off one of the ape kings to buy me time to kill the other one. Once successful, all the purple flame essence will belong to you." Qin Miaoi said with a half-smile, "How about that?" This Li Qingyuan thought. The purple flame essence is a first-grade top-quality spirit wine, brewed by the purple fire spirit ape kings using various fire attribute rare flowers and fruits. My grandfather, the clan leader, the second elder, and my father all cultivate the flame yang technique. This item is a heavenly material, an earthly treasure for them to rapidly enhance their cultivation. Li Qingyuan calculated in his heart, with this item, in 10 years, my father and grandfather could reach the 8th layer of Qi refining. Now, The second elder, at the 6th layer of qi refining, could reach the 7th layer in 10 years. Li Guangao and Li Guangzong, both now in their 80s, have exhausted their potential, and their cultivation realm may stop here. His father is also 60 this year. Although he looks like he is in his 40s or 50s, his cultivation potential is nearing its end. Without heavenly materials and earthly treasures to assist, it would be difficult for him to reach the 7th layer of qi refining in the future. Even if he took the spirit-nourishing pill and miraculously reached the 7th layer of qi refining, it would be hard to advance to the 8th or 9th layers. Furthermore, Li Qingyuan has the Xianpin space, which allows him to duplicate the purple flame essence, yielding double the harvest. Li Qingyuan looked at the spicy woman and the others and asked, "If I enjoy the purple flame essence alone, what about them?" Qin Miaoi said, "The talismans you give them are enough to make up the difference." Li Qingyuan, damn, they are waiting for me here. How can Qin Miaoi be so cunning? Qin Miaoi waved her hand and said, "I ask all fellow Taoists to help me kill the purple fire spirit ape kings." Chapter 075, Fierce Battle with the Purple Fire Spirit Ape Kings. In the sky 1,000 zhang high, at the top of the cliff. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 figures flew in, driving their magical tools, each waving their hands to unleash talismans with spiritual energy shooting out. Bang, bang, bang. The talismans shot out, exploding between the cliffs, causing rocks to fly and vines to shatter, as one by one the purple fire spirit apes were ambushed, heavily injured and falling into the abyss below. The 7-person ambush unleashed dozens of first-grade high-quality talismans, instantly knocking down many mid to late first-stage giant apes into the valley. Some dead, some wounded. Roar, roar. The 2 brewing ape kings were instantly awakened and looked up at the 7 people coming from the sky. They roared in anger, their sound waves resonating, instantly conveying orders to all the giant apes in the valley. In an instant, from the mountain top to the mountainside and the valley, one giant ape after another howled to the sky, pounding their chests with their fists, their purplish-red fur burning like fire, their robust bodies releasing waves of spiritual energy. Roar, roar. From all directions, hundreds of giant apes discarded the rare flowers and fruits in their hands and rushed to attack. They quickly climbed the cliffs, swinging on vines, and surged with spiritual energy towards the cliff top. Qin Miaoi, Qin Ping, said, "Fire Dao friends, hold them back. The 2 ape kings are for me and Jin Daoyu." The spicy woman, with a 9th layer qi refining cultivation, stood on a large tree, using her sword from a distance. The sword light left an afterimage, rushing through and killing 3 giant apes before returning to her side. She said loudly, "Qin Daoyu, don't worry, with Zhan Daoyu's talismans to assist. Holding them back for a quarter of an hour is no problem." The charming woman, Old Wang, and the other 2 female cultivators, 1 at the 8th layer of qi refining and 3 at the 7th layer, each drove their magical tools to attack, occasionally throwing out talismans. The battle erupted, with giant apes being blasted and pushed back in the mountainside. Roar. The ape kings pounded their chests and stomped their feet, roaring angrily, and nearby, about 10 ape monkeys received the command to rush out, each one at the late first stage. Each of them was comparable to the 7th or 8th layer of qi refining. Qin Ping, with her full power at the 10th layer of qi refining, unleashed her first-grade top-quality flying sword, combining it with her divine sense to kill enemies. The sword energy like lightning, unstoppable. Uft, uft, uft. The sword light swept across, instantly killing 5 or 6 late first-stage giant apes, shattering their heart veins with a single strike. Li Qingyuan pinched talismans between his fingers, injecting spiritual energy into them, and the talismans shot into the sky, hitting their targets. The first-grade high-quality talismans were all of the finest quality, each one comparable to a full power strike from a 9th layer qi refining cultivator. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of talismans fell, their power astonishing, and the remaining late first-stage giant apes were also blasted by the talismans, dying tragically. Roar, roar. The 2 purple fire spirit ape kings were burning with fury, their crimson pupils seeming to spit fire. When standing upright, their 3 zhang tall bodies reached over 10 meters, their arms extending beyond 3 zhang. Their fur swayed like purple flames, their massive bodies resembling mountains. Boom, boom. The spiritual energy surged wildly as the Monkey King clenched his fist and charged out, his fist as large as a grinding disc, shattering the air and creating a sonic boom. The fist's radiance broke through the void, carrying a force of 10,000 pounds. Li Qingyuan was not a body cultivator, so he naturally did not dare to confront it head-on. He instantly activated the moon shadow technique. Combined with a high-grade first-tier swift movement talisman, his speed skyrocketed, allowing him to dodge the Monkey King's strike. Swish! The breaking spirit blood will spun out, slicing through the air, heading straight for the Monkey King's eyes. The giant monkey instinctively closed its eyes and raised its hand to block. Clang! The breaking spirit blood wheel struck the Monkey King's arm, merely cutting through its fur before being rebounded by the Monkey King's spiritual force, sending it flying back several zhang. Roar! The giant monkey pounded its chest and roared, its sound waves wreaking havoc. It leaped into the air, descending with the force of Mount Tai, aiming to crush Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan leaped back, narrowly avoiding the attack by retreating several zhang. When the giant monkey landed, the cliff trembled, the ground shattered, and a fierce wind howled. Following that, the giant monkey slapped its hands from left to right, as if swatting flies. Its massive hands came together in an attempt to obliterate Li Qingyuan, who was retreating. This big guy was incredibly fast. Li Qingyuan's expression changed in alarm, and he immediately activated a high-grade turtle shell talisman, capable of withstanding a strike from a 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. However, facing a peak first-tier demon beast like the Monkey King, with its terrifying physical strength, the turtle shell talisman was not entirely reliable. Nevertheless, it was enough for Li Qingyuan. Iron arm technique, boom. The Monkey King's hands clapped together, striking the turtle shell talisman. The immense force slightly stalled, and with a crack, the turtle shell talisman shattered. Li Qingyuan extended both hands, unleashing his spiritual power, activating the iron arm technique, which made his arms as hard as iron with astonishing strength, blocking the giant monkey's hands that were coming together, buying him a fleeting moment. Moon shadow technique. Seizing this moment, Li Qingyuan leaped, fully activating the moon shadow technique. His figure flickering and leaping over 10 zhang, retreating to a safe distance. With a wave of his hands, talismans filled the sky, raining down. Flame ice talismans, golden spear talismans, blazing fire talismans, binding spirit talismans. 4 types of attack talismans were activated in succession. The golden spear was sharp, the blazing fire scorched. The flame ice pierced to the bone, and the binding spirit restrained. After creating some distance, he manipulated his attacks from afar, causing the Monkey King's fur to catch fire, its skin to freeze, and its body to bleed, provoking it to roar in anger and pursue. Li Qingyuan rode the breaking spirit blood wheel, flying into the air, dropping talismans one after another, and even beckoned with his fingers, arrogantly saying, "Come here." Howl! The Monkey King, furious, had its chest and abdomen concave and bulging, spiritual pressure brewing in waves, ultimately transforming into a roar that shot a beam of spiritual light into the sky for 100 meters, crossing the vast expanse. The spiritual light was like purple thunder, striking instantly. Li Qingyuan's expression changed drastically. With the pure yang sword talisman in hand, he threw the talisman, unleashing a foot of pure yang sword qi, which fell from the sky and collided with the Monkey King's spiritual light. Boom! In the high cliffs, the pure yang sword qi clashed with the purple spiritual light, producing a thunderous explosion that stirred the clouds and waves. The pure yang sword qi shattered, but the purple spiritual light still bore 20% of its power, striking Li Qingyuan. From this single blow, it was evident that this Monkey King was no ordinary peak first-tier demon beast. Its combat power could rival that of a 10th-layer Qi refinement cultivator in perfection. Bang! The purple spiritual light hit Li Qingyuan's body, instantly blocked by a light curtain, rebounding. The 2 sets of first-tier premium inner armor he wore activated just in time. Seeing that one attack was ineffective, the Monkey King roared again and began to gather energy. Li Qingyuan called out loudly, "Friend Qin, come quickly to help me slay the Monkey King." The first-tier premium talismans were extremely difficult to draw, and he had very few left. It was only then that the spicy lady, the charming lady, and the old man Wang realized that there were actually 2 old 6s in their group. Qin Ping, a 10th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, was a high-grade first-tier alchemist. Zhen Yud, a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, was a high-grade first-tier talisman master, not merely a high-grade first-tier. The charming lady incredulously remarked, "This guy is clearly only a 7th-layer Qi refinement, yet he can fight evenly with a peak first-tier Monkey King." Qin Ping stood on the flying magical artifact, the wind spirit boat, engaging the Monkey King from a distance. She had the advantage of terrain. using a high-grade first-tier flying sword combined with talismans to inflict heavy bloodshed on the Monkey King. Hearing Li Qingyuan's urging, Qin Ping responded calmly, "I'll come right away." Swish. Swish, swish. The next moment, Qin Ping launched 5 high-grade first-tier talismans, which exploded and severely injured the Monkey King. Following that, with her divine sense controlling the sword, the flying sword instantly struck the Monkey King's brow, piercing through its skull. With a piercing sound, the Monkey King's brow exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Qin Ping then reached out with her hand, drawing out a fist-sized demon beast essence from the Monkey King's head. The essence was purple-red like fire. Within it sealed a mini purple fire spirit monkey. First-tier demon beasts and second-tier demon beasts absorb the essence of the sun and moon, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into demonic power for cultivation. The demonic power of the demon beast gathers in the essence, equivalent to a human's dantian. When a third-tier great demon forms its core, the demonic essence gathers in its abdomen from top to bottom, forming the demon beast's golden core. Whether it is the demon beast essence or the demon beast golden core, they are the essence of demonic power and the crystallization of the demon beast's cultivation. Roar. Seeing its mate killed, the Monkey King, locked in battle with Li Qingyuan, completely went berserk. It roared, its piercing sound waves shaking the sky, bloodline power igniting. An aura surpassing that of a peak first-tier demon beast and nearing a second-tier great demon emanated from it. Li Qingyuan was startled and quickly retreated. A second-tier great demon? Is this Monkey King about to establish a foundation? Chapter 76, Slaying the Monkey King, Obtaining Spiritual Wine. It is advancing to establish a foundation? Li Qingyuan activated the breaking spirit blood wheel, infusing spiritual power into the artifact, urgently retreating 100 zhong, distancing himself. Qin Ping, cunning little brat. The spicy lady. The charming lady, and Old Man Wang's expressions also changed drastically. The Monkey King was about to advance. The aura of a second-tier great demon. The 5 were filled with dread, their fighting spirit extinguished. A second-tier great demon was equivalent to a foundational cultivator. A foundational cultivator could effortlessly wipe out anyone below the foundation stage with a single strike. Even a perfected 10th layer chi refinement cultivator rarely could withstand a full force strike from a foundational cultivator, even if they survived a strike by chance. They would be heavily injured and bloodied. "Friend Qin, let's run," Old Man Wang said, trembling. Qin Ping sternly replied, "Don't you dare run. Rest assured, I can handle this Monkey King," Li Qingyuan urged. "Then hurry up and make your move. If you don't interrupt it soon, once it successfully advances, we will all die." Qin Miaoyi, Qin Ping, still watched from the sidelines, thinking, if I can obtain the essence of a second-tier purple fire spirit Monkey King, it will not only allow me to quickly reach perfection at the 10th layer chi refinement, but it will also greatly benefit my foundation establishment. My purple fire spiritual body can absorb the pure purple fire spiritual power within the Monkey King's essence without side effects and transform it for my own use. Li Qingyuan frowned, slowly retreating, thinking, why hasn't this woman made her move yet? What is she planning? Could she be letting the Monkey King advance? Damn, this crazy woman. Roar. The Monkey King roared, summoning the remaining 30 to 50 purple fire spirit monkeys around the cliffs, who charged in without fear of death, responding to the living Monkey King and seeking revenge for the fallen one. Dozens of giant monkeys, fearless of death, unleashed waves of purple spiritual light attacks, causing the spicy lady, the charming lady, and the 5 to be thrown into disarray. Had it not been for the abundance of high-grade first-tier talismans they had to fend off the enemies, they would have already suffered casualties. With a long howl, the Monkey King took a deep breath, drawing in a high-grade first-tier spiritual wine, purple flame nectar, from a 10 zhong distant cave, which it swallowed into its belly. Li Qingyuan was anxious. Mine, that's my spirit wine. Daoist Qin, if you don't take action, the Monkey King will really advance to the second tier. By then, even if you have a first-tier top-quality magic weapon and a second-tier inferior talisman, you definitely won't be able to match it. You also killed its mate. It will definitely hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Buzz. The Monkey King frantically absorbed the spirit wine and continuously devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, slowly rising into the air with a height of over 3 zhong. Its bones cracking and its body swelling. 3 zhong, 3.5 zhong, 4 zhong, 4.5 zhong. Mei Nyang's scalp tingled with fear as she said, Taoist Qin, once the Monkey King's body reaches 5 zhang, it will be a second-tier great demon. Lan Yang's fiery body trembled as she quickly ordered, retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 5 of them frantically threw talismans, bombarding the giant monkeys attacking from all sides, while simultaneously flying away on their swords, exiting the battlefield. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. The Monkey King is flying and about to become a second-tier demon. Foundation establishment cultivators can mobilize abundant magical power, using spiritual energy to fly and fight. Second-tier great demons possess the same abilities. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan retreated the fastest, more decisively and quickly than Lan Yang and the others. Soon reaching 1,000 zhang away, thinking to himself, the purple flame nectar can be found again. But life is only one. Once it's gone, nothing remains. Just then, the Monkey King advanced to 4 zhang 8 feet, only a step away from becoming a second-tier great demon. It crazily consumed the purple flame nectar, wildly devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, its bloodline power erupting, pushing towards the second tier. At this moment, Qin Miaoyi, Qin Ping, lit up her eyes, holding a talisman, murmuring, "We can't let this beast advance to the second tier. Otherwise, I will also be in danger. Some of my family's trump cards cannot be activated until the foundation establishment stage." Incorp's talisman buzz. The second-tier talisman activated and shot out. The talisman's spirit transformed into a corpse. The corpse erupted with a chilling and sinister aura, instantly shattering the Monkey King's spiritual energy shield, clawing out with a sharp claw that pierced into the advancing Monkey King's body. The corpse released a cold poison, fully injected into the Monkey King's body, corroding its vitality, flesh, and disrupting the operation of its spiritual energy to break through. Roar. The Monkey King let out an angry howl of unwillingness, forcibly erupting its internal spiritual energy, condensing its strongest attack ever, almost on par with that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Its life-or-death strike was incredibly powerful and swift. Like a purple lightning bolt, it tore through the air, charging towards Qin Ping. Qin Ping's expression changed drastically. She clenched her silver teeth and tore open another second-tier talisman. The talisman erupted with foundation establishment power, striking the purple lightning bolt. The two forces annihilated each other, creating a tremendous explosion that echoed for 1,000 zhang. This strike was like 2 foundation establishment cultivators clashing from afar, a terrifying momentum. Qin Ping formed a seal to control her sword, and the flying sword instantly pierced through the Monkey King's forehead, passing through its skull. Then she repeated the process to extract the second beast spirit pearl from the Monkey King. This pearl was more abundant in spiritual energy, larger in size, and pure purple fire spiritual energy surrounded it, resembling a purple crystal, quite extraordinary. Lan Yang, Main Yang, and the others stared blankly at Qin Ping, dumbfounded. Second tier talisman? When did our island chain in the sea produce a second-tier talisman master? What is Taoist Qin's background? While the 5 were in a daze, Li Qingyuan had already flown to the cliff top, dropping talismans to kill the giant monkeys climbing up all around. Bang, bang, bang. The talismans exploded, causing the giant monkeys to fall one after another. Li Qingyuan laughed loudly. Ha ha. I knew Taoist Qin was bold and meticulous, steady in her actions, and surely had a way to kill the Monkey King. Indeed, even though this beast is about to advance to a second-tier great demon, it still died at Taoist Qin's hands. Taoist Qin, take a short rest. We will handle these giant monkeys. Li Qingyuan called out, Taoist Hua, Taoist Wang. What are you still dawdling for? Kill these giant monkeys and collect the beast materials. The 5 suddenly awakened. Oh. Right. Taoist Jun. We will assist you. Qin Ping gave Li Qingyuan a faint glance, thinking, what a weathercock of a guy. The next second, Qin Ping activated her 10th layer of Qi refining cultivation, unleashing a first-tier top-quality flying sword that slashed through a giant monkey, spraying blood. After a quarter of an hour, all the giant monkeys in the valley were cleared. Next was the loot collection phase. Among the strange flowers and exotic fruits, there were dozens or even hundreds of first-tier inferior and middle-grade spiritual plants, and over a dozen first-tier superior spiritual plants, but there were no first-tier top-quality spiritual plants. Li Qingyuan arrived at the pit in the cave, looking at the nearly empty purple flame nectar with a pained expression. There's only this little bit left. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately waved his hand to use spiritual power to sweep the spirit wine back, collecting it all into a wine bottle. The 1-liter wine bottle only contained 5 bottles, totaling only 5 liters. Li Qingyuan's heart bled. This Monkey King must have drunk at least 20 liters when it advanced. 20 liters, mine, all mine. Qin Ping said, be content. 5 liters of purple flame nectar can at least be worth 1,000 or even 2,000 spirit stones in the market. Moreover, this purple flame nectar was brewed by 2 Monkey Kings together, so the quality is even higher. Li Qingyuan packed away the spirit wine, curious. Taoist Qin, I have one thing I don't understand. Among the many strange flowers and exotic fruits used for brewing, there isn't even a single first-tier top-quality spiritual plant. So how can this purple flame nectar become a first-tier top-quality spirit wine? Chapter 077. Returning with a full load. Generally speaking, first-tier top-quality pills require a first-tier top-quality spiritual plant as the main material, and then be carefully refined by a first-tier top-quality alchemist. Similarly, first-tier top-quality spirit wine naturally also requires a first-tier top-quality spiritual plant as the main material for brewing. Qin Ping, Qin Miaoi, was indeed knowledgeable, saying, the purple flame nectar brewed by the purple fire spirit monkeys is made primarily from their original blood. Therefore, the purple fire spirit monkey king can directly consume the purple flame nectar, and it's very easy to refine, allowing it to be used directly when advancing to the second tier. For a purple fire spirit monkey king, dozens of liters of purple flame nectar have effects almost comparable to the foundation establishment pills that human cultivators yearn for. Li Qingyuan suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Taoist Qin is well informed, I admire you. Qin Ping gave Li Qingyuan a faint glance, then turned to Lan Yang, Mei Yang, and the other 5, saying, fellow Taoists, the second-tier talisman is my secret. I do not wish for this secret to spread in the island chain of the sea. As soon as these words were spoken, Lan Yang and the 5 changed their expressions, displaying vigilance, their bodies tensing, their spiritual energy secretly circulating, hands resting on their storage bags, ready to take out their magic weapons to fight at any moment. Qin Ping smiled faintly, saying, you don't need to be nervous. Aside from the fur and bone materials from the 2 purple fire spirit monkeys in this valley, all other materials from the monkey horde can belong to you. The condition is that from now on, you will serve me. Qin Ping's phoenix eyes gleamed with a hint of killing intent, saying, fellow Taoists, what do you think? Old Wang frowned, taking a small step back, shaking his head. Sorry, Taoist Qin, I'm just a loose cultivator who is used to freedom and doesn't like constraints. Old Wang held a talisman in his hand, leaping and stepping on his flying sword to leave. Qin Ping's expression remained calm, not saying a word. The next second, a shadow broke through the earth from the mountain and transformed into a shadowy figure that pounced towards Old Wang. Old Wang's expression changed, and he threw out the talisman in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The talismans exploded but still could not stop that shadow. The shadow flew closer to Old Wang, erupting with overwhelming demon power, letting out a piercing shriek, and opened its bloody mouth to swallow half of Old Wang. Old Wang didn't have time to scream and was directly swallowed halfway, before the remaining half could fall to the ground. It was sucked into the belly of the beast by its spiritual power. Roar! A giant centipede, measuring 17 feet long, with hundreds of legs, swaying antennae on its head, and bloodthirsty fangs, exuded a fierce demonic power that spread in all directions. The 4 women, Spicy Lady and Charming Lady, turned pale. Is this the blood-eating centipede? Once it matures, it can become a second-tier great demon? This blood-eating centipede has already reached the late stage of the first tier, comparable to a 9th-level qi refining cultivator. Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched as he said, which good person would tailor armor and magical tools for a pet beast? This blood-eating centipede was completely armored, showing only its eyes and mouth. What left Li Qingyuan speechless was that the armor on the blood-eating centipede was actually of top quality in the first tier. Coupled with its demonic power comparable to a 9th-level qi refining cultivator, it's no wonder it could ignore many first-tier superior talisman attacks and directly devoured Old Wang. After swallowing Old Wang, the blood-eating centipede burrowed back into the ground and emerged again after several breaths, appearing at Qin Ping's feet. Qin Ping touched the 3-colored patterns on the centipede's brow and looked at Spicy Lady and the others, softly saying, do you have an answer now? Spicy Lady helplessly replied, do we have a choice? The 4 of them clasped their hands in respect and said, from now on, we are willing to follow your orders. Li Qingyuan cleared his throat and asked, Qin Taoist, Could you sell me a vial of white jade loquat pills? Qin Ping casually tossed it, saying, the pills are a gift. Remember our agreement. Li Qingyuan accepted the pill, cupped his hands in thanks, and said, thank you. I take my leave. Li Qingyuan looked at Qin Ping, slowly backing away. After retreating several zhang, he leaped into the air, riding the blood spirit wheel, and sped away, disappearing into the horizon. Charming lady asked, aren't you afraid he will leak that you have second-tier talismans? Qin Ping smiled faintly. He fears death. He won't dare. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan flew away quickly. Lamenting, Qin Miaoi is too skilled. Strong in power, high in talent, and knows how to manage others. As long as she doesn't die, she will surely become a great figure in the future. I'll try to keep my distance from her. Li Qingyuan really didn't want to deal with Qin Miaoi. He felt unsafe. In fact, it wasn't just Qin Miaoi. He disliked dealing with any Foundation establishment cultivator whose strength surpassed his. Interacting with the strong always felt like walking on thin ice, with life and death in the opponent's hands. However, Li Qingyuan's mouth curled up. This outing was truly fruitful. With so many spirit stones and spirit plants, I can retreat for several years to improve my cultivation and refine my spiritual awareness. As for exposing Qin Miaoi, Li Qingyuan certainly wouldn't do that. First, if his talent was revealed, the 5 major Foundation establishment immortal families would definitely not tolerate him. Secondly, exposing Qin Miaoi would mean offending the Qin family, and he would likely be hunted down by their Foundation establishment cultivators, resulting in a bad outcome. Lastly, he had to plan for the future. For the sake of the teleportation quota, Li Qingyuan could only choose to feign compliance with Qin Miaoi. Half a month later, Li Qingyuan flew thousands of miles back to Liuha Island, returning to the Li family in Yunxia town. In a quiet small courtyard, Li Qingyuan returned to his secluded cultivation place and began counting his gains. This time, he had killed several bandit cultivators and hunted many demon beasts, including materials from a peak first-tier demon beast, the azure-scaled giant python, such as its skin, fangs, skull, and gallbladder. After selling various resources, he obtained 8,500 spirit stones after duplication. He used 1,100 spirit stones to exchange for blood jade mushrooms and another 100 spirit stones for information on illusionary divine mushrooms. At the same time, he obtained a top-quality first-tier spirit plant, the bluewood chrysanthemum, duplicating it into 2. Finally, he acquired 1 illusionary divine mushroom and 5 liters of purple flame nectar. Li Qingyuan stored the illusionary divine mushroom and purple flame nectar in the mysterious space, duplicating them to obtain 2 illusionary divine mushrooms and 10 liters of purple flame nectar. The white jade loquat pills, a top-quality first-tier pill, also had their resources doubled. As for the blood jade mushroom, it was obtained by exchanging the duplicated resources for spirit stones and then purchasing with those spirit stones, so it could not be further duplicated. I originally had only a few dozen spirit stones left. Li Qingyuan organized his assets, saying, but now, I have more than 7,300 spirit stones. Additionally, this trip consumed several hundred top-quality first-tier talismans, which urgently needed replenishment. The Pure Yang Sword Talisman and the Hunyuan Bowl Talisman had also consumed nearly 1/3, and he needed to restock them. Only with sufficient firepower could he feel safe when going out. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, saying, next, I will handle some trivial matters, and then enter seclusion to break through to the 8th level of qi refining. I hope the bluewood chrysanthemum will be useful to me. Just as Li Qingyuan stepped out of the small courtyard, his father, Li Dingzhou, happened to return as well. You honor. Li Dingzhou flew in on his sword, smiling happily. The great elder said you have advanced to the late stage of qi refining. Dad. Li Qingyuan, like a child eager to share his achievements with his parents, smiled and said, yes. Li Qingyuan pulled Li Dingzhou into the room, saying, Dad, come here, I have something good for you. Li Dingzhou muttered, what good thing? So mysterious. Chapter 078. Family, Affection. Inside the room, Li Dingzhou exclaimed in shock, first-tier top-quality spirit wine, purple flame nectar? This is spirit wine brewed by the peak first-tier demon beast, the purple fire spirit ape king, possessing extremely pure fire attribute spiritual power. For qi refining cultivators practicing fire attribute techniques, it is an extremely precious treasure. Li Dingzhou looked at the purple flame nectar and exclaimed, there was once a bottle sold in the Chu Mountain market for 300 spirit stones at a high price. You honor, you actually have 10 bottles. Li Dingzhou gazed at the 10 bottles of purple flame nectar, Watching the spirit wine exude pure fire attributes spiritual power. And the rich aroma made him drool, while his face was filled with shock. Your Honor, these 10 bottles of purple flame nectar are worth at least 3,000 spirit stones in the market. Li Qingyuan asked, how did you obtain them? Li Qingyuan found an excuse, saying, Dad, after I advanced to the 7th level of qi refining, I went to the Tianyin mountain range to train alone. During my training, I was targeted by a 10th level qi refining bandit. Li Qingyuan's face turned serious. A 10th level qi refining bandit. Your Honor, are you hurt? Let me take a look. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, saying, Father, don't worry. I am a first-tier top-quality talisman master. Taking advantage of his carelessness, I launched a surprise attack with 20 pure yang sword talismans, catching him off guard. 20 pure yang sword talismans. Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched, saying, you prodigal son. That's equivalent to 20 qi refining 10th level cultivators attacking at once. But you did the right thing. When facing a qi refining 10th level cultivator, you must fight with all your strength and not give them any chance to breathe. Li Qingyuan nodded, saying, yes, I ambushed with 20 pure yang sword talismans, heavily injuring him, and then used my magical tool to behead him. These 10 bottles of purple flame nectar were the most precious items in his storage bag. Li Qingyuan continued, Dad, you, the clan leader, and the second elder are all practicing the yang fire technique. The purple flame nectar will help you all improve your cultivation much more than ordinary top-quality first-tier pills. You 3 can each have 3 bottles, which will help you all advance quickly. Li Qingyuan added, once the clan leader reaches the 8th level of qi refining, and you and the second elder reach the 7th level of qi refining, the foundation of our Li clan will not be inferior to that of a second-rate qi refining family. Li Qingyuan showed a thoughtful expression and said, Your Honor, you can actually enjoy these purple flame nectar by yourself, or exchange them for spirit stones, elixirs, spiritual plants, and other cultivation resources to enhance your own cultivation. You don't necessarily have to offer them to the family. However, Li Qingyuan replied, Father, when I was weak, it was the family that protected me, taught me techniques, and provided me with spirit stones. All the talisman skills I have were carefully taught by Grandpa, the clan leader. The family has treated me well, and now that I have the ability to give back, I naturally want to repay my clansmen. Li Qingyuan said, All right, since you have made your decision, I respect your opinion. Let's go find the clan leader. Not long ago, I, the clan leader, and the second elder went out together to hunt demon beasts. With the assistance of a few first-grade high-quality talismans and some first-grade top-quality talismans, we killed quite a number of late-stage first-grade demon beasts. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, This time we hunted for 3 months and obtained nearly 2,000 spirit stones. With the talismans you drew, our Li clan's upper-level combat power is no weaker than that of second-rate qi refining families, and may even surpass second-rate forces. A 7th-layer qi refining cultivator completely crushes a 6th-layer qi refining cultivator. A 6th-layer qi refining cultivator hunts demon beasts and can only earn about 300 to 500 spirit stones after a year of hard work. Meanwhile, a 7th-layer qi refining cultivator's earnings from hunting demon beasts in a year are at least several times, even 10 times, that of a 6th-layer qi refining cultivator. The gap between third-rate and second-rate qi refining families in terms of family foundation, number of cultivators, and family income is about tenfold. Of course, the second-rate families are also heavily exploited, paying thousands of spirit stones to the Liu family each year, and the remaining thousands can only maintain family expenses, cultivate immortal seedlings, and distribute resources to family cultivators. Soon, Li Qingyuan and the others arrived at the clan leader's residence. In addition, the second elder was also invited by Li Qingyuan. When the clan leader and the second elder saw the 10 bottles of purple flame nectar, they were as shocked and incredulous as Li Qingyuan had been earlier. Upon hearing that Li Qingyuan wanted to offer 9 bottles to the family and give each of the 3 of them 3 bottles, the 2 elders were moved to tears. Feeling grateful and comforted, Li Guangyao patted Li Qingyuan's shoulder, looking at the now 19-year-old, tall and handsome young man, and said with great satisfaction, Qingyuan, you have grown up. You have now become the strongest cultivator in our Li clan, the only first-grade top-quality talisman master in the family, and the strongest trump card of our clan. Years have passed, and despite Li Guangyao's limited talent, he still cannot draw the pure yang sword talisman and the Hunyuan bowl talisman. But he can draw other first-grade high-quality talismans. That's why he said Li Qingyuan is the only first-grade top-quality talisman master in the family. The second elder, with tears streaming down his face, laughed, and said, "Haha, with this prodigy in our Li clan, we will break free from our cage and have the hope of becoming a foundational immortal clan. A foundational immortal clan with hundreds or thousands of cultivators, ruling over thousands of miles, with countless industries and dozens of late-stage qi refining cultivators. How magnificent that would be. I never expected that in my lifetime. I would witness the rise of our family after living such a mundane life." Li Qingyuan only took one bottle of purple flame nectar and said with a smile, "Grandpa clan leader, Grandpa second elder, father, I'm going to have a chat with Grandpa elder." After saying that, Li Qingyuan turned and left. In the room, Li Guangao waved his hand and took 3 bottles of purple flame nectar. The second elder Li Guangzong and Li Dingzhou also each took 3 bottles. Li Guangao said, "In the next few years, our main task will be to refine the purple flame nectar, improve our cultivation, and strengthen the family foundation. Of course, every 3 months, we still need to go out to hunt demon beasts to increase our spirit stone income for the family." Li Guangzong and Li Dingzhou both cupped their hands and said, "Yes." That night, Li Qingyuan found his younger sister Qingqing, first guiding her in practicing the family spells according to tradition and helping her with her cultivation questions. Then, he suppressed his cultivation level and sparred with her, teaching her combat experience. Finally, Li Qingyuan gave her over 300 spirit stones and some elixirs needed for cultivating the water element skill. He had exactly 7,000 spirit stones left. Late at night, Li Qingyuan went to the medicinal field, holding some dried vegetables, cold dishes, and marinated meat as snacks, and said with a smile, "Grandpa elder, Qingyuan is here to see you." The elder opened the small courtyard gate and laughed, "You little rascal. Just reached the 7th layer of qi refining and went alone to the Tianyin mountain range for training. You were gone for months and made me worry." Li Qingyuan laid out the snacks, and the aroma of marinated meat wafted through the air. The elder ate a slice of marinated pig tongue and nodded, "Not bad. Not bad. This black-toothed fragrant pig's meat is delicious, perfect for marinating. And in the whole family, your mother is the best at making marinated meat." Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Grandpa elder, I have something good here. 2 wine cups and a bottle of spirit wine." The bottle was quite large, holding a full liter. Li Qingyuan poured 2 cups of wine, took a piece of marinated pig head, raised his cup, and said, "Grandpa elder, I toast you with a cup." The elder's eyes lit up. "Is this a first-grade top-quality spirit wine, purple flame nectar? Haha, good, good, good. I'm in for a treat today." They clinked their cups and took small sips of the spirit wine, then slurped it down in one go. As the spirit wine flowed into their stomachs, the pure fire attribute spiritual energy surged through their meridians, causing their limbs to heat up and their faces to flush, resembling drunkenness. The powerful spiritual energy and overwhelming efficacy were impressive. Li Qingyuan and the elder exchanged glances, each operating their techniques to refine the spiritual energy within, dispelling the heat and calming their blood. Both of them started to sweat slightly from the heat. Li Qingyuan poured more wine, looking intoxicated and saying, "This is truly good wine. It goes down smooth and warms the throat." The second elder nodded. "This is the best spirit wine I have ever had in my life, but the after effects are too strong. Come on, Qingyuan. Let us have another cup." The grandfather and grandson chatted while drinking, eating demon beast marinated meat, gnawing on pig trotters, and enjoying cold dishes and peanuts as snacks. Drinking first-grade top-quality spirit wine, feeling quite at ease. The only downside was the strong after effects, forcing them to sip slowly, but they still drank until they were sweating profusely, looking quite tipsy. After only about a third of the wine was consumed, both of them fell into a drunken stupor, one slumped over the 8 immortals table, the other lying on the floor, completely without any dignity, snoring loudly. Before falling into a deep sleep, Li Qingyuan smiled knowingly. "So this is what I lacked in my past life, a sense of family affection. This feeling is quite nice." Chapter 079, Closed Door Training. The next afternoon, the elder Li Guangyao woke up slowly. Li Guangyao rubbed his forehead, circulating his spiritual energy to dispel the lingering effects of the wine, and marveled. No wonder it's a first-grade top-quality spirit wine, purple flame nectar. The after effects are truly strong. The quality of this purple flame nectar is extremely high, qualifying it as a quasi-second-grade spirit wine. The brewing materials include first-grade low, medium, and high-quality rare flowers and fruits, as well as spiritual springs from the mountains. The main materials, however, are the essence blood of two peak first-grade demon beasts, the purple fire spirit monkey kings, one of which is in a state where it can advance at any time. Therefore, the quality of this purple flame nectar has indeed reached quasi-second grade, far surpassing first-grade top-quality spirit wine. Hey, where's Qingyuan? The elder looked around, but Li Qingyuan had already left. On the table, there was a medicine bottle and a note. Grandpa Elder, Qingyuan has gone back to enter closed-door training. This is a spirit-nourishing pill of genuine quality. I believe it will help you step into the 7th layer of qi refining and promote to the late stage of qi refining. This item was also obtained from the storage bag of that 10th layer qi refining tribulation cultivator. After reading it, Li Guangyao's old face showed a gratified expression, with tears welling up. This child is truly filial. Li Qingyuan returned home and learned that his father, Li Dingzhou, had entered closed-door cultivation. Besides his father, the clan leader and the second elder also announced that they would be going into seclusion for a period of hard training. The clan leader ordered the recall of Li Dingyan, who had a cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi refinement, to temporarily oversee family affairs, and to send another family cultivator at the 5th layer of qi refinement to guard the Yuan iron mine. Li Qingyuan muttered to himself, "This spirit-nourishing pill was originally meant for my father, but with the purple flame essence, he won't need it anymore. It's just right to give it to the Grand Elder to help him break through." Of course, the Grand Elder was still quite far from the perfect 6th layer of qi refinement and would likely need another 3 to 5 years of refining before he could use this spirit-nourishing pill. Mother. Li Qingyuan went to the vegetable garden in his backyard and found his mother, Qin Xiuyun, working hard. His mother was a mortal without a spiritual root. She married Li Dingzhou at 19 and gave birth to Li Qingyuan at 20. Li Qingyuan was about to turn 20. Now, she was in her 40s, with faint wrinkles on her brow, no longer the gentle and beautiful woman she once was. "Mother, this is a pill I bought for you," Li Qingyuan said with a smile. "This item is called the White Jade Loquat Pill. It is a top-grade first-tier pill. It is balanced in spiritual energy, very nourishing, and has the effects of nourishing yin, replenishing qi, beautifying, and prolonging life." Qin Xiuyun held the pill with a pained expression and said, "I've heard that top-grade first-tier pills cost at least 100 spirit stones, and often several hundred. Why waste spirit stones, my child? You honor. Quickly take it back and exchange it for spirit stones. Your cultivation cannot be delayed. 100 spirit stones can help you a lot." Mother hearing his mother's nagging, Li Qingyuan felt a lump in his throat, his eyes blurred with unshed tears. His mother had always been like this, always letting him eat the best food first, sewing the finest silk for his clothes, worrying that he might get sick or not have enough to eat. Now that he had grown up and become an immortal master, his mother was still the same, afraid that a few pills or 100 spirit stones would delay his cultivation. Li Qingyuan held back his sorrow and forced a smile, saying, "Mother, I obtained this pill during my trip by trading with a friend skilled in alchemy. This pill was not bought from a merchant association, and I am not familiar with that person, so I can't return it even if I wanted to. Mother, this is just a small token of my appreciation for you. You've worked hard all these years." Li Qingyuan pretended to be sad and said, "You won't accept my small token of appreciation?" Qin Xiuyun took the pill and said, all right, my son is filial. I will accept this pill." Li Qingyuan said, "Mother, I am now a late-stage qi refinement cultivator, and I am also a top-grade talisman master. In the 3,000 miles around Liuha, I am quite a notable figure. A mere 100 spirit stones I can easily pick up," Qin Xiuyun proudly said. "Of course, my yuaner is the best." After spending some time working with his mother and chatting, he was shooed away and told to hurry and cultivate, so as not to delay his training. After handling all family matters, Li Qingyuan returned to his small courtyard and began his closed-door cultivation. He operated the Great Chuan technique, started to breathe in and out, and scattered over 100 spirit stones around him, fully absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the energy from the spirit stones, and the energy from the spiritual veins, all to enhance his cultivation. Meanwhile, on White Rainbow Island. White Rainbow Island spans 800 miles and possesses a top-grade first-tier spiritual vein, which has been occupied by the Gao family for generations. Now, Gao Chong and Su Hong had long since pledged allegiance to the Qin family, and this place had become one of the hidden bases for the Qin family. Qin Ping returned to the cave dwelling, her appearance restored to that of Qin Miaoi, with a graceful figure, flawless face, and an ethereal beauty. Her purple eyes shone like stars, with cherry lips and a charming smile. Qin family's second uncle appeared and said harshly, "You girl, how could you have ventured deep into the Tianyin mountain range alone for several months? Didn't you say you would go into closed-door cultivation and wouldn't come out until you reached the perfect 10th layer of qi refinement?" Qin Miaoyi replied, "Second uncle, the 10-year agreement we initially made with the Zhou and Gao families has come to an end. Now, both the Zhou families and Gao families' spiritual veins are just a step away from being promoted to the second tier. If we delay any longer, the Zhou and Gao families might become dissatisfied, which would hinder the revival of our family. Moreover, I need the second tier spiritual vein to assist me when I break through to foundation establishment. If I reach the perfect 10th layer of qi refinement in 3 to 5 years, won't that mean the Zhou and Gao families will have to wait an additional 3 to 5 years? The family's great cause cannot be delayed for too long, lest we encounter unforeseen changes." Qin family's second uncle said, "But you can't go to the depths of the Tianyin mountain range alone. It's too dangerous. If anything happens to you, how can I face your father and mother? How can I face the family?" At this point, Qin family's second uncle suddenly fell silent. Qin Miaoyi also fell silent, her stunning face showing sadness. After a moment, she looked up and said, "Second uncle, I am no longer a child. I am now at the 10th layer of qi refinement, and with the second-tier talisman paper and family treasures by my side, even if I encounter a foundation establishment cultivator, I can retreat unscathed. You can't protect me for a lifetime. A flower grown in a greenhouse cannot revive the Qin family." Qin Miaoyi suddenly smiled and said, "Second uncle, look, this is the essence of the purple fire spirit ape king." Qin family's second uncle focused his gaze and exclaimed, "This is the essence of a second-tier beast. The purple fire spirit ape king." Qin Miaoyi replied, "Although it's not exactly that, it is quite close." Then, Qin Miaoyi briefly recounted her journey to the Tianyin mountain range, focusing on the advancement of the purple fire spirit ape king. After listening, Qin family's second uncle stroked his beard and said, Indeed, 2 purple fire spirit ape kings. One at the peak of the first tier and the other very close to the second tier. After you refine them completely with the purple fire spirit body, you will definitely reach the perfect 10th layer of qi refinement in about a year. Moreover, this perfection will be refined to the extreme, very close to foundation establishment. Qin family's second uncle continued, "Before you turn 25, you will reach the perfect 10th layer of qi refinement, with your 3 spiritual roots and purple fire spirit body, along with having already condensed your divine sense, and with the family's top-grade foundation establishment pills and support from the second-tier spiritual vein. Your promotion to foundation establishment is not only certain, but will also quickly stabilize your realm, condense your magical power, and solidify your foundation." Qin Miaoyi nodded, her beautiful eyes firm. "The family's blood feud, the death of my grandfather, and the death of my parents are always etched in my heart." Qin family's second uncle changed the subject and said, "As for the talisman genius you've recruited, he is indeed worth nurturing. Our family has encountered great difficulties. The second-tier talismans have either died or fled, and we are left with very few second-tier talisman papers. Most importantly, in the revival of the family, second-tier talismans are a key part, and this person will be a very important piece on the chessboard." Qin Miaoyi nodded, "I understand. But as the saying goes, everything must be based on one's own strength. Second uncle, I need to enter closed-door cultivation now. The promotion of the Zhou and Gao families' spiritual veins can begin." Qin family's second uncle nodded, "All right. I will personally make the arrangements." Chapter 80. Perfect 7th Layer of Qi Refinement. Refining the Green Wood Chrysanthemum. On White Rainbow Island, deep within a mountain range, a formation was operating, with trees and stone forests shifting, concealing hidden dangers. The formation's portal opened wide, and 2 figures floated down. Gao Chong and Su Hong bowed and said, "Senior, what are your instructions for us?" Qin family's second uncle stood with his hands behind his back, exuding powerful mid-foundation establishment cultivation, and said lightly, "I promised you that within 10 years, I would elevate the spiritual vein of White Rainbow Island to the second tier. Now that the 10-year agreement has passed, the promotion of the spiritual vein has not yet been accomplished. Do you harbor any resentment towards me?" Gao Chong and Su Hong's expressions slightly changed, and they quickly bowed and said, "Senior, you flatter us. The ascension of spiritual veins is indeed a defiance of the heavens. Planning is up to man, but success is up to heaven. How could we not understand this principle?" Gao Chong continued, "Moreover, The 5 major foundation-building immortal clans openly control the 5 second-tier spiritual veins and teleportation arrays of the Island Sea region. Behind the scenes, they suppress and assassinate other major cultivation families and forces, as well as talented loose cultivators, any immortal seedlings with foundation-building potential, and any cultivator who reached the 10th level of Qi refining 100 years ago will be subject to the dark harm of the foundation-building immortal clans at any time. Upon hearing this, Su Hong's eyes turned red as she said, "To not hide it from you, senior. Our eldest daughter was born with dual spiritual roots and reached the 2nd level of Qi refining after a year of cultivation. By the age of 18, she advanced to the late stage of Qi refining, reaching the 7th level. However, after her cultivation level was exposed and her spiritual root quality was revealed, even though she had already attained the 9th level of Qi refining, she was killed by a bandit cultivator." Gao Chang gritted his teeth and said, "One of those who acted against her was Ji Yihu, the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits supported by the Lu family of Liuha Island. The enmity of killing my daughter is irreconcilable." Gao Chang added, "Even if the ascension of the spiritual vein fails, my wife and I are willing to lead all the cultivators of the Gao family of Baihang Island to follow the senior and attack the Lu family, making them pay in blood for their debts." Uncle Qin from the Qin family comforted them, saying, "I have also heard about your eldest daughter. Not only was her cultivation talent astonishing, but she was also a genius in artifact refining. By the age of 20, she had already become a first-tier top-grade artifact refiner, unparalleled among the younger generation of the Island Sea region." Uncle Qin continued, "You too can rest assured and prepare. The time for the spiritual veins ascension has come. You will definitely be able to avenge your daughter." Gao Chang and Su Hong looked up, their faces filled with joy, and asked, "Is what the senior said true?" Uncle Qin nodded and asked, "Do you have enough spirit stones prepared?" Gao Chang quickly took out spirit stones, a total of 15,000, piled up like a mountain, and said, reporting to the senior, "The spirit stones have long been prepared." "Good." Uncle Qin nodded and said, "Tell Qinyu, it can begin." Gao Chang and Su Hong were extremely excited as they took the spirit stones to the core area of the spiritual vein. 3 days later, at Zhou's family in Fubo Mountain on Liuha Island, Qin Mo received the news and informed the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Kuei, saying, "Zhou Daoist, the time has come to invest spirit stones to ascend the spiritual vein." Zhou Kuei's face was filled with joy. This day has finally arrived. At this moment, even someone as deep-minded as him couldn't help but show excitement. He waved his hand, and 18,000 spirit stones were injected into the formation on the spiritual vein. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 18,000 spirit stones flew out, and immediately, spiritual light overflowed, with beams of spiritual light floating 10 zhang high. And the rich spiritual light ultimately infused into the earth vein with the operation of the formation. Meanwhile, around the spiritual vein, emaciated figures were devoured by the formation. The formation absorbed the spiritual power and essence blood of hundreds of cultivators, injecting them into the formation. There were 300 to 400 cultivators in the mid-stage of Qi refining, and 70 to 80 at the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels of Qi refining, among which were 5 great masters at the 10th level of Qi refining, one of whom was Ji Yihu, the leader of the Black Mountain Bandits. "Ah, Zhou Kuei, you shall not die a good death. The Lu family will avenge me. Zhou Kuei, your Zhou family will be in turmoil." Zhou Kuei listened to the curses of hundreds of cultivators, his expression calm and unperturbed. These people were merely dried bones in the grave. What did their curses matter? In the end, they would all become nutrients for his foundation building. Zhou Kuei looked at Qin Mo and asked, "Mr. Mo, how long does it take for a second-tier spiritual vein to ascend to the second tier?" After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mo replied, "According to my calculations, it will take at least 2 years to a maximum of 3 years for the spiritual vein to advance, which will also be the time when the head of the Zhou family ascends to foundation building." Zhou Kuei's face showed joy. "Good, good, very good." After saying that, Zhou Kuei turned and left to start arranging family affairs and foundation building matters. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. This year, Li Qingyuan was 21 years old. At 21, his bones were completely set. His height had stopped at 1.85 m and would no longer grow. At 1.85 m, wearing a green robe, with a face like a crowned jade, 3-dimensional features, a pair of thick, arched eyebrows, and deep, spirited eyes, he had grown into a handsome young man with long legs. He had reached the perfection of the 7th level of qi refining. A hint of satisfaction appeared in Li Qingyuan's eyes. After 2 years of closed-door training, his cultivation had progressed from the initial stage of the 7th level of qi refining to the perfection of the 7th level. During these 2 years, Li Qingyuan had mostly been in closed-door cultivation, only stopping every 3 months to take 3 to 5 days to draw talismans. Nowadays, the family's talismans were primarily drawn by Li Qingyuan. His talisman skills were exquisite, with a success rate of 100% for first-tier lower-grade talismans. He never failed, producing them in one go, and the quality was top-notch, comparable to a strike from a cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining. The success rate for first-tier middle-grade talismans was also 100%. There were no lower-grade quality ones at all. All were of genuine quality, with the majority being top quality, comparable to the full-strength strike of a 6th-level qi refining cultivator. The current Li family had no shortage of talismans among its cultivators. For first-tier lower-grade, middle-grade, and upper-grade talismans, every family cultivator was well-equipped, with at least 1 or 2 on hand, and some even had over 10. From the clan leader to the great elder and second elder, down to the 7 or 8-year-old immortal seedlings of the family. As long as they had reached the 1st level of qi refining, they all had talismans on hand. The first-tier upper-grade talismans were also easy for Li Qingyuan to draw, with a success rate as high as 98%. 98% meant that out of 100 talismans drawn, he occasionally failed too. Moreover, the genuine quality, 8th level of qi refining, and top quality, 9th level of qi refining, were evenly split. Occasionally, when he missed the mark or was too tired to draw talismans, there would be some lower-grade talismans. Now, the Li family, just from selling various talismans, especially the income from first-tier upper-grade talismans, could earn a fortune, with annual profits reaching several thousand spirit stones. The family income and foundation were approaching that of a 2nd-tier qi refining family. Li Qingyuan would exit closed-door training every 3 months. Take 3 to 5 days to draw talismans, hand them over to his grandfather, the clan leader, for sale, and then continue his closed-door cultivation. After 2 years of arduous cultivation, he had now reached the perfection of the 7th level of qi refining. Qingmu chrysanthemum. Li Qingyuan spread his palm, and in the palm, a 3-foot spiritual plant floated, its branches and leaves green and pure, with emerald chrysanthemums emitting a faint fragrance. Qingmu chrysanthemum, a first-tier supreme spiritual plant, is a great supplement for cultivators practicing with attribute techniques, which can be directly consumed and refined without needing to be made into pills. Spiritual plants and medicines are materials for refining pills, containing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. However, spiritual plants and medicines possess various attributes of spiritual power and medicinal properties, so alchemy techniques are needed to mix and refine their spiritual power, making them easier for various attribute cultivators to refine. However, if a cultivator's technique attributes happen to align perfectly with a certain spiritual plant's attributes, they can directly absorb it and use it to enhance their cultivation. The Qingmu chrysanthemum was just such a case for Li Qingyuan. Expectation flickered in Li Qingyuan's eyes as he used his hands to channel energy, compressing the Qingmu chrysanthemum, crushing it, squeezing out its juice, transforming it into a green spiritual liquid. Li Qingyuan opened his mouth and inhaled, swallowing the Qingmu chrysanthemum spiritual liquid into his abdomen. Chapter 081. 8th level of qi refining. Suspected innate spiritual body. Boom. As soon as the Qingmu chrysanthemum was swallowed into his abdomen, Li Qingyuan immediately felt a surge of powerful and pure spiritual power erupting from his spleen and stomach, flooding into his limbs and bones. The spleen and stomach are the source of transformation for the body. Lingmi, elixirs, and the consumption of spiritual plants all begin with the transformation and digestion in the spleen and stomach, converting them into energy transported to the 5 internal organs and 6 bowels, transforming into nourishment for oneself. Li Qingyuan operates the Great Chungong, with spiritual power in the dantian rising from the qi high point along the Rin meridian up to the spleen and stomach organs. The spiritual power within the body is injected into the spleen and stomach, helping these organs refine the medicinal effects. Buzz. The spiritual power is injected into the spleen and stomach, beginning to refine the medicinal effects. The medicinal effects of the spiritual plant first guide the pure would attribute spiritual energy along the meridians of the spleen and stomach, foot Yangming stomach meridian, foot tying spleen meridian, transporting it to the 8 extraordinary meridians and the 12 standard meridians, operating the Great Zhoutian. This is the entire process of refining elixirs and spiritual plants. Li Qingyuan is immersed in cultivation, fully refining the Qingyuan. Guiding the pure would attribute spiritual energy into the meridians to operate the Great Zhoutian, slowly transforming it into his own cultivation. Buzzing. Suddenly, within Li Qingyuan's body, near the wood, fire, and earth's spiritual roots, another bright light refines the energy. That spiritual light flickers in and out, about 3 inches long. Seemingly stimulated by the extremely pure would attribute spiritual energy of the Qingyuan, it crazily devours the medicinal effects. The next moment, all the essence of the Qingyuan is absorbed by the mysterious spiritual root within Li Qingyuan. What Li Qingyuan's expression changes. Damn, what is this? Leave me some. Buzzing. The next moment, from the 3-inch spiritual root, the pure would attribute spiritual energy contained in the Qingyuan flows back, becoming even purer and gentler, allowing for faster and better absorption. Oh, it seems like the original spiritual power of the Qingyuan has been refined. Li Qingyuan's heart trembles, absorbing with full force. His cultivation at the 7th level of qi refining continues to rise, and the spiritual power in the Dantian's qi high accumulates, constantly impacting a certain bottleneck. This cultivation lasts for half a month. Boom. One day, half a month later, Li Qingyuan's body trembles, and a powerful spiritual pressure overflows, drawing in the underground spiritual vein energy and the surrounding natural spiritual energy, all of which pour into his body. The natural spiritual energy surges, and a spiritual cloud gathers within a radius of 20 to 30 feet, which is a common phenomenon when a late-stage qi refining cultivator breaks through. Li Qingyuan exhales a breath of turbid air, and the spiritual power within him becomes even more robust, infused with would attribute vitality, possessing longevity effects. The 8th level of qi refining is reached. Li Qingyuan shows joy on his face, adjusts his mindset, holds his breath, and continues to cultivate. There is still more than half of the Qingyuan that has not been refined, so he continues. In the blink of an eye, 3 months pass. Li Qingyuan returns his energy to the Dantian. All spiritual power retracts into the Dantian's qi high, ending this retreat. Li Qingyuan can't help but laugh. I didn't expect my effective absorption rate of the Qingyuan to exceed 90%. A single Qingyuan not only allowed me to successfully break through to the 8th level of qi refining, but also nearly provided me with over a year of cultivation. Already approaching the perfection of the 8th level of qi refining, Li Qingyuan contemplates. I didn't expect that near my spiritual roots, there was actually a hidden 3-inch spiritual root that could help me almost perfectly absorb and refine the Qingyuan. Could it be the legendary innate spiritual body? In the cultivation world of the island seas, there is a saying, 1 in 10,000 mortals gives birth to a spiritual root, and 1 in a million cultivators produces an innate spiritual body. The innate spiritual body is a rare constitution in the cultivation world, rarer than dual spiritual roots. With a cultivation talent that surpasses dual spiritual roots, comparable to the legendary heavenly spiritual root. The cultivation world generally believes that heavenly spiritual roots, mutated spiritual roots, and innate spiritual bodies are all potential candidates for forming a Dan and are also future Yuaning seeds. Li Qingyuan speculates, could it be that I am a naturally born spiritual body? Unfortunately, there is no way to test for spiritual bodies in the island seas. Moreover, even if I could test for spiritual body qualifications, given my current cultivation, I wouldn't dare to do it. Of course, this is just a speculation. Perhaps I am not an innate spiritual body, but merely have a reaction to the pure would attribute spiritual plants. After all, to be honest, his current cultivation speed, attributed to his innate powerful soul, is only comparable to that of dual spiritual roots, slightly surpassing dual spiritual roots. But there is still a considerable gap compared to heavenly spiritual roots. Li Qingyuan thinks, regardless of whether I am an innate spiritual body or not, in any case, this is a good thing, a great good thing. I just need to develop cautiously, steadily cultivate, and step by step become a major player. Li Qingyuan takes out the second Qingyuan, looking contemplative. He continues to refine the Qingyuan, trying to impact the 9th level of qi refining. The benefit is that quickly reaching the 9th level of qi refining, along with the top-grade inner armor and top-grade talismans by my side, can allow me to instantly defeat opponents of the same level, not weaker than the 10th level of qi refining at all. The downside is that even if I have an innate spiritual body that can effectively refine the Qingyuan, will breaking through two realms in a short time lead to unstable spiritual energy? Will it affect the perfect foundation I have painstakingly built over the past decade? The second downside is that without the Qingyuan, I cannot cultivate spiritual awareness. Without spiritual awareness, I cannot draw second-level talismans. Once I draw second-level talismans, I can kill those at the 10th level of Qi refining, and even have the strength to fight against Foundation Establishment Masters. Li Qingyuan thinks for a moment, and finally takes out the Qingyuan, Blood Jade Mushroom, and Illusionary God Mushroom, using these three types of top-grade spiritual plants to extract their essence into a liquid, merging them and pouring them into a large bowl. Next, he fully cultivates the Illusionary God Eye technique. Li Qingyuan flicks his fingertip, and 2 drops of Illusionary God liquid fly out from the large bowl, dropping into his eyeballs. The next moment, Li Qingyuan feels his spirit invigorated, his dry eyes becoming moist, and the eye meridians nourished, a cool and gentle energy flowing along the eye meridians back into his spiritual awareness, nourishing it. Li Qingyuan gathers his mind, silently operates the Illusionary God Eye technique to refine the Illusionary God liquid, starting to impact the 3rd layer of the eye technique. Whoosh, whoosh. After an hour, under Li Qingyuan's spiritual power guidance, 2 more drops fly out and drill into his eyeballs. Almost every hour, Li Qingyuan drops 2 drops of Illusionary God liquid to practice the eye technique. Thus, Li Qingyuan, who has been in seclusion for over 2 years, enters a state of seclusion again. This time, the retreat is for cultivating the eye technique. Li Qingyuan is completely immersed in his cultivation, only cooking a large pot of spiritual rice to satisfy his hunger when he is extremely hungry, and after eating his fill, he continues his seclusion. This cultivation lasts for more than half a year, and this time, Li Qingyuan's retreat, when added up, lasts for a full 3 years. One day, Li Qingyuan opens his eyes, and his pupils are incredibly bright, lively, deep, and mysterious, as if they possess a magical power that captivates with a single glance. I feel that my spiritual awareness has reached its limit and is about to transform into spiritual consciousness. Li Qingyuan looks at the last part of the Illusionary God liquid at the bottom of the bowl, and under the guidance of his fingertip, all the spiritual liquid flies out and drills into his eyes. Then he fully drives the eye technique's heart method to refine it. Buzzing. Li Qingyuan's eyes emit a captivating glow. The spiritual awareness in his Niwen palace buzzes continuously, and the originally chaotic spiritual awareness begins to gather and transform, about to become spiritual consciousness. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the morning of the 3rd day, Li Qingyuan suddenly feels his hearing and sight sharpened. The world becomes completely new, and every grass and tree is within his grasp, the lines and textures of all things clearly visible. His spirit, his mind, his spiritual awareness suddenly feels as if it has jumped out of a cage, harmonizing with the heavens and all things. Buzzing. The strange energy of the universe feeds back into his spiritual awareness. On this day, Li Qingyuan's spiritual awareness transforms into spiritual consciousness. Chapter 082. Foundation Establishment Spiritual Consciousness. Perfect 8th level of Qi refining. Is this spiritual consciousness? Li Qingyuan shows excitement. The feeling of having spiritual consciousness is amazing. The myriad things of nature have become clearer. Under the enveloping divine consciousness, every blade of grass and tree is under control. Buzz. Li Qingyuan emitted his divine consciousness, which spread out to a radius of 10, 30, 50, and even 100 zhang. Everything within a radius of 100 zhang was firmly under his grasp. In the early stage of foundation establishment, the area covered by divine consciousness allows magic tools to arrive in an instant, capable of slaying enemies in a thought. No matter how strong the spiritual consciousness of a Qi refining stage practitioner is, even if they are a master at the perfection of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, the maximum coverage of their spiritual consciousness is only 30 zhang. Moreover, the refinement level of divine consciousness and the quality of energy are products of the qualitative change of spiritual consciousness. Therefore, using divine consciousness to control a sword not only increases speed by several times, but also enhances power by several times, extending the range from 30 zhang to 100 zhang. Because of this, a foundation establishment practitioner, even if only at the early stage, can almost instantly kill a perfected Qi refining practitioner of the 10th layer. Even if 7 or 8 perfected Qi refining practitioners join forces against a foundation establishment practitioner, they are bound to lose heavily, suffering significant casualties, and might even face total annihilation. Furthermore, as a foundation establishment practitioner, does he not have second-tier magic tools, second-tier talismans, or second-tier inner armor? What if the opponent possesses a second-tier formation? The 3 complete elder is a foundation establishment practitioner proficient in alchemy, formations, and beast taming. After entering the foundation establishment stage, he was able to retreat unscathed from multiple encirclements by the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans. It is rumored that when he last appeared, he intended to use a teleportation array to leave the island sea area, but was pursued and attacked by the last heads of the 5 major foundation establishment clans, all of whom were foundation establishment practitioners. At that time, his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Therefore, people speculate that before his fall, the 3 complete elder may have reached the late stage of foundation establishment. A late-stage foundation establishment master can be considered invincible below the golden core stage. Li Qingyuan shook his head and said, "The late stage of foundation establishment is probably an exaggeration. If the 3 complete elder had truly reached the late stage of foundation establishment, he could have directly entered the 5 major foundation establishment clans to plunder and then activated the teleportation array to leave. Wouldn't that be wonderful?" Either the 3 complete elder was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment before his death, or he reached the late stage of foundation establishment but suffered severe injuries and died in the Tianyin Mountains. What is this? The next moment, the divine consciousness within Li Qingyuan buzzed, his blood surged, and his spiritual power became very active. The 3 treasures of the human body, essence, qi, and spirit, were nourishing his own cultivation. The Dazhuan skill actually began to operate automatically, absorbing this nourishing energy. Boom! Li Qingyuan's cultivation unexpectedly increased again, from nearly reaching the perfection of the 8th layer of qi refinement to truly achieving perfection. What is happening? Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy. I have reached the perfection of the 8th layer of qi refinement. Could it be that practicing the illusory divine eye technique and successfully refining my divine consciousness also has the effect of nourishing my own cultivation? Or is it due to the spiritual roots within me? After a moment of thought, Li Qingyuan felt that this small improvement, while unexpected, was also reasonable. The Qingmu chrysanthemum was greatly beneficial to his special spiritual body, and the Dazhuan skill was also very helpful. The blood jade mushroom is a great medicine for refining blood and tempering the body. With a stronger blood and body, the spirit and willpower would also become stronger. The illusory divine mushroom greatly replenishes spiritual consciousness, helping to enhance the soul with a higher spiritual realm. It would also nourish the life form. It truly is a double happiness. Having cultivated the illusory divine eye technique to the 3rd level, he not only successfully condensed his divine consciousness, but also reached the perfection of the 8th layer of qi refinement. Just 1 step away from the 9th layer of qi refinement, Li Qingyuan felt elated, with a smile on his face. After 3 years of closed-door cultivation, I have achieved the perfection of the 8th layer of qi refinement and also cultivated divine consciousness at the early stage of foundation establishment. With my current strength, without using any first-tier top-grade talismans, I can easily slay practitioners at the 9th and 10th layers of qi refinement. Divine consciousness at the foundation establishment level is simply a dimensionality reduction strike against those at the 10th layer of qi refinement. Who can rival me while I'm still at foundation establishment? Li Qingyuan shook his head. No, I must not become complacent. I only have foundation establishment divine consciousness and no foundation establishment magical power. I can only flaunt my strength among qi refiners. When encountering a true foundation establishment master, I can only choose to escape. I have now completed divine consciousness, and I can advance the drawing of second-tier talismans. Li Qingyuan walked out of the small courtyard, suddenly stunned, then looked towards the closed-door location of the Grand Elder. 3 years ago, the Grand Elder began his closed-door cultivation to prepare for breaking through to the late stage of qi refinement. Now, after 3 years of preparation, his Dazhuan skill has reached the perfection of the 6th layer of qi refinement, and it has been polished to the extreme, allowing him to consume the Ling nourishing pill. Li Qingyuan released his divine consciousness and saw the Grand Elder meditating in closed-door cultivation, surrounded by gathered spiritual energy, with 200 spirit stones placed around him, all striving to break through the bottleneck. Boom. At a certain moment, the Grand Elder's body jolted, and the spiritual power within him surged like a river breaking through a dam, forming a mighty spiritual pressure. This aura of spiritual power was that of the seventh layer of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan retracted his divine consciousness and smiled. My Li family has gained another practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement. The next moment, Li Qingyuan activated his breath-holding technique, and under the coverage of his foundation establishment divine consciousness, his cultivation was perfectly concealed, transforming from the perfection of the 8th layer of Qi refinement to the 7th layer. Now that I have early-stage foundation establishment divine consciousness, the breath-holding technique is even more perfect, making it impossible for other practitioners at the same level to see through my true cultivation. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan leaped into the air, flying with his sword, soaring into the sky and flying out of Yunxiao Mountain. As he left Yunxiao Mountain, he swept his divine consciousness and saw his family members. His mother, Chen Shuyun, was working. After taking the white jade loquat pill, she had become 7 or 8 years younger, returning to her appearance at 30. His father, Li Dingzhou, had reached the perfection of the 6th layer of Qi refinement and was consuming the purple flame nectar, striving to break through to the late stage of Qi refinement. The clan leader and the second elder were also in closed-door cultivation. His younger sister, Li Qingqing, a 22-year-old girl, had already blossomed into a young lady. With 4 spiritual roots, she had received guidance and spirit stones from her brother Li Qingyuan. And now she had reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement, even at the perfection of the 4th layer. Among the younger generation of the family, Li Qingqing could be considered outstanding. My Li family is thriving. Li Qingyuan smiled knowingly and flew away on his sword. His destination was the Tianyin Mountains, the monster hunting town. After more than 3 years of development, the monster hunting town had become a top-tier cultivation city, with thousands of practitioners residing there, and countless practitioners coming and going to hunt monsters and gather spiritual plants in the mountains. Periodically, auctions are held here, rivaling those of the Luhua city auctions in scale. The 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans simultaneously dispatched 10th layer Qi refiners to maintain order in the monster hunting town and collect spirit stones. This huge town has also been brought under the jurisdiction of the 5 major clans. Li Qingyuan arrived at the entrance of the monster hunting town, following a crowd of practitioners in line to enter. After submitting a spirit stone, he also entered the town. After 3 years, the scale of the monster hunting town had grown even larger. Li Qingyuan mused, I hope to find the talisman materials I need. Li Qingyuan, oh no, Zhenyud. Now he possesses foundation establishment divine consciousness, which, combined with the clever use of spiritual energy, allows him to easily perform feats akin to those in martial arts novels. Changing his appearance, he transformed into a 40-year-old man, adopting the name Zhenyud, and went to various merchant associations to sell talismans. First-tier low-grade talismans, all of high quality. First-tier mid-grade talismans, mostly high quality, with genuine products coming second and no low quality. First-tier high-grade talismans, high-quality talismans, and genuine talismans were evenly split. The quality of Li Qingyuan's talismans was exceptional, making them easy to sell, with prices set at 85 of market prices. Many merchant associations were willing to forego half of their profits to court a talisman master with great potential and establish a friendship. Unfortunately, they do not know that Li Qingyuan's friendship can provide many partners, commonly referred to as free riders. If he can gain an additional half a profit, why not? After 3 years of seclusion, Li Qingyuan has consumed 4,000 to 5,000 spirit stones out of the 7,000 he had, needing to replenish 1 or 2. This time, he made 3,000 spirit stones selling talisman paper. Subsequently, Li Qingyuan went to a shop that specializes in selling talisman materials and bought a large batch of drawing materials and various grades of talisman ink. To enhance the success rate of his talisman paper, Li Qingyuan bought a failed second-tier talisman brush with tears in his eyes, which reached the quasi-second tier and cost as much as 3,000 spirit stones, making Li Qingyuan's heart bleed. Finally, Li Qingyuan looked at the second-tier talisman paper materials, his eyelids twitching. Second-tier inferior talisman paper materials, 30 spirit stones each? So expensive? The shopkeeper followed Li Qingyuan closely. After all, he is a major customer. Having bought a quasi-second-tier talisman brush, he squinted and smiled, saying, It's not expensive. Friend Jin, you must know that in the past, second-tier talisman paper materials were extremely rare in the island regions. Only in the last 3 to 4 years, After the 5 major foundation-building immortal clans teamed up to invade the Tianyin Mountains and slay a few second-tier great demons, have second-tier refining materials and second-tier drawing materials flooded into the market. 30 spirit stones each. This price is already very cheap. Li Qingyuan said, "How many do you have?" The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Not many, 100 sheets." Li Qingyuan said, 2,700 spirit stones. I'll take them all. The shopkeeper's expression changed slightly and said, 2,900 spirit stones. It can't be any less. Li Qingyuan shook his head and turned to leave. The second-tier talisman paper materials. Apart from quasi-second-tier talisman masters, how many people would buy them? You might as well keep them. Friend, please wait. The shopkeeper showed a difficult expression and said, well, since you genuinely want them, I will sell them to you. Li Qingyuan nodded. Deal. 1 quasi-second-tier talisman brush, 100 sheets of second-tier inferior talisman paper materials. After that, Li Qingyuan also purchased second-tier spirit springs, second-tier cinnabar stones, and second-tier beast blood to prepare second-tier talisman ink. Sigh, thousands of spirit stones, all consumed. Li Qingyuan sighed deeply. However, thinking about being able to draw second-tier talisman paper soon made Li Qingyuan's heart leap with joy. After buying what he needed, Li Qingyuan left the demon hunting town and returned to Liuha Island. He did not go home, but entered a hidden valley to focus on studying the runes of second-tier talisman paper. In Zhao Tu's Talisman Inheritance, there is a second-tier inferior talisman paper, named the Golden Light Sword Talisman. Chapter 083, Second-tier talisman paper, Golden Light Sword Talisman. The Golden Light Sword Talisman. Second-tier inferior talisman paper. Li Qingyuan opened Zhao Tu's Talisman Inheritance again, infusing his spiritual sense into it to observe the runes, comprehending and learning. The Golden Light Sword Talisman is the product of the combination of the Golden Light Spell Rune and Sword Chi Rune. Using the method of refining golden light from the Golden Light Spell to transform spiritual power into golden sword energy to drive off enemies. The power of the second-tier inferior talisman paper is comparable to a full-force strike from a foundation-building early-stage cultivator. For cultivators below foundation building, it is a great killing weapon. Even a perfected 10th layer Chi refining cultivator, without second-tier armor, second-tier magic tools, or second-tier talisman paper, would undoubtedly die if hit. Li Qingyuan frowned slightly. This Golden Light Sword Talisman is indeed worthy of being second-tier talisman paper, more complex and profound than first-tier top-grade talisman paper. No wonder it requires spiritual sense to draw second-tier talisman paper. Without powerful spiritual sense, let alone drawing talismans, even comprehending the runes is very difficult. With spiritual sense, it's different. The learning ability is stronger, the brain capacity is larger, the mental power is more profound, and the understanding of runes, techniques, and the Tao is deeper. After observing the runes for a long time, Li Qingyuan exhaled a breath of turbid air. Next, Li Qingyuan took out ordinary paper, brushes, and ordinary ink, and began to copy the golden light runes. While copying and learning, he did not use spiritual sense or mobilize spiritual power, but simply copied the rune traces over and over again, every stroke, and very seriously. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan had already become familiar with all the connections of the Golden Light Sword Talisman runes and could draw them even with his eyes closed. Next came the formal drawing phase. 3 materials, taken out one by one. The talisman brush, quasi-second-tier level, belongs to a failed product of the second-tier inferior talisman brush, and its effectiveness is naturally superior to that of a first-tier top-grade talisman brush. The talisman ink, Li Qingyuan purchased the materials to prepare it himself. This thing is easy to make as long as one has the materials, by mixing them in a certain proportion. The talisman paper material, made from second-tier early-stage beast skin, meridians, and hair, is worth 30 spirit stones each in the market. Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched. The island regions are still too small, with only a handful of foundation-building cultivators. Hence the second-tier beasts hunted are very rare, and the second-tier talisman paper materials are extremely limited on the market, making their prices high. Next, he would not leave until he drew the Golden Light Sword Talisman. Li Qingyuan adjusted his breathing, his sea of consciousness clear, using spiritual sense as a guide and his own spiritual power as a tool. Holding the talisman brush, he dipped it in the ink, and the tip fell onto a foot of drawing material, gently laying down the first stroke. Such strong resistance. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, and then did not dare to be negligent. He mobilized his spiritual sense and spiritual power. The spiritual power infused into the talisman brush countered the resistance, and he waved his hand to sketch the runes. The runes of the golden light sword talisman presented immense resistance, as if the force came from the heavens and earth, from an invisible power, hindering Li Qingyuan's attempt to draw the talisman. Li Qingyuan used his spiritual sense to feel the obstructive force and adjusted the input of his own spiritual power according to the changes in this force, forming a subtle balance. However, the difficulty of drawing second-tier talisman paper is ultimately far greater than that of first-tier top-grade talisman paper. Bang! When only 1/10 of the complex runes was drawn, Li Qingyuan's spiritual power stagnated, failing to perfectly counter the obstruction, leading to the backlash of the rune's power. And the talisman paper material self-destructed. 30 spirit stones, gone. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, adjusted his mindset, and began to draw the talisman for the second time. The second sheet, bang. The third sheet, bang. The 9th sheet, bang. The 10th sheet, bang. A day passed, and Li Qingyuan had drawn 10 times, all failures. Of course, Li Qingyuan also felt his own progress, saying, I can draw 1/7 now. Today ends here, and I will continue tomorrow. Thus, Li Qingyuan took out a pot of spirit rice and used a flame talisman to cook it, while he sat aside to recover his spiritual power and restore his spiritual sense. After the spirit rice was cooked, he took out the cold dishes and marinated meat made by his mother, Qin Shiyun. After quickly eating and drinking enough, he lay down to rest and replenish his energy. Early the next morning, Li Qingyuan drew the talisman again. Drawing the golden light sword talisman consumes a lot of spiritual sense and spiritual power. Each drawing requires full concentration and full commitment, and the movement of the brush cannot be too fast. Therefore, if he fails 3 times in a row, Li Qingyuan will choose to sit and adjust his breath, recovering to full strength before drawing the talisman again. The first day failed. The second day failed. The 5th day failed. The 6th day failed. However, the results are also evident. Li Qingyuan gradually drew to 1/8, 1/7, 1/4, and 1/3. While Li Qingyuan was drawing talismans, the island regions were also brewing with undercurrents, with storm clouds approaching. Baihong Island. Qin Imo operated the formation and said, the 3-year period has come. Today the spiritual vein will advance. Open. Boom. At the center of Baihong Island, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth hummed, and the earth vein energy of the entire island trembled. A stream of light flew out from the center of Baihong Island's Gao family's spiritual vein, soaring into the sky for 100 feet. A powerful tide of spiritual energy swept outwards from within, spreading 100 feet, 300 feet, 500 feet, and finally extending to 1,000 feet. In a radius of 1,000 zhong, the spiritual energy surged like a tide, and the spiritual aura of heaven and earth boiled. The entire mountain range where the Gao family resided was filled with surging spiritual energy, radiant lights, and rich spiritual aura, increasing several times over. The Gao family cultivators were all astonished. Gao Chong and Su Hong, a couple, floated in the air on their swords, exuding the full cultivation of the 10th layer of qi refining, and simultaneously declared, Heaven bless the Gao family. The spiritual vein is advancing. Today, our Gao family's spiritual vein is promoted to the 2nd tier, which is the time for us as a couple to break through to foundation establishment. Relay my command. The Gao family is on high alert. Soon, the elders of the Gao family, the siblings of the family head, the offspring of the family head, and all the late-stage qi refining cultivators were mobilized to deploy the family's combat strength and set up formations, beginning to seal off the mountain. Gao Chong and Su Hong flew toward the core of the spiritual vein, entered a cave, each holding a low-grade foundation establishment pill, their expressions resolute. This time for foundation establishment, success was only permitted, failure was not allowed. At the time of the spiritual vein's promotion, within a formation of the 2nd-tier spiritual vein, a gathering formation concentrated the spiritual aura of the vein, drawing it into a cave, surpassing even the spiritual energy at the core of the vein. In this cave, a round, fragrant foundation establishment pill floated in front of Qin Miaoyi. Qin Miaoyi's purple eyes showed confidence as she whispered, 2 years ago, after I refined the essence of the purple fire spirit ape king, I reached the peak of the 10th layer of qi refining and polished my realm to perfection. After another year of refinement, I am only half a step away from foundation establishment, easily breakable. Now with the genuine foundation establishment pill to assist me, plus the surging spiritual energy from the promotion of the second-tier spiritual vein, the success rate for this foundation establishment is as high as 98%. Not only will I not fail, but it will also elevate my magical power foundation to a higher level. Qin Miaoyi could hardly find any possibility of failure in her foundation establishment. With 3 spiritual roots and an innate purple fire spiritual body, at 25 years old, she was at the peak of the 10th layer of qi refining, with a genuine foundation establishment pill in hand, and the overwhelming spiritual energy from the promotion of the second-tier spiritual vein. This foundation establishment was guaranteed, almost at the same time, on Liuha Island. In the Zhou family's spiritual vein at Fubo Mountain, the spiritual light surged skyward, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth suddenly thickened several times. Zhou Kuei sat cross-legged at the heart of the cave, holding a low-grade foundation establishment pill, respectfully saying, "Senior, during my foundation establishment, I will rely on you for protection." The Qin family's second uncle replied lightly, "Rest assured, the head of the Liu family has this old man to block him. You just need to exert all your strength and quickly establish your foundation." Zhou Kuei nodded, "Yes." The Qin family's second uncle's expression remained calm as he looked towards another part of the spiritual vein 500 zhang away. There was a gathering formation operating, drawing the surging spiritual energy of heaven and earth into a cave. Inside the cave, Qin Mo, a formation master of the Qin family and Qin Miaoyi's uncle, had already reached the peak of the 10th layer of qi refining and was also taking a foundation establishment pill today to break through. Qin Mo took a genuine foundation establishment pill, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "From today on, our Qin family will have 3 foundation establishments. The 5 great immortal paths, the island seas, will all belong to our Qin family." Chapter 084, Spiritual Vein Advancement Phenomenon, Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan Approaches. The Qin family's second uncle stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face. During the advancement of the spiritual vein, even a low-grade second-tier spiritual vein's surging spiritual energy is not weaker than that of a mid-grade second-tier spiritual vein. With this surging spiritual energy helping, Miaoyi's foundation establishment is almost guaranteed. Not only is her foundation establishment nearly certain, but she will also quickly stabilize her realm, surpassing the usual initial stage of foundation establishment in magical power foundation. As for Qin Mo, the second uncle of the Qin family, believed he was also unlikely to fail. Qin Mo, now in his 50s, with 3 spiritual roots and having polished his peak qi refining for several years, was aided by the Qin family's concentration pill, and had already refined his divine sense. In fact, Qin Mo could have attempted foundation establishment several years ago. However, in order to have a better chance of stepping into the foundation establishment stage and to enhance his magical power foundation, Qin Mo had been waiting. He was waiting for today's spiritual vein advancement to use the surging spiritual energy to establish his foundation. The Qin family's second uncle proudly declared, "Among the island seas, the 5 great immortal islands regard Liuha Island as the foremost. After today, Liuha Island will regard our Qin family as the foremost." The next moment, at a certain location in the Zhou family, a streak of light flew out. The Qin family's second uncle looked in that direction and chuckled. "Ah, the Liu family spy embedded in the Zhou family. Just right for my use." The Qin family's second uncle, with a calm expression, said, "Liu family head, today, let you know what it means when there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people." Whoosh. The Qin family's second uncle flew into the air, crossing the long sky. The Qin family's second-tier spell, Spirit Crane Body, was executed, the spiritual power transforming into wings of a spirit crane that shook, soaring through the sky. A blur of light and shadow. In a breath, 100 meters. In 10 breaths, 1,000 meters. In 100 breaths, 10,000 meters. The speed was as swift as flowing light. In the Tianyin mountain range, north of the mountain segment, deep into the core area of 5,000 Li Bang Bang Bang, an intense battle erupted, with 4 foundation establishment cultivators surrounding 3 second-tier great demons, causing the second-tier great demons to bleed profusely. The 3 second-tier great demons shed scales and splattered blood. The head of the Liu family, Liu Yunlong, exuded mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, and with every gesture, his powerful spiritual energy erupted, smashing down with a giant palm print. The palm print struck the second-tier great demon, sending it flying 100 zhang, crashing to the ground, splitting the earth and uprooting layers of soil in 100 zhang radius, leveling it to the ground. Roar! The second-tier great demon roared angrily, struggling to break free. Whoosh! A sword light arrived in an instant. A 10-zhang sword chi sliced through the air, beheading the second-tier great demon. The second-tier great demon died on the spot. Lu Yunlong smiled faintly, collecting the corpse of the second-tier great demon and placing it into his storage bag. For Foundation Establishment cultivators, second-tier great demons are excellent resources for refining tools, medicines, formations, inner armor, and talismans, and should not be wasted. Lu Yunlong said lightly, "Do the four of you need my assistance?" The expressions of the other four family heads changed immediately, saying, "No need." They had already taken down the 3 second-tier great demons with their combined strength. If Lu Yunlong intervened again, they wouldn't get anything. Boom, 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 boom. The four of them unleashed their full power, employing their most powerful artifacts, talismans, and spells in succession. After 100 breaths, they killed the 3 second-tier great demons and began distributing the materials. Lu Yunlong said loudly, "For family heads, for more than 3 years, we have been held up by over 20 second-tier great demons. Among them, there are 3 mid-stage second-tier great demons. If they had known how to cooperate, our 5 families would have long been defeated. However, even so, clearing out these second-tier great demons has consumed us a lot of time." Lu Yunlong continued, "Next, the 5 of us will work together to slay 2 bloodthirsty centipedes and jointly break the second-tier formation outside the Foundation Establishment Cave. The 3 complete Masters' inheritance will be divided into 5 copies as agreed, and we 5 families will share. The family heads of the 4 great families. The Tai family of Swanky Island, the Yin family of Binghua Island, the Ma family of Fian Island, and the Shui family of Shuabao Island, all nodded in agreement. Good. Everyone worked together to break the formation. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 great Foundation Establishment Masters soared through the sky, their powerful magical energy transforming into 5 large light clusters, locking onto the bloodthirsty centipedes with astonishing killing intent, each of the 5 preparing to unleash their second-tier spells. The 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators joined forces, and the 2 bloodthirsty centipedes were restless, each surging with demonic power, injecting magical power into the formation's core, roughly activating the formation to launch an attack. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of light flew in, heading towards Lu Yunlong, the head of the Lu family. Was it a message talisman? The expressions of the 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators changed slightly. The message talisman was a magical talisman that only Foundation Establishment cultivators could refine, capable of transmitting sound over thousands of miles. Even Foundation Establishment cultivators find it difficult to refine multiple copies, and their numbers are scarce. Generally, family spies would not use such items. Lu Yunlong crushed the sound transmission jade symbol to receive information, and immediately his expression changed drastically, filled with rage. Zhou family. Zhou Kuei. Boom. Lu Yunlong was furious, and the aura of a Foundation Establishment cultivator was unmistakable, with killing intent soaring to the heavens. As if the king of beasts were confronted by an overconfident tiger general challenging its royal status. The head of the Yin family from Ice Fire Island, riding a peak first-tier fire crow, was the only female Foundation Establishment cultivator present. She curiously asked, "Lu family head, what has made you so angry?" Lu Yunlong was about to explain when, whoosh, another sound transmission jade symbol flew in. Lu Yunlong's expression changed again. He crushed it, and his anger surged anew, his long hair flying wildly as he said sternly, "Baihang Island, the Gao couple, you are doomed." Lu Yunlong took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and said, "The 4 family heads, the matter of breaking the formation together may take several days. My Lu family spies reported that about 15 minutes ago, at Fubo Mountain's Zhou family and Baihang Island's Gao family, they simultaneously exhibited an unusual phenomenon of spiritual light soaring to the sky. And there were even tidal waves of spiritual energy being born. Zhou family head Zhou Kuei, Baihang Island's Gao Chong, and Suhong couple. The 3 of them are suspected to be breaking through to Foundation Establishment. The head of the Tai family from Shuanqi Island changed his expression, spiritual light soaring to the sky, auspicious clouds forming, generating a tidal wave of spiritual energy. Could it be that they have successfully established their foundations? The other family heads also changed their expressions and said, "Not good. We cannot let the 3 of them succeed in Foundation Establishment. Otherwise, the situation we have maintained for thousands of years will be broken." for 3,000 years. Although the 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans had their frictions, cooperation was more common. They worked together to suppress the major first-tier qi refining families and forces, secretly killing talented individuals and experts at the 10th level of qi refining. This strategy was formulated by the 5 major families 3,000 years ago and has been executed by successive family heads. The results were significant. In 3,000 years, only 3 foundation establishment cultivators appeared in the Sea Domain Islands, with Sanquan being one of them, and he was the only one who lived to die of old age. The other 2 lucky cultivators who established their foundations were killed by the 5 family heads at that time. The resources in the Sea Domain Islands are limited, so a new foundation establishment immortal clan must not be allowed to emerge, challenging the dominance of the 5 major families and dividing their industries. Lu Yunlong said, Tai family head, Yin family head, Baihong Island is located between Liuha Island, Xuanqi Island, and Icefire Island. Gaochang and Su Hong couple will be left to you. Lu Yunlong said solemnly. As for Zhou Koei of the Zhou family, I will deal with him personally. Upon hearing this, the Tai family head snorted. Humph, right under our noses, they dare to attempt to break through the qi refining shackles and reach foundation establishment. What a delusion. I, old Tai, will definitely crush the heads of the Gao couple. At this moment, the Yin family head smiled and said, as for the reason, my little sister has already thought of it. Just say they intend to sabotage the teleportation formation, cutting off the exit for the cultivators of the Sea Domain Islands to go to the Yu country in search of opportunities for ascension. Ha ha ha, the Ma family head laughed and said, this reason is righteous and seizes the initiative. It has never failed. Lu Yunlong nodded. Ma family head, Shui family head. I will leave the guarding of the foundation establishment cave to you too. The Ma family head and Shui family head nodded. We wish the 3 fellow Taoists success in slaying the little pests, establishing great merit for our 5 major foundation establishment immortal clans for eternity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lu Yunlong, the Tai family head, and the Yin family head, 3 foundation establishment cultivators, transformed into streaks of light and sped away. Due to the sudden incident and urgency, the 3 did not ride first-tier demon beast mounts, but instead flew through the air using their magical powers, with their foundation establishment cultivation flying at full speed, rushing like the wind. Lu Yunlong's murderous intent grew. The Sea Domain Islands absolutely cannot allow a new foundation establishment immortal clan to be born. Those who defy will die. Chapter 085. The Battle of Foundation Establishment. Qin, Chuan Lu Yunlong. 3 streaks of light flew 5,000 miles, and after 3 hours, they flew out of the Tianyin mountain range. Let's part ways here, Lu Yunlong said. You two, aside from Gao Chang and Su Hong couple, leave no one from the Gao family. Of course, the 2 clasped their fists and said, Lu family head, farewell. Whoosh, whoosh. The Tai family head and Yin family head flew off into the sky, their foundation establishment cultivators possessing deep magical power, supplemented by medicinal pills, could recover while flying, ensuring minimal magical power consumption. After flying for about 2 hours, the Tai family head and Yin family head arrived at a valley, weaving through the valley, soaring over the long Thousand-Zhang Gorge. The Yin family head frowned. This matter seems suspicious. The Gao family of Baihong Island and the Zhou family of Fubo Mountain are simultaneously attempting foundation establishment, and their momentum is not small. It must have been planned for a long time. Moreover, there must be a connection between them. The Tai family head nodded. We will know the reason once we interrogate Gao Chang and Su Hong couple. Regardless of their schemes, with our strength, we can sweep everything away. Whoosh. A sword light shot out from the sky. Whoosh. Another light, a talisman, shot out. A double-headed strange bird, over 5 zhang long, with all its feathers colored green, let out a cry, and one of its heads spat out a flying sword magical tool, fast as lightning. The other head spat out a talisman, which was a second-tier talisman. A sword light, a second-tier flying sword empowered by a second-tier great demon's magical power, slashed down from the air at incredible speed, forcing even foundation establishment cultivators to evade its edge. The second-tier talisman was comparable to a full-strength strike from an early foundation establishment cultivator. Its power should not be underestimated. As the Tai family head and Yin family head flew, their foundation establishment divine sense expanded to 100 meters around them, both to scout the path and to check for enemies. When the 2 sudden attacks approached within 100 meters, they were detected by their divine sense. Their expressions changed. The attacks that were rushing in would definitely hit a chi refining 10th level cultivator, resulting in death without time to react. However, Foundation establishment cultivators possess divine sense, allowing them to instantly sense the enemy's situation and summon their magical tools, with magical power surging forth from within. Whoosh, whoosh. The two summoned their magical tools, infusing them with Foundation establishment magical power, striking at the sword light and talisman Tinzhong away. Boom, boom. Two waves of powerful magical power surged, repelling the Tai family head and Yin family head, who were hastily facing the enemy. Although they blocked the attacks, they lost the initiative. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On the back of the double-headed green bird stood 5 people, all exuding the aura of 10th level chi refining cultivators. The 5 performed hand seals, jointly manipulating the array disc, with array flags flying out around them, sealing off a radius of several hundred zhong, covering most of the gorge. As the array's light shield began to close in, the Tai family head and Yin family head's expressions changed drastically. It's a second-tier formation. Hurry, stop them. Whoosh, whoosh. The two's Foundation establishment magical power surged, with divine sense driving their magical tools slicing through the sky, one attacking the strange bird, and the other charging toward the 5 who were setting up the formation. Caw! The strange double-headed bird, a second-tier great demon, flapped its wings, harnessing the power of wind, evading the attacks of the Foundation establishment cultivators at incredible speed, while spitting out spiritual power to empower its second-tier magical tool for counterattack. The other bird head also spat out spiritual light, not weaker than an early Foundation establishment attack, creating interference for the Tai family head and Yin family head. Retreat. The Tai family head and Yin family head exchanged glances and prepared to escape. However, the speed of the strange bird was even faster, surpassing them. And with a second-tier magical tool at its side, it spat out the magical tool to restrain the two. Boom. In just a few breaths, the second-tier formation closed in, and the killing array was formed. Caw! The double-headed green bird flapped its wings, flying out of the gorge and hovering high in the sky. From among the 5, an old woman stepped forward and calmly said, Tai family head, Yin family head, if you wish to go to Baiyang Island, this path is blocked. The Tai family head's expression changed drastically. Second-tier great demon, second-tier magical tool, second-tier talisman. Who are you? The Gao family of Baiyang Island cannot summon such a force. The Sea Domain Islands do not possess such strength either. The old woman said faintly, my surname is Qin. Attack. In the next moment, led by the old woman, 5 people joined forces to activate the formation from afar. The second-tier low-grade killing formation operated, transforming into a blood-red flood dragon that charged out. At the same time, the blue bird and the strange beast wielded flying swords as magical tools, and the second-tier great demon's magical power powered the magical tools, possessing combat wisdom not inferior to that of humans. The heads of the Tai and Yin families looked grave as they stood closely together, channeling their foundational magical power to jointly counter the assault of the formation and the blue bird and strange beast. The head of the Tai family said with relief, fortunately, it's only a second-tier early-stage great demon, and the formation is also only a second-tier low-grade formation. Otherwise, we would truly be in danger of falling. As for now, it's troublesome, but we can still hold on. The head of the Tai family frowned and said, while we are in such trouble here, the head of the Liu family must be in even more trouble. Boom, boom, boom. A battle sweeping across dozens of feet was unfolding in a mountain forest over 100 miles from the Zhou family in Fubo Mountain. 2 mid-stage foundational cultivators were fighting, casting second-tier spells and using second-tier magical tools in succession, with energies from spell collisions overflowing and the impacts of magical tools shaking the surroundings. Lu Yunlong's expression was as dark as water. Mid-stage foundational cultivators? Are you from outside the Tianyin mountain range? The visitor was indeed the second uncle of the Qin family, who replied indifferently, that's right. We came here to settle down and have our eyes on Lu Ho Island. I hope the head of the Lu family can part with it. Lu Yunlong scoffed. You have your eyes on Lu Ho Island? Huh. What you really want is probably the entire sea area and its islands, right? Let me guess. You risked crossing the Tianyin mountain range because you provoked a formidable enemy you shouldn't have? Lu Yunlong mocked. I wonder how many of your clansmen died when you crossed the Tianyin mountain range to get here? Did any golden core real people fall among them? Boom. The second uncle of the Qin family turned red with rage and shouted, You're seeking death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The second uncle of the Qin family waved his hand, and 3 second-tier talismans flew out, all of second-tier low-grade. Then he patted his waist storage bag, and a second-tier mid-grade magical tool flew out to attack Lu Yunlong. Lu Yunlong sneered, "So you've gotten angry out of embarrassment. I also have second-tier mid-grade magical tools and second-tier talismans. My Lu family is one of the 5 major foundational immortal clans, with a heritage of thousands of years, and we control the teleportation array to the Yu Kingdom. Although our family's foundation indeed cannot compare to that of the Golden Core immortal clans, we certainly rank among the best in foundational powers." Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in combat, with equal realms and comparable equipment, and their combat experience and mental calculations were also closely matched, resulting in a stalemate. The second uncle of the Qin family's expression darkened slightly, thinking, "It seems one cannot underestimate any enemy. Even in a small place like the sea area and its islands, there are extraordinary individuals. As a direct descendant of an old Golden Core immortal clan, I find that I cannot handle this person in battle of the same realm." Lu Yunlong wielded his sword to break through the enemy's defense, sending the opponent's flying sword flying away, and asked, "Who are you? Is it you who planned the simultaneous assaults of the Zhou and Gao families on the foundational level?" The second uncle of the Qin family put aside his contempt, straightened his face, and said indifferently, "I am Qingyuan of the Qin family. Kill." Qingyuan flew through the air, brandishing his sword to engage in close combat. Lu Yunlong also held a magical tool, both mid-stage foundational cultivators channeling their magical power into their magical tools. Sword energy erupted as they exchanged blows, the residual sword energy tearing apart nearby trees and severing cliffs. With rocks flying everywhere, Qingyuan thought, "Since I cannot kill this person, I must hold him off for 3 days. And then Miao Yi will be able to successfully establish her foundation." When the foundational battle broke out, Li Qingyuan was still in seclusion in the mountains, fully focused on drawing talismans. On this day, it had been 9 days since he had started drawing talismans in seclusion. Among the materials for 100 talismans, he had consumed 10 each day, failing consecutively for 90 times. Coupled with the consumption of talisman ink, he had already spent over 2,000 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan adjusted his breathing and began a new day of talisman drawing practice. He put pen to paper, swirling it, golden light runes, transforming runes, sword energy runes, complex and obscure runes were sketched out one stroke at a time. After a night of rest, fully restoring his energy, and with the assistance of his foundational spiritual awareness, plus the experience of 90 consecutive attempts, when he picked up the brush today, it felt as if he had divine inspiration, and he completed the drawing in one go. With the final stroke, he finished. Buzz. In the next moment, the golden light sword talisman erupted with radiance, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 10 feet. Along with the spiritual awareness and magical power he infused while drawing the talisman, sealing them within the talisman. Li Qingyuan was delighted. The second-tier talisman paper, I did it. Chapter 086. Second-tier talisman, Master Li Qingyuan. I succeeded. The second-tier low-grade talisman, the golden light sword talisman. Li Qingyuan said happily, "From now on, I, Li Qingyuan, am a second-tier talisman master." Looking across the entire sea area, among the 5 major islands and 36 islands, there wasn't a single second-tier talisman master. Only 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters. From this moment on, Li Qingyuan became the only second-tier talisman master in the sea area and its islands. After being joyful for a while, Li Qingyuan collected his thoughts, his spiritual awareness sinking into the Xianpin space, observing the mysterious figure's method of drawing the golden light sword talisman, gaining many insights as if enlightened. Then, Li Qingyuan held his pen, following the guidance of the Xianpin space, and delved deeper into the method of drawing the golden light sword talisman. With the experience of his first success, combined with the guidance from the Xianpin space, Li Qingyuan found it much easier to draw talismans in the following attempts, leading to a higher success rate. Drawing talismans, meditating to restore magical power, and drawing talismans again, meditating to recover. After a day and night, the 10 materials for second-tier low-grade talismans were fully consumed, resulting in a total of 3 successful talismans. Adding the one he had previously succeeded in by chance, he had a total of 4. Having learned to draw second-tier talismans for the first time, achieving a success rate of 30% was quite remarkable. Many talisman masters, upon their first lucky success, would fail consecutively for dozens of times, achieving a success rate of merely 1 in 10 or even 1 in 100. It would take a long time of practice to turn luck into genuine skill. Without the guidance of the Shimpan space, Li Qingyuan would not have reached this success rate. Li Qingyuan looked at the 4 golden light sword talismans and smiled. Not bad. Not bad. With just 3,000 spirit stones worth of resources, I have broken through the barriers of my talisman path and ranked as a second-tier master. If one has decent talent, it would take about 30,000 spirit stones to barely advance to a second-tier talisman master. If one's talent is average, they might spend their entire life without ever becoming a second-tier talisman master. The facts once again proved that Li Qingyuan's talent in talisman drawing was indeed very strong. Satisfied, Li Qingyuan stored the 4 talisman papers away and smiled broadly. Now, I am invincible below the foundational level, even against early-stage foundational cultivators. I can hold them off for a few moves. With second-tier low-grade talismans and early-stage foundational spiritual awareness, I am only lacking in foundational magical power compared to true foundational experts. He planned to go to the demon hunting city to purchase materials for second-tier talismans and draw a few more golden light sword talismans. Li Qingyuan eagerly thought, if I stockpile dozens or even hundreds of second-tier talismans, I can unleash them in large quantities. With sufficient firepower, even early-stage foundational cultivators can be killed. He set out to do it. However, when Li Qingyuan returned to the demon hunting city, he was stunned. The 5 major foundational immortal clan cultivators were busy moving things, preparing to migrate away. Major first-rate chi refining families, major first-rate merchant associations, and various rogue cultivator forces were all withdrawing, and all the shops were having a clearance sale at reduced prices. Li Qingyuan transformed back into Zhenyud and approached Manager Wan, asking curiously, Manager Wan, why are all the thousands of cultivators in the demon hunting city suddenly withdrawing? Manager Wan, directing the shop assistants to move goods, looked surprised at Li Qingyuan's question and said, this is something everyone in the entire sea area knows. And you actually don't know? Li Qingyuan clasped his fists and replied, I have been in seclusion for months in the Tianyin mountain range. And as soon as I came out of seclusion, I came to the demon hunting city, so I was unaware. What exactly happened? Please inform me, Manager Wan. Manager Wan's face was ashen, and he said, a foundation-building immortal clan has suddenly appeared in our sea area. The leader of that clan is a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator. He has been fighting with the head of the Liu family for a full 3 days. Manager Wan added, it is said that the head of the Liu family has been suppressed and is at a disadvantage. Li Qingyuan was taken aback and asked, what about the other 4 foundation-building immortal clans? The 5 foundation-building immortal clans have always been united. So how could they not take action against this external foundation-building clan? Manager Wan sighed, alas. The head of the Xuanxi Island Tai family and the head of the Binghua Island Yin family are being held back by a second-tier monster and 5 late-stage qi refining masters using formations, unable to escape. The Zhou family of Fubo Mountain, led by Zhou Kuei, and the Gao family of Baihong Island, led by Gao Chong and Su Hong, have all reached the peak of late-stage qi refining for a long time. Suddenly, they all tried to break through to foundation building at the same time, and their spiritual veins exhibited unknown phenomena, with spiritual energy surging and auspicious light filling the sky, indicating that they might succeed in foundation building soon. Manager Wan continued, thus, the head of the Fian Island Ma family and the head of the Shui family from Shuabao Island, both foundation building experts, each led their teams to attack Fubo Mountain and Baihong Island. Li Qingyuan asked, what was the result? Manager Wan replied, as a result, the Zhou and Gao families had prepared in advance, not only possessing rare second-tier talismans, but also having second-tier defensive formations. Moreover, the Zhou and Gao families suddenly produced dozens of late-stage qi refining experts, including several late-stage qi refining cultivators, who fiercely resisted the attacks from the Ma and Shui families using their defensive formations. Li Qingyuan showed a thoughtful expression and asked, does Manager Wan know the surname of this external foundation-building immortal clan? Manager Wan said, I heard they are surnamed Qin. The leader of the clan fighting with the Liu family is named Qin Chuan. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, Qin family, Qin Chuan, Qin Miaoi. At that moment, Manager Wan said, Friend Zhen, the foundation-building experts have all left this place, which is located deep in the Tianyin mountain range and is no longer safe. The foundation-building experts and late-stage qi refining masters are gradually withdrawing. Next, this place will face a counterattack from monsters, and I must move my Wanbao building as well. You see what materials you need, and I will sell them to you at a low price. Li Qingyuan asked, Manager Wan, do you have materials for second-tier talismans and the configuration materials for second-tier talisman inks? In my clan, an elder has been a first-tier top talisman master for many years and plans to challenge for the second-tier talisman master. I want to buy some talisman materials to honor him. Manager Wan said, let me think. Got it. Manager Wan's eyes lit up as he waved his sleeve and pulled out a jade box from a pile of goods. He said, not long ago, the heads of the 5 foundation-building immortal clans killed several second-tier great monsters. I have a good relationship with the young masters of the Ma and Tai families, and I obtained a lot of monster skins, making 150 sheets of second-tier low-grade talisman materials. I will give you a discount, selling them to you for 4,000 spirit stones. How about that? Li Qingyuan smiled. Manager Wan, you are not being very fair. Second-tier talisman materials are scarce in the Sea Islands, and there isn't a single second-tier talisman master. Only a few first-tier top talisman masters might buy a few sheets on a whim. Now, with such chaos in the Sea Islands, it's better to buy pills or ready-made talismans to enhance self-defense. During great turmoil, the prices of pills, talismans, and magical tools will rise. Li Qingyuan shook his head and said, 150 sheets is too much. I only need a few and less. Manager Wan asked, unless what? Li Qingyuan raised a finger and said, 3,000 spirit stones, and I will take them all. Manager Wan's expression froze as he said, if that's the case, I will suffer a huge loss. Li Qingyuan smiled. He knew that Manager Wan was just making less profit, not actually losing money. Of course, he didn't point that out. Li Qingyuan said, how about this? I will exchange 2,000 spirit stones for 60 sheets of first-tier top talismans, 30 defensive talismans, and 30 offensive talismans. Manager Wan's eyes brightened. 60 sheets of first-tier top talismans? Good, it's a deal. In times of external chaos, first-tier top talismans can not only enhance self-defense, but also have significant resale value. Li Qingyuan waved his hand and took out 30 pure yang sword talismans and 30 Hunyuan bowl talismans. Then he took out a Huanshan mushroom worth over 1,000 spirit stones and said, Manager Wan, I will trade the remaining 1,000 spirit stones for this Huanshan mushroom. How about that? Manager Wan exclaimed. Oh, did Fringjin really find this Huanshan mushroom? You needed it, yet you were willing to exchange it with me? Li Qingyuan chuckled. I don't need it now. Manager Wan thought for a moment and nodded. All right. I will also give you a few pounds of second-tier talisman ink as a gift. Here are the 150 sheets of second-tier low-grade talisman materials. Take care of them. The two reached an agreement, exchanging money for goods. Li Qingyuan acquired 150 sheets of second-tier talisman materials and several pounds of second-tier talisman ink, putting them into his storage bag before turning to leave. Manager Wan pondered for a moment and thought, this Fringjin is probably not simple. A quasi-second-tier talisman master would need this much second-tier material. Manager Wan shook his head. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Hey, be careful, that SA pill. Hurry, let us move. Get out of this damned place. Li Qingyuan flew on his sword, looking contemplative. It seems the Qin family has already taken action. What a grand move. The Qin family is simultaneously supporting the Zhou and Gao families in their foundation building and has dispatched nearly 10 late-stage qi refining experts, along with second-tier formation masters and second-tier spirit pets. The chaos in the Sea Islands will only intensify from here on out. As for me, the only way to ensure my safety is to draw more second-tier talismans. Li Qingyuan turned in the air, drawing a stream of light. Heading straight for his family, I must return to the family. The chaos has begun. First, I need to return and organize the cultivators in my clan. Waiting for the right moment to act. Chapter 087. Qin Miaoi's foundation building phenomenon scares the head of the Ma family. The area around Baihong Island spans 800 miles, centered around the Gao family. The Gao family's location is called Baihong Mountain. The main peak of Baihong Mountain has a second-tier spiritual vein aura bursting forth within 1,000 feet, with rich spiritual energy. 3 tides of spiritual energy linger in the sky, swallowing the spiritual energy of the world and the spiritual veins. The head of the Ma family looked at the 3 tides of spiritual power growing more solidified and showed anxiety, urgently shouting orders, attack, full force, break the Great Formation. The cultivators of the Ma family and major qi refining families from Fian Island were gathered, following the head of the Ma family's command to break the formation. Everyone responded yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Talismans, spells, magical tools, and first-tier formations were unleashed as several late-stage Qi refining cultivators and dozens to hundreds of late-stage Qi refining experts all took action. The head of the Ma family activated the family's second-tier low-grade magical tool, infusing foundation-building spiritual power into it, transforming the magical tool into a long sword that slashed down from the sky like a 40-meter-long sword, its sharp blade striking the defensive formation. Boom. The second-tier defensive formation formed a light curtain, enveloping the core area of the spiritual vein, with ripples spreading out layer by layer, blocking wave after wave of fierce attacks. Two late-stage Qi refining cultivators operated the formation, while late-stage Qi refining experts from the Qin and Gao families infused their spiritual power to enhance the formation's defenses, fiercely resisting the attacks. The head of the Ma family said sternly, "The 3-day period has come, and they can't hold out much longer. Attack with all your might." After breaking the formation, the Gao family's spirit stones, pills, magical tools, immortal seedlings, women, and spiritual plants will be up for grabs. Upon hearing this, the morale of the troops surged. Those late-stage Qi refining cultivators who had been working half-heartedly began to act, coordinating with the head of the Ma family to strike the great formation, causing it to shake violently. Within the defensive formation, at a certain position, the sisters Lan Yangzi and Main Yangzi were also present. The charming woman's expression changed. "Sister, what should we do if the formation is broken?" The fierce woman gritted her teeth and said, "We must hold the formation and wait for Miss Qin Miaoi to break through to foundation establishment. Only then will we have a way out." The sisters had already boarded the Qin family's pirate ship and couldn't turn back. The charming woman nodded and said, "That's right. I don't believe it. With 3 of them simultaneously attempting foundation establishment, how can none of them succeed?" Boom. As soon as the charming woman finished speaking, a wave of spiritual power shattered, and the spiritual energy dispersed. The Gao family's cultivators changed their expressions. Which direction is the head of the family? The head of the family has failed. Gao family's second sister's face changed drastically. Second brother failed to establish his foundation. Father has failed. The Gao family's twin brothers' faces turned ashen. Gao Chang's attempt at foundation establishment failed, and the powerful spiritual power rebounded, causing his meridians and blood to surge, vomiting blood continuously. The spiritual power within him became restless, on the verge of going mad. "I won't accept this. I won't accept this." Gao Chang's face turned pale as he helplessly swallowed a healing pill to recover as quickly as possible. This failure in foundation establishment caused his spiritual power to become chaotic and his vitality to dwindle. He, who originally looked around 57 or 58, appeared to have aged a full decade, looking close to 70. Su Hong was attempting foundation establishment and sensed her husband Gao Chang's change. Her expression tightened, and she resolutely thought, "My husband has failed. I cannot fail as well. Our daughter's revenge has not yet been taken. My Gao family has invested so much effort in spirit stones, I absolutely cannot fail." The spiritual energy tied above Su Hong's head continuously gathered. Strands of spiritual power fell, being absorbed into her meridians for refinement, and the spiritual power in her dantian began to transform into foundation establishment mana. The head of the Ma family shouted, "Gao family head has failed in foundation establishment and died from going mad. Everyone, put all your effort into breaking the formation and divide the Zhou family's assets." As Gao Chang spoke, the head of the Ma family launched an attack, and the foundation establishment cultivators struck the defensive formation with a roar, causing the defensive light barrier to begin cracking. Those maintaining the formation felt their blood surge and spat blood. Gao Chang became anxious, spitting blood in anger. "I only failed in foundation establishment. I did not die from going mad. Head of the Ma family, you truly deserve to die." Boom. A wave of spiritual power, shaped like a vortex, spread out in all directions, the mighty spiritual power converging, the spiritual energy tide expanding to Tianzhong. The head of the Ma family was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with shock. A Tianzhong spiritual energy tide? Who is this woman? To possess the legendary perfect level Qi refinement foundation? It is rumored that only those with heavenly spiritual roots can refine themselves during the Qi refinement stage without consuming any pills, honing each small realm to perfection, and every breakthrough comes naturally. Only with a perfect level Qi refinement foundation can one produce the legendary Tianzhong spiritual energy tide during foundation establishment. Boom. The Tinjiang tide was swallowed into her stomach, and the surging spiritual power poured into Qin Miaoi's body. In the next second, Qin Miaoi soared into the air, circling above the cave, vast amounts of spiritual energy pouring into her, converging in her dantian, causing her sea of energy to transform into a sea of spirit. During the qi refinement stage, one cultivates spiritual power. When reaching the foundation establishment stage, the spiritual power undergoes a qualitative change. After the spiritual power becomes a sea, it can be called mana. Buzz. The world within 100 zhang buzzed. Qin Miaoi had already condensed her spiritual consciousness, possessing a 3 spiritual roots qualification with an innate purple fire spiritual body. Before the age of 25, she attempted foundation establishment, and her essence, spirit, and energy were at the peak of human functionality. This time, her foundation establishment not only faced no risk of failure, but also resulted in astonishing phenomena, with mana refinement far surpassing that of an ordinary early foundation establishment cultivator. Boom. The Tinjiang spiritual energy tide was completely absorbed into her body. The spiritual power in her dantian transformed into a sea of spirit, solidifying into foundation establishment mana. Qin Miaoi opened her eyes wide, her jade hands forming seals, and a second-grade magic tool flew out from her storage bag. Foundation establishment mana was poured into it, and the magic tool pierced through the cave, soaring into the sky. Machia Dai, Qin Miaoi, dressed in a purple skirt, flew through the air, looking ethereal like a fairy, her purple veil covering her face, her eyes shining like stars, suppressing the surroundings with her foundation establishment mana. Flying Star Sword Go. Whoosh. A flying star sword, a second-grade magic tool, shot out dazzlingly. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, its Tinjiang sword energy slicing through the air, targeting the head of the Ma family, Ma Chia. Ma Chia's expression changed drastically. This girl succeeded in foundation establishment at such a young age, and with a perfect level foundation, could she be the legendary heavenly spiritual root? Go. Ma Chia summoned his sword to attack. Clang. The 2 second-grade magic tools collided in midair, the mana shockwaves creating a violent wind pressure. Qin Miaoi formed seals with her jade hands, employing second-grade magic tools, second-grade spells, foundation establishment mana, and second-grade talismans, continuously unleashing powerful moves that forcefully suppressed Ma Chia. Ma Chia felt a sense of retreat. I have been in early foundation establishment for 2 to 3 decades. I didn't expect to be unable to defeat a girl who just entered foundation establishment. Whoosh. The flying star sword moved like lightning, deflecting Ma Chia's flying sword magic tool, not losing momentum as it grazed past and cut Ma Chia's left arm, a splash of blood flying out. Ma Chia's expression changed, thinking, this girl's momentum has formed. I cannot stop her alone. In the next second, Ma Chia shouted, the enemy has successfully established their foundation. Gao family's matriarch Su Hong is about to succeed in her foundation establishment as well. Everyone, heed my command, retreat. With a clatter, as the early foundation establishment Ma Chia retreated, various families and factions on Flying Swallow Island also withdrew one after another, scattering in chaos. Boom. Su Hong soared into the sky, her early foundation establishment cultivation overflowing, her spiritual consciousness sweeping across, unleashing a first-grade top-tier magic tool flying sword that ravaged through the ranks of Qi refinement cultivators. Gao family disciples, follow me to slay the enemy. With 2 foundation establishment cultivators joining the fray, the momentum surged. Qin Miaoi flew out on her sword, casting a first-grade fireball spell, using her foundation establishment mana to exceed the power of a fully realized Qi refinement 10th layer by several times, and could launch them rapidly. In an instant, the Ma family's Qi refinement cultivators suffered heavy losses. The fierce woman and the charming woman shouted, charge, vowing to follow Miss Qin of the Qin family to the death. The 2 sisters seized the opportunity to pursue and slay the enemies, smiling while looting, not forgetting to express their loyalty. Qin Miaoi chased Ma Chia for hundreds of miles before changing direction northwards, heading straight for Liuha Island, muttering to herself, Uncle, Miaoi is here to help you. The first step is to take Lu family and Liuha Island in one go. Chapter 088. Li Qingyuan kills Lu family's late Qi refinement cultivator in seconds, making a stunning debut. A canyon stretching for thousands of zhang. With a loud rumble, the formation's light barrier shattered, the second-grade low-tier formation was destroyed, the formation plate broke, and the formation flags collapsed, causing 5 Qi refinement 10th layer cultivators to spit blood. Xiao Qing, go? The leading old woman urged. Screech. The two-headed green bird beast flapped its wings, carrying 5 people as it soared through the sky. Its speed was so fast that it transformed into a blue gust of wind, surpassing early foundation establishment. The head of the Tai family and the Yin family did not rashly pursue, both standing in the air. The Yin family head said in a soft, charming voice, Big Brother Tai, how do you think we should deal with this situation now? The Tai family head replied, The situation is unclear now, and the storm is brewing in the island seas. You and I should return home quickly to stabilize our families and calm the hearts of the people. The Yin family head nodded in agreement. Indeed, Big Brother Tai is right. The two exchanged communication jade symbols, forming an alliance, ready to advance and retreat together. The Tai family head nodded. Good. After exchanging the communication jade symbols that only foundation establishment cultivators can refine, they each took to the skies on their swords. 2 streaks of light cutting through the sky, each heading in a different direction. Liuha Island, Yunxiao Mountain. At Yunxiao Mountain, Li Qingyuan quietly returned to his family. At this moment, the entire Li family was called back. In the family square, a crowd gathered. Li Qingyuan arrived and respectfully saluted. Grandpa Patriarch, Grandpa Elder, Grandpa Second Elder, Uncle Dingen, and all the uncles, aunts, and cousins. After the greetings, Li Qingyuan approached his father, Li Dingzhou, and whispered, Dad, what's going on? Why have all the cultivators above the mid-stage of Qi refinement from our family been summoned? Li Dingzhou replied, The other day, the messenger from the Lu family issued a decree, summoning all first-rate Qi refinement families and first-rate commercial forces from Luha Island to gather cultivators to attack the Zhou family at Fubo Mountain. Yesterday, all second-rate families and forces were summoned. Today, if nothing unexpected happens, our third-rate Qi refinement family and third-rate forces, along with various rogue cultivators, will also be summoned. Whoosh! A streak of light flew in. Caw! A black and white feathered spirit crane swooped down from the sky, its cry echoing across the expanse. Exuding the pressure of a mid-stage first-grade demon beast, hovering 100 feet high. On the back of the spirit crane, a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator proclaimed loudly, by order of the Lu family's immortal clan head. All cultivators above the mid-stage of Qi refinement from the Li family of Yunxiao Mountain are to immediately head to the Zhou family at Fubo Mountain and obey orders. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the Li family cultivators changed. Li Guangao stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, reporting to the envoy, The Luha Island is in chaos, and there may be looters taking advantage of the situation. Can we leave a few mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators to guard the family? While speaking, Li Guangao handed over several high-quality first-grade talismans and dozens of spirit stones, showing a flattering demeanor. The messenger from the Lu family accepted the talismans and spirit stones, his expression cold and stern. This is the order of the young patriarch. All mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators are to be summoned. All cultivators from Luho Island, regardless of family, commercial association, rogue cultivators, or mercenaries, are to be incorporated into the ranks. Anyone who disobeys the order will be killed without mercy. Li Guangao gasped in shock, realizing how ruthless this was. The Lu family envoy said indifferently, You can rest assured, mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators will either be conscripted into service or killed locally. Absolutely no one will be allowed to cause trouble. Li Guangao cursed in his heart. Lu family, you truly deserve to die. Li Qingyuan listened to the unrelenting words of the Lu family envoy, his face ashen. It seemed that the Lu family intended to summon all mid-stage and late-stage Qi refinement cultivators from Luha Island for strict management and military incorporation before the great battle began. To prevent various families and major forces from turning against them to join the Qin family's camp once the war started. Did our Li family have any other path to take? Li Qingyuan's face showed contemplation as he pondered the future of the family. If they did not comply, they would be killed without mercy by the Lu family. If they agreed to the Lu family, they would inevitably become cannon fodder on the battlefield. Buzz, buzz. The Qin family guest token in his storage bag vibrated, and a voice echoed from the first-grade top-grade artifact, the Qin family token, resonating in Li Qingyuan's ear. Li Qingyuan, I am Qin Miaoi. I have already stepped into the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, I am going to assist my uncle in slaying the Lu family head. Lu Yunlong. Our core members of the Qin family have begun to gather various guest elders and forces to prepare for a counterattack against the Lu family and its factions. In this battle, as long as you achieve enough merit, I can promise you a first-grade top-quality spirit vein for the Li family. Hearing this, Li Qingyuan's heart surged. This woman, Qin Miaoi, has actually reached the foundation establishment stage. She must be in her 20s, right? With such a rapid cultivation speed. Could she be the legendary spiritual root or an innate spiritual body? Li Qingyuan showed contemplation and thought. The Qin family has been planning for a long time. And when they strike, they will surely have confidence in winning. Rather than being held hostage by the Lu family and becoming cannon fodder, it would be better to take a gamble and join the Qin family for a brighter future. After making up his mind, Li Qingyuan looked at the Lu family envoy, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. After the Lu family envoy received the benefits, he looked at Li Guangyao. Speaking in an overbearing manner, "You have an incense sticks time to prepare. The mid-stage qi refinement cultivators of the family will immediately set off with me. Your mother." Li Qingyuan shouted loudly, his consciousness instantly surging forth, driving his flying sword to attack. Clang! The sword hummed, its sharp light slicing through the air in an instant. The speed of his consciousness was so fast that even a 10th-layer qi refinement cultivator would struggle to react, let alone this person who was merely at the 7th layer, barely reaching the late stage of qi refinement. "You dare!" The Lu family envoy's expression changed in horror, his face filled with fear. As he scolded, he attempted to counterattack with his spiritual consciousness to command his sword. Puff! The sword light pierced through his eyebrow, passing through his skull. The Lu family envoy, a 7th-layer qi refinement cultivator, had his forehead explode with blood splattering everywhere, and his body fell from the spirit crane. Caw! The spirit crane cried out in fright. Wanting to flee, Li Qingyuan, controlling the sword from a distance, aimed the sword tip directly at the crane's throat, causing it to tremble in fear and not dare to move. Li Qingyuan's spiritual power surged, using his consciousness to propel himself into the air. Under the gaze of the Li family members, he walked step by step in the air, his cultivation realm steadily rising. 4th layer of qi refinement. 5th layer of qi refinement. 6th layer of qi refinement. Boom! He reached the late stage of qi refinement and stepped into the 7th layer. Patriarch Li Guangyao's eyes twitched, saying, "What is this kid trying to do?" The elder and the second elder gasped in shock, their faces filled with astonishment. He actually publicly killed the Lu family envoy. Is he going to be an enemy of the Lu family? Li Dingzhou was astonished. Yuan actually killed a 7th-layer qi refinement cultivator with one strike? Chen Xiuyun's gentle face revealed a smile. From today onward, Luha Island will know my son's name. Li Dingen's eyes widened. Mouth agape in disbelief. 7th layer of qi refinement. How is this possible? In an instant, Li Dingen, Li Dingming, Li Dingfang, Li Dingqian, Li Qinglei, Li Qingqing, Li Qingbao, and nearly 100 cultivators from the Li family, along with 3,000 clansmen, were all astonished. 7th layer of qi refinement. A late-stage qi refinement cultivator at 20 years old? This. Li Qingyuan stood on the spirit crane's back, bathed in the light of the rising sun over the sea, raising his long sword and proclaiming loudly, "Luha Island has suffered under the Lu family for too long. The Lu family hoards cultivation resources, suppresses geniuses, and assassinates cultivators, making it difficult for the countless cultivators on Luha Island to reach the foundation establishment stage for a millennium. Now, with the foundation establishment immortal clan Qin family leading the righteous cultivators, raising the banner of fairness, we will overthrow the Lu family's tyranny and bring about a fair and just era of cultivation on Luho Island. For the grand plan of our family over the millennium, I, Li Qingyuan of the Li family, today slay the Lu family envoy and use his blood to sacrifice the flag, responding to the call of the Qin family, joining the great cause to attack the Lu family." As soon as these words were spoken, Li Qingyuan's aura surged again, breaking through to the perfect 7th layer of qi refinement, directly reaching the 8th layer of qi refinement. Boom! At 21 years old, he reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. Li Guangyao, the elder, the second elder, and the others were extremely excited and thrilled, each mobilizing their cultivation to respond in unison. Li Guangyao advanced further, reaching the perfect 7th layer of qi refinement. The elder was at the 7th layer, late-stage qi refinement. The second elder was at the perfect 6th layer, about to step into the 7th layer. Li Qingyuan also surprised everyone by breaking through to the 7th layer of qi refinement from the perfect 6th layer. 3 7th-layer qi refinement cultivators, 3 late-stage cultivators, and 1 perfect 6th-layer cultivator. Their abundant spiritual power surged as they raised their arms in response. For the grand plan of our family over the millennium. To attack the Liu family. To attack the Liu family. An over 80-year-old senior cultivator, Li Guangyao, felt his blood surge, shouting, "From today onward, I will step down and pass the position. Li Qingyuan is the patriarch of our Li family. The entire clan, including myself, will obey his orders." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone cupped their fists and bowed in greeting, offering a salute to the sky. Hail the patriarch! Hail the patriarch! Hail the patriarch! Chapter 089. The Edict Against the Liu Family, the Unbeatable Trump Card. A family meeting of the Li family was subsequently convened. The difference this time is that Li Qingyuan not only directly participated in the meeting, but also issued orders as the patriarch. Family cultivators, from the old patriarch to young cultivators as young as 15, attended the meeting, with nearly 70 participants. In the conference hall, Li Qingyuan and Li Dingfang were still a bit dazed. Li Qingyuan asked, "Uncle, what is going on?" Qingyuan, "Oh no, what is the cultivation level of the patriarch?" Li Guangyao smiled and said, "Actually, when testing spiritual roots back then, Qingyuan had 3 spiritual roots, and they are high-quality roots of wood, fire, and earth that thrive on each other." Everyone was astonished. What? 3 true spiritual roots? This is a once-in-a-century true spiritual root, extremely rare even among first-rate qi refining families. Only a foundation-building celestial family can produce one every 100 years. True spiritual roots signify foundation-building potential. Li Guangyao smiled and continued, "In addition, Qingyuan has already inherited my talisman skills and has surpassed me. He has become a first-tier high-quality talisman master." The first-tier high-quality talisman paper used by family cultivators over the years mainly comes from Qingyuan's hands. Upon hearing this, the family cultivators were once again shocked. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Grandpa Patriarch, you can tell them the whole truth now. I have already become a first-tier top talisman master." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan waved his hand, and thousands of first-tier high-quality talisman papers flew out, all genuine and exquisite, comparable to the full force of a qi-refining 8th or 9th layer cultivator. Subsequently, 200 first-tier top talisman papers flew out, 100 pure yang sword talismans, and 100 mixed yuan bowl talismans, one for offense and one for defense, comparable to the full force of a 10th layer qi refining master. The sheer volume of talisman papers not only shocked the family cultivators, but also left Li Guangyao, Li Guangyao, and Li Guangzong stunned. These talisman papers were not only numerous, but also of extremely high quality. Li Guangyao widened his eyes and said, "With so many high-level talisman papers in hand, even a first-rate qi refining family, our Li family can fight." Li Qingyuan thought, "This kid, from what I know of him, always shows one hand while hiding another. This time he exposed his identity as a first-tier top talisman master? Could it be that he can make second-tier talisman papers? Impossible. Making second-tier talisman papers requires condensing foundation-building divine consciousness." The family was greatly shocked, and their confidence soared. Li Qingyuan asked, "Your Honor, what is the strength of the Qin family celestial clan? Our family has no way out now." Upon hearing this, everyone looked to Li Qingyuan, eagerly awaiting an answer. Li Qingyuan spoke honestly. "The Qin celestial clan has 2 foundation-building experts stationed." Hiss! Everyone gasped. 2 foundation-building experts. No wonder the Qin family dares to oppose the Liu family and covet Liuhe Island. You must know that the Liu family only has 1 foundation-building cultivator. Yes, if the Qin family wins, as their follower, our Li family will surely have a better place to settle in the future. Li Qingyuan's shocking words instantly inspired everyone, and the entire clan was excited. The young master of the Qin family, who is also one of the 2 foundation-building experts, promised me that once the matter is accomplished, she would grant our clan a first-tier high-quality spiritual vein for settling down. Everyone was stunned. What? A first-tier high-quality spiritual vein? Hiss! Li Guangyao exclaimed. On the entire Liuhe Island, there is only 1 second-tier spiritual vein and only 3 first-tier high-quality spiritual veins. The Zhou family of Fubo Mountain occupies 1, and the other 2 are controlled by the Liu family, one of which is the location of Liuhe City. If we can really obtain a first-tier high-quality spiritual vein, Our Li family will definitely become the most elite among first-rate qi refining families. The elder Li Guangyao said joyfully, with Qingyuan's talent. He will surely break through to foundation building within 20 years. Once he succeeds, our Li family will be a foundation-building celestial clan. The mention of the foundation-building celestial clan made everyone's heart race, their blood boil. A beautiful future was beckoning. Li Guangyao said, Qingyuan, now you are the patriarch. Give the orders, let us know what to do. Everyone looked at Li Qingyuan, cupping their fists and bowing in respect. Please give the orders, patriarch. Li Qingyuan looked at everyone and saw the ambition and determination in their eyes, as well as their expectations for the future. Good. Li Qingyuan nodded and began to convey the patriarch's orders. First, I will write a proclamation against the Lu family, detailing their tyranny and harm over Liuha Island. In short, all the evils that can be attributed to the Lu family will be pinned on them. Family cultivators will secretly spread the article within a radius of 1,000 miles. At least 1/3 of Liuha Island must hear it. Once the proclamation is out, we can strike under the banner of justice, as the righteous army, with legitimacy. Second, the entire family will prepare for war, turning all talisman materials into talismans, and opening the family armory for magical tools. All resources such as pills, spiritual plants, spiritual stones, and spiritual rice will be centrally managed and distributed during the war to ensure the family's logistical supply. Third, family cultivators at the Qi refining 7th layer will each carry dozens of first-tier top talisman papers to the remaining Qi refining families and second and third-rate forces, to reason with them and discuss cooperation. Fourth, we will take over the Chu Mountain market, capturing the Chu Mountain Wang family, a first-rate Qi refining family, and seize 1/3 of Liuha Island to respond to the Qin family. Fifth, we will recruit talented individuals, attracting alchemists and artifact masters to be guest elders of the family. Li Qingyuan spoke, conveying the orders in an orderly manner, detailing the combat steps, specific methods, combat objectives, and combat scope. Finally, Li Qingyuan clenched his fist and declared, as long as we take down 1/3 of Liuha Island and support the Qin family under the banner of the righteous army, assisting the Qin family in winning at least 1/3 of the hearts of the people on Liuha Island, this achievement will be enough to secure a first-tier high-quality spiritual vein, ensuring our Li family's 1,000-year legacy. Everyone was deeply inspired after hearing this. Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment, then immediately picked up a brush and began to write the proclamation against the Lu family. In his previous life, Li Qingyuan had read many proclamations against tyrants, against Dong Zhuo, against Cao Cao, against Wang Mang. With those proclamations as a reference, Li Qingyuan quickly wrote down the 10 major crimes of the Lu family. Each crime was heinous, giving people a sense of unspeakable grievances, as if they would love to eat their flesh and drink their blood. For example, they raised the Black Mountain Bandits as their dogs, specifically hunting first-rate forces, first-rate families, various rogue cultivators, and those qualified to break through to foundation building. Based on popular rumors, Li Qingyuan also detailed a few examples from the common people and fabricated a few reasonable examples himself. Additionally, they occupied spiritual veins, oppressed rogue cultivators, and bullied various forces. They oppressed men and bullied women, acted tyrannically, killed and robbed, and exploited everyone. Most disciples of foundation-building celestial clans had experienced such behaviors, and various cultivators had suffered profoundly, especially feeling empathetic. After finishing, Li Qingyuan paused, took a long breath, and said, Grandpa Patriarch, Grandpa Elder Dad, please help spread the proclamation and recruit various second and third-rate Qi refining families or forces. The three of them were late-stage Qi refining cultivators and could act the fastest. Li Guangyao, Li Guangyao, and Li Dingzhou nodded. Rest assured, we will take care of this. Li Guangyao, filled with confidence, said, Qingyuan, today I realize that your talent is not only in cultivation and talismans, but also in stirring up the clouds and strategizing. Li Qingyuan looked northward, toward the core of Liuha Island, toward the Lu family, and softly said, the outcome of this game does not depend on us, but on the Qin family. Qin Miaoi, I am counting on you. Please do not disappoint me. If you fail, my only way out will be to use second-tier talisman papers to strike down a foundation-building expert with a thunderous force, to intimidate all sides and protect the family. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and thought to himself, next, I need to prepare over 100 second-tier talisman papers to ensure my invincibility. Using my foundation-building spiritual consciousness to activate dozens of second-tier talisman papers is enough to instantly kill an early-stage foundation cultivator and intimidate the crowd. Over 100 second-tier talisman papers are enough for self-protection. In this gamble, Li Qingyuan has the qualifications for the next round and the chips to remain invincible. Ultimately, on the path of cultivation, one must rely on oneself. Chapter 090. The Qin family's dual foundation and the Lu family's dual foundation. When Li Qingyuan convened a family meeting, Qin Miaoyi had already arrived on the battlefield, holding the family head token in her hand, which was a mother token belonging to a second-tier low-grade magical artifact with sound transmission capabilities. Qin Miaoyi could send messages to those holding the sub-tokens, but could not receive messages back. She murmured, "Li Qingyuan, if you are smart enough to understand the situation, you should know how to choose. I hope you will voluntarily join the Qin family, rather than." A hint of murderous intent flickered in Qin Miaoyi's beautiful eyes. She lured Li Qingyuan because it was crucial for the revival of the Qin family. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not kill him. But if Li Qingyuan chose to be an enemy of the Qin family, she would have no choice but to strike him down. Boom. In the mountains ahead, a gust of wind swept through, and sword energy soared into the sky. Two second-tier middle-grade magical artifacts collided in midair, causing a tremendous explosion that shook the mountains and unleashed foundation-building magical power all around. "It's here." Qin Miaoyi's eyes brightened as she flew in her purple dress close to the ground, using the trees in the forest for cover as she quickly approached the battlefield. Soon, when she was about 300 yards away from the battle, Qin Miaoyi used her spiritual consciousness to control her sword, infusing it with foundation-building magical power. The second-tier low-grade magical artifact shot out, targeting Lu Yunlong, the head of the Lu family. Lu Yunlong was locked in a fierce battle with Qin Chuan, struggling to hold his ground. After several days of fighting, his magical power was more than half depleted, and he had sustained light injuries. Suddenly, Lu Yunlong felt a prickling sensation on his back, and his scalp tingled. He immediately unleashed his mid-stage foundation-building cultivation, swiftly dodging the killing blow. With a swish, the sharp magical artifact sliced through his side, easily cutting through a first-tier top-grade inner armor, drawing a streak of blood. Lu Yunlong's expression changed dramatically. Another foundation cultivator has come? Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuan unleashed a powerful wooden attribute spell, causing vines in the forest to sway and lash out, binding, strangling, and piercing Lu Yunlong with attacks. Lu Yunlong dodged left and right, with magical artifacts swirling around him. The sharp sword lights cutting through the vines as he fled at high speed. Whoosh! A beam of sword light shot through the sky like a falling star, aimed directly at Lu Yunlong's back. Qin Chuan, with his mid-stage foundation-building cultivation, pursued relentlessly, unleashing second-tier spells with ease as powerful attacks bore down. Closely followed by a second-tier middle-grade magical artifact. Caught in a pincer attack, Lu Yunlong faced threats from two foundation cultivators. Fire armor talisman. Boom. A talisman ignited, transforming into a red flame armor that perfectly enveloped his body. Then, Lu Yunlong braced himself against Qin Miaoyi's strike from behind, while simultaneously deploying a second-tier spell, clashing his second-tier magical artifact against Qin Chuan's attack. Small teleportation talisman. Boom. Just as Lu Yunlong blocked Qin Chuan's killing move, his fire armor talisman was completely consumed by Qin Miaoyi's full-force strike. He quickly crushed a second-tier talisman, enveloped himself in spiritual light, and teleported away. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lu Yunlong was 1,000 yards away, his expression darkening. Damn it, this was the only small teleportation talisman in the family. Whoosh! After fleeing 1,000 yards, Lu Yunlong cursed while quickly making his way back to the family, secretly thinking, "For now, the only plan is to ask my father to come out of seclusion to help the family in this battle and continue our family legacy." Qin Chuan and Qin Miaoyi flew through the air, meeting at a location. Qin Miaoyi exclaimed, "Second-tier low-grade defensive talismans, second-tier small teleportation talismans, and even second-tier middle-grade magical artifacts at hand. It seems the Lu family has accumulated a foundation over thousands of years, far surpassing ordinary foundation cultivator families. Even if the island chain is a small place, these assets are quite astonishing." Qin Chuan responded, "It should be that some ancestor of the Lu family or several ancestors obtained some fortune while training in the country of you before leaving the island chain, and then, by chance, successfully crossed the Tianyin mountain range back to the family. over thousands of years. It's not surprising that one or two lucky individuals could safely cross the Tianyin mountain range. Qingyuan looked at the vanishing Lu Yunlong and said, "Miaowie. Send word to Su Hong, Zhou Kuei, and Qin Mo to head to the Lu family immediately and kill Lu Yunlong. We cannot give Lu Yunlong a chance to catch his breath. We must strike him down with thunderous force. Otherwise, if the 5 major Foundation cultivator families join forces, taking Luha Island will be difficult." Qin Miaowie replied, "Don't worry, second uncle. I have already sent the message. Considering the time, Uncle Qin Mo and Zhou Kuei should be about to advance to foundation building as well." Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into streaks of light and sped toward the Lu family. Qin Miaowie said, "Let's first go and scout the depths of the Lu family." Half an hour later, Lu Yunlong returned to the family, heading straight for the core of the second-tier spiritual vein, arriving at the family's secret realm, and respectfully said, "Father, the only option now is to ask you to come out of seclusion to fight for the family." Boom. The secret passage's door opened, and a thin, short old man with white hair and beard, looking frail, slowly walked out. The old man wore a black robe, hunched over like a century-old man about to die, exuding a decayed aura of rotting wood. Lu Wushang looked at his most favored son, Lu Yunlong, and said earnestly, "Yunlong, after this battle, the future of our Lu family will rely on you. For your father, for you, for the family, we will fight once more." After speaking, Lu Wushang consumed a secret medicine, and his withered appearance flushed with vitality, his hunched and frail body becoming robust, instantly aging back by 40 to 50 years, transforming into a strong-looking man in his 50s. Boom. Lu Wushang soared through the air, his magical power surging, and shouted, "I am Lu Wushang. Who dares to invade my Lu family? You will pay with your life." Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of light swept through the air. Standing in midair were Qingyuan and Qin Miaowie. Qingyuan looked at Lu Wushang and said indifferently, "A withered bone from the grave," speaking arrogantly. Boom. Qingyuan unleashed his magical power, and a second-tier middle-grade flying sword magical artifact shot out, slashing through the air for dozens of meters. The sword energy seeming to tear apart the void, the wind blades unstoppable. Lu Wushang stepped into the air, forming hand seals, casting the second-tier spell Yin-Yang Grinding. A several-meter-wide grinding disc appeared in midair, crushing the void and suppressing the Tianzhong sword energy. Boom. The surrounding area shook for hundreds of meters, the heavens and earth quaking. Kill. Qingyuan and Lu Wushang exchanged glances and charged at each other, engaging in a fierce battle with fists and feet, colliding their spells, and their spiritual consciousnesses clashing in the air, creating bursts of sparks. Qin Miaowie swept through the air, expanding her spiritual consciousness to search for Lu Yunlong's whereabouts, while her flying sword magical artifact killed one Lu family refining qi cultivator after another. The Lu family's disciples, except for those in the 9th and 10th layers of refining qi who could struggle a bit, otherwise, the rest of the refining qi cultivators met tragic ends. Lu Changfeng yelled in anger, "You scoundrel, do not harm my family members." Boom. Lu Changfeng, fully cultivated in the 10th layer of refining qi, was under 40 and was a seed for foundation building in the Lu family, the direct grandson of Lu Yunlong. He had already qualified to advance to foundation building. Qin Miaowie's phoenix eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of killing intent, as she urged her magical artifact to attack, coldly saying, "Die." Clang. One sword fell, and Lu Changfeng was sent flying back several dozen yards, his first-tier top-grade flying sword shattering. Whoosh. As Qin Miaowie's second sword fell, she aimed to kill him. "Do not harm my grandson." Lu Yunlong roared angrily, flying out from the core of the second-tier spiritual vein while consuming a drop of crystal-clear spiritual milk, quickly healing his injuries and restoring his magical power to its peak, unleashing a second-tier middle-grade magical artifact to attack. With a clang, Lu Yunlong's flying sword repelled the flying star sword, yet its power remained undiminished as it struck towards Qin Miaowie. Qin Miaowie's delicate face shifted slightly. Thousand-year spirit milk? Chapter 091. The 6 foundations, please Lu family, go to death. Thousand-year spirit milk? Qin Miaowie's stunning face was taken aback. Not only Qin Miaowie, but even Qingyuan was shocked. The thousand-year spirit milk is born at the bottom of a 3rd-tier spirit spring and only condenses a single drop every 1,000 years. Just one drop, when consumed by a foundation establishment practitioner, can instantly restore their mana and injuries. As long as it's not severe injuries like severed limbs or near-death wounds, all external injuries can be instantly healed and all mana restored. Such a precious item is rare even in major cities inland, let alone in a small place like the island chain. Lu Yunlong sneered, I will capture you alive and make you a furnace for my grandson's cultivation, seizing your foundation to help my grandson advance in foundation establishment. Qin Miaoyi was furious. Old man, you're seeking death. Boom. Enraged, Qin Miaoyi's 3,000 strands of hair danced wildly, her purple eyes revealing a killing intent, her graceful figure unleashing a powerful mana as she coldly declared, Today, I will not spare your Lu family. Metal Sword Qi, Qin Miaoyi cast a second-tier spell, sending out several feet of golden sword Qi that cut through the air, unstoppable. Clang. The metal sword Qi knocked Lu Yunlong's second-tier mid-grade artifact away, then drove the flying star sword to attack. Clang, clang, clang. The two foundation establishment experts clashed, their consciousness wielding swords to duel in the air. Artifacts clashing with ringing sounds, various second-tier spells being cast in succession, constantly colliding. Sparks flew at times, ice formed 10 feet thick, and at other times, vines entwined as the four foundation establishment cultivators fought, affecting a 100-foot radius. The disciples of the Lu family retreated, falling back to the only second-tier defensive formation of the family, activating the Great Array to protect their clansmen from the battle's impact. Qin Miaoyi was ultimately in the early stage of foundation establishment. Despite her deep foundation and perfect roots, she was still suppressed by Lu Yunlong. Fortunately, she had second-tier talismans on hand to buy some time. Whoosh. At that moment, a streak of flowing light shot in. Qin Mo, dressed in black, appeared to be in his 40s, his mana surging in the early stage of foundation establishment, holding a second-tier array plate. He called out loudly, Cousin, Miaoyi, I have reached foundation establishment and come to lend you a hand. A second-tier low-grade killing array, wind blade array. The array plate floated in front of Qin Mo, and with a wave of his hands, the array flags were thrust into the four directions, instantly forming a formation, countless wind blades tearing through the sky, rushing towards Lu Yunlong. In an instant, Qin Miaoyi felt a significant decrease in pressure. Facing an established mid-stage foundation establishment expert directly after just entering the early stage was quite overwhelming for her, especially since the opponent had a second-tier mid-grade artifact with sharp killing moves. Lu Yunlong manipulated his artifact, sword Qi overflowing, shattering the wind blade attacks, managing to hold his own against two opponents. The power gap between mid and early stages of foundation establishment was actually 2 to 3 times. Boom. A 10-foot stone ball fell from the sky, crushing the fierce winds and carrying a weight of 10,000 pounds. On top of the massive stone ball stood Zhou Kuei, hands behind his back, his early foundation establishment cultivation erupting. He looked 10 years younger than his nearly 60-year-old appearance, now resembling a man in his 40s. With a stern expression and killing intent in his eyes, Lu Yunlong, the enemy of his father's murder, would not go unpunished. Zhou Kuei declared loudly, Zhou Kuei of the Zhou family, here for revenge. 40 years ago, his father reached the peak of Qi refining at the 10th level, left Luha Island to auction foundation establishment spirit materials on other islands, and was ambushed as soon as he left. 3 Qi refining 10th level cultivators attacked, but his father killed one, severely injured another, and lightly injured the third. The lightly injured one was none other than Lu Yunlong, who was then at the peak of Qi refining 10th level, and within 5 years, he advanced to early foundation establishment. His father told Zhou Kuei before he died that as long as he did not reach foundation establishment, he could not take revenge. Today, having stepped into foundation establishment, it was time to repay the grudge of his father's murder. Lu Yunlong threw a punch, his spiritual power soaring, his mighty mana shattering the 10-foot stone ball. And a killing intent flickered in his eyes. Had I known this, I should have annihilated your Zhou family back then, leaving none alive. Zhou Kuei sneered. Lu Yunlong, you have no chance now. As he spoke, Zhou Kuei formed a seal, channeling his powerful mana into his artifact, which instantly transformed into a 1-foot rotating cone, sharp at the tip, aimed at Lu Yunlong. In an instant, the three of them joined forces to besiege Lu Yunlong. The second-tier low-grade killing array, the flying star sword from Qin Miaoyi, and Zhou Kuei's spirit-breaking cone. The 3 early foundation establishment cultivators attacked from 3 sides, surrounding Lu Yunlong. Lu Yunlong's expression darkened, his mid-stage foundation establishment mana erupting, as he used his second-tier mid-grade artifact to construct a defense, unleashing various second-tier spells to fend off the three's fierce assault. After several rounds, Lu Yunlong was injured and coughed up blood, having been hit by Qin Miaoyi. Whoosh! Dozens of feet away, a sword light rushed in, instantly closing in on Lu Yunlong. Surrounded by 3 early Foundation establishment cultivators, Lu Yunlong had consumed over half of his mana and suffered light injuries. And his Foundation consciousness began to tire. At that moment, he did not even notice the flying sword's surprise attack. With a puff, the flying sword traversed the air, striking Lu Yunlong's chest, piercing through and sending blood flying. Puff! Lu Yunlong coughed up blood, clutching his chest, his heart still racing. If I hadn't sensed the killing intent at the last moment and avoided the critical area of my heart, I would have been severely injured. Did they have another Foundation establishment cultivator? Caw! A cry echoed, like that of a bird or a phoenix, as a giant bird several feet tall, with jade-green feathers, grew 2 heads, its sharp beak like an eagle's, spewing flying swords attacking Lu Yunlong. Lu Yunlong's expression changed. A second-tier great demon? This meant the enemy had 5 Foundation establishment combatants, while his side had only 2. Whoosh! Another streak of sword light shot through the air, as fast as lightning. Dressed in red, a middle-aged female cultivator, it was Su Hong, who had just entered Foundation establishment, appearing 20 years younger, still in her prime at over 60. Su Hong's eyes revealed killing intent as she harshly declared, Lu Yunlong, for the sake of my beloved daughter's revenge, I will not let your Lu family go unscathed today. The death of her daughter was naturally also at the hands of the Lu family. A dual spiritual root genius, a top-grade first-tier artifact refiner in her 20s, destined to step into Foundation establishment and become a second-tier artifact refiner, would elevate the Baihong Island Gao family into a top-tier Foundation establishment celestial clan. Lu Yunlong coldly replied, Your daughter Gao Yu indeed had exceptional talent, but unfortunately, she refused to become my grandson's furnace and chose to end her own life. Su Hong let out a piercing scream, her eyes turning blood red, and she crazily charged. Lu Yunlong, you deserve to die? Lu Yunlong swallowed another drop of 1,000-year spirit milk to heal his injuries and restore his mana, his mighty mana surging as a ruthless and decisive look appeared in his eyes. Instantly charging towards Qin Miaoyi immediately commanded, Block him, do not let him escape. Boom, 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 boom. Zhou Kuei nodded, Miss, don't worry. With the 5 Foundation establishment combatants working together to besiege him, even if he is mid-stage Foundation establishment, he cannot escape. An ambush and assassination from a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator would be too much for an early-stage one to handle, let alone the qi refining cultivators from various families. Qin Miaoyi, Qin Mo, Su Hong, Zhou Kuei, and the 2-headed green bird all launched their attacks, coordinating together to thoroughly annihilate Lu Yunlong. This battle caused many Foundation establishment cultivators to bleed. The first-tier top-grade artifacts of Su Hong and Zhou Kuei were severed, forcing them to fight back with second-tier and first-tier spells. The second-tier low-grade killing array in Qin Mo's hands was damaged, with the array flags broken and the array plate ruined. The 2-headed green bird lost several feathers, its left wing severely injured, and its speed greatly reduced. Qin Miaoyi's mana was nearly exhausted, but she was wearing second-tier internal armor for protection and was uninjured. This battle was exceptionally brutal. Unexpectedly, the Lu clan possessed 3 drops of 1,000-year spiritual milk, all in the hands of Lu Yunlong, which allowed him to heal his injuries and restore his magical power 3 times, making it very difficult for Qin Miaoyi and others to fight against him. After thousands of rounds, Lu Yunlong was heavily injured and bleeding, with no more 1,000-year spiritual milk to consume. He let out a long howl towards the sky, his long hair dancing wildly, and crazily charged at Qin Miaoyi, his internal spiritual power surging violently as he roared, Let's die together. The Lu family is where it is today, all because of the schemes of your Qin family. I won't rest until I kill you. Boom. His blood ignited, and his magical power exploded, a method of mutual destruction. Qin Miaoyi's beautiful face changed, and with a helpless sigh, she said, Alas, father. I have to use the talisman treasure you left for me to save my life today. Qin Miaoyi formed a seal with her jade hand, and a piece of talisman paper flew out. The talisman paper ignited and transformed into a flying needle, rapidly growing from small to large, instantly exceeding a zhang in length, resembling a long sword, exuding the aura of a core formation cultivator. Lu Yunlong's face showed despair. A core formation talisman treasure. Chapter 092. The destruction of the Lu family, winds rising and clouds gathering. With the appearance of the core formation talisman treasure, Lu Yunlong was completely hopeless. The so-called core formation talisman treasure is made by core formation cultivators who have successfully refined their life treasures, using the source power of their life treasures to imprint runes, forming special talisman paper. Hence, it is called talisman treasure. Talisman treasures also have levels: core formation talisman treasures, nascent soul talisman treasures, and divinity transformation talisman treasures. Generally speaking, a core formation talisman treasure can possess 1/10 or 1/12 of the power of the imprinted core formation life treasure. For example, if the talisman treasure is imprinted from the life treasure of a mid-core formation cultivator, then the attack power of this talisman treasure would be equivalent to 1/10 of the power when the mid-core formation cultivator activates their life treasure. Not to mention mid-core formation. Even if it is only 1/10 of the power of an early core formation life treasure, it is enough to kill a late foundation establishment cultivator. Whoosh! The Zhonglong flying needle swept through the air, striking Lu Yunlong's forehead. In the next moment, Lu Yunlong, who was about to self-detonate, had his forehead explode, his head turning into a mist of blood, becoming a headless corpse that fell from the sky. Caw! The two-headed green bird let out a cry, its wings flapping as it soared through the sky, devouring Lu Yunlong's late foundation establishment body, letting out a hearty howl. The internal spiritual power of the two-headed green bird surged, its demonic power increasing significantly, reaching the early stage perfection of the second tier, equivalent to a perfect early foundation establishment cultivator. Qin Miaoyi looked at Lu Wushang, her phoenix eyes narrowing, and said, "Kill." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 4 people and 1 beast charged out, assisting Qin Chuan. With the combined strength of 6 foundation establishment fighters, they quickly killed Lu Wushang, who was weakened and forced to take medicine to enhance his battle power. Thus, the 2 major foundation establishment cultivators of the Lu family fell. Qin Miaoyi ordered, "Gather the Qin family, the Gao family, the Zhou family, and the various cultivators we have recruited. Leave no Lu family cultivators alive." Qin Mo, Zhou Kuei, and Su Hong clasped their fists in response. "As you command." Qin Chuan spoke. "Miaoyi, Lu Yunlong used 3 drops of 1,000-year spiritual milk in succession. It seems the Lu family must have secrets. We should capture core members of the Lu family to interrogate them." "Good." Qin Chuan and Qin Miaoyi rushed into the Lu family's spiritual pulse core, beginning to plunder the Lu family's 1,000-year heritage. As for the direct bloodline of the Lu family, they aimed to capture as many as possible for interrogation about the Lu family's secrets. Qin Miaoyi asked her second uncle, "When shall we attack the remaining 4 great families to capture those foundation establishment resources?" Qin Chuan chuckled, saying, "No rush, they are more anxious than we are." Faced with the overwhelming pressure from our Qin family, their only escape route is the Tianin mountain range. There will definitely be someone among them taking risks to head to the cave of the Sanquan master. At that time, when their foundation establishment combatants are separated, that will be our opportunity to strike. Qin Miaoyi praised, "Second uncle, your insight is remarkable." On this day, Luha Island underwent a transformation. The 2 major mid-foundation establishment cultivators, Lu Wushang and Lu Yunlong, were attacked by 5 foundation establishment fighters and a second-tier great demon, resulting in their deaths. This news spread rapidly, sweeping across Luha Island. Luha Island is the foremost of the 5 immortal islands and the leader of the island groups in the sea. The Lu family is the largest clan among the 5 major foundation establishment immortal families. Within hundreds of miles around Luha Island, various foundation establishment immortal families had spies planted, and they witnessed the drastic changes on Luha Island and the deaths of the 2 foundation establishment members of the Lu family, causing them to hurriedly crush their communication jade talismans. As a result, the heads of the 4 major foundation establishment immortal families and 4 foundation establishment masters were the first to receive the news. Xuanqi Island, being closest to Luho Island, only 1,000 miles away, the head of the Tai family was terrified upon receiving the news, immediately gathering all the late Qi refinement cultivators of the family, bringing quality immortal seedlings to quickly flee, leaving the Tai family and Xuanqi Island. The head of the Tai family took the family's only second-tier defensive formation and brought all late Qi refinement cultivators and a dozen quality immortal seedlings, swiftly heading towards Ice Fire Island to join forces with the head of the Yin family. At the same time, the Ma family of Fian Island and the Shui family of Shuabao Island also cut their wrists, taking late Qi refinement cultivators and quality immortal seedlings to quickly flee towards Ice Fire Island to join forces. They were scared. The Qin family had long been plotting and came with great momentum. 1 mid-foundation establishment, 2 early foundation establishment cultivators, Zhou Kuei from the Zhou family, and Su Hong from the Gao family, totaling 5 foundation establishment masters, along with a tamed second-tier great demon. Even if the 4 major foundation establishment immortal families huddled together for warmth, gathered at Ice Fire Island, they still felt uneasy. The head of the Tai family said solemnly, "Everyone, although the Qin family is coming with great momentum, as long as our 4 families work together, we can advance and retreat together and ensure our safety. Moreover, the Qin family is an outsider, incomparable to our 4 families with our 1,000-year heritage and the support of the people. If our 4 families join forces with our full strength, we have more than a dozen late Qi refinement cultivators and 200 to 300 late Qi refinement cultivators. This combat power, combined with a second-tier formation, can easily block a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. In addition, we will immediately issue orders to call upon top Qi refinement families, top merchant associations, top forces, and various rogue cultivators from outside the 4 islands to join us and bolster our ranks." Most importantly, the head of the Tai family said, "Those from the 4 families who reach the perfection of late Qi refinement will be given foundation establishment spiritual materials or foundation establishment pills for free to increase the number of foundation establishment cultivators." What do you think? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the 3 family heads changed slightly, revealing reluctance. The head of the Tai family said solemnly, "Everyone, at this point, we have no way out. I know that the foundation establishment pills and spiritual materials in your hands are not many. You have saved them mostly to cultivate your direct bloodlines. But now, with the survival of our families at stake, we have no choice. If the Qin family is willing to attack Ice Fire Island at all costs, how long do you think our 4 combined can withstand the 5 major foundation establishment cultivators and a second-tier great demon? Just relying on 1 mid-foundation establishment cultivator can at least match 2 of us." The head of the Yin family gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I agree." The heads of the Ma family and the Shui family also nodded helplessly. "Okay, we will arrange it immediately." Soon, the 4 families selected 6 late Qi refinement cultivators, mainly from the direct bloodlines of the 4 families, with 2 being from guest elder candidates. 2 lower-grade foundation establishment pills and 4 foundation establishment spiritual materials were distributed. The 6 also received 5,000 spiritual stones each, and then entered the core of the Yin family's second-tier spiritual pulse to close themselves off and break through to foundation establishment. After all arrangements were made, the head of the Tai family privately approached the head of the Yin family, saying, "Sister Yin, to block the foundation establishment cultivators of the Qin family, relying solely on the 4 of us is still too weak. Even if these 6 have ample time, at most 1 or 2 might succeed in foundation establishment, which still won't balance the overall situation. I have a risky plan." The head of the Yin family asked, "Oh, what do you suggest, Brother Tai?" The head of the Tai family had a face full of flesh, a thick beard, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. He said, "Now that the Qin family is busy digesting the Lu family's resources and unifying the various vassal forces of Luhou Island, you and I should rush into the Tianyin mountain range and try to seize the inheritance left by the Sanquan master, especially the beast control jade slip." The head of the Yin family's beautiful eyes lit up as she said, "Indeed, as long as we obtain the beast control jade slip, we can control 2 bloodthirsty centipedes, 1 in the mid-stage of the 2nd layer and 1 in the early stage of the 2nd layer. It would be equivalent to directly possessing 2 foundational combat powers, enough to make us unafraid of the Qin family." However, the head of the Yin family showed worry. "But if we go out just the 2 of us, we will have to split our forces of 4. If we are targeted by the Qin family's foundational cultivators, it could end badly." The head of the Tai family gritted his teeth and said, "That's why we need to take a gamble. If we don't, once the Qin family digests the Lu family's resources, we will have no way out. By taking a gamble now, while they are preoccupied, we can seize the inheritance left by the Sanquan master and turn the tide, devouring the Qin family in return." The head of the Yin family pondered and said, "Brother Tai makes sense. We have no retreat left. Should we inform others about this?" The head of the Tai family whispered, "Shoo." The two of us have reached the perfect stage of foundational cultivation for several years. We can announce that we are breaking through to the mid-stage of foundational cultivation. Let's have Brother Ma, Brother Shui, and the others guard this place while we quietly leave. The head of the Yin family thought, leaving secretly will ensure our safety, which is naturally more prudent. Good. The two exchanged glances and made their decision, immediately instructing their followers to deliberately gather a lot of resources, spirit stones, and pills, creating the appearance of closing up to break through to the mid-stage of foundational cultivation. In reality, the head of the Tai family and the head of the Yin family quietly left through the Yin family's secret passage and headed towards the Tianyin mountain range. Chapter 093. Li Qingyuan slays the Wang family and occupies Tushan. When the Qin family destroyed the Lu family, the Li family was also taking action. After issuing orders, Li Qingyuan had 3 7th-layer qi refining cultivators, Li Guangyao, Li Guangkao, and Li Dingzhou, print hundreds of thousands of copies of the edict against the Lu family within just 3 days, spreading them throughout various cities, starting with the Tushan market. Under Li Qingyuan's leadership, after 3 days of preparation, all the family cultivators were equipped with low, medium, high, and supreme-grade talismans, each with a magical artifact, and then they set off towards Tushan. The Li family raised the banner of justice to respond to the Qin family, overthrow the Lu family, and provide countless cultivators with a fair and just battle cry to attack various cities. For thousands of years, Luha Island had been regarded as the private property of the Lu family, and both cultivators and ordinary mortals had been severely oppressed. Consequently, on this journey, the Li family's forces encountered no significant resistance. Of course, there were some staunch vassals of the Lu family. One such second-rate qi refining family had a matriarch who was a minor concubine of Lu Yunlong, enjoying many benefits from the Lu family. Naturally, to preserve these benefits, they had to firmly support the Lu family. Thus, Li Qingyuan led the Li family's cultivators in a frontal assault, with talismans flying everywhere, obliterating a second-rate family with thunderous force. 1 8th-layer qi refining cultivator, 3 7th-layer cultivators, and hundreds of cultivators were either slain or captured. When Li Qingyuan fought the 8th-layer family head, he only revealed his early-stage 8th-layer cultivation, not using his spiritual sense, but instead relying on talismans to attack. After 10 moves, he killed the opponent, securing victory. Throughout this journey, Li Qingyuan did not forget to display the Qin family's token, praising the Qin family's dual foundational prowess and speaking well of them while disparaging the Lu family, successfully attracting many scattered cultivators and third-rate forces to join in. Additionally, he was clear about rewards and punishments. Talismans, spirit stones, magical artifacts, and pills obtained from various resources were generously rewarded to those who contributed. In just a few days, the team he led grew larger and larger. By the time they reached the Tushan market, the group of cultivators had reached several hundred. Among these hundreds of cultivators, there were over 30 in the late stage of qi refining, and even 3 to 5 9th-layer qi refining cultivators were willing to follow Li Qingyuan's orders. Not long ago, a 9th-layer qi refining cultivator had attempted to seize leadership of the group, but Li Qingyuan had given him the opportunity to be reborn with a pure yang sword talisman. Since then, the few 9th-layer cultivators in the group had become increasingly respectful and dared not go against him, no longer harboring thoughts of usurping power. Li Qingyuan looked at the Tushan market and sighed. A few years ago, I was just a teenager visiting Tushan market for the first time, opening my eyes to the world of cultivation. Later, every time I came to Tushan market, it was to sell talismans and materials from demon beasts in exchange for spirit stones as cultivation resources. I never expected that today my identity would be so different. Li Qingyuan stood atop a spirit beast spirit crane, which soared into the sky, floating in the air as he gazed at the entrance of Tushan market. At the entrance, an elder at the 10th layer of qi refining sat at the gate, flanked by 3 9th-layer cultivators and over a dozen cultivators in the late stage of qi refining, as well as dozens in the mid-stage. Li Qingyuan looked at him and asked, Family Head Wang, will your choice be to remain loyal to the Lu family and accompany them to their demise, or will you join us in serving the Qin family? The family head of the Wang family, over 60 years old and at the 10th layer of qi refining, was named Wang Tianhua. Wang Tianhua clasped his fists in greeting and said, Young brother Li is joking. Lu Yunlong has bullied my Wang family too much. I have long harbored thoughts of resistance. But unfortunately, I lacked the strength to resist. Back then, After the auction in Luha City, my younger brother and I were ambushed by robbers. I was severely injured, and my younger brother was captured, his fate unknown. Looking back now, it must have been Lu Yunlong who sent Lu family cultivators to do this. Li Qingyuan replied lightly. Then why have you come out with your entire family to guard the gate? What does that mean? Wang Tianhua said, today, I have come out with my entire family to open the city gates for the Qin family's messenger, not for young brother Li. Li Qingyuan's expression slightly tightened as he said, the Qin family's guest elder's order is here. I am the Qin family's messenger. Quickly open the city gates. Wang Tianhua mobilized his 10th layer qi refining cultivation, his expression calm as he said, the Qin family messenger I speak of must be someone with the surname Qin. As a first-rate qi refining family, the Wang family naturally had the right to be personally courted by the Qin family's direct line. If they opened the city gates today to welcome Li Qingyuan and his companions, then when the Qin family's direct line arrived, the one who would receive the greatest credit would be Li Qingyuan. If he surrendered as the head of a first-rate qi refining family and brought his entire family to serve, he would certainly be heavily favored by the Qin family. At least he wouldn't be suppressed. Opening the gates to welcome Li Qingyuan now and waiting to open the gates when the Qin family's direct line arrives were two completely different matters. Li Qingyuan narrowed his eyes. He naturally knew Wang Tianhua's intentions. However, by now, he had basically taken over a third of Luha Island and only needed to take down the Xushan Wang family. And as long as he secured all the Wang family's territory, his contributions could be maximized. By today, the news of the Qin family's 3 foundational cultivators and the Qin family's destruction of the Lu family had already spread. Moreover, the Zhou family's Zhou Kuei and the Gao family's Su Hong, both foundational cultivators, were also aligned with the Qin family. The Qin family's power was at its peak. Wang Tianhua was clearly aware of this news, coming out with his entire family to wait for the Qin family's direct line to arrive for recruitment, ready to join them. However, this would disrupt Li Qingyuan's planned strategy to take over a third of Luho Island. Therefore, Li Qingyuan shouted loudly. The Wang family head Wang Tianhua swears loyalty to the Lu family and refuses to open the city gates. He is also using the strength of his whole family to defend the city gates and fiercely resist the righteous army of the Qin family. All cultivators, follow me to break the city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Qingyuan waved his hand and threw out 10 pure yang sword talismans, comparable to the full power strike of 10 10th layer qi refining cultivators, as waves of pure yang sword energy slashed down from the air, exuding an astonishing might. Wang Tianhua's expression changed. He had no time to think and could only channel his spiritual energy to summon a first-tier top-grade magical artifact flying sword. The sword light burst forth, shattering the talismans and resisting the pure yang sword talismans. The intelligence was correct. This kid was indeed a first-tier top-grade talisman master. Wang Tianhua's face showed terror. When 10 pure yang sword talismans appeared, even with all his strength, he could only block 5 of them and was severely injured by the other 5, flying back 100 meters, coughing up blood. Wait. I am willing to open the city. Whoosh. The first-tier top-grade flying sword, controlled by divine sense, moved at lightning speed, making it difficult for an ordinary 10th layer qi refining practitioner to react, especially since Wang Tianhua was already heavily injured. Poof, the flying sword pierced through his heart, shattering his meridians, killing Wang Tianhua on the spot. Li Qingyuan waved his hand to collect the opponent's storage bag and first-tier top-grade magical artifact, putting them into his own bag. In our team, several 9th layer qi refining practitioners showed horror, exchanging glances, thinking, is this killer really only at the 8th layer of qi refining? How did he kill a great master at the 10th layer of qi refining so easily? They did not know that Li Qingyuan was hiding his cultivation at the early stage of the 8th layer of qi refining using the breath concealing technique. But when he made his move, he operated at full strength, reaching the perfection of the 8th layer of qi refining. Unless one had divine sense at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, it was impossible to see through this. Moreover, Li Qingyuan's foundation was too deep. Being at the perfection of the 8th layer of qi refining was not at all weaker than an ordinary perfection of the 9th layer of qi refining. Most importantly, Li Qingyuan secretly used his divine sense to control the sword to kill, which even a perfected 10th layer of qi refining could not compete with. Li Qingyuan shouted, kill. The people you killed and the storage bags you obtained belong to each person. As soon as the words fell, Li Qingyuan soared into the air on his sword, charging towards a 9th-layer Wang family cultivator. In the next second, cultivators at the 9th, 8th, and 7th layers rushed out, their eyes red with killing intent. Flying on their swords to charge, with hundreds of talismans and magical artifacts flying out, storming into Chu Mountain Market. An hour later, Li Qingyuan, in blood-stained blue robes, stood on the city wall, looking at the corpses of the Wang family cultivators, his expression calm. Sorry, dead friends, do not blame the poor Taoist. On the long path of cultivation, for the sake of longevity and resources, I must also kill. Now that we are all cultivating, who still does good deeds? In his previous life, Li Qingyuan was only physically weak, not mentally weak. From 5,000 years of vibrant history, he concluded that good people cannot become great figures. He could choose not to be a demon, but he would never be a good person. In the next moment, Li Qingyuan sensed something with his divine sense and looked towards the outside of the city, thinking, someone is coming. It turned out to be her. Qingyuan. Chapter 094. First-tier top-grade spirit vein concentration pill, promoting a first-class qi refining family. Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully and said, Li family patriarch Li Qingyuan pays respects to the young lady. The Li family cultivators all bowed in unison. We pay respects to the young lady. 1/3 of the cultivators from Liuha Island, hundreds of thousands, all bowed and said, we pay respects to the young lady. The person from the Qin family was indeed Qin Miaoi. Qin Miaoi rode on a flying magical artifact, the wind spirit boat, floating in the air, followed by 3 9th-layer qi refining cultivators, 5 8th-layer qi refining cultivators, and 8 cultivators riding spirit crane monsters, creating quite a scene. Li Qingyuan looked at the 8 people behind Qin Miaoi and secretly muttered, 8 people, 8 cranes. Qin Miaoi gracefully landed on the city wall, putting away her flying magical artifact into her storage bag. She had a celestial demeanor, graceful figure, wearing purple like the clouds, with purple eyes sparkling like stars. Li Qingyuan, you are quite impressive. Qin Miaoi's beautiful eyes scrutinized Li Qingyuan, and beneath the purple veil, her alluring lips curled slightly in appreciation. Your call for the Lu family is exceptionally well written. The call for the Lu family rapidly swept across the entire Liuha Island, exposing the Lu family's 1,000-year legacy, revealing that their deep-rooted foundation was established by exploiting and oppressing tens of thousands of cultivators on Liuha Island through cannibalism. It exposed the Lu family's crimes of harboring the Black Mountain Bandits, assassinating talented cultivators, and attacking perfected 10th-layer qi refining practitioners who were attempting to establish their foundation, as well as their oppressive behavior towards men and women, robbing and occupying spirit veins, making the grassroots Lu's cultivators, qi refining families, and merchant forces hate the Lu family to the bone, uniting them against a common enemy. The Qin family unified Liuha Island and occupied the moral high ground, gaining the support of the cultivators of Liuha Island and the hearts of the common people. Thus, the Qin family became the great savior that swept away evil, bringing light and fairness, becoming the righteous force that followed the trend and acted on behalf of heaven. Qin Miaoi noticed that the process of the Qin family taking over Liuha Island was surprisingly smooth, with towns opening wide and cultivators supporting them, and common people welcoming them. Soon she realized it was because of the exceptional call for the Lu family. The Lu family was guilty of heinous crimes, while the Qin family was the righteous force saving the people from fire and water. Li Qingyuan cupped his hands in salute and said, returning to the young lady, that call for the Lu family was merely an embellishment. The real stabilizing force for the Qin family is the talented individuals in the foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the Lu family's loss of the people's hearts and their current plight is also of their own making. As a guest elder of the Qin family, I merely contributed a small effort for you, young lady. Li Qingyuan continued, reporting to the young lady, the first-class qi refining family, the Chu Mountain Wang family, and the second-class qi refining family, the Zhou family, are staunch supporters of the Lu family, refusing to yield, and have now all been eradicated. I led nearly 1,000 cultivators from the qi refining families, merchant forces, and loose cultivators around Chu Mountain, along with 1 million common people, to welcome the arrival of the young lady. Nearly 1,000 cultivators shouted, we welcome the young lady's arrival. Qin Miaoi nodded in satisfaction and said, good, good, good. Fellow Taoists, the Qin family's unification of Liuha Island is indeed a time of great need for people. As long as you serve sincerely, my Qin family will never treat everyone unfairly. Qin Miaoyi looked at Li Qingyuan and said, "You come with me." Taking out the flying magical artifact, the wind spirit boat. Qin Miaoyi and Li Qingyuan jumped on it one after the other, leaving Chu Mountain Market. On a mountain peak, the two jumped off the magical artifact. Standing at the summit, overlooking the entire Chu Mountain Market and the surrounding 1,000 miles of Liuhe Island. Qin Miaoyi said, "Li Qingyuan, you have indeed not disappointed me. Not only did you write an inspiring call for the Liu family, allowing my Qin family to gain recognition and support as an outsider family, but you also used the strength of your family to rally and occupy 1/3 of Liuhe Island, accelerating the time for my Qin family to annex and digest the entire Liuhe Island." Li Qingyuan's expression was respectful, without a trace of arrogance. Qin Miaoyi smiled and said, "I have ordered the Qin family, Zhou family, and Gao family cultivators, as well as all the cultivation forces that have allied with the Qin family on Liuhe Island, to spread the call for the Liu family to the other 4 major islands and 36 small islands. During this time, wherever the Qin family army goes, the cultivators of various islands welcome them wholeheartedly, truly taking advantage of the timing." Li Qingyuan flattered, "Yes, ever since the Qin family arrived, the island territories have been persecuted by the 5 major foundation establishment celestial families, and the stagnant days of the cultivation world have completely changed. The current island territories can be said to be flourishing with life." Qin Miaoyi smiled and said, "Li Qingyuan, you have a share of the credit in this. I came here today to grant you and your family the rewards you deserve." Qin Miaoyi's expression turned serious and said, "Li Qingyuan, I, as the patriarch of the Qin family, decree that you, the Li family, be granted the title of a first-class qi refining family, and grant you the Li family a fief of 500 miles in the Purple Cloud Mountain Range." Li Qingyuan was taken aback, joyfully saying, "The Purple Cloud Mountain Range?" All along, Liuhe Island had 1 second-tier spirit vein and 3 first-tier top-grade spirit veins. The 3 first-tier top-grade spirit veins were occupied by the Zhou family, Liuhe City, and a side branch of the Liu family in the Purple Cloud Mountain. Before this, Liuhe Island had a total of 3 first-class qi refining families, 2 first-class merchant forces, 1 first-class loose cultivator force, and 1 first-class bandit force, the Black Mountain Bandits. In summary, there are 7 top-tier forces with masters at the 10th level of qi refining. But only the Zhou family and the Liu family's branch possess a first-grade superior spiritual vein. Therefore, the first-grade superior spiritual vein in the vicinity of the Ziyun mountain range, covering an area of 500 miles, is a prime cultivation treasure land and extremely rare for first-tier forces. Qin Miaoyi smiled and said, "Besides the Ziyun mountain range, I have also prepared a second-grade pill, the concentration pill, for you." After saying this, she took out a medicine bottle from her storage bag, and the bottle floated in the air. A pill flew out, exuding the unique spiritual aura of a second-grade pill. Li Qingyuan only sniffed it lightly and immediately felt his consciousness become 3 times more active. Qin Miaoyi presented the pill and said, "The concentration pill is a second-grade mid-tier pill that allows cultivators at the 9th or 10th level of qi refining to condense their foundation consciousness in advance. Even for a cultivator like me at the early stage of foundation establishment, this pill can enhance the soul and improve consciousness, making it an extremely rare spiritual pill. My Qin family doesn't have many of these left, so I hope you will use it wisely." Li Qingyuan received the pill, extremely excited, and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you, young Master Qin, for the reward." Qin Miaoyi placed her jade hands on her abdomen, dressed in a purple gown, her beautiful eyes looking towards the south, and said, "You don't need to thank me. I have my own selfish motives. Once you advance to the 9th level of qi refining, you can take the concentration pill. With your spiritual root talent, condensing consciousness shouldn't be difficult. After you cultivate your consciousness, quickly enter seclusion to study talismans and strive to become a second-grade talisman master as soon as possible." Qin Miaoyi turned to look at Li Qingyuan and astonishingly said, "If you can successfully draw the second-grade low-tier talisman paper I gave you back then, I have another opportunity in talisman crafting to offer you." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan solemnly said, "Thank you, young Master Qin, for your trust. I will not disappoint your expectations. This woman is being too generous with me. I can't shake the feeling that she has deep intentions and a mysterious background. It's best to be cautious when dealing with her." Li Qingyuan thought to himself that the 5 major foundation establishment celestial clans had suppressed sea area cultivators for thousands of years to solidify their status. stifling any potential foundation establishment cultivators in the cradle. They also tightly guarded the teleportation arrays, denying other cultivators the opportunity to leave the Sea Area Islands and head to the Yu Kingdom. Yet, the Qin family was so generous, not only helping the Zhou and Gao families enhance their family spiritual veins, but also assisting them in advancing to the foundation establishment stage. Although the Qin family was also preparing for their own people to break through to the foundation establishment, helping the Zhou and Gao families was also to better unify the Sea Area Islands and collectively resist the 5 major foundation establishment celestial clans. However, such a selflessly helpful and ungrateful cultivator, Li Qingyuan had never seen in the Sea Area Islands. In conclusion, caution is the best approach. Chapter 095, the fourth function of the mysterious space, detoxification. After Qin Miaoyi left, she left 8 members of the Qin family to oversee the Chu Mountain market, manage the overall situation, and allocate the spiritual vein territories and cultivation resources to various families, major forces, and wandering cultivators. Li Qingyuan then led the Li clan back to Yunxiao Mountain. Upon returning to Yunxiao Mountain, Li Qingyuan took out the edict from the head of the Qin family and announced loudly, "The head of the Qin family has decreed that the first-grade superior spiritual vein of Ziyun Mountain and the surrounding 500 miles of land are granted to my Li clan, and the title of a first-tier qi refining family is bestowed upon the Li clan." As soon as these words were spoken, the cultivators and mortals of the Li clan were all stunned, and the entire clan fell silent. After a few breaths of silence, the scene erupted into chaos. Is it true? The 3 elders, Li Guangyao, Li Guangyao, and Li Guangzong, were in tears, unable to believe it, saying, "Have we, the Li clan, become a first-tier qi refining family, and received Ziyun Mountain as our territory?" Li Dingzhou exclaimed in shock. "The main peak of Ziyun Mountain is beneath that, which is a first-grade superior spiritual vein. The Ziyun Mountain range is the territory of the Lu family's branch and is a leader among the 3 major first-tier qi refining families. Before Zhou Kuei's breakthrough to foundation establishment, the Lu family's branch was far stronger than the Zhou family." Li Dingyan and the others were also incredulous, swallowing their saliva. "The Ziyun Mountain range and the surrounding 500 miles of territory are all ours. Ha ha. The Li family of Yunxiao Mountain was a 3rd-tier qi refining family. From now on, it will be the first-tier qi refining family of Ziyun Mountain," Li Qingqing said excitedly. "With a first-grade superior spiritual vein, the cultivation environment for our family cultivators will improve several times, and the speed of cultivation will also increase several times. It won't be long before our Li clan can truly become a first-tier qi refining family." Yunxiao Mountain has a first-grade incomplete spiritual vein, which is not even a first-grade low-tier spiritual vein. The spiritual energy can only be said to be slightly better than the external environment, nothing more. However, a first-grade superior spiritual vein is the best vein below the 2nd grade, and with this vein, the cultivation speed of cultivators can be increased several times. This way, the number of late-stage and mid-stage qi refining cultivators in the family can greatly increase, and soon they will have the true foundation of a first-tier qi refining family. Li Qingyuan ordered, "Send a message to the whole clan. We will migrate in 10 days to the north to Ziyun Mountain." The Li clan resides in the southern part of Liuha Island, while Ziyun Mountain is in the northern part of Liuha Island. This migration will require traveling over 5,000 miles, crossing most of Liuha Island, from the southwestern region to the northeastern region, ultimately settling down. Of course, for the clan's migration, Li Qingyuan only needs to give orders. The old patriarch, Li Guangyao, and others will make specific arrangements and execute them. As for Li Qingyuan, he went to the core of the incomplete spiritual vein in Yunxiao Mountain, to the residence of the previous clan leaders, to enter seclusion and cultivate. Before entering seclusion, Li Qingyuan looked at the 2nd-grade mid-tier concentration pill in his hand and softly said, "Receive." Buzz. The concentration pill in the mysterious space buzzed, bathed in the light of creation, and split into 2, duplicating into 2 concentration pills. What is this?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise, only to see that a wisp of purple medicinal power was extracted from the 2 concentration pills, solidifying into tiny particles. 2 concentration pills, 2 tiny particles. Even this strange substance can be replicated. Could it be poison? Li Qingyuan examined the tiny particles, scrutinizing them for a moment, and his expression changed slightly. There is indeed a trick. This woman, Qin Miaoyi, seems generous and adept at winning hearts, but she has her hidden motives. It makes sense. Second-grade pills are extremely precious, requiring second-tier alchemy skills for Foundation establishment, and even the Foundation establishment celestial clans might not have 1 or 2 second-grade pills to spare. How could she easily bestow them upon me? Li Qingyuan knew from his previous life that everything given comes with a hidden price tag. What exactly is this tiny particle? Li Qingyuan flew out of the cave with his sword and quickly caught a black-toothed fragrant pig, a first-grade early-stage beast, and directly fed it a purple particle. The next second, the black-toothed fragrant pig's eyes turned purple, and after a moment, it returned to normal. It turned out to be fine. Li Qingyuan rubbed his chin and pondered, I'll keep the remaining particle for now. As for this black-toothed fragrant pig, Li Qingyuan took out a spirit beast bag, which could only store first-grade early-stage beasts, and safely stored the black-toothed fragrant pig. Li Qingyuan decided to keep this pig with him at all times for easy observation. Looking at the 2 concentration pills, Li Qingyuan muttered to himself, could it be that the mysterious space has a 4th function? That besides duplicating things bathed in the light of creation, it can also remove harmful substances? After thinking for a moment, Li Qingyuan caught another black-toothed fragrant pig and scraped off about 1/10 of the volume of the concentration pill to feed it. The next second, the black-toothed fragrant pig's soul power erupted, and it surprisingly developed a spirit sense, which only a mid-stage first-grade beast or a mid-stage first-grade cultivator would possess. No wonder it is a second-grade mid-tier pill. It can allow chi-refining cultivators to condense their consciousness, and just 1/10 of it can transform the soul of a first-grade early-stage beast into spirit sense. Li Qingyuan joyfully said, these 2 concentration pills should help me advance my consciousness from the early stage of Foundation establishment to the mid-stage. In this way, his gathering spirit technique would not be able to see through the true cultivation level when facing mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Moreover, the mid-stage Foundation establishment divine sense would allow him to have a higher success rate in drawing the second-tier talisman for the golden light sword. Li Qingyuan couldn't help but exclaim, Qin Miaoi is truly a good person. Next, he duplicated and doubled all the resources, spirit stones, elixirs, and talisman materials he had collected during this period, including those gifted by his subordinates. He then sorted the resources, keeping those useful for his own cultivation while channeling the rest into the family stock for nurturing immortal seedlings and family cultivators. Li Qingyuan pondered, no matter what plans the Qin family has, I must quickly reach the mid-stage of Foundation establishment and cultivate the family's second Foundation establishment cultivator. The island region is still too small. Li Qingyuan planned to settle his family before heading to broader realms in search of his own opportunities for core formation and nascent soul. In the following days, Li Qingyuan focused on duplicating and organizing resources. The next few days were spent drawing first-tier talismans, and he also learned a 3rd type of first-tier premium talisman, increasing the diversity of his combat methods. As for the second-tier talismans, Li Qingyuan temporarily refrained from drawing them, planning to consume a concentration pill to reach mid-stage Foundation establishment divine sense before attempting to draw them, which would significantly increase his success rate. Notably, all the first-tier talismans he drew, low, mid, and high quality, were of excellent quality, corresponding to the battle power of the 3rd, 6th, and 9th layers of chi refinement. After obtaining the talismans, the battle power of the family cultivators increased significantly, making it easy for them to fight above their level. Even more lavishly, all cultivators of the Li family who had developed divine sense at the 4th layer of chi refinement or above possessed at least 3 first-tier premium talismans, showcasing their wealth. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. After lingering in the old residence for a long time, the 3 members of the Li family finally left with great reluctance, migrating north as a whole clan. This migration involved about 90 cultivators from the Li family and 3,000 to 4,000 ordinary family members. Additionally, upon hearing the news, over 10,000 ordinary people from Yunxia town were willing to follow the Li family. The Li family did not oppress the commoners. Rather, they offered appropriate protection, shielding them from rogue martial artists, bandits, and ferocious beasts. Therefore, even though they had to give up all their family lands and leave their hometown, over 10,000 people were willing to follow. The Li family was also willing to take them along and promised to provide free assessments of their descendants' root bones every year, granting those with spiritual roots the Li surname and nurturing them from a young age to become cultivators. With over 10,000 ordinary people joining, The migration speed naturally slowed down. Li Qingyuan left his grandfather, the elder Li Guangyao, and his father, Li Dingzhou, to oversee the migration, while he took his grandfather, the clan leader, and the second elder to the Ziyun mountain range. He took over Ziyun mountain from the Qin family cultivators, gaining dominion over a radius of 500 miles, and began leading the family cultivators to recruit ordinary people from the foot of the mountain to rebuild the family. More than a month later, the family migration force finally arrived and began the family construction. After 3 months of building, the Li family settled down. Li Qingyuan stood on the main peak, watching the thriving family, a smile spreading across his face. The first-tier premium spiritual vein of Ziyun Mountain was truly amazing. Chapter 096, Breakthrough in Divine Sense, Mid-Stage Foundation Establishment. The Ziyun Mountain range stretched for 50 miles, with 18 side peaks surrounding a main peak,
creating a continuous chain of 19 peaks.
The main peak had been transformed over hundreds or even thousands of years by the Liu family's side branch into a suitable terraced living area. As the clan leader, Li Qingyuan naturally resided on the main peak, with his cultivation cave located in the core area of the spiritual vein. He stood at the mountain top, observing the Li family's celestial clan. There were a full 300 acres of medicinal fields. The spirit soil was fertile enough for the elder to cultivate first-tier premium spiritual plants. As for first-tier low and mid-tier spiritual plants, they could be cultivated on a large scale. There were a full 1,000 acres of spiritual fields, and they did not require fallow periods. Each year, 1,000 acres could be planted, yielding a harvest every year, based on the yield of 100 pounds of spiritual rice per acre. The 1,000 acres of spiritual fields could produce 100,000 pounds of spiritual rice annually, which the Li family cultivators would have to harvest together. In addition, there were 5 first-tier mineral veins to be mined, which could earn several thousand spirit stones each year just from selling the ores. The Li family instantly rose from a bottom-tier Qi refinement family to the top tier among first-tier Qi refinement families, possessing the powerful influence of a first-tier premium spiritual vein. Among the more than 10,000 ordinary people, those under 10 began to have their spiritual roots assessed, resulting in 23 with 5 spiritual roots and 5 with 4 spiritual roots, all of whom were granted the Li surname and became the family's immortal seedlings. Increasing the number of cultivators. Granting the Li surname was just the first step. The second step was to marry into the family with either ordinary people or cultivators of the Li family to further integrate into the clan. As for recruiting guest cultivators, that was also necessary. However, guest cultivators were ultimately outsiders, and while they could be utilized, precautions must be taken against them. The true strength of the Li family is fundamental. After Li Qingyuan formulated the major guidelines for family development, he entrusted the execution to the 5 elders, Li Guangyao, Li Guangyao, Li Guangzong, Li Dingzhou, and Li Dingyan. After observing the 50-mile Ziyun mountain range for a while, Li Qingyuan turned and walked towards his cave, beginning his closed-door cultivation. This first-tier premium spiritual vein was of excellent quality, surpassing the previous Zhou family's spiritual vein to some extent. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become a fief of the Liu family's side branch. The aura covered a radius of 500 feet, radiating from the location of Li Qingyuan's cave. The cave for cultivation had naturally been prepared long ago by the Liu family's side branch. The caves expanded outward from the inside, gradually increasing in number. There was 1 cave for the family head, 9 for the elders, 36 for late-stage Qi refinement, 200 for mid-stage Qi refinement, and then the cultivation spots for ordinary family cultivators within the outer range of 4 to 500 feet. In summary, all family cultivators could come to the 500 feet radius of the main peak's spiritual vein to sit and cultivate Qi. In the future, to gain access to the cultivation caves opened up within the family's spiritual vein, one would need to contribute and enhance their cultivation environment based on their cultivation level. The order of law, wealth, companions, and land may differ, but does not represent their importance. After obtaining spiritual roots, one must acquire techniques to cultivate and step onto the path of immortality. Then, one must strive for spirit stones to enhance financial strength and support their own cultivation. Next, you need to have friends, associate with cultivators, and even seek a Tao partner to exchange and spar with, or engage in dual cultivation with your partner to fully communicate and progress together. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will be qualified to consider obtaining a place to settle down and seek spiritual vein caves as a place for cultivation. The four essential elements of cultivation require more strength and cultivation level as you progress. The current Li Celestial clan, based in the Ziyun mountain range, has truly begun to exhibit some semblance of a celestial clan. After entering the family head's cave, the formations around the cave activated, featuring a first-tier premium defensive formation that could defend against attacks from 8th and 9th layer Qi refinement cultivators as long as spirit stones were invested. Li Qingyuan took out a concentration pill and said to himself, "No matter what plans Qin Miaoi and the Qin family have, the most important thing is personal strength." This closed-door cultivation not only aims to break through to mid-stage foundation establishment divine sense, but also to strive to step into the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan swallowed a concentration pill, then formed hand seals, circulating the Great Chuan technique within his body, beginning to refine the medicinal effects and enhance his divine sense. Buzz. As soon as the concentration pill entered his stomach, it immediately transformed into a stream of clear energy. The clear energy rose directly into the divine court point and drilled into the Niwen palace, instantly making him feel refreshed, as if he were floating. And his divine sense received nourishment. Li Qingyuan drove the power of his spiritual consciousness to devour, absorb, and refine the spirit-gathering pills. Using the Daichuan Gong heart method to refine the medicinal effects, nurturing his own soul, and enhancing his spiritual awareness. The Qi refinement stage naturally includes methods for refining spiritual awareness and improving it, and spiritual awareness is the precursor to foundational spiritual consciousness. Therefore, the method of driving spiritual awareness can also activate the power of spiritual consciousness to refine medicinal effects. After half a month, Li Qingyuan felt that his spiritual consciousness had reached a certain bottleneck and immediately swallowed the second spirit-gathering pill. Buzz. The sea of consciousness in his mind rumbled, and his spiritual consciousness became extremely active, even actively devouring and refining the effects of the spirit-gathering pill. Another 10 days passed. Boom. Li Qingyuan's sea of consciousness roared, and the power of his spiritual consciousness surged significantly, smoothly breaking through to the early stage of foundation establishment and stepping into the mid-stage of foundation establishment spiritual awareness. From now on, as long as Li Qingyuan operated the breath control technique, he would have the mid-stage foundation establishment spiritual awareness as defense, making it impossible for even true mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators to see through his cultivation level. The mid-stage foundation establishment spiritual awareness was indeed mysterious. Li Qingyuan murmured softly, continuing to refine the remaining effects of the spirit-gathering pills to stabilize his spiritual consciousness realm. Another 10 days passed, and Li Qingyuan completely refined the medicinal effects. Next, he aimed to break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan fully operated the Dechuan Gong, using his mid-stage foundation establishment spiritual awareness to capture and draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy in the core area of the first-grade superior spiritual vein was incredibly rich, far surpassing that of the fragmented spiritual vein of Yunxiao Mountain by more than 10 times. In an instant, spiritual power gathered from all directions, turning into serpentine streams of spiritual energy that entered Li Qingyuan's mouth and nose, flowing into his body as acupoints and meridians, where he refined it. After achieving mid-stage foundation establishment spiritual awareness, the speed at which he drew in, absorbed, and refined spiritual energy was several times faster than the usual speed at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. His cultivation speed had increased several times, and he was now in a closed-off cave in the core area of the first-grade superior spiritual vein. Li Qingyuan felt as if he was a fish in water, extremely comfortable. His body was bathed in spiritual light, feeling the enhancement of life and the sublimation of spirit, as if every cell was evolving, making him deeply immersed in it. Li Qingyuan waved his hand, and without worrying about spirit stones, he directly took out over 1,000 spirit stones to pile around him. He then fully operated the Daichuan Gong, using his mid-stage foundation establishment spiritual awareness to draw in the spirit stones, spiritual veins, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for his own use. Immersed in closed-door cultivation, the spiritual power within him increased day by day, continually refining his 8th layer of Qi refinement cultivation to the extreme. Thus, merely after half a year, he felt the day of breaking through the bottleneck approaching. Charge. On this day, Li Qingyuan pushed the Daichuan Gong to its limits, circulating the spiritual power in his body in a great cycle, continuously accumulating spiritual power. The spiritual power within him kept increasing, forming a pressure that surged towards the bottleneck. Boom. Chapter 097, Ninth Layer of Qi Refinement. Buzz. Buzz. The spiritual energy around the cave surged, and airflow fluctuated, with spiritual power continuously pouring into the cave. This was because the originally rich spiritual energy inside the cave had been absorbed by Li Qingyuan, becoming thin, prompting the surrounding spiritual energy to spontaneously fill it. After several days of this, boom, Li Qingyuan's body shook, and a powerful spiritual pressure overflowed from him, even though he had just entered the 9th layer of Qi refinement. This spiritual pressure was comparable to that of the 10th layer of Qi refinement. This spiritual pressure was extremely vigorous, with pure spiritual power quality, lacking the feeling of emptiness that often accompanied breaking through after consuming pills. Instead, it was remarkably solid. A first-grade superior formation enveloped the cave, isolating it from the outside, completely blocking the spiritual movements of Li Qingyuan's breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi refinement from being detected by the outside world. Having just entered the 9th layer of Qi refinement, he only needed to further stabilize his realm. Thus, Li Qingyuan cultivated for a month, consuming only 200 spirit stones. And with the continuously erupting rich spiritual energy from the first-grade superior spiritual vein, he quickly stabilized his realm. Li Qingyuan was satisfied and said, "With a first-grade superior spiritual vein, my consumption of spirit stones has decreased significantly." It was said that if one could be in the core cave of a third-grade spiritual vein, the speed of cultivation would be equivalent to constantly refining spirit stones, leading to rapid advancements in realm. If one could possess a third-grade spiritual vein, spirit stones would no longer be the main resource for cultivation, but would rather become currency for trade. However, how difficult is it to possess a third-grade spiritual vein? The first step is to become a core formation true person. Just this step is enough to stump countless cultivators. Li Qingyuan shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. He was still far from core formation. The urgent task was to draw up second-grade talisman paper to increase his trump cards. Li Qingyuan took out 100 sheets of second-grade inferior talisman-making materials, a second-grade talisman brush, and several tens of pounds of second-grade talisman ink, holding the brush to draw the talismans. Originally, he had 150 sheets of second-grade inferior talisman paper. However, before attacking Chu Mountain Fong City, he had drawn an additional 50 sheets. The success rate for forming talismans was very low, only about 30%, resulting in only 15 successful ones. After all, these were true second-grade talisman papers, and even with mid-stage foundation establishment spiritual awareness, he was only at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Even with guidance from the Shimp in space, his initial formation rate was not high. Of course, besides having a slightly low cultivation level at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, not having a true second-grade talisman brush was also one of the reasons for the low success rate. But now, Li Qingyuan had mid-stage foundation establishment spiritual awareness and was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, so his success rate for forming talismans could rise further. Just as Li Qingyuan was about to dip the brush, he raised his eyebrows and looked towards the location of the spiritual vein elder's cave. The former second elder, now the third elder of the family, had refined the purple flame essence and, with the assistance of the first-grade superior spiritual vein cave, successfully broke through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Now, among the Li family, there were 5 at the late stage of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement, while Li Guangyao, Li Guangyao, Li Guangzhou, and Li Dingzhou were all at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Among them, Li Guangyao had reached the peak of the 7th layer of Qi refinement and would eventually step into the 8th layer. Not only that, but Li Dingyan had also reached the peak of the 6th layer of Qi refinement and was about to break through to the 7th layer. Other family cultivators in the mid and early stages of Qi refinement, after entering the spiritual vein area for cultivation, had been in closed-door training for a few months, aided by the spirit stones distributed by the family, as well as the spirit stones and pills recently acquired, leading to continuous breakthroughs. With around 30 new family seedlings, the number of Li family cultivators approached 130. Li Qingyuan smiled knowingly and then picked up the brush to draw talismans. More than a month later, Li Qingyuan looked at the finished golden light sword talisman, smiling with satisfaction. Not bad. The success rate had reached 50%. Out of the 100 talisman paper materials, he successfully made 51 sheets, along with the previous 4 sheets and the later 15 sheets. Today's 51 sheets added up to a total of 70 golden light sword talismans. If he threw one out and activated it with his mid-stage foundation establishment spiritual awareness, he could instantly kill an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator with just 30 talisman papers, reducing them to ashes. As long as the early-stage foundation establishment cultivator opposite him was not a second-grade talisman master and did not possess dozens or hundreds of second-grade talisman papers, Li Qingyuan was confident he could ambush and kill 2 ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. At the very least, he had the strength to protect himself against early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Exiting seclusion, Li Qingyuan smiled, put away all the talisman papers, and after operating the breath control technique, his 9th layer of qi refinement cultivation turned into that of the 8th layer. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the token of the Qin family guest elder flashed brightly, conveying the command of Qin Miaoi. Li Qingyuan, the Li family's offering, Gongji, has fled to the Tianin mountain range. Our Qin family cultivators have gone to pursue him. You are to assist. If you can capture Gongji alive, do so. If not, then kill him. After a pause, the token continued to transmit. Currently, the Ice Fire Island's Yin family has become a gathering place for the 4 major foundation establishment immortal clans. 6 cultivators at the peak of the 10th layer of qi refinement are attempting to break through to foundation establishment, and 2 have already succeeded by luck. The Qin family, the Zhou family, and the Gao family are gathering their forces, leading cultivators to attack Ice Fire Island, aiming to take it in one fell swoop. As the head of a top-tier qi refining family under the Qin family, it is your duty to capture escaped late-stage qi refining masters like Gongji. Upon seeing this, Li Qingyuan infused spiritual energy into the token, cutting off the spiritual energy fluctuations on it. Qin Miaoi had told her that as long as the spiritual energy fluctuations were cut off, the token in her hand would respond, indicating that she knew Li Qingyuan had received the news and had begun to act. Li Qingyuan stored the token and complained, "Just out of seclusion and already have to work like a horse." Sigh, no matter who the foundation building celestial family is, the lower-tier cultivators have no rights. However, Li Qingyuan was quite tempted by this task. Who is Gongji? One of the 3 quasi-second-tier talisman masters, Elder Gongji, Zhao Tu, and Zheng Yuan. Gongji, a guest elder from the Lu family of Liuha Island. Zhao Tu, a well-known loose cultivator. Zheng Yuan, the brother-in-law of the master of the Tai family from Xuanqi Island, is a quasi-second-tier talisman master cultivated by the foundation-building Celestial Family Tai. Qin Miaoi knew that Li Qingyuan was a top-tier first-level talisman master, very steady in his actions, even overly cautious. Perhaps sending him to deal with Gongji, who is also a top-tier first-level talisman master, might yield some unexpected results. Unless Gongji had developed divine consciousness. Otherwise, a quasi-second-tier talisman master was merely an honorary title, still a top-tier first-level talisman master. Li Qingyuan stroked his chin, secretly muttering, Gongji must have some second-tier talisman paper inheritance, right? Even Zhao Tu has first-tier loose cultivator papers, let alone Gongji, who is a guest elder recruited by the Lu family. With the Lu family's 1,000-year heritage, Gongji's mastery of talisman inheritance must not be inferior to Zhao Tu's day. Qingyang sword. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan flew on his sword, stepping on the top-tier first-level magic weapon, Qingyang sword, soaring into the sky, covering 100 zhang in an instant. He quickly disappeared from the main peak of the Ziyun mountain range. The Qingyang sword is the only top-tier first-level magic weapon of the top-tier qi refining family, the Chu Mountain Wang family, and is the sword of the family head, Wang Tianhua. Wang Tianhua died at Li Qingyuan's hands, and this Qingyang sword became his spoils of war. After copying it, he had another identical one in his storage bag. Top-tier first-level magic weapons require top-tier first-level ores and a first-tier top-tier refiner to craft, and their numbers are limited. First-tier top-tier talisman masters, first-tier top-tier alchemists, first-tier top-tier refiners, and first-tier top-tier formation masters are few and far between across the entire archipelago. Therefore, although the Wang family is a top-tier qi refining family, and Wang Tianhua was a top master of qi refining at the 10th level, this Qingyang sword is also the only top-tier first-level magic weapon of the Wang family. This illustrates the rarity of top-tier first-level magic weapons. Li Qingyuan concealed his cultivation and altered his appearance, transforming into the likeness of Zhen Yud to fly the Qingyang sword. Even though he deliberately slowed down, he was still slightly faster than an ordinary qi refining 10th level cultivator. 2 days later, Li Qingyuan arrived at the Tianin mountain range, following the marks left by the Qin family's cultivators to track down Gong Ji. Finally, on the morning of the 5th day, while flying on his sword, Li Qingyuan noticed an abundance of spiritual light ahead, with fierce winds howling, clearly indicating that cultivators were fighting. Found it. Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened, and he quickly descended, stealthily approaching the battlefield through the bushes without making a sound. Chapter 098. Killing Gong Ji, surprise second-tier talisman pen. Bang bang bang. In the forest, several streaks of light sped by, wielding magic weapons to fly in the air, their mighty spiritual energy overflowing, unleashing various spells with hand seals continuously. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Magic weapons intertwined, slicing through the sky as fast as light, with several people surrounding one. Bang bang bang. Talisman papers exploded one after another, trees shattered, and wood chips flew everywhere. Li Qingyuan hid 100 zhang away, operating the breath concealment technique to the utmost, aided by his foundation-building divine consciousness. So he hardly emitted any spiritual energy fluctuations, blending perfectly with the bushes and weeds. It was indeed Gong Ji. Li Qingyuan recognized the besieged person at a glance. Years ago, before the auction in Liu's city, there was a talisman master exchange meeting. This meeting was hosted by 3 highly qualified, powerful, and well-connected quasi-second-tier talisman masters, including Gong Ji and Zhao Tuesday. Li Qingyuan pondered briefly, thinking, Qin Miaoyi knows the disguise of Zhen Yud and is aware that I understand the 5 elements talisman array technique. So I cannot act under the identity of Zhen Yud. With this in mind, Li Qingyuan activated the Great Mulberry technique, instantly changing his muscles and bones, his bones cracking, his skin darkening slightly, and he transformed from a handsome young man of 185 meters into a middle-aged cultivator with a face full of flesh and a cold gaze. To be safe, Li Qingyuan activated his foundation-building divine consciousness, enveloping himself with it, so even a foundation-building master could not see through his disguise. Li Qingyuan licked his lips, secretly thinking, I want Gong Ji's storage bag, and I want the storage bags of these 5 Qin family disciples as well. After all, Qin Miaoyi has no good intentions towards him, and their cooperation is merely driven by interests. If it weren't for the Shenpin space, and if he hadn't developed his foundation-building divine consciousness in advance, even with his cautious personality, he would likely be unable to resist the temptation of the concentration pill. Moreover, the concentration pill had been tampered with by Qin Miaoyi, and her methods were quite clever, as even the demon beasts did not show any abnormalities after consuming it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Gong Ji was in ragged clothes, disheveled hair, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, looking quite disheveled, and the set of first-tier superior inner armor he wore was already in tatters. Gong Ji waved his hands, and numerous talisman papers flew out, blocking the 5 opponents, sternly saying, I am merely a guest elder of the Lu family. I will never become enemies with the Qin family for the Lu family. Fellow cultivators, do not bully me too much. If you push me too hard, I can take 2 or 3 of you with me before I die. The 5 Qin family cultivators included 2 at the 9th level of Qi refining and 3 at the 8th level of Qi refining. The 5 of them joined forces, and even an ordinary Qi refining 10th level cultivator could be subdued, as they were well equipped. They had 2 top-tier first-level magic weapons, 3 superior first-level magic weapons, and each had a set of inner armor, along with several first-tier superior talisman papers. The 5 of them pursued and attacked, leaving Gong Ji in a dire situation. The leading man, at the perfect 9th level of Qi refining, spoke coldly. Gong Ji, our family head values talent. As long as you are willing to join the Qin family and serve our Qin family, not only can you avoid death, but you can also obtain true second-tier talisman inheritance. Our family head can even help you refine your divine consciousness early, with your foundation-building divine consciousness. You can certainly become a second-tier talisman master. Moreover, the success rate of breaking through to foundation building can also be greatly improved. Gong Ji thought to himself, all foundation-building celestial families are the same. The 5 major foundation-building celestial families suppress us, not allowing us to rise. And anyone threatening the status of the 5 great families must die. Would the Qin family be so kind as to help the Zhou family and Gao family break through to foundation building, kindly supporting them while dividing the territory? Spiritual veins, an influence of the foundation-building celestial families? This person must be deliberately deceiving me. Once I give up resistance, My life and death will be in the hands of the Qin family. As these thoughts flashed through Gong Ji's mind, he said, I am nearing 80 years old. With no hope of foundation building in this life, I only wish to enjoy my old age. I cannot accept your family head's good intentions. Please ask her to find someone more capable. The leading man, hearing this, coldly commanded, Gong Ji, you ungrateful old fool. Kill him. With this command, the other four rushed forward. Gong Ji gritted his teeth and said, I did not wish to become blood enemies with your Qin family. But you are bullying me too much. Since it has come to this, I shall fight to the death. Boom. Gong Ji reached the peak of the 10th level of Qi refinement, his cultivation bursting forth as he formed hand seals, sending a talisman flying out. As the talisman emerged, it flickered with mysterious runes, unleashing the pressure of a second-tier talisman. The head of the Qin family was taken aback. A second-tier talisman? How is this possible? Gong Ji felt immense pain in his heart, thinking, I know that I have no hope of establishing a foundation in this life. So I burn my essence, blood, and spiritual sense using the secret technique taught by the Liu family, attempting 3 times in a row to finally obtain a genuine second-tier talisman. Golden Light Sword Talisman, attack. Boom. The second-tier talisman ignited, unleashing a torrent of majestic spiritual power, transforming into a massive sword energy that surged with golden light, howling as it shot out. The 5 disciples of the Qin family turned pale and shouted, Quick, block it. Please, Elder Gong, show mercy. The 5 of them simultaneously exerted their power, pouring out spiritual energy while begging for mercy. Gong Ji's face darkened as he said, It's too late. You all must die. Whoosh. The enormous golden sword energy traversed the air in an instant, slicing down from above. The barrier formed by the 5 Qin family members only held for a breath or two before it shattered with a crack, and the golden giant sword pierced through their bodies. The 5 screamed in agony as the golden sword energy passed through them, their bodies torn apart, leading to their demise. Gong Ji waved his hand, collecting the 5 storage bags and their magical artifacts into his own storage bag before turning to leave. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan did not act immediately. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to follow the direction in which Gong Ji had fled. It was a good thing not to have to kill the 5 Qin family members himself. In case the Qin family truly had special tracking methods, they would not be able to trace it back to him. All he needed to do was eliminate Gong Ji. Li Qingyuan disguised himself as a middle-aged fierce man and secretly followed Gong Ji for an hour before seeing him hide deep in the mountains. The latter simply opened a cave to prepare to take medicine to heal his injuries. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan used his mid-foundation spiritual sense to control his sword. The first-tier premium artifact, Qingyuan sword, transforming into a flash of green sword light, piercing through the cave's entrance and instantly arriving before Gong Ji. Gong Ji's expression changed dramatically. What? Before he could finish his word, the Qingyuan sword flashed with incredible speed, striking like a true early-stage foundation cultivator ambushing a severely injured 10th-level Qi refiner. With a single sword strike, it pierced through his brow, delivering a fatal blow. Li Qingyuan stepped into the cave, collecting all of Gong Ji's storage bags and casually casting a fireball spell to burn Gong Ji's body to ashes. He lightly waved his hand, scattering the ashes. With a rumble, the cave collapsed, sealing it off completely, and Li Qingyuan transformed into a streak of light and fled. A quarter of an hour later, Li Qingyuan opened a cave, infused his spiritual sense into Gong Ji's storage bags, and his eyes lit up instantly. So many good things. This is a second-tier talisman brush, a genuine second-tier inferior item. How is this possible? Seeing the second-tier talisman brush, Li Qingyuan was truly taken aback. Chapter 099. Gong Ji, wealthy and surprised. A second-tier talisman brush. Gong Ji actually had a second-tier talisman brush? Li Qingyuan exclaimed. Only second-tier artifact masters can forge second-tier talisman brushes? How could Gong Ji have one? Could it be that the Liu family offered it as a bargaining chip to recruit Gong Ji? Li Qingyuan's expression turned contemplative as he thought. I heard that Liu family head Liu Yulong used several second-tier talismans during his battle with Qin Chuan of the Qin family. I also heard that over the past 3,000 years, among the 5 major foundation celestial families led by the Liu family, 1 or 2 foundation cultivators occasionally made it back from the kingdom of Yu after crossing the Tianyin mountain range. Those foundation cultivators brought back second-tier talismans, second-tier artifacts, second-tier formations, and second-tier foundation pills, greatly solidifying the 5 major foundation celestial families' control over the island territories. Li Qingyuan realized, so, it makes sense that the Lu family would have a second-tier talisman brush. Now this talisman brush belongs to me. A second-tier inferior talisman brush is worth at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones. However, in these island territories, there are no second-tier artifact masters at all. So even if one could afford it, it would be impossible to buy. There's no market for it. Li Qingyuan took out everything from Gong Ji's storage bags, floating them around him, each item radiating spiritual light, clearly visible. Li Qingyuan was overjoyed. I can't believe Gong Ji's savings are this substantial. He actually possesses a foundation spiritual item, Blood Dragon Ginseng. Blood Dragon Ginseng is a second-tier spiritual plant, known as a foundation spiritual item because it aids in foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan knew that consuming Blood Dragon Ginseng could expand meridians, enhance resilience, cleanse marrow and bones, transform blood and qi, and refine the body. It significantly increases the probability of foundation establishment by about 1.5 times when trying to establish a foundation amidst violent spiritual energy. This item is not only a foundation spiritual item, but also a second-tier spiritual plant that body cultivators covet. Li Qingyuan looked at 2 jade slips and infused his mid-foundation spiritual sense into them, beginning to read. It was indeed Gong Ji's talisman inheritance. This old man was indeed wealthier than Zhao Tu, possessing 2 types of second-tier inferior talismans, one for attack and one for defense. Li Qingyuan smiled. Interestingly, the attack talisman is also the Golden Light Sword talisman, just like Zhao Tu's. The Xianbing Barrier talisman, a second-tier inferior talisman. It can freeze water into ice, forming an Xianbing Barrier that can withstand a full-force strike from an early-stage foundation cultivator. Li Qingyuan showed a satisfied expression. The Golden Light Sword talisman is for offense, while the Xianbing Barrier talisman is for defense. With this combination of attack and defense, along with his mid-foundation spiritual sense, even if he only has the cultivation of the 9th level of qi refinement, he can stand undefeated against a true early-stage foundation cultivator. Of course, the prerequisite is that he has enough second-tier inferior talismans. The second Jade Slip's inheritance was even more interesting. Li Qingyuan played with the second inheritance Jade Slip, his expression revealing astonishment. I didn't expect Gong Ji to have an inheritance Jade Slip for a second-tier middle-grade talisman. This was truly a delightful surprise. A second-tier middle-grade talisman can rival a full-force strike from a mid-foundation cultivator, a lethal weapon capable of spilling blood among early-stage foundation cultivators. This talisman is called the Raging Fire Spreading Flame Talisman. After securing the Raging Fire Spreading Flame Talisman, Li Qingyuan calculated, I'll hold on to this for now. When I have the materials for a second-tier middle-grade talisman, I'll draw this talisman. Li Qingyuan did not hold much hope for this, as the materials for a second-tier middle-grade talisman require the beast skins of second-tier mid-stage great demons. How many second-tier mid-stage great demons can one kill? Next was the first-tier premium artifacts, 1 from Gong Ji, 2 from the 5 Qin family members, and 3 first-tier superior artifacts. The total spirit stones on the 6 of them exceeded 5,000. The total value of the finished talismans, drawing materials, pills, spiritual plants, ores, spiritual wine, and materials from demon beasts on the 6 of them added up to no less than 3,000 spirit stones. Among these, Gong Ji's wealth was the most substantial. Li Qingyuan shook his head. It's a pity that the artifacts on the 5 Qin family members can't be used, or else it would alert the Qin family and bring disaster to the family. Selling them is also not an option, as the Qin family has now occupied Luha Island, Xuanxi Island, Fian Island, and Shuabao Island, with only Binghua Island remaining unclaimed. Forget it. There will be opportunities to sell the stolen goods in the future. Next, Li Qingyuan collected various resources into the Xianpin space, bathing in the light of transformation for replication. The 5,000 spirit stones and the resources worth 3,000 spirit stones, after replication, doubled in value to 16,000 spirit stones. Among them, a full 10,000 spirit stones were ready-made. Then the talisman inheritance was also printed and replicated, creating 2 copies. Here's the highlight. 3 first-tier premium artifacts and 3 first-tier superior artifacts, after replication, became 6 first-tier premium artifacts and 6 first-tier superior artifacts. Foundation Spirit Object Blood Dragon Ginseng, after duplication, became 2 plants. Second-tier inferior talisman brush, after duplication, there were 2 brushes. Li Qingyuan happily said, With my current wealth, I am no less than a true foundation establishment early-stage cultivator, and may even surpass them. It is worth mentioning that Gongji has 15 sheets of second-tier inferior talisman-making materials. First-tier supreme, first-tier superior, and first-tier medium talisman-making materials have accumulated to hundreds. All these talisman paper materials were duplicated and doubled, with second-tier inferior talisman paper materials reaching as many as 30 sheets, exactly what Li Qingyuan currently needed. After organizing the storage bags of the 6 people, Li Qingyuan did not rush to leave seclusion, but continued to retreat to draw talismans. As a second-tier talisman master, how could he resist the temptation to draw talismans after obtaining a true second-tier talisman brush? Sure enough, after getting the second-tier talisman brush, Li Qingyuan's success rate in drawing the golden light sword talisman greatly increased, from 50% directly to nearly 70%. A few days later, Li Qingyuan consumed 10 sheets of talisman paper materials and added 7 golden light sword talismans to his collection. Now, he possessed a total of 77 second-tier inferior talisman golden light sword talismans. Li Qingyuan put away various talisman drawing materials and thought, I'll keep the remaining 20 sheets of second-tier inferior talisman paper for learning the Xianbing realm talisman. Offensive means are necessary, and defensive means must also be present. It's time to leave seclusion. Li Qingyuan leaped into the air, driving the first-tier supreme magic weapon Qingyang sword to soar into the sky, sweeping across the Tianin mountain range. Flying with the sword, light flickered. Soon, Li Qingyuan passed by the place where the 5 members of the Qin family had died. In just a few days, the 5 bodies had turned into white bones, hanging with flesh, gnawed by monsters, with bones scattered everywhere, leaving only the identity tokens of the Qin family disciples. Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and collected the 5 corpses, muttering to himself, after all, it was a mission, so I'll hand over these 5 corpses to the Qin family. It can be considered an explanation. The fact that these 5 were killed is enough to prove that Gongji had powerful hidden cards. Unless a foundation establishment expert acted personally, it would be difficult to kill him. Thus, no one would suspect that Gongji had died at Li Qingyuan's hands. They would only think that Gongji was hiding. While flying on his sword, Li Tianyuan suddenly looked up at a distance of 1,000 zhang. Although the mid-foundation establishment divine sense could only extend about 500 zhang, he vaguely captured a weak spiritual power fluctuation. It seemed to be a battle between foundation establishment cultivators. Li Qingyuan changed direction in midair, flew north for 500 zhang on his sword, and then entered the mountains, using the concealment technique to quietly approach the battlefield. It was him, the island master of Xuanxi Island, Tai Quangren, as well as the island master of Ice Fire Island, Yin Yaolao. Li Qingyuan had not seen Tai Quangren and Yin Yaolao, but their portraits had been posted by the Qin family disciples all over various islands and cities, issuing wanted notices. Not just the 2 of them, all foundation establishment experts and pinnacle Qi refinement cultivators from the opposing side were also wanted, calling on the Qin family's cultivators to hunt them down for contribution points. Their opponent was the blood-eating centipede, a second-tier, mid-level great monster. Li Qingyuan stroked his chin, pondering, why is this blood-eating centipede madly pursuing them? It seems it won't stop until one side is dead. Chapter 100, Qin family's poisonous plot, following Yin Yaolao. Ice Fire Island is besieged from all sides, and battles continue to erupt. Nowadays, in the sea area of islands, more than 80% of the 5 great immortal islands and 36 groups of islands have been swallowed up by the Qin family and their subordinate cultivators. The Qi refinement families of various islands, loose cultivator forces, robbery forces, bandits occupying mountains, and merchant associations have all become vassals of the Qin family. Those unwilling to submit to the Qin family have been eradicated by thunderous means. The Qin family has 3 foundation establishment members, with Qin Xuan being in the mid-foundation establishment stage, possessing second-tier inferior talisman paper and second-tier medium magic weapons, enough to match 3 ordinary foundation establishment early-stage cultivators. In addition, Qin Xuan's mount, the 2-headed green bird, is in the second-tier early stage and can spit out second-tier inferior flying swords to fight against a true foundation establishment early-stage opponent without falling behind. With this, the Qin family has the strength of 4 foundation establishment cultivators. They can at least match 6 or 7 foundation establishment early-stage cultivators. Moreover, Zhou Kuai and Gao Suang, both foundation establishment early-stage cultivators, are loyal to the Qin family, following orders without fail. Qin Miaoyi also granted Zhou Kuai and Gao Suang each a second-tier inferior magic weapon and provided them with second-tier spells from the Qin family, greatly enhancing their combat capabilities. Such generous actions made the Zhou family, led by Zhou Kuai, and the Gao family, led by Gao Suang, even more devoted. With a command from Qin Miaoyi, various factions under her command rushed in from all directions to attack Ice Fire Island simultaneously, continuously eroding the forces led by the four major Foundation establishment immortal clans on Ice Fire Island. Meanwhile, Qin Miaoyi rode the two-headed green bird, leading Qin Mo, Zhou Kuai, and Gao Suang, three Foundation establishment experts, to charge into the core of the Yin family's spiritual vein. In the Yin family's spiritual vein, four Foundation establishment experts gathered, led by the master of Fian Island, Ma Jia, and the master of Shuabao Island, Shui Jia, with two newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivators assisting. The four faced off against Qin Miaoyi and her three major Foundation establishment experts along with a second-tier great monster, paying a heavy price. And after 3 days of fierce battles, they managed to repel Qin Miaoyi and her group. After Qin Miaoyi and her group were forced to retreat, the four of Ma Jia finally got a breather. Ma Jia, coughing up blood, said, "When will the masters of the Tai family and Yin family break through? In these 3 days, the four of us have been continuously injured, and our subordinate forces have suffered heavy losses. Ice Fire Island was almost conquered, yet they remained indifferent." Shui Jia said, "Should we enter their secluded cave to investigate? Without their help, if the Qin family launches another attack, Ice Fire Island will surely fall." Ma Jia gritted his teeth and said, "All right. It is very unethical to break into someone else's retreat cave. It would be an act of creating enmity. But in a critical moment of survival, they could not care about so much." Soon, Ma Jia and Shui Jia broke the defensive formation of the caves of Tai Quangren and Yin Yaolao, directly entering, but only found a sound recording jade slip. Activating the jade slip, Tai Quangren's voice came. "Master Ma, Master Shui, I sincerely apologize. But Yinjia Master and I have secretly left Ice Fire Island to find a way to break the situation. In a month at the shortest and 3 months at the longest, we will definitely return with a solution, joining our two brothers to suppress the Qin family and restore order. I hope the two brothers can withstand the pressure and buy us time." At that time, after suppressing the Qin family, the territory of the Sea Area Islands will be divided 3 ways between the Ma and Shui families. All resources of the Qin family will be the same. Upon hearing this, Ma Jia and Shui Jia's expressions changed. What a Tai Quangren, what a Yin Yaolao. This pair of dog men and women have been deceiving us for so long. The other 2 Foundation establishment cultivators also looked grim. If the Tai family master and Yin family master were still here, the 6 Foundation establishment powers could join forces. Even if Qin Chuan were dispatched, they could still fight head-on. After all, both the Tai family master and Yin family master were at the peak of Foundation establishment early stage and in a one-on-one situation. They could hold their own against Zhou Kuai, Gao Suang, and Qin Mo, 3 newly advanced Foundation establishment cultivators. But now they had disappeared. At the same time, Qin Miaoyi received news from her spies. When Ma Jia and the others broke into the retreat of Tai Quangren and Yin Yaolao, they surprisingly encountered no obstruction from the cave's owners. Then, Ma Jia and the others left the cave with gloomy faces. But there was no trace of Tai Quangren and Yin Yaolao. Qin Miaoyi raised her cherry lips and thought, as expected, just as my uncle predicted. Tai Quangren and Yin Yaolao had already left Ice Fire Island. Qin Miaoyi sneered and said, "For them, the only chance to turn the tide is to obtain the inheritance of the cave of the 3 full masters. As long as they acquire the beast-taming jade slip, they can directly control the 2 blood-eating centipedes. At the mid-stage of the 2nd tier, and at the early stage of the 2nd tier, this power is enough to overwhelm my Qin family." Qin Miaoyi said softly, "Iron Madman and Flame Enchantress indeed have courage. Unfortunately, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. They do not know that this path to survival was intentionally left by my Qin family." Qin Mo agreed and smiled. "Indeed, it seems like a path to survival, but in reality, it is a road to death. Brother Qin Chuan has long gone to ambush in the cave of the 3 full immortal, waiting for an opportunity to capture them alive. If it weren't for fishing, to lure out foundation-building cultivators, with my Qin family's current strength, taking down the cave of the 3 full immortal would be a piece of cake." Qin Miaoyi stood up and said, "Uncle Mo, I will leave Xiaoqing to assist you in restraining the 4 foundation-building cultivators from Ice and Fire Island. Xiaoqing is the two-headed green bird, a second-tier great demon. To be safe, I will make a trip to the Tianyin mountain range to help my second uncle capture Iron Madman and Flame Enchantress alive. The next plans of the Qin family cannot do without foundation-building cultivators. Therefore, for the upcoming opposing foundation-building cultivators, we must capture them alive whenever possible. Qin Mo respectfully said, yes. Although he is an elder, he is still a subordinate in front of the family head. Thus, Qin Miaoyi quietly left. And no one knew except Qin Mo. In the Tianyin mountain range, Li Qingyuan watched the battle. The bloodthirsty centipede let out a furious roar, its eyes blood-red. Climbing with its thousands of legs, flying in the air like a crimson earth dragon, its whole body dark red like blood, its gigantic demonic body erupting with celestial light. Fierce and violent. Roar. The demon beast roared, spewing out a powerful spiritual light, forcing Iron Madman and Flame Enchantress to retreat in embarrassment. The two of them wielded second-tier inferior magical artifacts to kill the enemy and also cast second-tier spells to block. Only by working together could they fend off this frenzied demon beast. In the next moment, Iron Madman and Flame Enchantress exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Then, Iron Madman took out 2 oval beast eggs the size of footballs, with dark red runes imprinted on the shells, and directly crushed one, juice splattering everywhere. Iron Madman laughed heartily, throwing the eggshell at the bloodthirsty centipede, provocatively saying, "Beast, come chase me." Iron Madman played with the other insect egg, his posture extremely arrogant. The bloodthirsty centipede lowered its head to sniff the broken eggshell and egg liquid on the ground, blood tears flowing from its eyes, and let out a deafening roar. A piercing sound wave howling, its whole body radiating a scarlet killing intent. This beast has gone mad. Iron Madman showed a look of fear, quickly stowing the insect egg away, turning around and flying away with all his might, sticking first-tier top-grade talismans all over his body, all speed-enhancing talismans. In an instant, Iron Madman was running for his life. Roar. The bloodthirsty centipede was enraged, its several-meter body exuding scarlet demonic power, spitting out waves of spiritual light that cut through the sky, madly pursuing. The man and beast quickly disappeared. Flame Enchantress, still feeling apprehensive, said, "Finally, we've lured this beast away from its nest." Whoosh. Flame Enchantress, with her voluptuous figure, swept through the sky directly towards the cave of the 3 full immortal. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened. The inheritance of the 3 full immortal? Thinking of this, Li Qingyuan immediately wanted to chase after. Oh, the rest actually someone else. Li Qingyuan, in the mid-stage of foundation building, sensed a wave of magical power fluctuations, and then saw a streak of spiritual light sweeping through the sky, following Iron Madman. Li Qingyuan immediately dared not act recklessly, nor did he dare to release his foundation-building divine sense. He exerted all his effort to operate the conceal breath technique to blend into the bushes, becoming a part of nature. The one flying in the air was also at the foundation-building stage. After a moment of thought, Li Qingyuan suddenly realized Qin Miaoyi is leading the other 3 foundation builders to attack Ice and Fire Island, and Qin Chuan has not made a move, publicly announcing he is guarding Liuhe Island. Could this person be Qin Chuan in the mid-stage of foundation building? Li Qingyuan's expression changed slightly with Qin Chuan's ability. Once Iron Madman and Flame Enchantress are separated, in a one-on-one duel, Qin Chuan could easily kill the two. Moreover, Iron Madman is being chased by the bloodthirsty centipede. Once ambushed by Qin Chuan, he would undoubtedly be defeated, and even escape would be impossible. After dealing with Iron Madman, Flame Enchantress and the inheritance of the 3 full immortal would be Qin Chuan's next target. Li Qingyuan hesitated. Should I go investigate the cave of the 3 full immortal? 3 seconds later, Li Qingyuan gritted his teeth and said, "A great opportunity is right in front of me. I won't feel satisfied if I don't check it out. As long as I leave before Qin Chuan returns, there shouldn't be a problem." Whoosh. Li Qingyuan flew on his sword, following Flame Enchantress. The 3 full immortal. A second-tier alchemist, a second-tier array master, a second-tier beast master. His inheritance would greatly benefit my future cultivation path. Cultivating immortality requires stability, but sometimes it also requires taking risks. Otherwise, where would the cultivation techniques and resources come from? However, what if Qin Chuan returns early? I need to make more preparations. While following Flame Enchantress, Li Qingyuan did not forget to open the terrain map of the hunting demon town within 1,000 miles. Looking at the second-tier Great Demon restricted area marked on the map, Li Qingyuan showed a thoughtful expression. I must prepare a retreat.